Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 546, Chapter 546, Kyle, you need to be more gentlemanly. Once they reached the shore, Kyle slid off the back of his horse, prompting another round of cheers from the stands. The crowd buzzed with excitement and curiosity, their attention fixed on the Kelpie. Conversations rippled through the audience, marveling at the creature's rare presence. "Oh, he's so cool, isn't he?" Ron said enviously. "He can actually ride in the water like a knight. If I were him." "Don't be ridiculous, Ron. You don't think that's some kind of docile herbivore, do you?" Hermione interrupted, her tone sharp. "The Kelpie is a dangerous carnivorous magical creature. Even adult wizards can't handle it without specialized knowledge." "What? It eats meat." Ron grabbed the omnioculars hanging around his neck and focused on the Kelpie floating on the water. The creature's 2 rows of saw-like teeth gleamed ominously. "I take back what I just said," Ron muttered, frowning. "There's no way I'd ride a monster like that." Meanwhile, Kyle was helping Kana and Gabrielle down from the Kelpie. Drawing his wand, he waved it expertly, and their soaked clothes dried instantly. "Wait a minute," Kana said, a sudden thought crossing her mind. "You rescued Gabrielle, but what about Fleur?" "The merpeople will inform her," Kyle explained. "In fact, the second task is completed when the champion reaches the tribe. The so-called treasure rescue is mostly ceremonial, and the merpeople don't attack. She just needs to surface for it to count as a success." "But what if the judges lower her score because of it?" Kana asked, still concerned. "They won't," Kyle assured her, shaking his head. "I'm the one who broke the rules, so I'll be the one docked points. Besides, Madame Maxime won't allow that." Both Kyle and Kana glanced toward the judges. The 5 were deep in discussion, but a moment later, Madame Maxime's face lit up with a satisfied expression. "You see," Kyle whispered. "I told you. They won't let their academy lose." Before they could continue, Madame Pomfrey bustled out of the crowd toward them, fretting as usual. Despite their now dry clothes, she wrapped each of them in thick blankets and poured a spicy potion down their throats. Kyle felt a wave of warmth rush through his body, followed by a peculiar sensation of steam escaping from his ears. "Well done, Kyle. I'm glad you stayed focused," Professor McGonagall said, appearing beside him. She leaned in and added in a quieter voice, "A wizard's wand is the one thing we must trust above all else." "All right, come this way," she instructed. "You'll need to wait for all the champions to finish before the scoring begins." "Got it," Kyle replied, following her toward the judges' area. As Kyle climbed the steps, Dumbledore approached, his face alight with a smile. "Excellent judgment and decisive action," he praised. "The scoring isn't finalized yet, but I can give you a little preview, perhaps it'll help you pass the time while we wait for the others." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he added, "The hour ended just as you reached the steps, meaning you've secured the maximum score for this event." "Congratulations, my boy," Ludo Bagman chimed in, though his smile seemed somewhat forced. Kyle also noted similar strained expressions on Karkaroff and Madame Maxime. Kyle was then seated at the teacher's table in the front row. Kana was meant to sit beside him, but before she could, Snape appeared, dragged her away, and shot Kyle a glare that could freeze fire. Kyle sighed inwardly. "I didn't make Kana get into the water, that was Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore's idea. If you've got a problem, take it up with them. Why always pick on me?" Of course, he kept these thoughts to himself, knowing better than to voice them aloud. Meanwhile, Madame Maxime had taken Gabrielle. "You're the first to come out." As Kyle sat down, Sirius, seated beside him, leaned in with a grin. "I knew you could do it." Kyle kept his voice low. "Where are they? What happened to the other 2 champions?" "They started later than you," Sirius replied. "The girl from Beauxbatons was fine, she began about 10 minutes after you. But the one from Durmstrang? He only just got out of the Forbidden Forest 5 minutes ago." Kyle nodded thoughtfully. It seemed the second task was drawing to a close. The next 20 minutes passed slowly as Kyle sat in the stands. With nothing else to occupy his time, he had little to do but watch the tranquil surface of the lake. He had to admit, whoever had designed this task knew how to keep the audience waiting in suspense. Fortunately, Sirius was nearby, and their occasional conversation made the wait feel less tedious. Finally, after what felt like half an hour, ripples appeared on the lake, drawing everyone's attention. This time, it was Fleur who surfaced. Unlike Kyle, however, she was escorted to the shore by a group of merpeople, unconscious and visibly worse for wear. The judges rushed to her side, with Madame Maxime pulling out a magic wand at least 20 inches long. She gently tapped Fleur's shoulder with it. The spell caused Fleur to cough up several mouthfuls of lake water before she slowly opened her eyes. Madame Maxime. Gabrielle. Fleur gasped as soon as she saw her headmistress and the crowd around her. My bubblehead charm, it was broken by a Grindylow. Gabrielle, she's still. I'm fine, sister, Gabrielle's soft voice reassured her as the young girl stepped forward. Fleur froze in surprise before pulling Gabrielle into a tight embrace. Gabrielle, thank goodness. I thought. Her words faltered, but the relief in her tone was unmistakable. A few minutes later, Crumb emerged from the lake as well. He had cast a self-transfiguration spell, transforming his upper body into a shark's head. With a sharp grip, he bit onto the clothes of the Durmstrang boy underwater and flung him unceremoniously onto the shore. His rough handling of the boy resembled someone tossing a quaffle rather than handling a valued teammate. Still, the audience erupted into applause for his dramatic entrance. Down by the water's edge, Dumbledore approached the merpeople. Speaking in their high-pitched language, he communicated effortlessly with them before turning back to the other judges. Let's have a meeting first, he announced, his voice carrying across the crowd. The judges gathered in a tight circle to confer. Meanwhile, Madame Pomfrey attended to Crumb, treating the scrapes and bruises left by his unconventional method of transportation. Taking advantage of the distraction, Fleur broke away from the crowd and made a beeline for Kyle's section of the stands. I heard everything Gabrielle said. Fleur's voice trembled with excitement, her breath quick and uneven. You saved her life again. That's twice now. Not really, Kyle replied with a modest smile. Professor Dumbledore wouldn't have let her be in real danger. The merpeople would have brought her up even without me. Thank you, she must have been so scared. Fleur continued, seemingly oblivious to his words. Her voice was filled with emotion, and as she spoke, she instinctively leaned closer to him. For a split second, Kyle's mind went blank. It was as if an alarm blared in his head, every nerve on high alert, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Acting on instinct, he leaned back slightly and hurriedly said, It's nothing. I was just worried you might not make it in time, so I brought her up with me. Fleur froze mid-motion. Her gaze locked on Kyle, her expression unreadable. Then, carefully, she asked, her tone deliberate, What do you mean, you thought I might not make it? Kyle met her eyes and replied evenly, The way things turned out, weren't you brought to shore by the merpeople? Doesn't that prove I was right to worry? Fleur's eye twitched, the muscles in her jaw tightening visibly. So, from the beginning, you assumed I wouldn't be able to complete the second task, she said, her voice sharp. Well, not exactly, Kyle said, fumbling slightly. It was just, in case. Fleur sucked in a sharp breath. Without another word, she turned on her heel and stormed off, her long silver hair whipping past Kyle's face as she left. Hey, you should be more gentlemanly, Sirius interjected, frowning with disapproval. There was a note of exasperation in his voice, almost like he couldn't believe what he'd just witnessed. Honestly, is that how you talk to a girl? And she's such a pretty girl too. You've got a sharp head, but why are you such a blockhead when it comes to this? You don't understand, Kyle said, shaking his head. Though he wasn't entirely sure if Fleur had been about to thank him with a kiss on the cheek, he wasn't willing to take any risks. He cast a quick glance back toward the stands and saw Connor still engrossed in conversation with Snape. That sight gave him a small sense of relief. Sirius, however, didn't let it drop. I don't understand, he said, raising his eyebrows in mock offense. You've got no idea how popular I was when I was at Hogwarts. Chapter 547, Chapter 547, The Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. Sirius was still rambling about his glory days at Hogwarts, recounting tales Kyle could only half listen to. Kyle seriously doubted that Madame Rosmerta of the Three Broomsticks would have been the least bit impressed by a first-year Sirius. Luckily, his musings were interrupted by Ludo Bagman's magically amplified voice echoing across the stands. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached a decision. The Merchiftanus Mercus has shared with us everything that transpired beneath the lake. Now, we will proceed with scoring the champions. The audience grew silent, leaning in with anticipation. Fleur was scored first. Having only managed to complete half the task, she received 25 points, the minimum score. Crumb, despite being the last to emerge from the Forbidden Forest, had completed all parts of the task without significant errors and was awarded 40 points. Finally, it was Kyle's turn. He had achieved an impressive 49 points but was docked a single point for technically breaking the rules by bringing Gabrielle out with him. However, the judges announced only the total scores, so no one outside the judging panel knew about the deduction. The crowd erupted into applause as Kyle maintained his first-place position, comfortably leading the competition. The third and final task will take place on the evening of June 30th, Bagman declared with enthusiasm. The champions will receive details a month in advance, and I can promise you, it will be nothing short of spectacular. After the second task, the group returned to the castle for lunch. The wind and chill of the Black Lake had left everyone ravenous, and the house elves had prepared a feast to match. As the students entered the great hall, the once empty plates filled with an array of delicious dishes. Perhaps shaken by the morning's events, Fleur set aside her usual complaints about the oiliness of the food. Instead, she silently picked up a pork chop and began eating. However, she still refused to speak to Kyle, and for some reason, she made sure to sit kinda far away from him as well. This left 2 open seats on either side of Kyle, which were quickly claimed by a pair of eager students. The air buzzed with curiosity, and everyone wanted to know what had happened beneath the lake. Throughout lunch, Kyle provided a general account of the events, describing the Grindylow lurking in the shadows and the dramatic appearance of the Kelpie. He deliberately left out certain details, but the listeners were captivated regardless. The tale of the Merpeople attacking the Kelpie drew particular interest. One student, Mikkel, was so enthralled that he failed to notice he was trying to shove a potato up his nostril instead of his mouth. However, when the topic turned to the Kelpie, Kyle grew more thoughtful. Concerned for the creature's safety after its encounter with the Merpeople, he found an excuse to return to the Black Lake once the crowd had dispersed. Quietly, he led the Kelpie to a much safer location, one far from any potential neighbors. As March progressed, the weather began to clear slightly, though the biting cold winds still left hands and faces stinging. Despite the conditions, owls braved the skies, faithfully delivering letters and packages to the castle. That day, Kyle entered the Charms classroom to find a group of Ravenclaw girls huddled together, laughing and chatting animatedly. Their laughter grew louder as they noticed Kyle walking in. "What's going on?" Kyle asked, puzzled by their behavior. "Well, you'd better see for yourself," Cho said, struggling to contain her giggles as she handed him a magazine. "Look closely, there's a surprise in there." "Surprise?" Kyle murmured, taking the magazine. He found an empty seat and flipped through its pages while waiting for Professor Flitwick to arrive. The cover bore the title Witch Weekly. Unlike the fringe publication The Quibbler, this magazine was widely regarded as the second most popular wizarding periodical, surpassed only by the Daily Prophet. About halfway through, Kyle found what Cho had been referring to, a headline that made his stomach drop. "Hogwarts champion, 15-year-old genius." The article opened dramatically. "He may not be as extraordinary as Harry Potter, but he has achieved far more than the boy who lived." Kyle squinted at the byline. "Rita Skeeter." "Of course." The article continued. Rita Skeeter reports that when he first enrolled, he displayed an unprecedented talent for magic, single-handedly holding off the notorious dark wizard Orin and saving a first-year student. For this, he received Hogwarts' first special award for services to the school, although, in my opinion, this was enough to earn him an Order of Merlin, had the Ministry of Magic's hit wizards not allowed the dark wizard to escape. Kyle blinked in disbelief and read on. Of course, he didn't stop there. In his second year, he was awarded the Order of Merlin. The embellishments grew increasingly absurd. The article credited him with exposing Gilderoy Lockhart as a fraud, claiming Kyle's simple question in class had been a cunning act of investigative brilliance. Kyle ensured fairness and justice in the wizarding world, protecting the rights of witches and wizards alike. Even his brief visit to Lupin's train compartment last year had been spun into an act of heroism. A crucial step toward harmony between wizards and werewolves, the article gushed. By the time Kyle finished reading, he was thoroughly overwhelmed. Kyle put the magazine down, resting his forehead in his hand. My, if this magazine is to be believed, I'll be on my way to receiving the Order of Merlin, first class, and possibly replacing Fudge as the Minister of Magic by the end of the month. Oh, so you're that good. Conna's teasing voice came from behind him. And this photo, wow. It's just as you were riding the Kelpie out of the lake. I hadn't seen that before. With a sharp pop, Kyle snapped the magazine shut. It's nothing, he muttered, rubbing his arms in discomfort. Being praised was nice, but this level of exaggeration was something else entirely. You know, this Rita Skeeter just loves to write nonsense, he added, hoping to downplay it. No, Conna said with a laugh, her eyes twinkling. These are all things you've done. She's not wrong. But it doesn't feel like I've made such a big contribution to the wizarding world, Kyle said, shrugging. And I don't think Dumbledore and Fudge are going to resign just to give me their positions. Seriously, I can't imagine how busy someone would be if they were both Minister of Magic and Headmaster of Hogwarts. Isn't it better to stay a student? At least you get to keep your hair. Conna laughed at that, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. So you're saying you don't want the responsibility, but you don't mind if she submits this photo for Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award? What award? Kyle froze, frowning as he quickly flipped back through the magazine. Sure enough, at the end of the article, Rita Skeeter had written about the award. The photo accompanying it captured Kyle smiling, a perfectly natural expression for a champion who had just completed the task first. If only he had known this would happen, he would have kept his face entirely neutral the whole time. The Most Charming Smile Award, Conna repeated, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. If they put it on the cover, I'll definitely save that issue. Me too, Cho chimed in with a smirk. I'll buy 2 copies, one to read, and one to save. Kyle groaned. If that happens, I'm going straight to the Ministry of Magic to file a complaint against her. Against who? Rita Skeeter. Cho asked, tilting her head in confusion. Yes, Kana whispered conspiratorially. We have evidence of her breaking the Wizarding Act. I see, Cho said, nodding thoughtfully. No wonder she went out of her way to praise Kyle like this. Before now, I've never seen her write an article full of praise for anyone. I'd rather not have this kind of praise, Kyle said, rubbing his forehead. After the debacle with Lockhart, the Most Charming Smile Award had become an infamous joke at Hogwarts, at least among students in their 3rd year and above. If Skeeter actually managed to get Kyle's name associated with the award, he was certain Fred and George would celebrate the occasion by setting off fireworks. They'd probably make it their go-to joke for years to come. No. That could not happen. Feeling a sense of urgency, Kyle pulled out a piece of parchment and his quill, determined to write to Rita Skeeter and convince her to abandon the idea altogether. Chapter 548, Chapter 548, Helena and Nearly Headless Nick. The next day, a Saturday, dawned quietly. Early in the morning, Ratton flew out of Hogwarts clutching Kyle's letter. Kyle had made it clear in his note that he wanted no part in the Most Charming Smile Award and hoped Rita Skeeter would get the message and drop the idea. With that task handled, Kyle finished the bread on his plate and decided to head to the library to borrow a few books to pass the time. However, as he reached the staircase, a ghost emerged from the wall directly in front of him. I've been waiting for you. Helena Ravenclaw said, her translucent figure seeming even more ethereal in the morning light. Her tone was calm but carried an undercurrent of expectation. It's the weekend, so perhaps you'll keep your promise. Kyle gave himself a light pat on the head. Of course. No wonder I felt like I'd forgotten something. Sorry, I should have come to you sooner, Madam Ravenclaw, Kyle stammered, though addressing her that way felt awkward. Helena seemed to sense his discomfort. After a moment of silence, she said, just call me Helena. All right, Kyle nodded. Follow me. We'll need somewhere quiet to talk, she said and glided through the wall into an empty classroom adjacent to the staircase. Kyle followed, stepping into the quiet room. Let me think where to start, he mused aloud before deciding. About 50 years ago, there was a Hogwarts student named Tom Riddle. He managed to obtain Ravenclaw's diadem, which had been missing for centuries. After he finished, Kyle watched Helena carefully, waiting for a reaction. Tom Riddle. Helena murmured, her voice almost a whisper. I know. I told him where the diadem was. It wasn't missing, I stole it and hid it in a hollow tree in the Albanian forest. She closed her eyes, her expression heavy with regret. I don't know why I told him. That student, Riddle, he was very charming. He seemed so understanding, so compassionate, just like you. Kyle twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. Was that last part really necessary? He thought, though he kept his expression neutral. Helena, oblivious to Kyle's thoughts, continued. I've observed that you're quite popular in the castle as well. Every ghost speaks highly of you, even Peeves, the most mischievous of us. Well, we're all friends here, and I do my best to get along with them, Kyle replied, trying to steer the conversation back on track. But where was I? Oh, right, after Tom Riddle got the diadem, he made it into a Horcrux. At this, Helena's head shot up, her ethereal features sharpening. A Horcrux, the most evil kind of dark magic. How dare he tarnish Ravenclaw's diadem in such a way? For the first time, Kyle saw a ghost express anger so vividly. Helena trembled, her translucent form flickering as though caught in a storm of emotion. Don't get worked up, Madam Helena. The matter has been resolved, Kyle said quickly, hoping to soothe her. Do you remember the person I was speaking to the other day? That was Nicholas Flamel, the greatest alchemist in the magical world. A problem like a Horcrux won't be beyond his capabilities. Helena's anger seemed to ebb slightly at Kyle's reassurance. She floated back into a calmer posture, her flickering subsiding. Kyle proceeded to explain how he had discovered the diadem Horcrux in the Room of Requirement and entrusted it to Nicholas Flamel for safekeeping and purification. Helena listened intently, her expression grave but composed, and she remained silent throughout his explanation. She neither interrupted nor asked questions. After Kyle finished speaking, Helena was silent for a long time, as if lost in thought. When she finally spoke, her voice was small and tremulous. I heard from Sir Nicholas de Mimsy that you saw my mother, she said hesitantly. When was that? How was she? Kyle considered her question carefully. I can only say it was during my 3rd year, though I don't know the exact date. The founders were all there, he said, reflecting. As for Madame Ravenclaw, she seemed well, but she wasn't very talkative. My mother was always like that, Helena said, her gaze meeting Kyle's. Then, after a pause, she added softly, "If you ever see her again, could you take a message for me?" "Madam Helena, I would love to," Kyle replied gently, "but it's nearly impossible." He explained briefly about how his previous encounter with the Founders had only been possible due to Salazar Slytherin and a specific set of circumstances. Even if Nicholas Flamel managed to repair the time-turner, it could only turn back the clock by 100 years at most, not 1,000. And even if it were possible, Kyle knew the risks were far too great. He wasn't willing to gamble with his life. "Perhaps so," Helena said, her tone distant as she seemed lost in her thoughts. "Thank you for making up for my mistake, thank you." With that, she floated through the wall and disappeared, leaving Kyle alone in the classroom. Kyle turned to leave, intending to head for the library, but he stopped in his tracks when he noticed something strange. Half a head had grown out of the wall behind him. "Sir Nicholas? What are you doing here?" Kyle asked, startled. Nearly headless Nick seemed equally flustered. He quickly retracted his head, only to float fully into the room a second later. "I just happened to hear." Nick began, his tone awkward. It was clear he was trying to come up with an explanation but quickly abandoned the effort. "Oh, young Kyle. Listen, I know the Grey Lady is charming, but she's not right for you. There are plenty of young ladies in the castle who are more suitable. You should look at them more often." Kyle blinked, his expression a mixture of confusion and exasperation. "I think you've got the wrong idea," he said flatly. Good grief, Kyle thought, does nearly headless Nick really think I'm dating Helena? The absurdity of it left him speechless. She's over 1,000 years old, and a ghost, for Merlin's sake. "We were just talking about Lady Rowena Ravenclaw," Kyle clarified. "You're the one who told her I met the Founders during my 3rd year." "Oh, yes, that's right." Nick stammered, his face flushing with embarrassment, if such a thing were possible for a ghost. "I slipped up that day. But you can understand, can't you? For us ghosts, such things are usually our only source of amusement." Kyle shrugged noncommittally, not bothering to argue. Nick pressed on. "And I mainly wanted to warn you. The Bloody Baron is, well, the Grey Lady's, crazed suitor. He's very possessive, and he was just outside with me. But now it seems that warning isn't necessary." Nick floated toward the wall and stuck his head out. "Hey, Baron, did you hear that?" There, he stopped abruptly, looking confused. "Strange, where is the Baron?" Kyle decided he'd had enough of the ghost's incoherent rambling and walked toward the door, ready to leave. "Oh, wait." Nick called after him. "I still have something to say." Kyle sighed and paused mid-step, turning back. "What now?" "Actually," Nick admitted sheepishly, "I wasn't just passing by earlier. I was looking for you." "You were looking for me? Why?" Kyle asked, raising an eyebrow. "It's the Headmaster," Nick said. "I just ran into Albus on the 8th floor while I was practicing my headbutts. He asked me to tell you to come see him in the Headmaster's office at your earliest convenience. Oh, and today's password is tooth-splintering strong mints." "Got it," Kyle said, nodding. "Thanks for letting me know." "You're welcome," Nick replied. "Always a pleasure." Chapter 549, Runes and Magic. The 8th floor of the castle. Kyle had visited the Headmaster's office many times before. With practiced ease, he located the gargoyle statue with the water spout and confidently spoke the password. The statue sprang aside, revealing the passageway behind it. Inside the office, Dumbledore was engrossed in searching the bookshelf. At the sound of the door opening, he turned his head, his expression brightening. "I do hope my invitation didn't disturb you," he said warmly. "But please, wait a moment, I believe I'm about to find it." "Ah, here it is." He pulled a slim booklet from the shelf, his eyes twinkling. "I think it's time we honored our previous agreement," he said with a smile. "Remember? Back in the cave, I promised to teach you a spell." "Of course, I haven't forgotten." Kyle's excitement was palpable, though it was quickly followed by a tinge of doubt. "But, Professor, do you have time now? I mean, the Philosopher's Stone." "Creating the Philosopher's Stone is destined to be a long process, Kyle," Dumbledore explained patiently. "After the preparations are complete, there's little more we can do but wait. All we can do now is remain patient. This period, however, is an excellent opportunity for me to fulfill my promise. I had intended to teach you at the beginning of the school year, but I kept postponing it. I imagine you must have grown quite impatient." Kyle didn't reply but gave a small nod, which Dumbledore took as agreement. Truthfully, Kyle had been impatient, though he'd hesitated to bring it up. Dumbledore had always seemed preoccupied, especially after Nicholas Flamel's visit. "Forgive my curiosity, but why do you wish to learn the Firestorm charm?" "Oh, well, that is its name," Dumbledore said, studying Kyle closely. "To explore the mysteries of magic. or to pursue powerful magic? Both, Kyle answered after a thoughtful pause. But mostly because I'm curious and I enjoy it. Oh. Dumbledore's expression shifted subtly. To be honest, I don't particularly lack powerful charms, Kyle continued, settling into the chair across from Dumbledore. Take the Fiendfire curse, for instance. The room filled with startled murmurs as the portraits of former headmasters reacted. The clattering of frames echoed as they abandoned their feigned slumber, clustering in the largest portrait to whisper among themselves. But Dumbledore remained unruffled, as though Kyle had said nothing out of the ordinary. Although this may sound arrogant. Kyle went on, unfazed by the commotion, I believe I've already mastered and used this charm. In terms of sheer power and destructive force, there aren't many charms that compare to Fiendfire. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed calmly. Fiendfire wasn't listed among the unforgivable curses solely because it had a counterspell, finite incantatum, not because it lacked potency. I thought you might say it was for self-protection, Dumbledore remarked. That's part of it, Kyle admitted. But it's certainly not for everyday use. What I've learned from the professor suffices for most situations. Kyle's thoughts drifted. For example, in my first year, Orin advised me always to carry a broomstick, an incredibly practical means of self-defense. In my second year, Quirrell demonstrated the Fiendfire curse in front of me, and that's how I learned it. In third year, Lockhart, though not the most reliable, gave me his notes on memory charms. That's actually a very powerful tool, it can completely remove someone's resistance. The best part is, it's fully compliant with wizarding law. As long as you don't misuse it, like stealing memories the way Lockhart did, there's no legal issue. In fourth year, Lupin, well. Kyle trailed off, searching his memory. The only thing Lupin had formally taught him was the Patronus charm, which he'd already mastered before the term began. Well, he taught me how to identify a werewolf, Kyle said vaguely, shifting slightly in his seat. And Professor Moody in fifth year. Kyle faltered again. The shield charm came to mind, but he'd learned that long before Moody's lessons. At that moment, Kyle realized something was amiss. Why was it that all the significant lessons he mentioned came from those unorthodox professors, while the contributions of the orthodox professors seemed negligible? This didn't sit right. Dumbledore appeared to notice Kyle's skeptical expression. He shook his head with a small, knowing smile, an inexplicable sense of relief crossing his features. While the defense against the dark arts professors he had hired each came with their unique quirks and shortcomings, at least someone, Kyle, had gained something genuinely useful from them. Perhaps, Dumbledore mused, his decisions hadn't been entirely flawed after all. Every wizard is curious and seeks to explore magic further, Dumbledore said, his tone gentle. Including myself. It's only natural. That's good, Kyle replied. Actually, my earlier question was merely out of curiosity, Dumbledore admitted. No matter your reasons, I will teach you, because I promised. Ah, and this is for you. He handed Kyle the booklet he had retrieved. I wrote this a long time ago. It outlines the fundamental theories you must master to learn the Firestorm charm. Kyle accepted the booklet, his eyes scanning the faded cover. The evolution of ancient runes, magical hieroglyphs and logograms. Ancient runes? Kyle asked, intrigued. To be precise, runic magic, Dumbledore clarified. It involves inscribing runes with a wand, using them in place of spells. It is the original form of magic, immensely powerful but also extraordinarily complex and difficult to control. A single mistake can cause magic to turn against the caster. It was precisely this danger that led the founders, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, to establish Hogwarts. They believed it essential to teach young wizards to use magic safely. Even so, the wizarding population continued to dwindle. It wasn't until centuries later, thanks to the efforts of some exceptionally forward-thinking wizards, that runes and symbols were replaced with spells and gestures. This shift made magic more accessible and led to a significant increase in the number of Hogwarts students. Runic magic. Kyle murmured, a thread of unease weaving through his thoughts. He'd long suspected that even with the Time Turner allowing contact with people from 1,000 years ago, such actions bordered on suicidal. So, Professor, Kyle asked curiously, how many students were at Hogwarts 1,000 years ago? Dumbledore paused thoughtfully. According to the records in the Book of Admission, the number ranged from as few as 20 to no more than 50. Kyle blinked. One grade. No, Dumbledore replied seriously. That was the total number of students. Kyle's mind churned at this revelation. 50 students in the entire school, meaning 10 per house. There wouldn't have been much need for dividing into grades. However, Dumbledore said, his tone softening, you need not worry about such dangers here. The first step is to commit the content of this booklet to memory. He tapped the booklet lightly. Mastering this foundational theory is essential before we can progress to the next stage of learning. Kyle flipped through the booklet, noting that it was only 5 pages long. How about 1 week? Dumbledore proposed. I can arrange for most of your professors to waive your homework for that time. If you require more, don't hesitate to say so. Kyle shrugged lightly. No problem, Professor. 1 week is plenty. Excellent, Dumbledore said, a note of satisfaction in his voice. In that case, we'll hold our lessons every Saturday at 9 a.m. The password to the office will remain the same. Yes, Professor, Kyle replied, his voice tinged with anticipation. The prospect of delving into ancient runes for the first time excited him. He would have preferred daily lessons, but since Dumbledore had already set the schedule, there was little more he could do. Chapter 550, Mr. Diggory got a promotion. Kyle, what are you reading? One morning during breakfast, Cedric couldn't help but ask, you'd been staring at that book for days now. It wasn't unusual for Kyle to read during meals, but it was odd to see him so fixated on the same book for several days in a row. The booklet only had a few pages, how much time could it possibly require? Even more unusually, Kyle hadn't played wizard chess in days, and wherever he went, the booklet was always in his hands. What did you say? Kyle asked, looking up as though coming out of a trance. I said, what are you reading? Cedric repeated. Oh, Professor Dumbledore gave it to me, Kyle replied, rubbing his forehead. He didn't bother to keep it a secret and pushed the booklet across the table to Cedric. I thought I could finish it in a few days, but this is a lot harder than I expected. Looks like it'll take me the whole week. Just a few parchments, and it takes that long to learn. What's written on it? Cedric leaned in curiously. As his eyes fell on the pages, Cedric fell silent. There wasn't much text on the parchment, the majority of it was taken up by dazzlingly intricate runes and symbols that seemed to twist and shimmer unnervingly. Are you learning ancient runes from Professor Dumbledore? Kana asked from nearby, her curiosity piqued. You could say that, Kyle replied. He took a quick bite of fried egg and ham, washing it down with a large gulp of pumpkin juice before continuing. What he's teaching me is a bit complicated. I have to master this part first. This is the simplest part. Cedric murmured, frowning as he studied the booklet. These symbols. That's the extend rune, and here's additive and light. Are you trying to make some kind of high-end magical item? No, it's for a charm, Kyle explained. Professor Dumbledore invented it. It's very powerful but extremely difficult to learn. Oh, I see, Cedric said, suddenly clapping his hands together in understanding. You must be preparing for the third task so that you can. Cedric abruptly stopped mid-sentence, glancing awkwardly toward Fleur, who sat not far away. I know what you're thinking, Fleur said calmly, scooping fresh vegetables onto her plate. There's no need to be surprised, and certainly no need to feel as though you've let the cat out of the bag. Before the third task begins, all champions are the same. In fact, Madame Maxime has been teaching me charms lately that would never appear in a typical textbook. You've been learning too. Cedric blurted out, clearly startled. Then why didn't you mention it before? The moment the words left his mouth, Cedric realized how foolish they sounded. Fleur was the champion for bows batons, of course, she wouldn't openly share her preparations with competitors. Unsurprisingly, Fleur turned her head toward him, her expression a blend of incredulity and mild amusement. She looked at him as if he were a particularly daft sea cucumber that had somehow wandered onto dry land. Cedric blushed deeply and hurriedly explained, I'm sorry if I gave the wrong impression. What I meant was, why don't you always read a book like Kyle does? That's because we have other ways of learning, Fleur replied smoothly. Ways that don't involve textbooks. The same goes for Crumb. Have you noticed anything different about him since he arrived at the castle? Cedric furrowed his brow in thought but eventually shook his head. I don't think so. He hadn't paid much attention to Crumb. The few times he'd seen him in the Great Hall, Crumb had been his usual self, eating quietly before leaving without much fanfare. But I've seen the Durmstrang headmaster teaching him some strange wand techniques on the deck of their ship, Fleur said knowingly. He's certainly not going to let you, or rather Kyle, see any of it. Crumb would prefer that you think he isn't preparing for the final task at all. With Kyle's score advantage being so significant, hiding his strategies is the only way Crumb stands a chance of winning the championship in the end. The same applies to me. Madame Maxime would never approve of me sharing these things with you. Then why are you telling us so much now? Kyle asked curiously. That's because you brought it up first, Fleur replied, glancing briefly at the parchment on the table before looking away. It's only fair, isn't it? Kyle smiled but said nothing. At that moment, the owl post arrived, a flurry of feathers descending into the Great Hall as letters and packages rained down on the students. Kyle glanced around and spotted a copy of Witch Weekly on a nearby table. After confirming that the grinning face on the cover wasn't his, he exhaled in relief and reached for the Daily Prophet in front of him. Although the second task of the Triwizard Tournament had taken place some time ago, it still dominated the headlines, with discussions about the events under the lake showing no sign of waning. Today's front page featured a piece on kelpies. Kyle suspected the creature's newfound popularity stemmed from his dramatic exit from the lake during the task, which had earned him the highest score. The article detailed the growing interest in the dangerous magical creature despite the ministry's strict prohibition against keeping them. At the bottom of the page was a warning from the Ministry of Magic. According to Amos Diggory, director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, the recent surge in attempts to keep kelpies is highly reckless. Kelpies are wild, untamable creatures. If abandoned, they bear grudges and seek revenge. We've dealt with 5 kelpie-related incidents this week alone, and I sincerely hope there won't be a 6th. Oh, my dad got promoted, Cedric said, noticing the article as well. He smiled. He mentioned it to me last week, but I thought he was joking. This will mean more work for him, though. I'm not sure if he'll still have time to go to Austria with me this holiday. We made plans at Christmas. Austria? Kyle asked, curious. Yes, Cedric said. The last International Confederation of Wizards meeting was held there. I'm interested in visiting the place where it all happened. My dad promised to take me this year. I wouldn't count on it, Kyle said with a shrug. The Beast Division is one of the busiest sections in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. With 6 subdivisions to manage, there's always a mountain of work. Chris barely got a day off every 2 weeks when he was there. That's disappointing, Cedric said, though his expression remained cheerful. A trip to Austria would have been nice, but his father's promotion was still a source of pride. Kyle continued flipping through the newspaper. On the second page, a familiar name caught his eye. Investigation into the former director of the Department for International Magical Cooperation, Bartemius Crouch, concluded. Chapter 551, Chapter 551, the conclusion of the Barty Crouch investigation. Barty Crouch. Kyle realized it had been over half a year since he'd last thought about that name. Ever since Sirius was acquitted early in the school year, Crouch had faced severe scrutiny for his role in incarcerating Sirius without a trial, throwing him directly into Azkaban. At the time, it had seemed reasonable, even Sirius himself had admitted as much. Kyle recalled that Sirius had even spoken respectfully of Crouch on occasion. During Voldemort's rise to power, Crouch had been a staunch advocate for aggressive, borderline draconian measures. Under his leadership, Aurors were granted unprecedented authority. They could arrest and execute Death Eaters, as well as use unforgivable curses. The lack of a trial for Sirius wasn't unique, several others had met the same fate. This violence for violence policy had its costs, but it also provided a fragile balance that kept the ministry from being entirely overwhelmed by the Death Eaters. The harsh measures saved lives during the chaos, even if they turned Aurors into something perilously close to the enemies they fought. Crouch's downfall began when his own son, Barty Crouch Jr., was revealed to be a Death Eater. That scandal had paved the way for Fudge's rise as Minister of Magic. Sirius, for his part, held no ill will toward Crouch. His priority had been securing his freedom so he could look after Harry, not pursuing retribution. But the public outcry over Sirius's case had been relentless, and an investigation into Crouch was inevitable. Accusations of deliberately covering up Peter Pettigrew's crimes and tarnishing the ministry's reputation dragged on for 6 months. Kyle stared at the accompanying photograph in the Daily Prophet. The once imposing Barty Crouch looked utterly defeated. His meticulously groomed beard was now scruffy, and his demeanor seemed broken. In contrast, Fudge stood beside him in the photo, exuding smug self-satisfaction. He must be thrilled that no one can challenge his position as minister now. Kyle muttered. Still, he wasn't particularly concerned about Fudge's political maneuvering. He returned his focus to the article. The investigation had uncovered no conclusive evidence linking Crouch to the Death Eaters. Consequently, he retained his position at the ministry, though not without consequences. Crouch was demoted, reassigned from the prestigious Department of International Magical Cooperation to the far less influential Department of Magical Transportation. While not the least significant department, that dubious honor belonged to the Department of Magical Games and Sports, it was a dramatic step down. By comparison, given the choice between the two departments, most would still prefer international magical cooperation. The fallout wasn't limited to Crouch. Others implicated during the investigation had also been reassigned, many to the aforementioned Department of Magical Games and Sports. Kyle chuckled faintly at the thought. Ludo Bagman must be ecstatic. This is probably the first time his department has seen such an influx of personnel. Despite the reshuffling, the ministry seemed intent on downplaying the matter. The story, which under normal circumstances would have been front-page news, was buried in an inconspicuous corner on the back page. Its tone was brief and dismissive, the details scant, and the conclusions almost an afterthought. It must have been Fudge, Sirius muttered under his breath, leaning close to Kyle during the first defense against the dark arts class of the morning. Professor Moody was apparently on leave due to the Crouch investigation, and in his absence, Sirius had been brought in to teach the 5th years. He had tasked the students with reviewing the shield charm while he quietly discussed the newspaper's contents with Kyle. It's definitely fudge, Sirius continued. The man is obsessed with power. He's used this whole situation as an opportunity to push Crouch's supporters out of important positions. Have you noticed? Nearly everyone in the Department of International Magical Cooperation and the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is under investigation. Meanwhile, those in other departments who also supported Crouch haven't been touched. Need I say more? Kyle replied. No one else besides the Minister of Magic could have orchestrated something like this, even with legitimate reasons. I don't like fudge, Sirius said, glancing around the classroom and lowering his voice further. Even though I regained my freedom because of him, I just don't trust him. He's far too obsessed with consolidating his power. He's hinted multiple times that he wants me to give more interviews to the Daily Prophet, focusing on how I was acquitted. Obviously, he wants to build an image of himself as fair and just, Kyle said. He led the retrial, and if anyone talks about the retrial, they can't help but mention him. Exactly, Sirius said, irritation creeping into his voice. I've already given 3 interviews, but he keeps sending owls asking for more. It's as if he wants me to cry my story out in the Daily Prophet every single day. Well, who told you to go and become a tragic hero? Kyle said with a smirk. Of course, he's going to use this as a publicity stunt for himself. Who's to say he isn't? Sirius shook his head with a frustrated chuckle. I've grown tired of saying the same things over and over, so I started dodging his requests by making excuses. That's why I came to Hogwarts. I never expected Dumbledore to agree to let me teach here. Honestly, I should thank Fudge again. If he hadn't been so insistent, I wouldn't have had this chance to teach Harry directly. Kyle watched Sirius, who seemed genuinely happy, and felt unsure how to respond. If anything, it was Dumbledore who should be thanking Fudge the most. Finding a new defense against the dark arts professor each year had always been a major headache for him. Naturally, when someone volunteered, Dumbledore wouldn't refuse. Sirius, however, didn't seem concerned with that at all. Not wanting to draw too much attention to himself, Sirius moved away to help students who were struggling with the shield charm. Some had forgotten the spell after months without practice, so Sirius patiently made the rounds, offering guidance. It wasn't until near the end of the class that Sirius returned to Kyle. I really don't know what the Ministry will become in the future, he said, gazing out the window. Fudge's methods are clever, I'll admit that, but his character. Never mind. After all, he's the reason I'm free now. Sirius let out a deep sigh. Still, without Crouch keeping him in check, Fudge no longer has to worry about anyone threatening his position as minister. Honestly, that's not a good thing for the Ministry of Magic. Isn't there still the Headmaster? Kana chimed in from nearby. People say he trusts Professor Dumbledore a lot. Whenever he encounters a tricky problem, he comes to Hogwarts to ask for advice. Yes. Dumbledore, Sirius said, though his tone was tinged with reluctance. I don't know what happened in past years, but since I've been here, Fudge hasn't come to see Dumbledore even once. Chapter 552, the Senior Undersecretary's Absurd Proposal. Moody took longer to return to Hogwarts than anyone had expected, nearly a month. On a Friday night, as everyone was enjoying dinner in the Great Hall, the doors were suddenly flung open. Moody limped in, his face set in a dark scowl. Though his usual demeanor was intimidating, tonight it was clear he was in an especially foul mood. His scarred face was drawn taut, and his mismatched eyes, one natural, the other magical, darted restlessly, scrutinizing every person in the room. The oppressive air around him silenced even the boldest students. Those who might have greeted him quickly abandoned the idea, sitting stiffly and avoiding his gaze altogether. Kyle, do you know what's going on? Cedric whispered from his spot at the Hufflepuff table. I've never seen Professor Moody so angry before. I'm not sure, Kyle replied, shaking his head. But I think it might have to do with what's been happening at the Ministry. His eyes flicked to the Daily Prophet lying open beside him. The front page featured a bold headline. Former Deputy Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Dolores Jane Umbridge, appointed Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic. Unlike the brief mention of Bartemius Crouch a month ago, this article about Umbridge dominated the entire front page, detailing her past achievements and contributions to the Ministry. Kyle had skimmed most of it, uninterested, but one detail near the end had caught his attention. It mentioned that Umbridge believed Aurors had too much autonomy and suggested banning certain powerful spells, including the Blasting Curse. She had also proposed restructuring the Auror office, placing it under direct oversight by the Minister's office, similar to the Hit Wizards, instead of leaving it under the authority of the Auror office head. The article indicated that this proposal had been made about 2 weeks ago and was still under discussion, marked pending. Kyle pieced it together. That was likely why Moody had been away so long, and why he was furious now. Aurors and Hit Wizards operated under very different circumstances. Aurors, tasked with capturing dangerous dark wizards, frequently faced life-or-death situations. Forbidding them from using powerful spells would put them at even greater risk. Worse, placing their missions under the minister's direct control would add bureaucratic delays that could prove fatal in emergencies, where every second counted. Though Moody had retired, he would never stand idly by while the ministry jeopardized the lives of his former colleagues. Fudge, the Minister of Magic, had truly overstepped this time. It was baffling that he hadn't immediately rejected such a reckless proposal. Other countries were working to improve conditions for their Aurors to attract more talent, yet Fudge seemed intent on undermining his own forces. Kyle suspected that Fudge's motives were political, perhaps a desire to consolidate power, but it was a short-sighted and foolish move. Other nations were undoubtedly watching this debacle unfold. Fleur's soft, derisive laugh drew Kyle's attention. She had glanced at the Daily Prophet and seemed to find the situation amusing, or perhaps absurd. Nothing else in the paper could explain her reaction. Meanwhile, at the Slytherin table, Krum wasn't his usual silent self. He was speaking animatedly in Bulgarian with his Durmstrang companions, a copy of the Daily Prophet lying on the table beside him. Kyle sighed. Sirius was right, the ministry is a mess without Crouch. Still, this wasn't something he could do anything about. Dumbledore would undoubtedly step in to prevent such a disastrous policy from being enacted. Glancing toward the teacher's table, Kyle saw Dumbledore deep in conversation with Moody. The headmaster's expression was grave, underscoring the seriousness of the situation. The next morning, when Kyle arrived on the 8th floor as usual, he found the headmaster's office empty. Dumbledore wasn't there. I guess he went to the Ministry of Magic, Kyle thought. He had anticipated this possibility, so after waiting for about 10 minutes, he decided to leave. It was refreshing to have an occasional day off, and today happened to be Hogsmeade week. After more than a month of drinking pumpkin juice, Kyle was eager to visit the Three Broomsticks and enjoy a chilled butterbeer. As he descended from the 8th floor and reached the foyer, he ran into Sirius and Harry. Judging by their relaxed demeanor, it seemed they were also planning to go out. Kyle. Sirius said, sounding a little surprised. Don't you have a class with Professor Dumbledore today? Though most students were unaware, the professors knew about Kyle's private lessons with Dumbledore. Sirius, in particular, had first-hand knowledge. He once tried to skip a class by heading to the headmaster's office. That attempt lasted a grand total of 10 minutes before he gave up and left in frustration. Sirius still couldn't wrap his head around it. The complex formulas in ancient runes made his head spin. He hadn't taken the subject during his time at school, and what little knowledge he'd picked up had long faded during his 12 years away from society. What? Kyle is learning charms from Professor Dumbledore? Harry asked, clearly surprised and a little envious. This was the first time he'd heard of it. That was Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the century. Studying under him had to be an incredible opportunity to learn. That's right, Sirius confirmed, winking conspiratorially. For the Triwizard Tournament. But, he lowered his voice, remember not to tell anyone else. No problem. I'll keep it a secret, Harry said, nodding earnestly while trying to suppress his envy. He briefly debated whether to tell Ron and Hermione, but since Sirius had emphasized keeping quiet, he decided to wait. He imagined the stunned expressions on their faces when he revealed this secret closer to the third task. Turning to Kyle, Harry asked, so, have you learned it all by now? I really hope you can win. Learn it all. It's still early days, Kyle said with a shake of his head. Professor Dumbledore isn't at school today, so I'm heading to the Three Broomsticks for a drink. What about you two? That's perfect, Sirius replied with a grin. We're heading to Hogsmeade as well. Remus is already there. If you're free, why don't you join us? Professor Lupin. Of course, Kyle said, nodding with enthusiasm. It had been quite some time since he last saw Lupin, the former Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. As Kyle glanced at Sirius, a curious thought crossed his mind. Is he filling in for Lupin? It seemed fitting. The two were such close friends that they even shared similar roles. Kyle only wondered whether Sirius would manage to leave the position unscathed at the end of the school year, unlike Lupin. To be fair, Lupin's departure had been the most fortunate outcome compared to his predecessors. Though forced to resign after his identity as a werewolf was revealed, he hadn't faced any significant harm. That alone was more than 99% of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professors could claim. Chapter 553, Chapter 553, 5,000 Galleons. Kyle had expected to find Lupin waiting for them at the Three Broomsticks, but it seemed he'd been mistaken. As they approached the entrance to the pub, Sirius strode right past without even a glance. The trio continued down the street, passing the quill shop and the Gladrags wizard wear, before turning onto a familiar path. It wasn't long before they arrived at their destination, the Shrieking Shack. Lupin was standing by the broken fence surrounding the shack, carefully setting the pieces back in place one by one. Professor Lupin. Harry called out, running ahead and waving enthusiastically. You don't have to bother with that. The fence was already falling over the first time I came to Hogsmeade, and no one seemed to care. Lupin looked up and smiled warmly. Hello, Harry. It's wonderful to see you again. But you don't need to call me Professor anymore. Just Lupin, or like Sirius does, Remus, or even Moony. Okay, Professor Lupin, Harry blurted out without thinking. Lupin's smile froze momentarily. It was clear Harry wouldn't be able to drop the title so easily. With a resigned sigh, Lupin gave up on correcting him and returned his focus to the fence. Harry hesitated, tempted to point out that no one in Hogsmeade cared about the Shrieking Shack or would ever bother coming here. But before he could say anything, Sirius interrupted with a chuckle. Let him be, Sirius said, shaking his head. It's something that needs doing anyway. Harry frowned. What do you mean? Why does Professor Lupin need to fix up the place? Because I bought the Shrieking Shack, Sirius replied, his tone as casual as if he'd just purchased a butterbeer. What? Harry's voice rose in surprise. I've wanted to buy it since I was at school, Sirius explained. But back then, I didn't have the gold. After I graduated, life got complicated, so I didn't get around to it until about 6 months ago. How much did it cost? Harry asked skeptically. To be honest, less than I expected, Sirius said with a shrug. It's been abandoned for decades, and the wizarding family that owned it moved to Finland years ago. Lupin and I tracked them down over the Christmas holidays. Turns out, they'd forgotten all about it. When they heard I wanted to buy the place, they gave me a decent discount. I got it for just 5,000 galleons. Can you believe that? What a bargain. Sirius grinned, clearly pleased with his own thriftiness. Harry pressed his lips together, struggling to muster any enthusiasm. Sure, he had a fair amount of gold in his vault, but 5,000 galleons still sounded like a lot. After all, Mr. Weasley's salary was only 80 galleons, and the Triwizard Tournament prize had been 1,000 galleons. That meant Sirius had just casually spent the equivalent of 5 championship prizes on an abandoned building. Kyle, standing beside Harry, nodded thoughtfully before he could respond. 5,000 galleons, you really did get a bargain. Right. Sirius said brightly. It made the trip worth it. Kyle, why do you think it's a bargain too? Harry asked, still stunned. It's obvious, Kyle replied. Hogsmeade is the only all-wizarding village, so property prices are high, especially for a place as large as the Shrieking Shack. Not to mention, the land within the fence is included. Otherwise, Lupin wouldn't be fixing it up. Seeing Harry's skeptical expression, Kyle added, let me put it this way, this place is almost 10 times the size of a typical shop. To compare, imagine you could buy Honeydukes for 500 galleons. Would you still think it's expensive? Harry shook his head instinctively. Although he wasn't entirely convinced the comparison was fair, Honeydukes was a prime location, Hogsmeade wasn't exactly sprawling. On second thought, Kyle's reasoning seemed plausible. What are you going to do with it? Harry asked Sirius curiously. Live here. Or open a shop. Oh, that, Sirius said with a shrug. I don't know. You don't know. Harry repeated, incredulous. Exactly. I just wanted to buy it. Moony thinks it's a waste, though. It's not just me, Padfoot, Lupin interjected, walking over with an exasperated expression. That's 5,000 galleons, enough to support an average wizarding family for 10 years. You can't treat it like a decoration. How about you manage it, then? Sirius suggested with a grin. I won't interfere. We've been over this, Lupin replied, frowning. I know what you're trying to do, but it's unnecessary, Padfoot. I can take care of myself. I've been studying dragons lately, and I'm planning to try for a job at the Dragon Reserve in Romania next year. Of course, I respect your decision completely, Sirius said lightly, though his gaze drifted. I only bought this place to fulfill an old schoolboy dream. Come on, Harry, let's go inside and clear out the broken furniture. I'll get new stuff later. And hey, you can pick a room on the second floor for the holidays. Really? I can. Harry asked, his eyes lighting up. He had never imagined he might one day live in Hogsmeade. Of course you can, Sirius said with a grin. Behind them, Lupin rubbed his forehead, his frustration evident. He understood why Sirius had bought the Shrieking Shack, and while the nostalgia was endearing, it still felt like a waste. After all, 12 Grimmauld Place was perfectly fine and, more importantly, secure under the Fidelius charm. At that moment, Kyle turned to Lupin with a question. Have you really decided to go to Romania? That's right, Lupin replied. I've thought about it carefully, and it seems like a good opportunity. Have you considered one thing? Kyle asked, his tone calm but pointed. If Sirius is trying to play the role of godfather, are you confident leaving Harry entirely in his hands? Lupin stopped abruptly. His expression shifted rapidly as the implication sank in. How had he not thought of this? Of course, Sirius would take Harry in, that was never in question. Lupin had always considered it natural. Harry's aunt and uncle clearly disliked him, and it was far better for him to be with Sirius. Surely, Harry felt the same way. But now, Kyle's words made him pause. The past 12 years hadn't left Sirius unaffected. He was more impulsive, more prone to emotional decisions, and, Lupin had to admit, inclined toward reckless spending. The Shrieking Shack purchase was a prime example, a symptom of Sirius trying to make up for lost time. Lupin understood why Sirius acted this way. 12 years of imprisonment and isolation were bound to leave scars. It was no surprise he wanted to indulge in life's freedoms now. Normally, Lupin let it go, thinking Sirius would eventually settle down once the novelty wore off. But Harry was young, impressionable. What if living with Sirius long-term affected him? Lupin couldn't ignore the possibility that Harry might pick up some of Sirius's impulsive habits that would be far harder to shake once ingrained. This left Lupin conflicted. He felt he should stay, not only to support Sirius but to help guide Harry. Yet his savings from his brief teaching stint were modest. He could manage for a while, but not indefinitely, and he had no intention of burdening Sirius financially. Chapter 554, Cooperation. Lupin had been seriously considering the opportunity in Romania. A few months ago, he had sent a letter to the Dragon Reserve, candidly including not only his teaching experience at Hogwarts but also his status as a werewolf. To his surprise, their response had been neither a rejection nor a demand for a reduced salary, a condition he had grown accustomed to. Instead, they offered him an interview. The only stipulation was that he needed a recommendation letter from Dumbledore or at least 2 Hogwarts professors, serving as a testament to his qualifications and character. Lupin understood this request. Compared to the obstacles he had faced in the past, it seemed almost trivial. In fact, it felt like an incredible opportunity. The Dragon Reserve appeared to be one of the few places willing to offer him a fair chance at a normal job. Yet, his thoughts kept shifting between the prospect of work and concerns about Harry. Kyle, watching Lupin's inner turmoil play out on his face, finally spoke up. "I have an idea that would let you stay here without worrying about money. Would you like to hear it?" "You have an idea?" Lupin asked, startled. He knew Kyle was clever, it had been Kyle's ingenuity that helped clear Sirius's name. Perhaps he truly had a solution. "Well, I could lend you some galleons," Kyle offered. Lupin sighed, his initial hope fading. "Lend me galleons?" "No, I can't take money from a student." "But you're not a professor anymore," Kyle pointed out. "Still, I really can't." "It's not just the principal, I wouldn't be able to pay it back," Lupin said, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "That's not true," Kyle said confidently, gesturing toward the Shrieking Shack. "You already have a solution right in front of you." "What?" Lupin looked at him, confused. Kyle pointed to the dilapidated building. "Sirius just said he wants to leave the Shrieking Shack in your hands, right? This is the only wizarding village in the area, and it's right next to Hogwarts. Any kind of shop here would be profitable." Lupin frowned. "But Sirius bought it. If he wants to open a shop, the earnings would be his, and rightly so. I'd be happy to help, but I wouldn't take a single canute. What if you went in as a co-owner?" Kyle suggested. "I could lend you 2,500 galleons, and you could give it to Sirius as your share of the investment. That would make it a joint property. I'm sure he wouldn't say no." Lupin looked taken aback. "That's true, but wait, how much did you say?" 2,500 galleons, Kyle repeated, puzzled. "Half of 5,000. Isn't that right?" "I know the math, but how on earth do you have that kind of money?" Lupin asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. "It's not that much," Kyle said, scratching his head. "I'm not sure exactly how much I have, but it's definitely enough. We made a lot of money at the Quidditch World Cup, and even after splitting it 6 ways, I had nearly 1,000 galleons. Add in the Triwizard Tournament prize, and I've still got plenty left." He paused, thinking aloud. "If I'm short, I could figure something out. Maybe sell some basilisk skin to Snape, though that's risky. He knows about the basilisk, and I doubt he'd pay me fairly. But it wouldn't matter, I'll have the championship prize in a few months, so I wouldn't even need to go that far." Lupin, still dazed, tried to process Kyle's explanation. He had known Kyle was well off, he'd seen the boy's spending habits last year on the train. But 2,000 or 3,000 galleons. That was beyond what he had imagined. It wasn't just a little money, it was a fortune. "Kyle, how old are you?" Lupin asked absently, his tone tinged with disbelief. 15, Kyle replied. just old enough to meet the age line for the Goblet of Fire. Lupin's expression grew even more bewildered. Kyle was 15 and had somehow earned more than 2,000 galleons. At 15, Lupin had been preoccupied with helping James and Sirius cover up their rule-breaking antics. The contrast was staggering. But Lupin began, only to be cut off. "This is the best solution," Kyle interjected. "It lets you keep an eye on Harry, which I think you want to do. And the 2,500 galleons aren't a gift. You'll have to pay them back. If you're serious about taking care of Harry, you'll need to establish yourself with some property." Lupin hesitated, frowning as he mulled over the idea. The practicality of it appealed to him, but the thought of taking such a large sum, even as a loan, made him uneasy. He stood motionless, lost in thought, until Sirius and Harry emerged from the shrieking shack. At last, Lupin made up his mind. "Fine. But I will pay you interest. If you refuse, I'd rather not take it at all." Kyle grinned. "Why would I refuse money being offered to me? It's settled, then." "Good," Lupin said with a nod, though his expression remained solemn. "Wait here," Kyle said. He set down his suitcase, opened it, and stepped inside. Lupin instinctively took a step back, the memory of Kyle's suitcase bringing back a moment of vivid unease. He recalled how, during a full moon last year, Kyle had pulled out Devil's Snare to subdue him as a werewolf. The encounter had left him bedridden in the hospital wing for days. Glancing toward Sirius, Lupin narrowed his eyes accusingly. "What's that look for?" Sirius asked, bewildered as he emerged from the shack. "I haven't done anything. By the way, where's Kyle?" "In the suitcase," Lupin replied irritably. "And don't make any comments, or I might just hex you for good measure." Sirius muttered something under his breath, looking thoroughly confused. A few minutes later, Kyle reappeared, carrying a smaller suitcase in one hand and a squirming, squawking Niffler in the other. He wrestled the creature back into the suitcase with considerable difficulty. "It's all here, just as you asked," Kyle said, handing Lupin the smaller suitcase. "Do you want to double-check?" "No need," Lupin replied, though he couldn't resist opening the case. Inside was a fortune, a suitcase full of golden galleons, courtesy of an undetectable extension charm. Lupin's hands trembled as he nearly dropped the case, his doubts dissolving at the sight. "You've been carrying all this around with you?" Lupin asked incredulously. "Why not leave it at Gringotts? Why would I pay goblins to keep my gold for me?" Kyle said matter-of-factly. "They've got a dragon guarding hundreds of vaults. I've got a dragon guarding one suitcase. Which sounds safer to you?" He grinned. "The only problem is this little guy." He pointed at the Niffler. "Its pockets are unbelievable. It's stolen over 1,000 galleons from the dragon's hoard, one coin at a time. I just happened to catch it red-handed this time." "What are you even talking about? And what is that?" Sirius asked, stepping closer. Lupin took a deep breath, closed the suitcase, and turned toward Sirius. "Follow me. We need to talk." "Can't we talk here?" "Harry and Kyle aren't outsiders," Sirius protested. "No. Come with me," Lupin insisted, his tone brooking no argument. "Fine," Sirius grumbled, trailing behind as Lupin led him back into the shrieking shack. Chapter 555, Can you go to Madame Putafoot's tea shop? Harry decided to wait outside the shrieking shack for Lupin and Sirius while Kyle collected his suitcase and left. He soon found Kana and the others at the Three Broomsticks, gathered around a table and drinking butterbeer. "Kyle, your classes finished early today?" Kana asked as he approached. "No, Professor Dumbledore's away from the castle today. I came here with Sirius," Kyle explained. "Got it," Kana replied with a nod. "Want a drink? How about a cold butterbeer?" Kyle glanced at the menu and sighed. Butterbeer costs sickles, it's too expensive. The table fell silent for a beat. Kyle, the one who had just lent out 2,500 galleons without hesitation, complaining about butterbeer prices. Fred, halfway to taking a sip from his mug, froze and blinked at Kyle in disbelief. "Ron, where did you get Polyjuice Potion and Kyle's hair?" Fred finally asked, his tone deadpan. George chimed in without missing a beat. "If you're smart, you'll change back quickly, or find somewhere to hide for 2 hours. If Kyle finds out, you'll be dragon dung. Or chomping cabbage fertilizer," Fred added. "You know Kyle's temper." Kyle gave them an unimpressed look. "Do I really seem like some kind of murderous Dark Lord to you?" Fred shook his head, still playing along. "Ron, I have to give you credit. You're putting on a great act. But you messed up a key detail," George added, smirking. "Kyle doesn't just talk about butterbeer. He drinks it like water. From one glass to the next. Do your research next time." Kyle folded his arms, his tone dripping with mock indignation. And you two need to work on your act. When have I ever poured butterbeer like that? Fred raised an eyebrow. Not giving up, huh? Fine, Kyle. Tell me, what's growing in the flower pot in your suitcase? Mandragora, Kyle replied without hesitation. The twins froze. George leaned forward, squinting. Wait a second. Are you actually Kyle? Obviously, Kyle said, rolling his eyes. Fred scratched his head, perplexed. That doesn't make any sense. Kyle complaining about butterbeer prices. That's like Ron walking into Quality Quidditch supplies and buying a firebolt off the shelf. Kanna laughed at the back and forth. Don't worry, Kyle. I'll buy you one, she said, standing up and heading to the bar. She returned a moment later with a frosty butterbeer in hand. Thanks, Kyle said, shooting a glance at Fred and George. Unlike some people, who lost a bet ages ago and were supposed to buy me butterbeer for life. Funny how short memories can be. That's okay, Kanna said with a smile, resting her chin in her hand. I'll buy you as many butterbeers as you want. Kyle grinned. I'll hold you to that. Kanna replied cheerfully. Fred groaned and put his glass down with a thud. I'm telling you too, don't push it. I feel like I bought fake butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks. It's gone sour. I'll buy you 20 butterbeers if it means you'll finally leave, George muttered. Then you can head over to Madame Pootafoot's. That's more your scene. Kyle wrinkled his nose. Absolutely not. That place is tiny and cramped, and their coffee's as sweet as treacle. No thanks. Exactly, Kanna agreed with a nod. George sighed dramatically and leaned back in his chair, muttering under his breath, all I wanted was a pumpkin fizz. Why is this so hard? By the time they stepped out of the Three Broomsticks, the sun was high in the sky, signaling noon. Fred and George veered off toward Zonko's joke shop for another round of browsing, but Kyle and Kanna had little interest and decided to head straight back to the castle. As they walked along the path, Kyle recounted the events that had transpired earlier at the Shrieking Shack. 2,500 galleons. No wonder you suddenly started acting so thrifty, Kanna remarked, shaking her head in mild disbelief. Well, I do still have some, Kyle admitted, grinning. But they're stored somewhere, inconveniently safe. It's a bit of a hassle to retrieve them. Gringotts. Kanna guessed. Nope, in the Niffler's pocket, Kyle said, laughing. The little thief runs away from me now like I'm some kind of predator. Kanna chuckled at the image. Can you blame it? After all that gold was emptied from its bag, I'd run too. Want me to lend you some, she offered. Kyle shook his head. No need. It's just a temporary thing. I'll be fine after the Triwizard Tournament, the winner gets 1,000 galleons. You're that confident you'll win? Kanna raised an eyebrow. What if you lose to Fleur or Crumb? That's not happening, Kyle said firmly. Even if it's just for the prize money, I'll win. Kanna smirked. Everyone else is in it for the glory, but you're here for the gold. It's all the same, isn't it? Kyle waved her comment away nonchalantly. As they passed through the gates and neared the castle, they spotted a familiar figure hurtling toward them with boundless energy. Well done, Kyle. Sirius called out, practically bouncing with joy. I couldn't convince Moony to stay here for months, and you managed it in half an hour. I should have brought you along sooner. Have you two talked about it already? Kyle asked. Do you even need to ask? Sirius replied, grinning ear to ear. Of course I said yes. I bought the place for Moony in the first place. He once told me the happiest day of his life was the first time we all transformed into Animagi and joined him at the Shrieking Shack. James and I talked after graduation about how, when we had enough money, we'd buy the shack, open a shop, and give Moony a job there so he'd have a steady income and a place to live. But Sirius hesitated, his expression shifting to something more somber. Well, you know what happened after that. None of it worked out. But it's not too late to make things right. Sirius's mood quickly brightened again. I'll head to Gringotts right now and withdraw the money to pay you back. He started toward the gates, only to be stopped by Kyle's hand on his arm. If you want Lupin to stay, don't do that, Kyle said, letting go of Sirius's arm and shaking his head. Lupin understands your intentions, but he'll never accept your money as a gift. That's his bottom line. Think of it as a way to maintain some dignity in front of his friends. But that's ridiculous. Sirius protested. Moony knows I don't care about money. It doesn't matter to me at all. But it matters to him, Kyle said firmly. If he finds out you helped pay back the loan, he'll leave. No question about it. Sirius frowned deeply. That's so unnecessary. Maybe. But it's how he feels, Kyle shrugged. Just trust him to handle it. Do you think he can't manage? Of course he can, Sirius said, his tone brooking no doubt. Mooney's the smartest of all of us. He'll manage just fine. Then leave it at that, Kyle said with a satisfied smile. Focus on helping him with what he actually needs. Renovating the Shrieking Shack after all these years is no small task. Chapter 556, Chapter 556, Testing the Waters. Sirius and Lupin worked quickly, and by the following day, they had already started cleaning up the Shrieking Shack. As Kyle had warned, restoring a house that had been abandoned for years was no small task. The place was infested with pests like doxies and wood lice, and Lupin even discovered 2 boggots hiding in the attic. Sirius proposed demolishing the entire structure and rebuilding it from scratch, arguing it would be faster. However, Lupin disagreed, insisting that the Shrieking Shack was still structurally sound and it would be wasteful to destroy it. After a lengthy debate, they reached a compromise. They would keep the house intact but clear out everything inside, making the cleanup process more efficient. Kyle had visited the Shrieking Shack once before, using the secret passage beneath the Whomping Willow. This time, while Sirius and Lupin busied themselves with the renovation, the noise they made attracted the attention of Hogsmeade's shopkeepers. Curious about the commotion, many of them gathered to investigate. Some, like Mr. Ambrosius Flume and his wife from Honeydukes, even pitched in, helping to clear the yard of weeds and flesh-eating slugs. The shopkeepers were generally welcoming, as Hogsmeade was a tight-knit community, and the prospect of reviving the infamous Shrieking Shack intrigued them. Despite its eerie reputation, the shack's dilapidated state had begun to tarnish the village's appearance, and they were glad to see it getting some attention. Kyle didn't stay long, though. Lupin sent him home after about half an hour, assuring him that small tasks like cleaning didn't require his help. Besides, it wasn't a designated Hogsmeade visiting day, and if any professor spotted Kyle at the 3 Broomsticks having a drink, he might face demerits or even detention. Understanding the risks, Kyle nodded and left without protest. As he walked away from Whomping Willow, Kyle thought he spotted Harry, Hermione, and Ron on the school grounds. The 3 seemed to be attempting to remain unseen, as they were draped in Harry's cloak of invisibility. However, their feet were still visible, creating a peculiar sight. Realizing they were near the Whomping Willow and likely didn't want to be noticed, Kyle chose to act as though he hadn't seen them and continued on his way without a second glance. On Monday morning, Dumbledore returned to the castle. That same day, the newspaper featured a short, easily overlooked line. Decree restricting Aurors not passed. The words were tiny, wedged between 2 larger articles, making them hard to notice unless you looked closely. Despite this, Professor Moody was livid. During the afternoon's defense against the dark arts class, he openly criticized the ministry, accusing its officials of incompetence. He claimed they were all talk and had no idea about the daily challenges Aurors faced. I think the professor is right, Cho said seriously from her seat. If the ministry had actually passed that restrictive decree, I would never consider becoming an Auror. Don't worry, Kyle replied with a grin. If they really passed it, tomorrow we'd probably read about Aurors resigning en masse. As he spoke, Kyle slid the Marauder's map back into his pocket. Since Professor Moody had been absent for a month, Kyle had brought the map with him before class, just to check something. The good news was that Moody's name still didn't appear on the map, just as it hadn't before. Still, to be cautious, Kyle hurried out of the classroom as soon as the lesson ended. Catching up with Professor Moody, who hadn't gone far, he called out to him. Professor. Kyle began calmly, didn't you say you wanted to assess our mastery of the shield charm? You didn't mention it just now, are we covering it in the next class? Shield charm. Professor Moody turned to look at him, his normal eye narrowing while the magical blue one swiveled to fix on Kyle. I think you must have remembered that wrong, Moody said firmly. The shield charm was part of the first lesson, and I've already spent plenty of time teaching it. Whether you've learned it or not, I won't waste any more time on it, it's pointless. Then I must have remembered incorrectly, Kyle replied, his tone neutral. Maybe it was Professor Black who mentioned it when he was covering for you last month. If that's the case, forget about it, Moody said, his gaze shifting briefly to the students passing in the corridor. At least while I'm teaching, you can be sure I won't waste time checking your shield charm again. I understand, Professor, Kyle said, turning to leave. Moody's magical eye tracked his movements, and a peculiar smile spread across his scarred face, one that was equal parts unsettling and amused. You're a sharp one, boy, Moody rasped. Sharper than those bumbling ministry idiots. Not one of them suspected I might be an imposter, no caution, no vigilance. Pitiful. Kyle blinked, feigning confusion. I don't understand what you mean, Professor. His tone was measured, but he couldn't deny that Moody's words hit uncomfortably close to home. Moody, however, seemed entirely uninterested in Kyle's reaction and continued, verification is essential. Everyone knows I only drink from my own flask. He tapped the flask tucked into his pocket. If someone wanted to impersonate me, all they'd have to do is fill this with polyjuice potion and sip it every hour. Simple, isn't it? Kyle remained silent. What was there to say? After all, someone had done exactly that. Have you thought about becoming an Auror? Moody asked abruptly. An Auror? Kyle repeated, shaking his head. Not at the moment, but maybe someday. Well, you should, Moody said, his tone gruff but not unkind. He pointed to his magical eye. I trust my instincts, and you're sharp, more vigilant than most, and that's what matters most. Vigilance is an Auror's greatest weapon. And you, Moody added, his voice taking on a rare note of approval, you've got that weapon. Mark my words, boy, you'll make a legendary Auror someday, just like your mother. My mother. Kyle paused, caught off guard. Until now, he'd only wanted to escape the conversation as quickly as possible, but Moody's statement surprised him. Professor, I think you must be mistaken. My mother isn't an Auror. Mistaken? No, I'm not, Moody said with a low chuckle. Diana wasn't just any Auror, she was exceptional, one of the best I've ever seen. She could have taken over the Auror office one day if she'd stayed. Kyle frowned, his surprise giving way to skepticism. But she didn't stay, Moody continued, his voice carrying a note of regret. And now, I think she made the right choice. The ministry today is corrupt, rotten to the core. And fudge. That man doesn't care about doing the job well, only about holding on to power. Moody's temper flared again, and without waiting for a response, he turned and began limping down the corridor toward his office, muttering curses under his breath. Even as Moody's uneven steps faded, the echo of his grumbling about the ministry lingered in the air. Chapter 557, Nicholas Flamel's Letter. Diana was once an Auror. To be honest, this revelation genuinely surprised Kyle. He instinctively doubted Professor Moody's memory, but after a moment's reflection, he realized it was plausible. Kyle recalled his visit to Diagon Alley the year he received his Hogwarts acceptance letter. The leaky cauldron, usually lively and crowded, fell eerily silent the instant Diana walked through the door. It was clear that her role as an unspeakable in the Department of Mysteries couldn't have caused such a reaction. After all, very few people even knew what that entailed, it was a closely guarded secret. Auror. Kyle murmured, the word lingering on his lips as he turned back toward the classroom door. Without further thought, he walked with Kana toward the staircase. For the next 2 weeks, Kyle continued his Saturday sessions in the headmaster's office, studying under Dumbledore. This arrangement left those in the know envious of his opportunity. As Easter approached, the final extended break before the school year's end, the workload for fifth years grew heavier, with the OWL exams looming on the horizon. The professors' demands escalated, and students were using more parchment in a single day than they had in an entire week earlier in the year. Kyle, however, was an exception. His time studying with Dumbledore exempted him from most of his assignments, leaving only his potions and history of magic homework to complete. Unsurprisingly, even Dumbledore couldn't excuse him from Professor Snape's assignments. As for history of magic, not even Dumbledore's influence carried weight with Professor Binns. This arrangement saved Kyle considerable time. According to Mikkel, Professor McGonagall had been assigning daily scrolls of homework, prompting him to stockpile parchment and ink every trip to Hogsmeade just to keep up. The day before the Easter holidays, which fell on a Saturday, anyone outside the castle might have noticed golden red flashes of light emanating from the windows of the headmaster's office. Inside, the office was unrecognizable. It had been magically expanded to an immense size, and Dumbledore had somehow conjured a lake as large as the Black Lake within the room. Embers burned on the lake's surface, and the heat in the room was stifling, akin to standing inside a furnace. The portraits of former headmasters had crowded into a single frame depicting a winter scene, as though it might offer them relief, despite their inability to feel the heat. Fawkes, however, was thoroughly enjoying himself. The phoenix perched contentedly, eyes half closed, occasionally letting out a soft, satisfied trill. Not bad. Even I can't find fault with it, Dumbledore remarked, his eyes twinkling as he observed Kyle, who sat slumped in a chair, panting heavily. With a wave of his wand, the lake vanished, and the office reverted to its usual form. Here, have some. You'll like it. A cup of steaming hot cocoa appeared on a nearby table. Kyle reached for it eagerly, taking a deep sip. As I was saying, Kyle, Dumbledore said, taking a sip of the tea in front of him, you have fully mastered this charm, and there is no need for you to continue practicing it. You don't need to come see me again until next Saturday, so you're free to do as you like until then. Okay. Kyle nodded, his earlier excitement settling into a more composed demeanor. He reached into his bag, pulling out the book Dumbledore had lent him at the beginning of their sessions. Professor, can I keep this? If you like it, of course, Dumbledore replied with a warm smile. To be honest, when it was published, hardly anyone read it. Ancient runes just didn't capture most people's interest. But there are still some people who enjoy it, right? Kyle asked. That's true, Dumbledore agreed, his eyes twinkling. Oh, by the way, I have something else to tell you. What is it? Kyle asked, slipping the book back into his pocket. It concerns the Easter holidays. Dumbledore opened a drawer and retrieved a fragment of red stone, holding it out to Kyle. "This can't be Nicholas's portkey." Kyle blurted out. The fragment looked strikingly familiar. Kyle had one of his own, though his was blue. Nicholas Flamel had given it to him years ago, explaining that it would allow him to return to the library at Flamel's Paris mansion if he ever needed to. Kyle had never used it, unsure when he might require it. "I see you remember, so I won't elaborate," Dumbledore said with a nod. "Yes, this is a key to the door. Nicholas wrote to me yesterday, saying you might need it. Ah, and here it is now." As if on cue, a brown owl appeared outside the window. Dumbledore opened it to let the bird in. The owl flew straight to Kyle, dropped a letter into his hand, and then, in a dramatic flourish, shook itself into a pile of feathers before vanishing entirely. "Don't be alarmed," Dumbledore said, noting Kyle's surprised expression. "Nicholas fashioned this from a single owl feather to ensure no one could trace his address through the owls." Kyle nodded in understanding and unfolded the letter. "I take back what I said before. You may need to come. A certain madam seems to want to have a chat with you." The letter was brief and unsigned, but it ended with a distinctive crown-like symbol. "Looks like you've got new business," Dumbledore said with a knowing smile. "Do you need any assistance?" "I have some free time." "Thank you, Professor, but I don't think I need help for now," Kyle replied after a brief pause. "This seems related to something I asked Nicholas to fix earlier, though it appears something has gone a bit wrong." "That's unusual, Nicholas rarely has issues with his work." "Oh, but I think I understand," Dumbledore said, an expression of realization crossing his face. "I was wondering what you planned to do with that locket. Were you considering using a basilisk fang to destroy it? I remember Nicholas studying Horcruxes extensively. No one knows more about them than he does." "Yes, that's true," Kyle admitted. Dumbledore's assumption wasn't entirely wrong, but it wasn't the full picture. Nicholas had indeed reached out because of Horcruxes, but not the locket. Nicholas had mentioned being preoccupied with the Philosopher's Stone and the Time Turner, leaving him no time for other matters. The locket should still be untouched. The crown symbol on the letter was unmistakable. It clearly referred to Ravenclaw's diadem. But of course, Dumbledore didn't know this. "Professor, when does this portkey expire?" Kyle asked. "Whenever you use it," Dumbledore replied. "Simply hold it and say the name Nicholas Flamel. However, I suggest leaving tomorrow. The train departs at 9 a.m. Don't forget, you're still a champion. Every move you make is being watched. Leaving early might arouse your guests' suspicions." "Tomorrow it is, then," Kyle agreed. He wasn't eager to leave immediately anyway. Nicholas's letter had come abruptly, leaving him with too many unanswered questions. He needed time to think. A madam wanted to speak with him. But who could that be? Kyle was certain it wasn't Nicholas's wife. With the mention of Ravenclaw's diadem, a thought crept into his mind. It seemed improbable, even ridiculous, but no other explanation fit. Chapter 558, Chapter 558, The Magical Diadem. The next day marked the start of the Easter holiday. Kyle rose early, leaving the common room before most of the castle had stirred. His first destination, with the assistance of the Fat Friar, was the castle tower, where he found Helena. Afterward, he made his way to Hogsmeade Station, arriving well before 9 o'clock. Perhaps due to the Triwizard Tournament, there were hardly any students going home for the break this year. As a result, Kyle found himself the sole occupant of the entire prefect's compartment. It was a welcome convenience, no need to search for a quieter spot. As the train doors closed and the locomotive began to rumble, Kyle took out the key Dumbledore had entrusted to him. Holding it carefully, he whispered, "Nicholas Flamel." The sound of the train's whistle vanished abruptly. When Kyle opened his eyes again, he was no longer aboard the train but standing at the entrance of a grand manor. Before him stretched a magnificent gate flanked by two lifelike dragon statues. Curious, Kyle approached the statues. He recalled Nicholas mentioning that these creations were among his most satisfying works in recent centuries. Despite their impressive craftsmanship, Kyle didn't sense anything particularly magical about them. They seemed like ordinary stone statues, albeit intricately inscribed with runes and symbols. "Welcome, sir." The shrill voice startled Kyle, and he turned to see Tata, a house elf, bowing deeply to him. "My master has instructed Tata to greet you," the elf said, straightening slightly. "Thank you," Kyle replied politely, finding himself more at ease with Tata guiding him. "It is an honor," Tata said before leading Kyle into the manor. The journey took them through the elegant front courtyard, into the grand foyer, and down a lengthy corridor before they stopped at the door of an unassuming room. Tata knocked lightly, and the door soon opened. Inside, Kyle encountered Nicholas Flamel, not in person, but through the surface of a large mirror. The image resembled the portraits in the headmaster's office, though Nicholas's figure was much more dynamic. "I'm delighted to see you, Kyle," Nicholas said warmly from the mirror, turning slightly as he spoke. The Philosopher's Stone is at a critical stage, so I cannot leave my work. Thankfully, I prepared this in advance. As Nicholas spoke, the reflection in the mirror leaned forward, poking its head through the glass. A moment later, his entire body passed through the table as if it weren't there, materializing before Kyle. Another use for the pensieve, Nicholas explained. What you're seeing is a memory. Even without the explanation, Kyle could tell this wasn't the real Nicholas. Apart from his ability to phase through solid objects, his pace was far too brisk for a man of Nicholas's age. While the two spoke, Tata quietly slipped out of the room, shutting the door behind him. You received my letter, didn't you? Nicholas asked. Kyle nodded. Good. Then come here. Nicholas led Kyle to a nearby shelf. At its center rested a purple velvet cushion, atop which sat an elegant crown, Ravenclaw's diadem. The once corroded artifact had been fully restored to its original splendor. The silver gleamed like freshly polished metal, shaped into the form of a raven with wings outstretched. At the center, where the raven's body would be, was a single, brilliant sapphire. The diadem, now pristine, exuded no discernible magical aura. To Kyle, it seemed like nothing more than a beautifully crafted piece of jewelry. The most perfect alchemy techniques result in almost no loss of magical power, Nicholas sighed. It took me nearly 300 years to achieve that. He then shifted topics, his expression more thoughtful. I imagine you've guessed who I referred to as the madam in my letter. Kyle hesitated, then nodded. I have a name in mind, but it's hard to believe. It feels incredible. To be honest, I feel the same, Nicholas admitted with a faint smile. I thought I had seen it all, nothing could surprise me anymore. And then, the other day, I suddenly heard the diadem. He shook his head in disbelief. I nearly fell out of my chair. But you might be able to handle this better than I did. After all, you've already met her once. So, it really was Rowena Ravenclaw? Kyle asked, almost incredulous. Who else could it be? Nicholas laughed. The diadem wasn't going to channel Albus's voice. That would have been terrifying, Kyle chuckled. Dumbledore still didn't know the diadem had been found, and neither Kyle nor Nicholas had mentioned it to him. Both agreed that if Dumbledore insisted on reclaiming it for the school, the situation could grow complicated. Well, Nicholas continued, Madam Ravenclaw seems to want a private word with you, so I won't keep you. Just put the diadem on your head. With that, Nicholas then disappeared, and his form dissolved into faint flashes of light within the mirror, leaving Kyle alone in the room. Kyle approached the diadem on the cushion. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, but it felt unassuming in his hands, weighing about the same as a book. Taking a deep breath, he placed it carefully on his head. The moment the diadem settled, the world seemed to brighten. Kyle's thoughts clarified as if a fog had lifted, and long-standing puzzles unraveled in an instant. For example, he now understood why his firestorm charm was so inferior to Dumbledore's. He believed the issue lay in the amount of magic he used, but he realized now that wasn't the case. The key was efficiency. He didn't need to waste energy maintaining the flame's form and stability. Instead, he should have used his magic to activate runes, letting them handle the structure. All Kyle had to do was guide the charm, like flying a kite. As long as the string was in his hands, the kite wouldn't drift out of control. No wonder Dumbledore had urged him repeatedly to study the book on ancient runes. Curiosity drew Kyle's gaze to the mirror on the wall. To his astonishment, the runes engraved on its frame sprang to life. They shimmered, shifted, and organized themselves into patterns, forming a scene that resembled a Quidditch match. Some runes became chasers, others seekers. The Quaffle, Bludger, and Golden Snitch all played their parts, weaving together a mesmerizing game. Each rune's role was distinct yet interdependent, creating a flawless system. This is incredible. Kyle murmured, captivated. That's because you already know this information, said a cold, calm voice, both unfamiliar and yet strangely familiar. Startled, Kyle froze as the voice continued. The diadem cannot grant knowledge you do not possess. If someone ignorant of runes were to wear this, they'd gain nothing. Even now, you only understand the mirror's function because of what you've already learned. As the voice faded, so did the vision before his eyes. The enchanting clarity and brilliance vanished, leaving Kyle with an abrupt and overwhelming sense of loss. He wanted the sensation back. He wanted it to last forever. A cool breeze, like the whisper of a dew-soaked morning, stirred the air and pulled him momentarily back to his senses. No. Kyle gasped, shivering as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Now he understood Nicholas's warning. The intoxicating feeling of omniscience was dangerously addictive. Just a few seconds had left him craving more. If he continued wearing the diadem for any length of time, the abrupt return to normalcy would likely drive him mad. Resolving to end the experience, Kyle reached up to remove the diadem. But to his horror, it refused to budge, it felt as though it had fused to his head. Panic began to well up as he tugged harder, but the artifact wouldn't budge. Chapter 559, Rowena Ravenclaw. Not bad. The cold voice spoke again, cutting through Kyle's rising panic. Your clemency has improved greatly since the last time we met. That is why you were able to regain control so quickly. Kyle exhaled deeply, the voice steadying his thoughts. At that moment, he realized he had emerged from that overwhelming state of omniscience without actually removing Ravenclaw's diadem. The clarity he regained was undoubtedly due to her intervention. Madam Ravenclaw? Kyle asked cautiously. It is I. Though he had suspected this, hearing the confirmation left him momentarily stunned. It felt unreal, Rowena Ravenclaw herself was speaking to him. How is this possible? Kyle muttered. Then, catching himself, he quickly added, I mean, it's been over 1,000 years, and there's no time-turner here. Salazar's time-turner is merely a tool, Ravenclaw explained patiently. Once it is known that you exist, time ceases to be an absolute barrier, which is why Godric warned you not to tamper with the time-turner. But Kyle hesitated, still trying to make sense of it all. Didn't Mr. Slytherin promise to help me deal with the effects of time? That's correct, Ravenclaw acknowledged. Salazar carved a forgetfulness charm into the chamber. Its purpose was to ensure that once we left, we would forget our encounter with a student from 1,000 years in the future. However, she paused momentarily before continuing, this charm does not affect the diadem. When I later realized I had forgotten something, the diadem allowed me to recover that portion of my memory. Kyle nodded slowly. After witnessing the diadem's abilities firsthand, he didn't doubt her words. But sealing away the memory was a decision we four made together, Ravenclaw added. To avoid unintended consequences, I locked this knowledge within the diadem itself. So, you now know everything that's happened over the past 1,000 years? Kyle asked, still struggling to comprehend the full scope of the situation. If you mean the fact that the diadem was turned into a Horcrux, no. Ravenclaw's voice remained calm, her tone as still and frigid as a frozen lake. It carried no trace of the anger Kyle had seen in Helena when she learned about the Horcrux. Aren't you angry? Kyle asked, unable to contain his curiosity. I anticipated it, and I already know it. Why should I feel anger? Kyle blinked, surprised by her composure. When I first mentioned the diadem during our initial meeting, Ravenclaw explained, your expression changed. In that moment, I realized that my diadem had likely been made into a Horcrux. I also deduced the same fate befell the objects representing Salazar and Helga. And Mr. Gryffindor? Kyle ventured. You didn't look at him. Ravenclaw's voice carried a faint note of amusement. When I mentioned the diadem, your eyes instinctively glanced at the three of us, but you pointedly ignored Godric. Kyle's mouth twitched. Was she serious? Could she really deduce all that just from a glance? He remembered their encounter vividly. Ravenclaw had been the last to speak, and barely a second or two had passed before the vision faded. How could anyone analyze so much in such a short time? Kyle thought incredulously. She couldn't possibly have some sort of mind-reading magic, could she? Kyle continued to ask questions, and Rowena Ravenclaw responded with remarkable patience, as though she were a professor addressing her students' curiosities. Eventually, the conversation turned to the reason for her appearance, or more precisely, why this memory had awakened within the diadem. Because of you, she said simply. Me. Kyle frowned, puzzled. Yes, Ravenclaw confirmed. I put this memory into a deep sleep, waiting for the right moment to awaken. And the young alchemist, Nicholas, happened to hold memories of you that were sufficient to rouse me. Kyle couldn't help but feel a little odd. He was fairly certain this was the first time anyone had referred to Nicholas Flamel as the young alchemist. Of course, coming from Ravenclaw's perspective, the description was technically accurate. But why? Kyle asked. I don't see what's so special about me that you'd go to such lengths, waiting 1,000 years, no less. There are two reasons, Ravenclaw explained. First, although I already know it has happened, I still cannot bear to see my diadem turned into a Horcrux. You've already destroyed one of this person's Horcruxes, and I believe you will continue to do so. If the temptation to wear the diadem becomes overwhelming, this memory of mine could save your life. Kyle pressed his lips together thoughtfully. Until now, he had assumed that Ravenclaw's essence within the diadem was no different from the magical portraits in the castle, able to speak but otherwise powerless. Yet her words suggested she retained some of her original abilities, which was unsettling. What's the second reason? Kyle asked, curiosity driving him on. This time, Ravenclaw hesitated. After a lengthy pause, her voice softened. My daughter, Helena Ravenclaw, she said quietly. When I regained this memory, I made a prediction, and I saw a ghost. For the first time, her tone faltered, trembling slightly. Only those who fear death, or wizards with deep obsessions, can turn into ghosts and return to the darkest corners of their memories. Please, tell her this for me, no matter what she chooses to do, she must stop punishing herself so cruelly. Kyle froze. The future? Of course, when Ravenclaw had sealed this memory, Helena had yet to steal the diadem. It was astonishing, though not entirely surprising, how closely they resembled each other. Both mother and daughter had waited 1,000 years to entrust him with a message. Madam Ravenclaw, if that is your wish, then I will not take this upon myself, Kyle began. I can offer you a satisfactory price, Ravenclaw interrupted, her tone tinged with urgency. Knowledge, wealth, anything you desire, as long as you can find her. No, you misunderstand, Kyle said, shaking his head. I think this is something the two of you should say to each other. With that, he placed his suitcase on the table and opened it. A pearly white figure drifted out from within, Helena Ravenclaw, also known as the Grey Lady. This is where the diadem is kept. Helena began, but her gaze immediately locked onto Kyle's head. I suggest you take it off, or you'll drive yourself mad eventually. I'd love to, but I can't, Kyle replied with a helpless shrug. To demonstrate, he reached up and gave the diadem a firm tug, and it came off easily. The atmosphere turned awkward in an instant. Moments ago, the diadem had seemed fused to his head, and now it was as if it had never been stuck at all. Believe me, it really wouldn't come off before, Kyle said, his voice dry. Helena raised an eyebrow, her expression skeptical. Even Peeves wouldn't tell such an unconvincing lie. Seriously, Kyle sighed, cutting himself off. Never mind. Without further protest, he approached Helena and moved to place the diadem on her head. It won't work. Ghosts can't touch anything, Helena said flatly. I just need to see it. Kyle knew this, but for some reason, an inexplicable urge pushed him to continue. A voice in the back of his mind assured him it would work. He gently lowered the diadem onto Helena's head, releasing it, and to his astonishment, it stayed. Chapter 560, the only idler in the manor. Helena seemed even more shocked than Kyle at the fact that she could wear the diadem. What is going on, she stammered, looking at Kyle as though he might have an explanation. Before Kyle could answer, Helena's pearl-white form trembled violently. Her expression shifted rapidly, shock, fear, disbelief. Panicking, she tried to grab the diadem to remove it, but her hands passed straight through the artifact, as if it were immaterial. Don't worry, Helena, Kyle said gently, a smile softening his tone. You wanted me to deliver a message to your mother, didn't you? Well, Madam Ravenclaw also has a message for you. Helena looked at him, wide-eyed, as he continued, and since I'm not particularly skilled at all post, I worried I might botch the delivery. So, I took the liberty of tricking you here. I hope you don't mind. Helena remained silent, but tears began to well in her eyes, pearly white, just like the rest of her. The tears fell to the ground, transforming into hazy wisps of smoke that drifted back into her body. You two must have a lot to talk about after 1,000 years, Kyle said, stepping toward the door. I'll leave you to it. As he reached the door, he paused, turning back to add, oh, and if you need anything, just call for Tata. He's the house elf here, and he'll hear you if you're anywhere in the manor. With that, Kyle gently closed the oak door behind him. The room fell silent, its voices cut off entirely. Though Kyle's curiosity itched at the thought of what mother and daughter might be saying after such a long separation, he knew it wasn't his place to listen. This was their moment, and eavesdropping would be a profound breach of privacy. He followed the corridor back to the manor's grand hall, where he found Tata diligently polishing a crystal ornament with a piece of flannel. Seeing Kyle, the house elf quickly stopped and gave a deep bow. Don't mind me, Tata, Kyle said, waving a hand dismissively as he glanced around to ensure they were alone. Is Mistress Perenelle also helping Nicholas with the Philosopher's Stone? Yes, Mistress is assisting as well, Tata confirmed with a nod. All right, Kyle replied casually, pulling up a chair and sitting down while Tata resumed polishing. Hours passed. The manor remained quiet, and there was no sign of movement from either the alchemy lab or the room where Helena and Ravenclaw were. Tata prepared a lavish lunch for Kyle, but the long dining table felt lonely with only one person eating. Kyle learned from Tata that Nicholas and Perenelle had been taking their meals in the alchemy room lately, engrossed in their work. As for Ravenclaw and Helena, a memory and a ghost, they had no need for food. By the time dessert was served and finished, even Tata had vanished, leaving Kyle entirely alone in the grand hall. Another few hours dragged by. Restless, Kyle finally got up and called out, Tata, can I go upstairs to the opera room? He reasoned that Helena and Ravenclaw would need plenty of time to reconcile after 1,000 years. Finding something to occupy himself seemed the only option. While Kyle didn't understand opera well, listening to it was better than pacing the hall endlessly. At the mention of the opera room, however, Tata appeared instantly, his demeanor suddenly tense. The house elf remembered Kyle's prior conversation with Dumbledore about dismantling the room and taking it. Clearly, the idea still had him on edge. My master said you could go into any room you like, Tata said, though his tone was hesitant. But you mustn't damage the house, sir. There are charms placed throughout the house, and if you try to break the walls, you could get hurt. I'm only going to listen to an opera, Kyle replied, perplexed. Why would I damage the walls? Tata seemed flustered and quickly backtracked. No, it's nothing, Tata was just talking. This way, sir. The house elf hastily set down the fluffy blanket he had been holding and led Kyle to a room upstairs. The opera room was as empty as ever. Kyle crossed to the wall directly opposite the door and pressed a symbol etched into its surface. In an instant, a full orchestra appeared as if by magic, filling the room with a rich, melodious symphony. Kyle listened to the enchanting music for a moment, then turned to Tata. If a ghost comes looking for you, let me know right away. At the mention of a ghost, Tata visibly trembled. His entire body seemed to shake, and he stuttered, sir must be joking with Tata. There are no ghosts here. Tata knows. The elf's teeth clattered audibly as he spoke. Are you afraid of ghosts? Kyle asked, raising an eyebrow. Tata's not afraid, the house elf responded sharply, puffing out his chest. Tata just doesn't like them. All right, fair enough, Kyle said, deciding not to press the matter. Fear of ghosts wasn't uncommon, and he recalled how nervous many first years had been upon encountering Hogwarts spectral residents. Here's what we'll do, Kyle continued. If you hear someone calling your name, just come straight to me. Don't worry about it. That ghost is a guest of Nicholas's, so it won't harm you. At the word guest, Tata seemed to relax slightly. Though still visibly nervous, his teeth finally stopped chattering. When will that guest, come looking for Tata? Tata asked tentatively. I'm not sure, Kyle admitted after a moment of thought. It could be today or tomorrow, I really don't know. But it shouldn't take too long. If you're nervous, you can stay by my side for the next couple of days. If anything unusual happens, just let me know right away. Tata's not scared, the house elf insisted, standing straighter. However, despite his words, he didn't move an inch from Kyle's side. Kyle chuckled softly, amused by Tata's thinly veiled fear. Without commenting further, he drew his wand and conjured 2 chairs, one for himself and one for Tata. He sat down and gestured for the house elf to join him. As the orchestra continued its performance, Kyle leaned back in his chair, enjoying the soothing melodies that filled the room. Kyle ended up spending the entire first day listening to opera, and then the second day passed in much the same way. Yet, there was still no sign of the oak door opening, nor any word from Nicholas or Perenelle. Every mealtime, Kyle sat alone at the long dining table. The empty hall and the echoing silence around him made him wonder if he'd been completely forgotten. Wait, could they really have forgotten about me? Kyle mused, looking around at the vast, empty dining room. For a moment, he felt like he might as well be the owner of the manor. By breakfast on the 3rd day, his patience began to wear thin. After finishing his meal, he stopped Tata, who was bustling off with his usual efficiency. Tata, could you bring me a mirror? A mirror? Tata asked, tilting his head. What kind of mirror does the gentleman require? Just a regular mirror, Kyle said. But a bit larger, with a wooden frame, if possible. Tata nodded and disappeared, returning shortly with exactly what Kyle had requested. The mirror was sizable and framed in a ring of polished sycamore wood, resembling the mirror of Ariste from the headmaster's office. Kyle directed Tata to place the mirror in an empty room, then followed him inside. At first, Kyle had assumed Helena and Ravenclaw would finish their conversation in a day or 2, but now it seemed their reunion could stretch out to a week, or even longer. Meanwhile, Nicholas and Perenelle showed no sign of leaving the alchemy room. The opera, while lovely, was not something Kyle could listen to endlessly for weeks on end. Besides, it felt unproductive to simply sit idle while everyone else was engrossed in their own work. With that in mind, Kyle decided to take on a project of his own, something ambitious, attempting to recreate the magical mirror he had seen in Nicholas's room, the one capable of storing memories. Thanks to the insight he'd gained from Ravenclaw's diadem, the magical formulas and runes engraved on the original mirror no longer seemed incomprehensible. He could now recall their purposes and placements with startling clarity. Although replicating such a complex artifact without the diadem's aid would be a significant challenge, Kyle was determined to try. He had time to spare, and success, even partial success, could be rewarding. In addition to this project, Kyle also planned to revisit the Firestorm charm. After identifying the issues with his previous technique, he wanted to see if the adjustments he conceptualized would make a noticeable difference. Soon, he could ask Tata if there was a spacious and sturdy spot nearby where he could safely use the charm without concern. Chapter 561, Successor to Filch. In the room, Kyle took his wand and used it like a quill, carefully drawing runes and symbols bit by bit on the mahogany frame. Drawing runes wasn't like writing with ink, any mistake was irreversible. It was a painstaking task requiring immense patience and focus, qualities Kyle fortunately possessed. As he concentrated on the intricate runes, time seemed to blur. A week had passed before he realized he had only completed half the frame. That also meant the Easter holidays were almost over. That morning, as usual, the house elf Tata brought a plate of sandwiches and bacon. Since the dining table was far too large and he was the only one there, Kyle found it more comfortable to eat in the room. He picked up a sandwich and was just about to take a bite when, suddenly, a head emerged from the plate right in front of him. Startled, Kyle nearly flung the sandwich across the room. Tata, equally frightened, let out a piercing scream and bolted from the room in a panic. "Lady Helena," Kyle said, regaining his composure with a lingering sense of shock. "When did you learn Peeves' tricks?" "No wonder Peeves enjoys pranks so much," Helena said lightly. "It is quite fun." Her tone was airy, almost playful, and she no longer carried the weight of her usual solemn demeanor. She was smiling, brightly and genuinely. As the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, Helena had always been considered one of the most striking of the Hogwarts ghosts. Even with her usual stern expression, she stood out. Now, with her radiant smile, she could likely leave even the bloody Baron dumbfounded. "Lady Helena, one Peeves is already enough for the castle," Kyle said helplessly, setting his sandwich down. "If there were two, I think everyone would lose their minds." "Are you finished scaring people?" "Not quite," Helena replied with a shake of her head. "But Mother said we can talk more later. For now, we should leave you alone." "Leave me alone?" Kyle asked, looking up at her, puzzled. "You'll understand soon enough," Helena said, her smile widening. "But you should hurry. The Easter holidays are almost over." Kyle nodded, putting away his wand and the half-finished frame. He stood and walked towards the other room. Tata had long since vanished after the terrified outburst. Kyle descended the stairs and pushed open the oak door of the adjoining room. On the table, sitting prominently, was the diadem. Pausing, Kyle picked it up, hesitating slightly as he considered whether or not to put it on. "Don't worry, with Mother around, she won't let you get carried away," said Helena, following behind Kyle. There was a trace of pride in her voice, a natural sentiment for the daughter of Ravenclaw. Without further hesitation, Kyle placed the diadem on his head. This time, however, he didn't feel the heightened magical state he had experienced before. He exhaled slowly, uncertain if he was relieved or disappointed by the absence of the sensation. "Thank you, my boy," came the soft voice of Rowena Ravenclaw. "For bringing Helena to me. This child has never been fond of speaking with me, and I seldom paid attention to what she truly wanted. If I had been more attentive to her, perhaps she wouldn't have felt compelled to steal the diadem. I never imagined the things I neglected in life would become a yoke, binding her for over 1,000 years. It's a bit late, but the misunderstanding has been resolved," Kyle said gently. "And Lady Helena helped me a lot during the Triwizard Tournament." "Oh, it's a competition between the 3 major European wizarding schools. Aside from Hogwarts, there's Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. The school founded by Nerita Volchanova." Ravenclaw murmured thoughtfully. Salazar admired her teaching philosophy greatly at the time, though Godric strongly opposed it. They quarreled about it fiercely. Kyle blinked, piecing the information together. If Slytherin supported the school, then it probably wasn't Beauxbatons. Durmstrang, then. He hadn't realized that the founder of Durmstrang had ties to the Hogwarts founders. "Regardless, you've resolved my greatest regret," Ravenclaw continued, her voice growing faint, as though her presence was fading. "A regret I could not rectify in life." Her tone steadied slightly. "As thanks, I will grant you one request, as I promised. Be it wealth or knowledge, ask, and it shall be yours." Kyle's excitement flared. While it might seem a bit transactional, he had been waiting for this moment. After all, Ravenclaw was one of the founders, a far cry from Dumbledore's approach, which often came with numerous restrictions. "I want to learn the vanishing spell," Kyle said without hesitation. "The vanishing spell?" Ravenclaw mused. "A spell to destroy objects. I can teach you, but I must warn you, this spell involves complex runic constructs. The smallest error can backfire disastrously, causing irreversible damage. Even in my era, it was considered exceedingly dangerous. We preferred the magma-devouring spell. Its effect is less intuitive than the vanishing spell, but it is similar in outcome and much safer." Kyle's mouth twitched slightly. It felt like Ravenclaw had misunderstood something. Erasure and disappearance weren't exactly the same thing. And comparing it to magma, that wasn't quite what he had in mind. Still, he had to admit he was tempted, briefly. Shaking off the thought, he refocused and clarified. "No, you're mistaken. I meant this vanishing spell." Kyle retrieved his wand and aimed it at a book on the table. With a quiet evanesco, the book vanished, reappearing moments later when he recited the counterspell. "An impressive transfiguration spell," Ravenclaw remarked. Your execution is stable. I don't think you need further instruction. Only for objects, Kyle explained. But I want to learn how to cast it on myself. He quickly outlined his idea, using the vanishing spell to make himself truly invisible. That is an intriguing concept, Ravenclaw said. Is it possible? Kyle asked, hope rising. Yes, she replied without hesitation. The main challenge lies in resolving the conflict of magical forces. To overcome this, you would need to turn yourself into a squib. Kyle's excitement plummeted instantly. So, forget it. Becoming a squib would render him unable to use magic, a deal-breaker. He wasn't keen on taking over Filch's role at Hogwarts just yet, even if it might make catching rule-breakers easier. No, there's another way, Ravenclaw added. The simplest solution is through the use of a magical object. What kind of object? Kyle asked, eager once more. Salazar possessed a locket that was attuned to his own magic, Ravenclaw explained calmly. When worn, the locket would integrate with the wearer while remaining partially independent. This allowed the user to cast spells without relying on their own magic. Chapter 562, Chapter 562, Other Uses of Horcruxes. Slytherin's Locket. Kyle murmured to himself. What a stroke of bad luck. He did indeed have the locket, it was sitting in his possession, but as it stood, it was still a Horcrux, and thus unusable for this purpose. You found it. Ravenclaw's tone held a note of surprise. Actually, Kyle began hesitantly, I've also found Hufflepuff's cup. And the Gryffindor sword is in the Headmaster's office at Hogwarts. I could borrow it if you need it. No, the locket is sufficient, Ravenclaw replied evenly. To be honest, she had never expected that the objects most representative of the four founders would end up in the hands of a single individual. Kyle, and the person who had created the Horcruxes. Though his actions were undeniably infuriating, she had to admit that the individual in question was extraordinarily resourceful. Madam Ravenclaw, I have another question, Kyle said after a moment's thought. After successfully casting the vanishing spell on myself, wouldn't the locket fall off as well? If that happens, wouldn't I be unable to reverse the spell and change back? As you mentioned, in order to cast the vanishing spell on myself, I'd need to transfer the magic within my body. But without magic, I wouldn't be able to perform the reversing spell, right? Don't worry about that, Ravenclaw said calmly. Her voice turned soft as she recited the vanishing spell. Though it was the same spell Kyle had learned, there was a distinct difference in how it felt. Before Kyle's eyes, the spell seemed to deconstruct itself, splitting into a series of intricate runic formulas. The runes connected and layered over one another, forming an even larger, more complex structure. Though there are minor differences, this spell is fundamentally a standard transfiguration spell, Ravenclaw explained. I've seen Salazar's locket before, and the magic stored within it will not interfere with the transfiguration spell. As long as you keep the locket on you, it will transform alongside you, as if it were part of your clothing. The only caution I must give is this, you must be highly proficient in nonverbal spells and wandless casting. After completing the transformation, you won't be able to use your wand or speak to cast magic. Kyle considered this and nodded. I can cast nonverbal spells, though I may not be fully proficient in wandless magic. Still, I can manage it decently. Not proficient. Ravenclaw's tone shifted, carrying a faint ripple of disbelief. To her, the idea of someone Kyle's age not yet mastering both nonverbal and wandless magic seemed almost incomprehensible. In fact, Kyle explained quickly, we don't typically start learning nonverbal spells until our 6th year. And as for wandless magic, there are no formal requirements at all, not even on the nastily exhausting wizarding tests. Ravenclaw was silent for a moment before responding softly, it seems your world doesn't have to contend with constant danger anymore. That is good. Madam Ravenclaw, Kyle asked curiously, was the wizarding world 1,000 years ago really that dangerous? It's difficult for me to say, Ravenclaw replied thoughtfully. What I witnessed as one of the founders was often far removed from the daily lives of ordinary wizards. But it was certainly not as safe as the world you inhabit now. Kyle nodded in understanding. 1,000 years ago. From the scant records in the Hogwarts library, he knew life for wizards in those times had been far from easy. At that moment, Kyle's mind sparked with a thought, and he spoke up again. Madam Ravenclaw, may I ask another question? There was no immediate reply. Ravenclaw neither agreed nor refused, but Kyle had the distinct impression she was silently watching him, her presence hovering like a quiet, analytical gaze. I just had an idea, Kyle began cautiously. I'm not sure if it will work, so I wanted to confirm it. Go on, then, Ravenclaw finally replied. Yes, about Horcruxes. Kyle hesitated, choosing his words carefully. Do you also desire immortality? Ravenclaw's voice carried a faint tinge of disappointment, though it faded quickly. If that's the case, I recommend the Philosopher's Stone. Maintaining a complete soul is vital for witches and wizards. If you've read enough, you'll know that Herpo the Fowl disappeared after creating the first Horcrux. He regretted it deeply and spent his life searching for ways to reunite his fractured soul. No, that's not what I meant, Kyle said, shaking his head. I was thinking, if someone loses their sanity because their soul is torn apart, could a Horcrux help restore their mind? Torn apart. Ravenclaw's tone shifted slightly. The Cruciatus Curse, Kyle explained. It's an incredibly evil spell that acts directly on the soul. I have a friend whose parents were tortured by the Cruciatus Curse, and their souls were shattered into many fragments. The healers at St. Mungo's said these fragments interact chaotically, causing them to be delirious and unable to communicate normally with others. So I wondered, if I could separate those fragments using a Horcrux, would that stabilize their mind and help them recover? Ravenclaw fell silent, her contemplation stretching long enough to make Kyle uneasy. At last, she spoke. Herpo the Fowl would never have imagined that the spell he invented might one day be used to save a life. So, it's possible? Kyle asked, his voice tinged with hope. No, it's not, Ravenclaw replied, dashing his excitement like a bucket of cold water. To create a Horcrux, you must forcefully push a soul fragment out of the body using powerful, malevolent intent. How could someone who cannot even communicate normally muster the necessary evil to expel their own soul? Kyle frowned. Then, what's the next step? Do you have any ideas? Ravenclaw's tone shifted, becoming almost academic, like a professor challenging her student. What would you propose? Kyle thought for a moment, then replied, what if I use my own body as the host for the Horcrux? If they can't generate enough malice to expel their soul fragment, I could transfer it to something nearby, like a strand of my hair, an eyebrow, or even a small bone fragment. Those could act as Horcruxes instead. An intriguing and entirely correct idea, Ravenclaw said approvingly. However, one problem remains. If the soul fragment cannot be separated from the body, the Horcrux will no longer serve to grant immortality. That doesn't matter, Kyle said, waving a hand dismissively. As long as it can restore their sanity, that's enough. Honestly, if it did grant immortality, it'd cause more trouble than it's worth. Besides, I doubt they'd want that. Fair enough, Ravenclaw conceded. But have you considered an even simpler approach? Why not use the soul fragment itself as the Horcrux? Wait, would that even work? Kyle asked, startled by the suggestion. With a slight adjustment to the usual process, yes, Ravenclaw said. I can teach you how to do it. Chapter 563, Misleading the Young. Voldemort, that scoundrel, really hadn't told the truth. On the final day of the Easter holiday, Kyle stepped out of his room, silently cursing the deceptive influence of a certain Dark Lord. When Voldemort had first taught him about Horcruxes, he had made it sound like a revelation, promising to teach Kyle the forbidden knowledge Dumbledore would never share. But it had all been lies, another of Voldemort's traps. While the general process of creating a Horcrux was accurate, the devil was in the details. Voldemort had conveniently omitted a crucial step, ensuring that if anyone followed his guidance, the split soul fragments would evaporate immediately, like snowflakes melting in flames. It reminded Kyle of Tom Riddle's diary, another example of Voldemort's penchant for misleading others to flaunt his supposed superiority. Fortunately, Kyle had prepared for this. He had taken precautions, leaving himself a way out and avoiding Voldemort's snare entirely. Originally, Kyle had planned to wait until the school year ended and then borrow some books from Sirius. The Black family's ancestral home, 12 Grimmauld Place, housed a vast collection of rare and forbidden texts, including secrets of the darkest art, which Dumbledore had long since removed from the Hogwarts library. Sirius, however, had a copy at home. But now, there was no need for such trouble. Kyle removed the diadem from his head and carefully placed it back on Helena's. My mother said the diadem would remain with you, Helena murmured softly, but she asked that you wait until we're back at Hogwarts. She left a portrait at the school to carry her memory instead of the diadem itself. That's fine, Kyle said, shaking his head. You can spend time catching up with her. This wasn't just politeness, he meant it sincerely. The diadem's effects were undeniably powerful, and Kyle's current level of occlumency wasn't strong enough to shield himself from its full influence. He had no intention of wearing it again unless absolutely necessary. Oh, by the way, Helena added, my mother said she can only figure out how to use the locket to store magic once you've retrieved it. That might take some time. Kyle admitted. At that moment, Nicholas Flamel appeared, stepping out from another room. He had been away for 2 weeks, and judging by his brisk stride, this version of Nicholas was also an illusionary construct. It seems you've had a productive conversation, Nicholas said with a knowing smile. Nicholas, Kyle asked, may I take the diadem with me? Is there any need to ask? Nicholas chuckled. The diadem belongs to you now. Of course you can take it, but remember what I told you earlier, don't rely on it too much. I won't, Kyle replied earnestly. And what about the Philosopher's Stone? The process is progressing well, Nicholas said, his tone bright. Madam Ravenclaw gave me some valuable advice. Based on my estimates, the ingredients should fully coalesce in about 6 more months. 6 months. Kyle muttered, taken aback. You didn't think refining the Philosopher's Stone was a simple task, did you? Nicholas said, arching an eyebrow. It's not like baking bread, you can't just pop it out of the oven after half an hour. My first Philosopher's Stone took nearly 3 years to complete. No, that's not what I meant, Kyle quickly clarified, explaining the idea of using the locket to store magic. Storing magic? Nicholas asked, his interest piqued. That's fascinating. Can the locket really be used for something like that? Perhaps that's its true function. All right, if it's useful to you, I'll look into it. I believe I still have some ancient potion recipes that might help. Perhaps Albus could assist as well, if you don't mind him knowing about the locket. That's fine, Kyle agreed. Unlike the diadem, the locket was no secret to Dumbledore. There was no issue with involving him in its study. When Kyle returned to Hogwarts, the sun had already set, and in the distance, he spotted the Hogwarts Express pulling into Hogsmeade Station. As soon as Kyle opened his suitcase, Helena floated out impatiently. He opened his mouth to warn her not to go near Dumbledore, but before he could get a word out, she had already disappeared. Never mind, Kyle thought. Madame Ravenclaw had mentioned leaving the diadem to him anyway. Even if Dumbledore found out, he'd likely just be curious and might borrow it briefly. Kyle lingered for a while longer, waiting until the students arriving from the train began to trickle through the school gates in small groups. Then, he made his way into the castle. The Great Hall was brightly lit, bustling with preparations for the start-of-term feast. Kyle's attention was immediately drawn to the massive Easter eggs stationed beside each house table. They were as large as dragons and filled with an assortment of sweets, exploding butterfingers, chocolate frogs, ice rats, and even the less appealing cockroach clusters. It looked as though they had emptied out honeydukes. Kyle, over here. Kanna called, waving him over. How did it go? It's all taken care of, Kyle replied as he joined her. How was your Easter holiday? I wish I didn't have it, honestly, Kanna sighed. The homework was overwhelming. I had to go back to Hogsmeade and buy 10 more rolls of parchment just to finish it all. If Kanna was complaining, Kyle thought, it was a sure sign the homework load had been brutal. As dinner began, Kyle noticed a peculiar quietness around their group. Looking around, he asked, where are Mikkel and Ryan? I don't see them. They're probably still in the library, Cedric chimed in. I saw them there every day during the holidays. That's unusual, Kyle said, raising an eyebrow. What are they doing in there? Reading. No, homework, Cedric said with a shrug. 5th years like that. The amount of work over Easter is ridiculous. When I left the library this afternoon, they were flipping through most patenti potions. I think they were working on their potions assignments. Still doing their potions homework now. Kyle shook his head in disbelief. If it were me, I'd have finished my potions homework first thing. No way would I risk Snape catching me doing it last minute. Kyle froze mid-sentence. The Yorkshire pudding he'd been holding hovered in midair as realization dawned on him. What's wrong with you? Kanna asked, confused. I think. Kyle said, his voice distant. I think I haven't done my homework either. His mind raced. Between the opera at Flammel's Manor, his studies in runes, and learning about Horcruxes with Ravenclaw, his assignments had been completely forgotten. Does it even matter? Kanna said nonchalantly. Didn't you say Dumbledore excused you from most of your homework? Most, yes. But not for potions, Kyle said, casting a wary glance toward the staff table. So, do we have a lot of potions homework? I wouldn't know, Kanna replied with a shrug. I haven't had to do any potions homework in ages. Chapter 564, Chapter 564, Special Treatment. At Hogwarts, if you haven't stayed up all night to finish your homework at least once, you can't truly call yourself a Hufflepuff, or so Kyle liked to think. To fit in, Kyle spent the entire night frantically writing his potions homework. This move surprised those around him. It was the first time they'd seen Kyle join the ranks of the last-minute homework crowd. Some were so baffled that they assumed they'd misremembered the date, thought the holidays weren't actually over, and promptly abandoned their own work to return to their dormitories for sleep. Of course, this heroic effort came with a price, 3 days of confinement. Mr. Brown, your confinement begins this Friday. Don't forget, said Snape during potions class, his sharp gaze flicking deliberately in Kyle's direction. Although Snape knew Kyle had only finished the assignment the previous night, the content of the homework was flawless. He had reviewed the parchment multiple times but could find no errors. Still, it was Snape. Letting a rare opportunity pass by would have been out of character. Why didn't you remind him that yesterday was the last day of the holidays? Snape's voice dripped with sarcasm as he addressed the class. Were you pleased to see your classmate punished? 5 points from Hufflepuff. Kyle blinked, amazed. Even for Snape, this was a stretch. There had been so many students scrambling to finish their homework last night that the common room was like a revolving door. People were constantly coming and going, finishing their assignments, abandoning them, or joining the fray. How was Kyle supposed to know who had finished and who hadn't? Was he meant to go around questioning everyone? The idea was absurd. Fortunately, Kyle had grown accustomed to Snape's antics over the years. 5 points, after all, was a small price to pay. It was the least Snape had deducted from him in recent memory. After potions, care of magical creatures was a much-needed respite, with Hagrid bringing an air of enthusiasm to the lesson. This time, Hagrid had introduced the class to hippogriffs, creatures he'd been eager to showcase since his first day as a professor but had been persuaded otherwise by Kyle back then. Hippogriffs, Hagrid announced proudly. But don't let their beautiful appearance fool you. Hippogriffs are proud creatures. Remember, you must never humiliate them. The students gathered, murmuring among themselves. Kyle found it unlikely anyone needed Hagrid's warning to take the creatures seriously. The hippogriffs' dagger-like claws and sharp beaks were hard to miss, making their potential danger abundantly clear. Still, for fifth-year students, this level of risk was manageable. After all, hippogriffs were only rated 3x by the Ministry, a threat, but not an overwhelming one. Hagrid went on to explain the basics of approaching a hippogriff and demonstrated the proper bowing technique. Then, he encouraged the students to try it themselves. When it was Kyle's turn, however, Hagrid stopped him. Come with me, over here, Hagrid said, leading Kyle to a large grey hippogriff standing apart from the rest. His name's Buckbeak, a wonderful chap, Hagrid said, his tone unusually enthusiastic, though tinged with something else, nervousness, perhaps. Would you like to take a ride on him now? Kyle raised an eyebrow. Hagrid's eagerness felt odd, like there was more to this than met the eye. I know this won't be a problem for you, Hagrid added when Kyle didn't immediately respond. But this time's different, very different. He glanced subtly toward the Beauxbatons carriage, lowering his voice. Hippogriffs are intelligent creatures. They remember wizards who've shown them kindness for years. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hagrid gave Kyle a conspiratorial wink. That's all I can say. For this lesson, your task is to take Buckbeak for a flight, once, or as many times as you like. There's some of his favorite food on that shelf over there, which you can feed him as a reward. Good luck. Before Kyle could ask more, Hagrid strode off, loudly instructing the other students, Mr. Dewey, be patient. Don't rush it. Oh yes, that's better. Once Hagrid was gone, Conna sidled up to Kyle, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. What did he mean just now? I think he wants me to get to know the hippogriff better, Kyle said after a moment's thought. It probably has something to do with the last event of the Triwizard Tournament. Kyle had noticed Hagrid glancing nervously at the Beauxbatons carriage during their conversation, as though wary of being caught. If this involved Beauxbatons, it likely tied into the tournament. Besides, Hagrid hadn't spoken to Madame Maxime since the Yule Ball and had clearly given up on his attempts to impress her with grooming potions. So, the third task is hippogriffs? Conna asked, her eyes lighting up. It can't be that simple, Kyle replied, shaking his head. The first task involved Madagots and dragons, no way they'd end the tournament with just a 3x magical creature. That wouldn't make sense. I think this is just one part of the task. Still, Conna said, every advantage counts when you're competing for the Goblet of Fire. You're right, Kyle agreed. He turned his attention to Buckbeak, bowing deeply. Almost immediately, Buckbeak returned the gesture, bending his front knee before stepping forward to rub his feathery head against Kyle's arm. Oh, you remember me, Kyle said with a smile, reaching up to stroke Buckbeak's head. The feathers felt smooth and stiff, not as soft as an owl's but still pleasant to the touch. You know him? Conna asked, surprised by the apparent familiarity between them. Sort of. I've met him before, Kyle replied, mounting Buckbeak's back with practiced ease. Hagrid's right, they really are very smart. With a powerful sweep of his 12-foot wings, Buckbeak launched into the air. Flying on a hippogriff was nothing like riding a broomstick. Kyle didn't have to steer or think about maneuvering, Buckbeak handled everything. The only challenge was avoiding the powerful wings flapping on either side, which added a thrilling element to the ride. After circling the grounds, Buckbeak descended smoothly, and Kyle leapt off just before the hippogriff landed. Well done, Kyle. Hagrid called out to the class. Look, someone's already finished first. 5 points for Hufflepuff. How was it? Conna asked, her curiosity piqued. Much more exciting than the Kelpie, Kyle said, brushing off his robes, which had been tousled by the wind. Imagine playing Quidditch on a hippogriff, now that would be fun. Though I doubt Dumbledore would approve. Conna laughed, shaking her head at the thought of hippogriffs circling the Quidditch pitch. I don't know about the headmaster, but Professor McGonagall definitely wouldn't allow it. You're probably right, Kyle said with a wistful sigh. A shame, though. I think it's worth trying. Chapter 565, The Maze. The Care of Magical Creatures class went smoothly, with no injuries reported by the time it ended. As the students left Hagrid's pen, they walked back toward the castle, chatting and laughing. When they reached the castle gates, they encountered a group of first-year students heading out. From their direction, it seemed they were on their way to flying lessons. Speaking of flying, this time of year was typically the most stressful for Quidditch players, as they prepared for the final game of the season. All four teams usually crammed every available moment into training, leaving the pitch constantly in use. But with the Quidditch tournament cancelled due to the Triwizard Tournament, the usual buzz of activity had vanished, replaced by an eerie stillness. Kyle had found the change disorienting at first. Cho, however, seemed unsettled for an entirely different reason. One weekend, she approached the group with a mysterious expression. Have you noticed? There's been one less ghost in the castle lately. No way. Fred squinted, scratching his head. After a moment of thought, he shook his head. I think all the ghosts are here. Nearly headless Nick. Peeves. George began counting them off. And moaning Myrtle, she's not staying confined to that washroom anymore. I've seen her roaming around a few times recently. Not them, Cho said. It's the Ravenclaw ghost, the Grey Lady. Oh, the Grey Lady. Fred asked casually. Cho nodded. She used to appear every evening at 6 o'clock in our common room. She'd stand in front of a statue and just stare blankly. But she hasn't shown up even once lately. I see, Fred said, nodding half-heartedly. Maybe the Grey Lady just doesn't want to go there anymore. Kind of like nearly headless Nick, George added. He used to haunt the tower more, but lately, he's taken to hanging around the busy foyer. No, we've searched the whole castle, there's no sign of the Grey Lady, Cho insisted. Do you think it's possible for a ghost to just vanish into thin air? In theory, yes, Cedric said, his tone serious. But as far as I know, that's never happened before. According to Hogwarts, a history, the ghosts have been here for centuries, and not a single one has ever disappeared. While they debated the matter, Kyle remained silent, listening carefully. He knew exactly where the Grey Lady was, the room of requirement. She had been staying there ever since the Easter holidays, alongside the diadem. But Kyle had given his word to keep her whereabouts a secret, and he wasn't about to break that promise. Fortunately, Cho seemed more curious than truly concerned. Her interest in the Grey Lady's absence was fleeting, and the conversation soon shifted to the Triwizard Tournament. Everyone was eager to speculate about the final task, what it would entail and how the champion would be decided. Kyle, for his part, had no concrete answers. The only thing he could confidently predict was that hippogriffs would somehow play a role. After the holidays, the weather grew noticeably warmer, and students began shedding their heavy robes in favor of lighter attire. By the last week of May, the days were longer, and the anticipation for the Triwizard Tournament's final task was palpable. After a transfiguration class that week, Professor McGonagall kept Kyle back as the other students filed out. You're to go to the Quidditch pitch tonight at 9, she informed him. Mr. Bagman will be there to explain the third task to the champions. Good luck. She offered him a rare smile before turning away. That evening, at precisely 8:30, Kyle left the Hufflepuff common room, making his way toward the Quidditch pitch. The castle felt quieter than usual, the corridors bathed in dim, flickering torchlight. As he walked through the empty foyer, Kyle suddenly spoke aloud, his tone casual but sharp. I say, why are you following me? For a moment, there was no response, just silence and the faintest hint of movement in the air beside him. Then, because we're curious, of course, came a voice from next to him. It sounded like Fred, or maybe George. It was impossible to tell without seeing their faces. Exactly, added the other twin. We didn't spend half the year perfecting the disillusionment charm just to sit around, did we? The air rippled slightly, then stilled again as they vanished back into invisibility. Oh, Cedric, you're stepping on me. It's not me, I'm over here, Cedric's voice chimed in from the other side of Kyle. Fred, you did that on purpose. Hey, I didn't mean to, Fred, or possibly George, retorted defensively. As Kyle and his invisible followers walked through the foyer, Madame Maxime and Fleur appeared from the opposite direction, crossing the grounds. Fred and the others immediately fell silent, halting their pursuit of Kyle and slipping away unnoticed. What do you think it is? Fleur asked, breaking the silence as she walked beside Madame Maxime under the cloudy night sky. I think it's an underground tunnel, and we'll be searching for a treasure. Madame Maxime glanced back at her but refrained from commenting. Instead, she quickened her pace, taking the lead. That would be easy enough, Kyle remarked as he caught up with them. We could borrow a few nifflers from Hagrid and let them handle it. Those little guys could probably dig up the Triwizard Cup in no time. Fleur chuckled, but they continued across the dark lawn in silence, heading toward the Quidditch pitch. When they arrived, they passed through a tunnel and emerged onto the pitch. "Oh, this is spectacular," Fleur murmured, her eyes widening. The once flat pitch had transformed into a labyrinth of towering, intricate hedge walls that twisted and turned across the field. In the center, Bagman stood talking with Dumbledore, and nearby were Chris and Barty Crouch, whom Kyle hadn't seen in a long time. As they approached, Kyle overheard Bagman whispering to Dumbledore. "Poor old Barty," Bagman muttered. "The investigation has taken such a toll on him. He didn't want to be involved again, but we thought he contributed so much to the Triwizard Tournament that he deserved to see it through. Of course, he's not in any state to be scoring points, so the referee won't change." Noticing Kyle and Fleur, Bagman abruptly shifted gears. "Oh, hello there," he greeted them, his tone brightening. "What do you think? Spectacular, isn't it? In another month, Hagrid will have these hedges grown to 12 feet tall. Oh, and look, Crumb's here, too." Sure enough, Victor Crumb was making his way onto the field, his usual stoic demeanor unshaken. "Well, I think you can guess why we're here," Bagman said cheerfully. "A maze," Kyle said simply. "Exactly," Bagman exclaimed. "The Triwizard Cup will be placed at the center of the maze. The first champion to touch it will be declared the winner. Simple and clear, isn't it?" Bagman beamed as he explained further. "The maze will be filled with obstacles, magical creatures provided by Hagrid, plants from Professor Sprout, and spells that you'll need to counter. It'll be quite the adventure." "Wait," Crumb said gruffly. "Getting the trophy makes you the champion. What about our previous scores, do they count for nothing?" "Oh, they still matter," Bagman reassured him. "The champion with the most points will enter the maze first. Mr. Crumb," he said, nodding at Kyle, "you'll be entering second, and Miss Delacour will go last. Of course, the lead is only temporary. In the end, victory depends on your ability to navigate the obstacles and reach the cup. Well, if there are no other questions, let's head back to the castle, it's getting a bit chilly out here." Chapter 566, Cheating. Bagman left the Quidditch pitch with the group but lingered at the back of the line, deliberately slowing his pace to walk alongside Karkaroff. "I don't understand why these preparations always have to wait until nightfall," Bagman complained, rubbing his hands together as the cool night air settled in. "Have they not considered the weather?" "Yes, quite inconvenient," Karkaroff replied, his expression one of polite concern. "Would you care for a drink? I have some excellent gin on the ship. It will warm you right up." "Durmstrang gin, eh?" Bagman looked momentarily tempted but shook his head. "No, Igor, I'm supervising the maze later, and with Chris and Barty around, well, you know how serious they are about their duties. They wouldn't appreciate me drinking at a time like this." "You're overthinking it," Karkaroff said dismissively. "A small glass won't hurt. They won't even notice." "Forget it," Bagman said with a glance ahead, deliberately or unintentionally, toward Kyle. "But I do have something to discuss with you. Have you any special requests regarding reserved seating for the Durmstrang side?" "Absolutely," Karkaroff replied promptly. "This is a rare event, and many of our professors and honorary alumni wish to attend to watch Victor win his final championship. I'm requesting 20 more seats in the first 3 rows." "That's quite a lot," Bagman said, frowning. 10, at most." 10 is far too few," Karkaroff countered. 15, at the very least. It's a difficult ask, Igor. But let's step aside and discuss this." The two veered off toward the Black Lake, their voices fading into the distance. By then, Kyle had reached the stone steps of the castle. "Are you heading back to the dormitory?" he asked Fleur. "No, I'll stay in the carriage for a few days," she replied, glancing back toward the grounds. "And I need to wait here a bit. If Durmstrang gets more seats for their spectators, we should request the same for Beau's batons. But it's strange, Madame Maxime hasn't returned yet." "Oh, all right," Kyle said. With that, he ascended the steps and returned to the castle alone. It was now 9:30, past curfew, and the halls were eerily silent. Normally, the faint echo of Filch's footsteps would resound through the corridors, but lately, the caretaker seemed to have lost interest in patrolling. He spent most of his time holed up in his office with Mrs. Norris. "Fred? George? Are you heading back to the Gryffindor common room?" Kyle asked into the stillness. No reply. "Cedric," he tried, but again, there was only silence. He figured they must still be out somewhere, likely trying to gather more information or simply enjoying their mischievous explorations. Kyle considered waiting for them, but standing alone in the chilly hallway after curfew felt a little absurd. After 5 minutes, he gave up and headed back to the Hufflepuff common room. Inside, the lounge was bustling with energy. As soon as Kyle entered, every head turned toward him as if they'd planned it in advance. What's the third event? A treasure hunt. Nonsense. It's got to be a duel. Agreed. Only the strongest wizard could win a duel to become champion. The room buzzed with speculation, everyone eager to outguess the others about the final task. None of the above, Kyle said, shaking his head. Still, remembering Chris's advice to maintain some mystery, he refrained from revealing too much. It'll definitely be exciting, though, he added with a knowing smile. The group tried pressing for more details, but when Kyle remained tight-lipped, they gradually gave up. By 10 o'clock, the excitement had settled, and the students began dispersing to their dormitories one by one. Before long, the common room was nearly empty, with only a few students lingering near the dying embers of the fireplace. As Kyle sat in the common room, the wooden door on the wall suddenly creaked open. A moment later, 3 figures appeared seemingly out of thin air, Cedric, along with Fred and George, who had apparently decided not to return to the Gryffindor common room after all. "You'll never guess what we heard," Fred burst out, his face red with anger and frustration. "We got curious and decided to eavesdrop on what Bagman and Karkaroff were talking about," George added, his tone equally furious. "We didn't realize they were discussing the contents of the third task." "That Ludo Bagman." Fred spat. "I never thought he'd sink so low as to help Durmstrang cheat against Hogwarts. I used to think he was the greatest beater ever. When we get back, we're tearing his poster off the wall and burning it," George declared. "As a referee, helping a champion cheat is a blatant violation of the Triwizard Tournament rules." Cedric chimed in, his normally calm demeanor replaced by visible anger. He had followed the twins to make sure they didn't get caught sneaking around but hadn't expected to uncover such a serious matter. "Wait." Kyle frowned. "Are you certain you overheard them revealing details about the task?" "Absolutely," George said, his jaw set. "They didn't even try to keep their voices down. They probably thought no one was around to hear." "No, we have to go straight to the headmaster and report them," Fred said, standing as if to leave. Cedric quickly stopped him. "It won't work. We don't have any direct evidence, and they'll just deny it. Without proof, there's no way anyone will take action." "That's no good," George said, slamming his fist on the table. "This kind of cheating is disgraceful." Kyle, who had been quietly listening, suddenly spoke. "What exactly did they say? Did they give away the correct route through the maze?" "Well, not exactly," Cedric admitted after a moment's thought. "Karkaroff tried to press Bagman for specifics, but Bagman said he wasn't sure which path would lead to the cup. It's probably because the maze is still under construction." "Actually," Fred said, his expression dark, "Bagman did mention something. He said that if you encounter a Sphinx and a Manticore, you're on the right track, and you just need to keep going straight." "That's as good as giving away the answer, isn't it?" George suddenly slapped the table, his expression shifting from anger to calculation. "You know what? I agree with Cedric. We shouldn't report this to Dumbledore." "What?" Fred turned to his brother in disbelief. "You can't be serious. Think about it." George cut him off, his eyes gleaming with a clever realization. "We've been so angry, we completely missed the most important point. Remember, Kyle is the first person to enter the maze." Fred froze, his anger dissolving as comprehension dawned. A grin spread across his face as he muttered, "Bloody hell, how could I forget that?" "Exactly," George said, his excitement growing. "Bagman gave Karkaroff hints about the third task, but we overheard it. And now Kyle has the information. He'll be in the maze long before Krum even gets a chance. By the time Krum finds the Sphinx, Kyle might already be standing next to the Triwizard Cup," Fred added, his grin widening. "Krum's face is going to be priceless," George said with a chuckle. "And Karkaroff's will be even better." Fred finished. Chapter 567, Chapter 567, The Joy of Night Wandering. "You must have thought of this a long time ago, that's why you didn't want us to tell Dumbledore about it," Fred said, excitedly patting Cedric on the shoulder beside him. "You're much smarter than Percy, even though you're both prefects. But next time, you could be a bit clearer." "Is that what I think?" Cedric felt they had misunderstood something. In truth, he simply thought they needed more concrete evidence before approaching Headmaster Dumbledore. After all, they were accusing not just anyone but the judge and a headmaster of cheating. Without solid proof, no one would take them seriously. Yet, as he looked at Fred and George, both glowing with excitement, he decided against clarifying. Besides, Cedric couldn't deny that they had a point. With insider information about the third task, Kyle, who would enter the maze first, would undoubtedly have an edge over Krum. The three exchanged a glance and then spoke at once, sharing everything they had just overheard. "The plants Professor Sprout mentioned are Devil's Snare, Fanged Geranium, and Snargaluff. They're hidden in the hedges, so be careful in the maze. There are a variety of magical creatures, but you should be able to handle them without much trouble. The most dangerous one is the Acromantula, it's on the wrong path. If you see it, run. Don't waste time trying to fight it. They went on, each chiming in with details, none of them pausing to ask for Kyle's input. Several times, Kyle tried to interject, but they cut him off every time. He wanted to point out that even if Crumb received the same information, it wouldn't be a threat. After all, he could simply enlist the help of any magical creatures they encountered in the maze. But they gave him no chance to explain. It wasn't until 10:30 that Fred and George finally left the Hufflepuff common room, heading down the empty staircase without bothering to hide. I think Bagman's bound to report back to Karkaroff, Fred said as they descended. We'll need to keep an eye on him to make sure he doesn't spill anything else. Exactly, George agreed. If they can't win fairly, they'll cheat. No wonder the adults don't think much of Durmstrang. I always thought it was because they taught dark magic. They're not getting away with it this time, Fred said, shaking a piece of parchment triumphantly. We'll keep a close watch on Bagman. He won't get the chance to pass anything else to Karkaroff. The pair quickened their pace, reaching the 8th floor in no time. Following the corridor would lead them straight to the Gryffindor common room. But you know, George said suddenly, Karkaroff did us a favor in a way. Ever since the cat disappeared from the castle, it's been so much quieter. Blissful, really. And Filch, Fred added with a grin. Exactly. George smirked. Though I'll admit, without them, nighttime walks aren't nearly as thrilling. It's a bit dull. They continued on, chatting softly, until they were nearly at the portrait of the fat lady. Suddenly, a dim light flickered at the end of the corridor. Reacting quickly, they darted back and cast disillusionment charms on themselves. Moments later, Filch appeared, his oil lamp casting long shadows as he strode toward them. His voice was sharp and gruff. Who's there? I heard voices. Show yourselves. Fred and George froze, holding their breath. The corridor was narrow, and if Filch got much closer, he'd undoubtedly spot them, even with the charm. One step, then another, Filch came closer and closer. Suddenly, a loud clattering noise echoed from downstairs. Filch turned sharply toward the sound, his expression furious. Without hesitation, he grabbed his lamp and hurried off in pursuit of the noise. That's what happened. The oil lamp almost hit my nose. The next morning, Fred recounted the previous night's events with dramatic flair. Who told you to skip the effort of using the disillusionment charm? Kyle asked, taking a bite of roasted corn. Filch hasn't been fired, you know. He's still doing his rounds like always. Who would have thought? George shrugged. At least now we know Filch only comes out once a night during curfew. We were just unlucky to be out so late. Maybe he's shaped up, Connor suggested casually. If that's the case, it's not all bad, Fred replied, poking at the stew on his plate. We kind of miss Filch. Without a rival like him, sneaking out at night isn't nearly as exciting anymore. The idea that the fun of their nocturnal escapades depended on Filch's pursuit was, naturally, a sentiment only Fred and George could express. Oh, wait, Bagman's here, George suddenly announced, glancing at the Marauders map. The twins quickly shoveled down the rest of their breakfast before dashing out of the Great Hall. Cedric, curious, had half a mind to follow them, but as soon as he reached the doorway, he stopped and turned back. They used the disillusionment charm, he said with a shrug. No way to track them. In the days that followed, similar scenarios played out repeatedly. Bagman appeared to have become a magnet for the Weasley twins' antics. Whenever he was spotted outside of lessons, Fred and George would bolt after him, sometimes dragging Cedric along. With the third task looming, and Hogwarts exams nearing their conclusion, it would have been reasonable for the trio to focus on revision. Instead, much of their energy went into keeping a vigilant eye on Bagman and Karkaroff. Even though Kyle had told them countless times that it wasn't necessary, they remained undeterred. You really don't need to worry about this, Kyle, Cedric said one afternoon, as they returned from yet another surveillance run to the Quidditch pitch. 6th year is pretty easy. We've got less homework than we did in 3rd year, and there's plenty of time. Exactly, Fred chimed in. We don't need to stress over exams. Our OWL results are what really matter, and Mum won't say much if we're a bit rubbish on the end-of-year tests this time. Are you sure about that? Kyle asked, raising an eyebrow. Well. Fred hesitated for a moment, then waved dismissively. Probably. You just focus on preparing for the 3rd task, George said, pulling out an extendable ear. We're doing this for Hogwarts. If we can catch Bagman or Karkaroff cheating, Mum will definitely understand. And if you can't catch them? Kyle countered, his voice dry. You're fine going home with a report card stamped with dreadful. The twins fell into an awkward silence. If it comes to that. Fred eventually said, his tone defeated, Kyle, how about letting us stay in your attic for a couple of months? Chapter 568, The Exam. As June approached, the atmosphere in the castle grew tense and excited once more. The final event of the Triwizard Tournament was imminent, and the summer holidays were just around the corner. For most students, who hadn't left the castle all year due to the Christmas ball, the anticipation of this year's break was higher than ever. Kyle found himself buried in yet another stack of books. This time, Cedric, Cho, and Kanna joined in to help, drafting an extensive list of potentially useful charms on a long piece of parchment and handing it to him. The 4-point spell will definitely work, I guarantee it, Cedric insisted. It makes your wand point due north. Since the Quidditch pitch is north of the castle, if you follow the wand, you'll definitely find the spot where the trophy is hidden. Are you sure the directions in the maze will be accurate? Cho countered. Don't forget what happened during the first task. The champion's perspective was completely different from what we saw. But it's still better than wandering aimlessly, isn't it? Cedric argued. Knowing a direction is better than knowing nothing at all. You're right, Cho conceded, though she glanced at him skeptically. Still, if a 4-point spell were enough to solve the maze, this task would be way too easy. I'm sure Professor Dumbledore has already considered that. That's why the Reductor Curse is more important, Cho added. Use it to blow through the hedges and head straight for the center without being hindered by the maze. I don't think a single Reductor Curse can destroy the kind of hedges they'll use for the maze, Cedric muttered. This wasn't the first time they'd clashed over which charm was most useful. Each had their arguments, and it often turned into a competition, as if convincing Kyle meant victory. The winner would bask in smugness for the rest of the day, only for the debate to start anew the next morning. Kyle usually ended up agreeing with both sides, if only to restore some peace. In truth, he was already familiar with nearly every charm they'd suggested. Kanna, however, took a different approach, potions. She presented Kyle with a variety of concoctions: Baruffio's Brain Elixir, Awakening Potion, Poison Antidotes, Healing Potions, Strengthening Solutions, Corrosive Potions, and even Fire Protection Potion, like the one Snape had used to protect the Philosopher's Stone. Each arrived carefully packaged in bottles. To top it off, she brought him a small vial of golden Felix Felicis. But Kyle didn't accept it. For one, he didn't want to risk Snape's wrath. It was clear Kanna wasn't yet skilled enough to brew Felix Felicis herself, so its origin was no mystery. Accepting ordinary potions might lead to Snape docking points or sulking, but Felix Felicis was different. Even Snape couldn't brew it easily, it was practically marked, for Kanna only. Taking it would be a surefire way to land in serious trouble, and not even Dumbledore would be able to protect Kyle from the fallout. Besides, Kyle already had a bottle of Felix Felicis from Kanna, tucked safely away in his suitcase. It had been a Christmas gift from Snape to her during her first year, but since Kanna had a habit of losing things, Kyle had offered to hold onto it. When he later tried to return it, Kanna refused, insisting it was now a gift for him. Snape, of course, likely had no idea about this arrangement. Another reason Kyle declined was that Felix Felicis was undoubtedly banned for the Triwizard Tournament. The judges weren't just there to score the champions, they could easily detect if someone had used the potion. After Kyle's explanation, Kanna reluctantly stowed the Felix Felicis away again. As the tournament approached, Fred and George continued their surveillance of Ludo Bagman. For more than 2 weeks, they had tracked him tirelessly. But whether he'd caught wind of their efforts or for some other reason, Bagman hadn't met with Karkaroff again. Their routines stayed predictable. Bagman spent his days between the boat and the Quidditch pitch, with nothing unusual happening. Though disappointed, the twins eventually suspended their mission. Exam week had arrived, and even Fred and George couldn't afford to flunk too badly if they wanted to survive the holidays unscathed. For 5th years, the arrival of the OWLS made the entire castle buckle down. Even the looming final task of the Triwizard Tournament couldn't fully distract them. Books, notes, and frantic cramming took precedence, for 1 week, at least. The day before the third task, the Great Hall was alive with activity. Students filled the lunch tables, their chatter blending into a constant hum of excitement and nerves. Kanna, however, paid no attention to the noise. She sat hunched over a thick book, flipping through its pages intently. Beside her, Cho was also absorbed in a large open book, though she didn't seem as focused. I didn't realize the OWLS would be so much harder than regular final exams. Cho said, her voice tinged with frustration. I made so many mistakes on the Transfiguration exam yesterday. There are 3 critical steps for brewing Polyjuice Potion, and I could only remember 2. If I missed the advanced class because of that. Relax, Cho, don't be so hard on yourself, Cedric said reassuringly, handing her a glass of pumpkin juice. That's just how OWLS are, they're a bit of a shock, he continued. I felt the same way when I took mine. I was so sure I'd messed up everything, I could barely sleep. But when the results came back, they weren't as bad as I thought. I heard the Wizarding Examinations Authority uses a different grading curve for OWLS compared to our regular finals. But I did get the answers wrong, Cho fretted, her stress unabated. She pushed her plate aside, not feeling the slightest bit hungry. With so much left to revise before her next exam, she didn't think she could afford a break. Kanna seemed to share her sentiments. Though she was eating, her eyes never left her book. Meanwhile, Mikhail and Ryan sat across from them, eerily silent. They stared off into space as if in a daze, occasionally jabbing at their steaks in a way that suggested they might accidentally stuff them up their noses. Kyle, on the other hand, had no such worries. That morning, as he walked to class with Kanna, he had been informed that, as a Triwizard Tournament champion, he wouldn't need to take the OWL exams at all. They were going to arrange a special exam for you after the tournament, Professor Marchbanks had said, standing at the classroom doorway. Despite being well over 100 years old, her sharp eyes twinkled with warmth. But I don't think that will be necessary. Marchbanks had glanced down at a parchment in her hands, then back up at Kyle with a small smile. I've reviewed your past exam scores. Frankly, no one has ever achieved higher marks during my tenure administering these tests. Not even Dumbledore himself. She had paused, then added with a touch of pride, and that article you published in Transfiguration today. It would have received full marks even on the NEWT Transfiguration exam. Her expression softened. So, you've nothing left to prove. Use your time as you see fit, prepare for the third task, or simply relax and enjoy yourself. No need to waste a single moment worrying about exam parchment. With Marchbanks's blessing, Kyle had spent the morning in the empty common room. To his surprise, the unstructured time was less relaxing than he'd anticipated, it was just plain boring. Chapter 569, Diana. In just one day, the OWLs had made many students understand the true horrors of being a fifth year at Hogwarts. The lights in the common rooms of all four houses had remained on through the night, burning steadily into the next day. Meanwhile, this was also the day the final competition of the Triwizard Tournament would begin. At breakfast, the Great Hall was alive with activity, and the swarm of owls delivering letters nearly obscured the enchanted ceiling. Some students were already celebrating the upcoming holiday, while others eagerly anticipated the evening's event. The fifth years, however, remained as tense as they had been the day before, their nerves fraying further with each passing moment. Kyle was contemplating whether to stay in the common room or retreat to the library when Professor McGonagall strode past the Hufflepuff table. The champions should gather in the classroom next to the Great Hall after breakfast, she announced crisply. Is it starting already? Susan Bones, seated nearby, blurted out. But Professor, I thought the tournament doesn't start until tonight. We still have an exam this morning. I'm aware, Miss Bones, Professor McGonagall replied with a stern look. This is a matter for the champions, unrelated to the tournament. Ah, sorry, Professor, Susan mumbled, looking abashed. Without further comment, Professor McGonagall turned and walked away. After breakfast, the students dispersed to their respective activities. Kanna and Cedric headed to the greenhouses for their herbology exam, while Kyle rose from the table and made his way to the room where the champions had previously tested their wands. Fleur followed closely behind him. When they pushed open the door, they found Victor Krum already there, speaking rapidly in Bulgarian to two dark-haired individuals who appeared to be his parents. The man, with his prominent hooked nose, bore a striking resemblance to Krum. Fleur's mother had also arrived and was hurrying toward her daughters, Gabrielle's small hand clasped tightly in hers. Fleur smiled warmly and rushed to greet them. Near the fireplace, Diana stood quietly, her serene smile directed at Kyle. Your father is one of the judges, so it wouldn't be appropriate for him to be here, she murmured softly. I understand, Kyle replied with a nod. He knew that while Chris's score had been fair, the mere presence of his father might raise suspicions among the other champions or their families. Are you comfortable being at the school? Kyle asked in a low voice. I mean, there are quite a few people around. Of course, Diana said with a light laugh. My work doesn't mean I can never be around others. We simply avoid unnecessary contact when we're on missions requiring strict confidentiality. So, no high-priority mission right now. There is one, Diana admitted, smiling, but it's not urgent. And this is the final competition of the Triwizard Tournament, I wouldn't miss it. They continued chatting for a while by the fireplace. Kyle noticed Diana glancing at the portraits on the walls, her expression touched with a hint of nostalgia. Would you like me to show you around the castle, he offered. Diana's eyes brightened, and she nodded. The two stepped out of the classroom and headed toward the door leading into the Great Hall. I haven't been back in over 10 years, said Diana, her gaze sweeping over the portraits and stone statues lining the walls. It's exactly the same as when I was a student, not a single change. Didn't you come when I received my second-class Order of Merlin? Kyle asked, recalling her presence on that occasion. That was different, Diana replied. I didn't have the time to explore the castle as leisurely as I do now. Kyle led her to the Hufflepuff common room, which was empty due to exams. Diana surveyed the barrel-shaped room, sunlight flooding in through the windows. She nodded in approval. It's really nice, she said. Back when I was in Slytherin, all I could see out the windows was the Black Lake. A completely different view. We're also very close to the kitchens, Kyle added with a smile. Right next door, in fact. I know, Diana replied with a knowing grin. Your father used to send me cookies and treats all the time. By the time I graduated, I could barely fit into my gown. Kyle's eyes lit up, eager to hear more, but Diana smoothly changed the subject. They left the common room and strolled across the warm castle grounds. Kyle showed her the Beauxbatons carriage and Durmstrang's ship, though Diana seemed uninterested. The Whomping Willow, however, caught her attention. When I was in school, it was much smaller, Diana remarked, gazing at the ancient tree. Hey, Kyle. Hagrid's voice rang out, drawing their attention. What are you doing outside during exams? By Merlin's beard, is that you, Diana? Hello, Hagrid. Diana greeted him warmly. Kyle blinked in surprise. You two know each other. Long before I met you, Hagrid said with a grin, striding over. Back then, only Chris and Diana ever visited me in the Forbidden Forest. Chris always liked my rock cakes. With all due respect, Hagrid, Diana said with a smile, he only liked them because they saved him time studying magical creatures. A single rock cake meant he didn't need to eat for the rest of the day. I thought he liked the taste. Hagrid looked momentarily crestfallen, but his good nature quickly returned. It had been over 10 years, and it was all just a memory now. For whatever reason, Chris had liked his rock cakes, and that was enough. At lunchtime, Kyle suggested heading back to the castle, expecting Diana to decline. To his surprise, she agreed. The Great Hall was already buzzing with students when they entered. Though many glanced curiously at Diana, the sight of Fleur's and Crumb's parents earlier had tempered their reactions. She's really pretty, isn't she? Susan whispered to Hannah. No wonder Kyle is so good-looking. Yes, Hannah agreed, nodding. At the Hufflepuff table, Kana looked even more anxious than the day before. She picked at her food with a solemn expression, her fork stabbing erratically at her plate. Diana, after a brief meal, stood up. I'm going to find your father and discuss when we'll pick up Molly and the others. Now. Kyle rose as well. I'll walk you there. No need, Diana replied, shaking her head. You eat. Don't worry about me. With an enigmatic smile, she left the Great Hall. As soon as she was gone, Kana exhaled a long sigh of relief. She glanced at her plate, where her steak had nearly been reduced to mush, and took a large gulp of pumpkin juice. Kyle quietly refilled her glass. Why didn't you tell me earlier that your mother was coming? Kana asked hesitantly. We could have welcomed her properly. I only found out this morning, Kyle said with a shrug. You were still taking your exams then. He could sympathize with her discomfort. To be fair, if Snape were sitting across from him at the table, he doubted he'd be able to eat either. Chapter 570, New Updates on the Tournament. By around 3 p.m., the 6th-year students had completed their last exam and were eagerly anticipating the upcoming tournament and the holidays. The 5th years, however, still had 2 more hours of OWLs to endure. That afternoon, Kyle and Cedric sat by the Black Lake, discussing the imminent tournament. The giant squid floated lazily in the sunlight, its tentacles breaking the lake's surface now and then. Meanwhile, Fred and George were up to their usual antics, sneaking off to see Bagman and Karkaroff. According to them, the closer the competition got, the more critical it was to stay vigilant. After all, with the maze completed, who was to say Bagman wouldn't help Karkaroff find an edge by revealing a shortcut to the trophy? The competition starts in a few hours. I wish time would hurry up, Cedric said, staring out at the shimmering lake. How's the charm coming along? Are you feeling ready? Of course, I'm ready, Kyle replied confidently. You're more nervous than I am. Maybe, Cedric admitted. It's the last competition, and you've been leading in the first 2 events. It'd be a shame if... He trailed off. Well, if you lost at the end. Don't worry, Kyle said with a smirk. I'm not going to lose. I know, Cedric said, smiling back. Professor Sprout would be over the moon if you won the Triwizard Tournament. I saw her last time in Hogsmeade, at the Wizarding Clothing store. Looked like she was picking out a new robe. A new robe? Kyle turned to him in surprise. You're kidding. Didn't she just get a new one last year? For most people, buying only one new piece of clothing a year might seem unusual, but for Professor Sprout, it was perfectly normal. At school, she typically wore durable clothes suited for tending the plants in the greenhouses. Her formal robes were reserved for special occasions, like the start of term feast. Kyle remembered that her bright yellow robe had gone unchanged for years. It wasn't until Hufflepuff won the House Cup for the 4th consecutive year that she bought a new one, which she proudly wore to the Yule Ball. I'm pretty sure, Cedric said. If you win the cup, it'll be a huge honor for Hogwarts, and for Hufflepuff. Professor Sprout probably wants to celebrate in style. Kyle chuckled. That does sound like something she'd do. Just then, Cedric nudged Kyle and said, "Look over there, it's the headmaster." Kyle turned to see Dumbledore walking out of the castle, flanked by the other judges. They appeared to be deep in a heated discussion. "What do you think they're talking about?" Cedric asked, his curiosity piqued. "No idea," Kyle replied, shaking his head. From their distance, it was impossible to hear the conversation. "Probably something about the competition," Cedric speculated. "Could be," Kyle said. "But so close to the start?" Cedric looked puzzled. "Do they really still have disagreements now? Every headmaster wants their champion to win, it's only natural they'd argue about the details." At 5 o'clock, a burst of excited cheering echoed from the castle. "I think the exams are over," Cedric said, getting to his feet. The group rose and began preparing to head back to the castle for dinner. "Hey, there you are." Fred and George appeared just then, looking exhilarated. They had been missing all afternoon, but now their excitement was unmistakable. "Guess what we heard?" Fred started eagerly. "Did Bagman really tell Karkaroff the route of the maze?" Cedric interrupted, his voice brimming with curiosity. "No," Fred replied, shaking his head, "but Bagman did go to see Karkaroff again. He said the maze was designed by all the referees together and that no one knows the exact route." "That's good," Cedric remarked, sounding relieved. "But," George added, leaning in with a conspiratorial tone, "we heard something else. The referees might use the same method as the second task to make the competition harder." "The second task?" Kyle asked, puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Hostages," Fred explained. "They're planning to add hostages to the competition. The champions will need to rescue all the hostages before they can reach the final trophy." "You must have misheard," Cedric exclaimed, alarmed. "A maze is dangerous enough, why add hostages?" "We didn't mishear," George said solemnly. "Bagman said it himself. We caught every word." "Wait, that doesn't make sense. It's broad daylight." Cedric suddenly frowned. "Could you even get close to them with a disillusionment charm?" Ludo Bagman aside, Karkaroff was the headmaster of Durmstrang. Even in daylight without the cover of night, it seemed unlikely he wouldn't notice someone sneaking up under a disillusionment charm. "Of course not," Fred admitted with a grin. "That's why we borrowed a very handy little prop." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a peculiar object shaped like an ear. "Extendable ears. We only made them last week," George explained proudly. "We disguised them as part of a bush and eavesdropped on Bagman and Karkaroff." Cedric sighed, glancing at Kyle. "Looks like Kanna's going to be taken hostage again. It'll be up to you to save her." No, you've got it wrong this time," Fred corrected, wagging a finger. "Hogwarts hostage isn't going to be Kanna, it'll be Harry." "Harry Potter." "Exactly," George confirmed. They figured it'd add drama to the tournament, having the boy who lived as part of the final event. Kyle frowned, a sense of unease creeping in. "Harry in the final event? Do you know who came up with that idea? Was it Karkaroff? Or Barty Crouch?" "We don't know," Fred admitted. "It must have been decided ages ago. We only overheard Bagman mentioning it to Karkaroff. Bagman also said this competition will dominate the Daily Prophet's front page for the next week," George added. Kyle's frown deepened. Something about the situation didn't sit right, but before he could press further, Kanna and Cho came running over from a distance. "What are you talking about?" Kanna asked curiously. "The Triwizard Tournament," Fred replied nonchalantly. "Anyway, you lot go ahead and have dinner. We've got to find Professor Dumbledore. Harry doesn't have to be the hostage. We could do it instead," George added suddenly. "It's the Triwizard Tournament, it's the only one we'll ever see." "We already talked about this before we came here," Fred reminded him. "Even if we can't be champions, we've got to do everything we can to be hostages." With that, the twins dashed off toward the castle, intent on finding Dumbledore. Kyle stood there, thoughtful. While it was strange that Harry might be chosen as a hostage, as long as Dumbledore was involved, things should be under control. Still, it wouldn't hurt to remind them to check the Goblet of Fire later, just to be sure. Once that was settled in his mind, he joined the others as they made their way to the Great Hall for dinner. Chapter 571, Harry taken away. Tonight's dinner was much more lavish than usual. As the judges made their way through the side door to the classroom section, the golden plates were just about to reveal a feast of delicious food. Kyle grabbed a piece of bacon and glanced toward the square where the judges were seated. Madame Maxime seemed to be in high spirits, smiling broadly. In stark contrast, Karkaroff sat beside her with a sour expression, his stern face betraying his displeasure. Bagman, usually cheerful and exuberant, appeared oddly unsettled tonight, leaning in to speak to Dumbledore with an anxious demeanor. Whatever he was saying, Dumbledore merely shook his head in response, calm and unwavering. His dream of being on the front page has come to nothing, came a voice beside Kyle. Startled, he turned to see Fred and George, who had somehow made their way to the Hufflepuff table. "Don't look so surprised," George said with a grin. "We thought you might be getting too nervous, so we came to cheer you up." "Thanks," Kyle replied with a small smile. "But what do you mean about Bagman's front page dream?" "That's the second thing we wanted to tell you," Fred whispered, leaning in. "The plan to take hostages has been cancelled." "What?" Kyle asked, his voice low but sharp with surprise. "It's exactly as it sounds," George said, shrugging. "We found Dumbledore earlier and even volunteered to become hostages ourselves." "But the headmaster wasn't having it," Fred interjected. "He said the maze was dangerous enough and didn't want to risk any students who weren't champions. So, right before dinner, Dumbledore, Maxime, and your father," George continued, "the three of them voted to cancel the plan. Karkaroff wasn't happy about it, though," Fred added, shooting a glance at the teacher's table. "He said everyone was being cowards and claimed this wasn't the Triwizard Tournament he remembered. He had a full-on shouting match with them in the entrance hall." "Did it work?" Cedric, seated nearby, asked with interest. "Of course not," George replied. "The old Triwizard Tournament was cancelled in the first place because too many people died. Now that it's back, most folks want to avoid taking unnecessary risks." Kyle glanced toward the teacher's table. Bagman was still talking animatedly to Dumbledore, clearly siding with Karkaroff, but none of that mattered now. The cancellation of the hostage plan was a relief. At least it was one less thing to worry about during the competition. Before long, dinner ended, and the enchanted ceiling shifted from a bright blue to a deepening dusk. Dumbledore rose from his seat, and the hall fell silent at once. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, his voice carrying across the room, "in 10 minutes, I will ask you to proceed to the Quidditch pitch to observe the final event of the Triwizard Tournament. For now, the champions will accompany Mr. Bagman to the pitch." Kyle stood, receiving a wave of applause from the Hufflepuff table as they cheered him on. He joined Fleur and Crumb, and together they left the Great Hall. As they walked, Kyle noticed Fleur's nervousness. She kept taking deep breaths, her composure strained. Crumb didn't fare much better, his usual stoic demeanor replaced by occasional stumbles and a look of unease. When they arrived at the Quidditch pitch, it was entirely transformed. The hedges surrounding the field had grown to towering heights, nearly 20 feet tall, with only a shadowy opening left at the front. "You've got a few minutes to collect yourselves and get into the right mindset," Bagman told them as he led them to a set of changing rooms before stepping out. Fleur and Crumb each found a spot to sit, their nerves evident in their quiet demeanor. Kyle considered striking up a conversation with Fleur to pass the time, but seeing her deep in thought, he decided against it. Instead, he chose a nearby seat and waited in silence for the match to begin. Minutes later, the sound of the crowd began to filter in. Excited chatter and the shuffle of footsteps filled the air as spectators took their places in the stands. For a moment, Kyle was reminded of the first task, sitting in the same room, listening to the rising anticipation of the audience outside. The door to the changing rooms creaked open, drawing everyone's attention. A head poked through the gap before retreating. "Who's there?" Kyle, sitting closest to the door, got up and opened it slightly, just in time to catch Hermione and Ron trying to sneak away. "Sorry, we didn't mean to interrupt," Hermione said, looking embarrassed. "We just wanted to see Harry and tell him not to be nervous." "Harry?" Kyle asked, frowning. "Yeah," Ron said, his tone tinged with envy. "Filch came to get him, said it had to do with the third task. Lucky him, getting to be part of the Triwizard Tournament. But he's not here," Hermione added, glancing past Kyle into the room. "We'll leave now." "Good luck, Kyle." "Wait." Kyle called after them. "When was Harry taken away?" "Just now," Hermione said. "Not long after you left for dinner. Filch said Professor Dumbledore had asked him to bring Harry to the Quidditch pitch to help with the event." Kyle's sense of unease deepened. Something didn't add up. Fred and George had clearly mentioned at dinner that the hostage plan had been cancelled, so why would Filch take Harry? No. Hermione and Ron exchanged confused looks as Kyle suddenly bolted from the room, sprinting toward the area where the referees were gathered. "What's gotten into him?" Ron asked, scratching his head. "We were having a nice chat, and then he just ran off." "Oh no, he's not going to turn us in, is he? You know we're not allowed in the champion's restroom." "Don't be silly, Ron," Hermione said, though her expression had turned grave. "Kyle's not like that. Come on, let's check the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang tables, maybe someone's missing there too." "Why do we have to do that?" Ron asked, clearly reluctant. "The match is about to start." Ignoring him, Hermione took off toward the center of the stands, leaving Ron no choice but to follow. Meanwhile, Kyle reached the referee's stand, where Dumbledore was speaking with several professors adorned in starry robes. "Kyle," Dumbledore said, noticing him approach. What are you doing here? The game is about to begin. There's something important, Professor, Kyle said, glancing around at the others. Recognizing the urgency, Dumbledore stepped forward, motioning for Kyle to speak. Go on. Do we need to rescue hostages during this task? Dumbledore chuckled lightly. You're well informed. That idea was considered but ultimately rejected. You don't need to. Harry's been taken, Kyle interrupted, his voice firm. The humor faded from Dumbledore's face, replaced by concern. That's impossible. The idea of taking a hostage was rejected before dinner. But Harry was taken, Kyle insisted. Ron and Hermione saw Filch take him, claiming it was to make the game more interesting. Dumbledore's expression darkened. His gaze swept across the field, pausing momentarily on Karkaroff, who was conversing with someone nearby, before returning to Kyle. I see, Dumbledore said quietly. The game will begin shortly. You should return to your position. Kyle hesitated, but nodded and left the stands, his mind racing. This development had caught him completely off guard. Why would Filch, of all people, take Harry? The Imperious Curse? Polyjuice Potion? Kyle couldn't be certain. Fred and George had been keeping the Marauders map to monitor Ludo Bagman, leaving Kyle without a way to confirm Filch's movements. Still, Filch was an ideal cover, an irritating but largely ignored figure in the castle. He could roam anywhere without suspicion. Even if he consumed Polyjuice Potion in plain sight, students wouldn't think twice about it, or he could simply drink it in private. Kyle tried to recall the last time he'd seen the Marauders map. The day he returned it to Fred and George, he'd taken one final glance. At the time, Filch had been in his office with Mrs. Norris, and there hadn't been any mention of Barty Crouch on the map. But now. Kyle shook off his thoughts as he approached the maze entrance. Fleur, Crumb, and Ludo Bagman were already waiting for him. You're lucky, Bagman said, hurrying over to pull Kyle into position. You would have missed it by a minute. Despite his cheerful words, there was a flicker of disappointment in Bagman's eyes, as though he'd secretly hoped Kyle wouldn't make it in time. Chapter 572, Firestorm Charm. By the time Kyle rejoined the other champions, the 4 professors tasked with patrolling the maze to ensure their safety had already gathered. We will be patrolling the maze, Professor McGonagall informed them, her tone stern. If you encounter any difficulties and require assistance, send red sparks into the sky, and we will come to your aid. Is that understood? The champions nodded in unison. With that, McGonagall, Hagrid, Professor Moody, and Flitwick dispersed, each heading to a different part of the maze to take their positions. No one noticed the tiny billywig that had wriggled its way down Hagrid's robes and into the maze. Or perhaps someone did notice but dismissed it. After all, a transformed Quidditch pitch teeming with magical creatures hardly seemed out of the ordinary. A billywig or a few bowtruckles wouldn't draw much attention. At that moment, Bagman raised his wand to his throat and cast an amplifying charm. Ladies and gentlemen, the final event of the Triwizard Tournament is about to begin, his voice boomed, reverberating through the stands. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers. Bagman went on to announce the current scores. Kyle, leading with 98 points, was the clear frontrunner, followed by Crumb in second place. Fleur, having lost too many points in the second task, was in last place. Kyle barely registered the announcement. His focus wasn't on the scores but on the judges section. Dumbledore was gone. In his place sat Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, who had come to witness the final event. Fudge looked delighted, clapping with the same enthusiasm as the rest of the crowd. A sharp whistle snapped Kyle out of his thoughts. It was the signal to start. Without hesitation, he darted into the maze. The towering hedges loomed on either side, casting deep shadows that seemed almost alive. A spell of silence enveloped the maze, cutting off the roar of the spectators as soon as he crossed the threshold. Reaching the first fork, Kyle stopped and laid his wand flat on his palm. Point me. The wand spun once before settling, pointing to the hedge on his right. But Kyle knew that wasn't the correct path. Confringo. With a flick of his wand, the dense hedge burst apart, leaving a gaping hole. Kyle didn't pause to inspect his handiwork, he ran straight through and kept moving. A golden mist shimmered ahead, spreading across the path. Ventus. A fierce gust of wind tore through the mist, scattering it instantly. As the path cleared, several red caps leaped from the hedges, their wooden clubs raised. Before they could strike, Kyle's reflexes kicked in. With a swift motion, he sent them hurtling backward, their assault neutralized before it even began. He continued running, his mind racing as fast as his feet. There's no doubt, Harry has been taken by a Death Eater. If Harry was still within the castle grounds, Dumbledore would surely locate him. But if the captors had already fled, apparition would make it nearly impossible for Dumbledore to track them down. Kyle had thought preventing Harry's name from entering the Goblet of Fire and ensuring Moody wasn't replaced would avert the worst. Yet here they were, things had gone disastrously wrong. The Death Eaters must have taken Harry to resurrect Voldemort. But where? Kyle's only lead was the Riddle Manor in Little Hangleton, the ancestral home of Voldemort's family. He tried to uncover more about the location over time, but Tom Riddle Sr. was an unremarkable figure whose history had left almost no trace. Could it really be Little Hangleton? Kyle didn't know for certain. But he couldn't waste time speculating. His priority now was to get out of the maze as quickly as possible and inform Dumbledore. If Little Hangleton was the key, Dumbledore needed to know immediately. And there was another critical point weighing on Kyle's mind. It couldn't be a coincidence that someone had maneuvered Harry into the Triwizard Tournament as a hostage. This wasn't just about spicing up the competition, as Ludo Bagman had claimed. There had to be a deeper motive. Perhaps something here could facilitate Harry's removal from Hogwarts, something like using the Goblet of Fire as a portkey. If Kyle's suspicions were correct, whoever orchestrated this had likely tampered with the Goblet of Fire beforehand. The plan to add hostages must have been part of the deception, an excuse to position Harry near the goblet. But when the judges rejected the proposal just before the competition, the culprits had been forced to adapt and take Harry directly. That meant the portkey enchantment on the Goblet of Fire might still be active. Although it was just a theory, it was worth investigating. Activating the portkey could be the fastest and most reliable way to locate Harry. Little Hangleton was only a guess, and there was no guarantee Voldemort was even there. If Kyle went searching blindly and found nothing, it would waste valuable time. But first, Kyle needed to find the goblet within the maze. If his hunch was wrong, he would need another plan, and quickly. Just then, a faint buzzing caught his attention. He looked up to see a billywig lazily hovering to his left, bobbing up and down. Magical creatures like billywigs can navigate the air above the maze freely, unlike wizards. Its movement seemed deliberate, almost as if it were tracing a path. Kyle watched it carefully, realizing it wasn't heading due north as Cho had once thought. With renewed focus, Kyle turned and raised his wand, pointing it in the billywig's direction. This should be about the right distance. Let's test it. He shook his wrist gently, and from the tip of his wand, a strange, glowing symbol emerged, shimmering in the dim light. The air around him began to warm, the temperature rising rapidly. Sparks flickered and danced on the hedges, forming a swarm of golden-red flames. The fiery embers flared to life, gathering momentum, and in mere moments, they coalesced into a massive, surging wave of fire. The flames crackled and roared, their energy radiating like a living entity. As if sensing the imminent danger, the creatures hidden within the maze erupted into chaos. Shrill cries and panicked screeches filled the air from every direction, particularly from the area where Kyle's wand was aimed. The hedges themselves seemed to shudder and convulse violently. Incendio totalum. The spell detonated with explosive force, tearing through the maze. The golden-red inferno surged forward, consuming everything in its path. Hedges, traps, and magical barriers were obliterated in an instant, reduced to smoldering ash. It was as if a giant had ripped an entire section of the maze away, leaving behind a blackened expanse devoid of obstacles. Under the dark night sky, the sudden burst of flames in the maze was impossible to miss. All eyes in the stands turned toward it simultaneously. Even Bagman, who was poised to blow his second whistle, froze, his attention captured. His face was pale, beads of cold sweat trailing down his forehead. No way. He just went in a minute ago. How could he have gotten that far, he muttered, visibly shaken. In his panic, Bagman blew the whistle prematurely, signaling Crumb to enter. But the sound was lost amid the rising commotion from the spectators. Before their astonished eyes, the flames, which had been coiling together moments earlier, suddenly transformed. Like a giant hurling a spear with all their might, the flames pierced through half the maze in an instant. What remained was a broad, golden-red pathway, blazing brightly on the ground. At the end of the pathway stood the Goblet of Fire, a shining symbol of triumph. For a moment, the stands were deathly silent. Then, an eruption of cheers shattered the quiet, their fervor so intense it seemed capable of dispersing the heavy clouds above. From the judge's stand, Madame Maxime rose abruptly. Her voice rang out, indignant and accusatory. "This is impossible. You cheated. Someone must have helped him." Her accusation carried weight. The hedges of the maze had been enchanted to resist fire and cutting spells. Even an ordinary blasting curse would only leave a small dent. Yet now, they had been sliced through effortlessly, as if they were nothing more than butter under a hot knife. Maxime's disbelief was palpable. This level of magic, terrifying in its precision and power, was beyond what she could imagine a mere 15-year-old achieving. "I don't think so, Madame Maxime," Fudge interjected from nearby. His shock from earlier had given way to his usual composed, aloof demeanor. "Both Dumbledore and I have high regard for this young man's abilities," he said with a faint smile. "He's exceptionally gifted. In a few decades, he might even succeed Dumbledore as headmaster of Hogwarts." His tone shifted, laden with self-satisfaction. "But I think he's more suited to a role in the ministry." I'm confident I can groom him to be the youngest minister of magic in history. Maxime didn't so much as glance at him, her focus entirely on the impossibility she had just witnessed. If this is talent, then what is Fleur, a champion reduced to nothing more than a flobberworm with a wand? Fudge, irked by Maxime's lack of response, consoled himself with the thought of Kyle's apparent victory. His long-standing frustration over Britain's lackluster Quidditch performances was momentarily eased by this unexpected success in another prestigious event. He felt an urge to assert his connection to Kyle, to bask in the reflected glory. But as he turned to seek support from another judge, he noticed the seat beside him was empty. Igor, he asked, addressing a nearby Durmstrang student. Where did he go? The student responded calmly, the headmaster just left. He said he might have forgotten something on the ship. Is that so? Fudge murmured, his brow furrowing slightly. The timing seemed odd, but he brushed it off. Surely Karkaroff had simply chosen to avoid witnessing his school's loss firsthand. Chapter 573, My Student. On the other side, Kyle, still wandering through the maze, had no idea what the audience might be thinking. Once the hedges blocking his view vanished, his eyes locked onto the trophy glinting at the center of the flames. Without hesitation, Kyle sprinted toward it. A sphinx crouched near the edge of the flames, its role to deter the champions with riddles or resistance. Yet, as Kyle dashed past, the creature seemed to lose all interest in him, suddenly fascinated by a stone on the ground. It lowered its head, feigning indifference. Reaching the trophy without any obstacles, Kyle didn't pause. He grasped the cup handle firmly. But the trophy didn't budge. Instead, an overwhelming force tugged at him, lifting his feet off the ground in one swift motion. It really is a portkey, Kyle thought with elation. Relinquishing all resistance, he let the trophy pull him forward, carried away through the rushing wind and swirling colors. Kyle couldn't tell how much time had passed, maybe a minute, maybe just a fleeting moment, before he felt solid ground beneath him once again. But this wasn't Hogwarts. Darkness surrounded him, and in the distance, he spotted a cluster of pointed rooftops perched on what appeared to be a hill. Hurry, run, run. A panicked scream broke through the silence before Kyle could take a closer look. The voice sounded vaguely familiar. Looking up, Kyle saw Harry sprawled on the ground, his face contorted with pain. One leg appeared injured, and he was using his arms to drag himself toward Kyle. It's Voldemort. Harry shouted, his voice trembling with both agony and fear. He's resurrected, and the Death Eaters, they. Harry didn't need to finish. The moment Kyle landed, figures in black robes and masks encircled him, their movements swift and coordinated. Oh, look who's here. A hoarse voice drawled from behind the circle. The hooded figures immediately parted, bowing with a deference that resembled servitude. Through the gap, a tall, gaunt figure emerged. Cloaked in black, his skin was deathly pale, almost translucent, and his scarlet eyes burned like coals. He had no nose, only two slitted nostrils, like a serpent's. Voldemort. My student, Voldemort purred, his voice smooth but laced with menace. Is this how you greet your professor? I thought you'd be so overjoyed, you'd scream. Don't be ridiculous, you're not my professor, Kyle shot back without hesitation. Harry was still there, and Kyle wasn't about to let Voldemort twist the narrative. How heartless, Voldemort mused, his gaze steady. When you came to me seeking the secret to eternal life, your tone was much more respectful. What eternal life? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, don't you? Voldemort twirled a wand between his pale fingers. Addressing the Death Eaters, he continued, his voice calm but cutting. Years ago, I returned to Hogwarts, reduced to a mere parasite clinging to Quirrell's feeble form. It was a disgraceful existence, all because the people I trusted most, his voice sharpened, none of you, made any effort to find me. Though his lips curled into what might have been a smile, his tone was glacial. The Death Eaters immediately prostrated themselves, groveling and pleading for forgiveness. Only one remained standing, a pale man with freckles and a mangled arm. Barty Crouch Jr. Voldemort ignored the groveling crowd and continued, his crimson eyes fixed on Kyle. Back then, a boy was the first to uncover my presence. Clever and daring, he caused me considerable trouble, so much so that he even dared to threaten the Dark Lord. A cold smile spread across his face. I always thought it would be a while before I saw you again, my student. Yet here you are, so soon. Have you come to celebrate my rebirth? If so, I quite like this gift. It is I, my lord. It is I. One of the Death Eaters crawled forward, trembling. I made the Triwizard Cup a portkey. It was I who delivered this champion to you. Voldemort's gaze flicked to the groveling men. Karkaroff, he murmured, his tone dripping with contempt. I'd assumed that a coward like you would have fled the moment you caught wind of my return. My lord, I would never betray you. Karkaroff pressed himself flat against the ground. I only stayed hidden to await the right moment to welcome you back. And look. I've captured Harry Potter for you. Oh. Voldemort turned to Barty Crouch Jr., the only Death Eater who hadn't bowed. Barty, Voldemort drawled, is this true? Barty sneered. He only agreed out of fear, my lord. But, he did contribute. Kyle's brow furrowed. Barty Crouch Jr., defending Karkaroff. That's odd. Karkaroff had once exposed Barty's identity as a Death Eater, yet here he was, acknowledging his effort. Were Death Eaters really this forgiving? Kyle didn't have time to dwell on the thought. Seize him. Voldemort's voice cut through the air like a blade. I want him alive. The Death Eaters surged forward. But Kyle was faster. A fiery dragon erupted from his wand, roaring as it charged at the closest Death Eater. In seconds, the flames consumed the man, his scream cut short as he collapsed, motionless. Fiendfire, someone shouted in alarm. The Death Eaters hesitated, stumbling back. Even through their masks, their shock was palpable. Isn't he just a student? They watched in stunned silence as the fiery dragon coiled above them, its movements fluid and terrifyingly lifelike. A single thought echoed among them, unspoken. What kind of student wields fiendfire with such ease? And then, they remembered the first thing Voldemort had said upon seeing him. My student. The pieces clicked into place for the Death Eaters. That makes sense now, one of them muttered under their breath. Idiots. Voldemort spat, his voice venomous. With a simple flick of his wand, the fiendfire dragon dissolved into nothingness, leaving only smoke and embers behind. But it was too late. As the Death Eaters turned back to Kyle, their gazes fell on the objects he now held, a golden feather and an unremarkable bead. Voldemort's crimson eyes narrowed, a flicker of unease crossing his face, an emotion so foreign it made the Death Eaters uneasy too. Quick, stop him. Voldemort's command was cut short. Crack. Kyle crushed the feather and bead in his hands simultaneously. In an instant, a thick, impenetrable fog blanketed the small hill. The mist was so dense that visibility dropped to nothing. The Death Eaters, who had lunged at Kyle, stumbled and crashed into one another, shouting in confusion. Bang. What's happening? Over here, grab him. I've got him, my lord, I've got him, one Death Eater bellowed triumphantly. In the chaos, someone mistakenly grabbed Voldemort himself, clamping their fingers over his slit-like nostrils in the process. Avada. A flash of green light cut through the fog, illuminating the chaos for a brief second. Worthless, incompetent fools. Voldemort's voice thundered, trembling with fury. Even he had been caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the mist. Chapter 574, Chapter 574, this snake is nice, I'll take it. The sudden mist obscured Voldemort and the Death Eaters' view, making them lose their target. Faced with the dense fog that blanketed almost the entire mountain, Voldemort hesitated momentarily. He couldn't pinpoint Kyle's location, and casting a random spell risked injuring his own followers. Not that he cared about their welfare, of course, but having just been resurrected, he had countless plans to set in motion. He needed them, at least for now, to handle the tasks he deemed beneath him. Letting them die here would be wasteful, especially given their incompetence over the past decade, crimes worthy of execution several times over in his eyes. Raising his wand, Voldemort attempted to dispel the fog, but the effect was minimal. The howling wind did thin the mist slightly, but clearing it entirely would take time. Meanwhile, Voldemort knew he had to act quickly to prevent his prey from escaping. Nagini, he commanded coldly. A massive snake, at least 12 feet long, slithered to his side, its movements swift and unimpeded by the dense mist. You can smell him, Voldemort hissed, his scarlet eyes gleaming. Find the boy. Don't let him escape. The serpent immediately writhed off into the fog, moving with a fluid grace that defied the haze. Voldemort returned his focus to his spell work. The wind atop the mountain intensified, bending tree branches and forcing the Death Eaters to cling to whatever they could to keep from being swept away. Gradually, the fog began to disperse. As the mist cleared, Voldemort's gaze snapped toward where Nagini had gone. What he saw enraged him. Kyle stood there, not frightened as Voldemort had anticipated, but smiling. He was helping Harry to his feet, while a Niffler, absurdly, attempted to shove Harry's glasses into its pouch. Nagini lay motionless on the ground. And standing between them all was someone Voldemort could never mistake, or forget. Albus Dumbledore. The old wizard stood calmly, his expression serene and unwavering. Voldemort's wand shot up, and a jet of light surged toward Dumbledore. Because Kyle and Harry stood behind him, Dumbledore did not move to avoid it. Instead, with a flick of his wand, he sent forth a burst of orange light. The two spells collided mid-air, resulting in a deafening explosion. Dumbledore then swept his wand in an arc. Around them, the trees came alive, their roots tearing free from the soil. Thick branches moved like massive arms, lashing out at the Death Eaters. Screams erupted as the Death Eaters scrambled to defend themselves, hurling spells that normally shattered stone. But these spells barely scratched the enchanted trees. One Death Eater, slower than the rest, was caught by a branch that pierced his leg, eliciting a howl of pain. Meanwhile, the ground beneath Kyle suddenly transformed into a steep slope. Without hesitation, Kyle and Harry slid down it as though on a natural slide, retreating swiftly from the battlefield. Just before the slide took them away, Kyle grabbed Nagini's tail, dragging the massive snake along with him. No. Stop. Voldemort's piercing shriek rang out, but Kyle paid no heed, tightening his grip on the snake. With Dumbledore holding the field, what could Voldemort do to him? Sure enough, as Voldemort moved to pursue them, a powerful spell forced him back. Out of the way, Dumbledore. You know this is impossible, Tom, Dumbledore replied calmly. So let this mark the end of your resurrection. So, you mean to take my life? Dumbledore, can you truly bring yourself to commit such a cruel act? Kyle couldn't hear the rest of the exchange. He and Harry continued sliding uncontrollably down the steep slope conjured by Dumbledore. It felt endless, the uneven terrain peppered with sharp stones making the descent painful. By the time they finally came to a halt, Harry was in agony. His body ached all over, and he lay sprawled on the ground, groaning as he tried to find a position that didn't hurt. Kyle, on the other hand, fared much better. He had managed to climb onto Nagini early in the descent, using the snake's massive body as a makeshift cushion. Standing up and dusting himself off, Kyle opened his suitcase, placed it on the ground, and began shoving the limp snake inside by its tail. Midway through, something brushed against his arm, startling him. He spun around, only to find Harry standing awkwardly nearby. "What are you doing?" Harry asked, squinting at him. "Kyle. I'm sorry." Harry reached out blindly, his hands groping at the air. "I can't see very well. Have you seen my glasses anywhere?" Kyle glanced at the niffler perched on his shoulder. The mischievous creature instinctively covered its pockets with its little paws. "No," Kyle replied evenly, shaking his head. "I think I dropped them on the way here." In truth, the niffler had Harry's glasses, and Kyle had no intention of returning them. Without the niffler, Kyle wouldn't have found Harry in the fog, and Dumbledore wouldn't have been able to save either of them. In a way, the niffler had saved Harry's life. A pair of glasses seemed like a fair price to pay. Besides, there were things Harry didn't need to see right now. His current state of blurred vision suited Kyle just fine. Kyle quickened his pace, shoving the rest of Nagini's body into the suitcase. Harry squinted harder, trying to make sense of the blurry figure in front of him. All he could discern was Kyle hunched over something that vaguely resembled a large piece of wood. "What are you doing?" Harry asked again. Nothing. Just moving some things," Kyle replied casually. With a final push, he stuffed the rest of Nagini inside, shut the suitcase, and stood up. By now, they had reached a spot near the village at the base of the mountain. The view of the mountaintop was obscured, though occasional flashes of multicolored light lit up the sky above, hinting at the battle raging there. "I thought I heard Professor Dumbledore's voice earlier," Harry said, struggling to his feet. Now more alert, Harry spoke urgently. "Kyle, you have to tell Professor Dumbledore, Voldemort. Voldemort has come back to life. Someone used a hand, a bone, and my blood. They put it all in a cauldron and boiled it, and Voldemort, he came out of it. We have to let Professor Dumbledore know right away." Kyle blinked, his mind snagging on the description. Harry's recounting sounded oddly familiar. Yes, that was exactly how Hagrid made his infamous hodgepodge stew, throwing in all sorts of claws and bones before adding the main ingredient at the end. Could it be that Voldemort had learned this method from Hagrid? Kyle shook his head, banishing the absurd thought. "I'm not joking," Harry insisted, misinterpreting Kyle's silence. "Voldemort is really back. We have to hurry and tell Professor Dumbledore." "Relax, Harry, I believe you," Kyle reassured him. "Remember? I saw him too. And Professor Dumbledore already knows." "He does. Of course. He's up there right now, fighting Voldemort. We were sent down by him for safety." "So that really was Professor Dumbledore?" Harry murmured, his voice tinged with wonder. "Of course. How else do you think we managed to escape?" Kyle said. "That's good. That's really good," Harry muttered, relief washing over him. His legs gave out, and he sank back to the ground, too overwhelmed to stand any longer. Chapter 575, Chapter 575, Two Death Eaters. Harry's nerves, stretched taut throughout the ordeal, finally began to relax. For the first time, he had a moment to process what had just happened. Fragments of memory surfaced. He recalled being brought to this place by Filch, or rather, someone pretending to be Filch. No, it had been a Death Eater under Polyjuice Potion. Voldemort had called him Barty Crouch. Barty Crouch. That name rang a bell. It was the same as Percy's boss at the Ministry, whom Harry had met at the Quidditch World Cup. But this Barty had used his blood, Harry's blood, to resurrect Voldemort. Then Kyle had appeared. The Death Eaters had tried to kill him, but Kyle had driven them back with a fiery dragon. A fiery dragon. Harry's mind lingered on the memory, vivid despite the chaos. Kyle had repelled an entire group of Death Eaters and even killed one on the spot. At the time, Harry had thought he was dreaming, that he was still asleep in his bed back at Hogwarts. But the searing pain in his leg had kept him grounded in reality. After that, the fog had rolled in, thick and disorienting. His memories blurred further. My glasses. He remembered losing them inexplicably. Without them, everything became a shapeless haze. Harry had heard Dumbledore's voice at some point but dismissed it as a figment of his imagination. Now, with Kyle confirming it, the truth was undeniable, Dumbledore had come. Can you tell me what happened? Harry asked, his voice edged with confusion. His thoughts were a tangle. He didn't understand why Kyle was here. Wasn't Kyle supposed to be busy with the Triwizard Tournament? And how had everything changed so quickly? Kyle glanced toward the sky, where the frequency of flashing spells was increasing. He paused, thinking before responding. How should I put this? Weren't you taken by Filch earlier, supposedly to be brought to the maze as a hostage? He's Barty Crouch. Harry interjected, hurriedly clarifying, not Mr. Crouch from the Ministry of Magic, but the other one with the same name. Oh, Barty Crouch Jr., Kyle said, nodding. The son of the Mr. Crouch you mentioned. What? Harry's voice rose with disbelief. Kyle didn't elaborate, instead continuing his explanation. But the idea of using hostages was scrapped before dinner. Coincidentally, Hermione and Ron came to the Champions' restroom looking for you because they were worried. That's how we found out you'd been taken. And Karkaroff replaced the Goblet of Fire with a portkey. When I touched it, it brought me here. And Professor Dumbledore. I have a unique way of summoning his phoenix, Kyle replied. He glanced up again. The lights in the sky were now blinking like rapid-fire signals, and roars echoed intermittently from the mountaintop. Okay, Harry, Kyle cut him off before he could ask more questions. Let's head back first. There will be plenty of time to talk once we're at Hogwarts. But Professor Dumbledore. You're not thinking of helping, are you? Kyle asked, a note of disbelief in his voice. Helping Dumbledore fight Voldemort. Harry fell silent, chastened. Even though he couldn't see Kyle's eyes clearly, the incredulity in his tone made Harry realize how foolish the suggestion had been. So, how do we get back? Harry mumbled, quickly changing the subject. Did you bring your broom? Yes, Kyle replied with a nod. Then, as if dismissing the idea, he added, but we don't need it. Just grab my arm. He extended his hand. Harry watched as Kyle reached out, seemingly to grasp at empty air. Kyle noticed Harry's blank expression and sighed. Okay, that wasn't considerate of me. He adjusted his stance, extending his arm further. Harry reached out hesitantly and grabbed his sleeve. Just as Kyle was about to disapparate, his attention snapped to the bushes nearby. Who's there? Come out, he demanded, raising his wand. Harry, immediately on alert, drew his wand from his pocket and pointed it, though in the exact opposite direction of where Kyle was aiming. True to the champion of Hogwarts, came a dull, mocking voice. From the bushes emerged a Death Eater, his figure cloaked but unmistakably human. You can't just leave, the masked figure said, his tone flat. Or I won't be able to explain to my master. That's easy to solve, Kyle replied calmly, his wand tilting slightly. Sectum Sempra. The Death Eater flung himself to the ground, rolling and scrambling out of the spell's trajectory. A split second later, the bushes behind him were sliced cleanly in half, the sharp edges of the cut smoldering faintly. Cold sweat dripped down the face concealed behind Lucius Malfoy's mask. He hadn't come here to fight, he had only wanted an excuse to slip away from the battle on the mountaintop without incurring Voldemort's wrath. Tracking Kyle and his friend had seemed like a convenient way to do that. Lucius had known Kyle was capable of using fiend fire, a terrifying skill, but in the open space of the hillside, its effectiveness would be limited. What he hadn't anticipated was that Kyle had mastered other lethal spells. That curse could have been as deadly as the killing curse. The realization hit Lucius hard, this 15-year-old student was far more dangerous than he'd expected. Lucius hesitated, torn between standing his ground or fleeing. He hadn't come here to die. He'd come to show loyalty, not to risk his life. But his hesitation cost him. A row of jagged stone spikes suddenly erupted from the ground. One impaled Lucius through the sole of his foot. Ah! Lucius screamed in agony, clawing at the ground as he tried to free himself. A wand pressed against his temple. Sectum. Kyle's voice was cold. I surrender. Lucius shouted desperately. I surrender. You can't kill me. You're Dumbledore's student, he wouldn't allow it. Kyle's wand lowered slightly, and he nodded. That's true. Relief flooded Lucius's body. He exhaled shakily, thinking of how he could spin this disaster into a tale of his survival. But then Kyle's voice broke through his thoughts, muttering as though to himself. If a lost 5x magical creature happened to pass by here, say, an acromantula, and you happened to be unable to move, and it injected you with its venom, wouldn't that make more sense? Lucius's momentary relief evaporated. His heart raced. There were no acromantulas here, but he didn't doubt Kyle's insinuation. Magical venom was portable, and Lucius himself had a collection at home. The realization was chilling. This is a Muggle area. There aren't any magical creatures here. Lucius shouted frantically. If you do this, you'll be caught, the Ministry of Magic will find out. Avada. The faint voice came from somewhere distant, cutting through the tension like a blade. Kyle's pupils contracted sharply. He grabbed Harry and yanked him back just as a flash of green light streaked past, barely missing them. Reacting instinctively, Kyle slashed his wand toward the source of the spell. Sectum Sempra. The curse struck an arborvitae tree, splitting it in two. But there was no sign of the attacker. Kyle's mind raced. Someone had just cast the killing curse, and he hadn't sensed their presence at all until the spell was fired. This wasn't random, whoever it was had been hiding, waiting. Was the curse aimed at Harry? Or at him? It didn't matter. The unknown assailant was the real threat now, and staying here was no longer an option. An earthen wall rose from the ground, shielding Kyle and Harry as Kyle reached for his companion. Hold on to me, he shouted. Harry, rattled but obedient, grabbed Kyle's arm. With a sharp pop, the two vanished from the spot, leaving the hillside behind. Chapter 576, The Hog's Head. Hogsmeade was unusually quiet, a stark contrast to its usual bustling atmosphere. With the Triwizard Tournament's final match, the most celebrated event in centuries, drawing everyone, even the shopkeepers, to Hogwarts, the village seemed almost deserted. That tranquility was shattered moments ago by two shocking announcements. First, Harry Potter's mysterious disappearance, and then the champion of the Triwizard Tournament vanishing in front of the crowd. This prompted an immediate need for inspections, but only among those who knew the truth of the matter. To most, these disappearances were puzzling but not alarming. When Kyle had vanished, many simply assumed it was another twist orchestrated by the judges. At the Hog's Head, the situation was far less tranquil. Sirius Black stood with his wand raised, his expression menacing as he faced the cranky old owner. Remus Lupin was there as well, systematically lifting the hoods of the bar's patrons to check their identities. The customers were unusually cooperative. But then again, not many would dare defy a fully transformed werewolf, especially one towering close to 7 or 8 feet tall. Yes, it was a full moon. Despite his transformation, Lupin had retained his human mind, thanks to the wolfsbane potion he had taken earlier. He'd been resting in the Shrieking Shack when Sirius brought him the troubling news about Harry and Kyle's sudden disappearance. That was all it took for Lupin to abandon his rest and join Sirius in the search. For the first time in decades, Lupin found himself not resenting his werewolf nature. In fact, it proved useful. The grumpier customers who might otherwise have resisted Sirius's inspection had immediately quieted upon Lupin's arrival. Wands were hastily stowed, and they began cooperating with surprising enthusiasm. They were now as obedient as Hogwarts first years at their sorting. The only exception was the owner, a tall, thin man with long gray hair and a beard. He seemed perpetually irritated and was holding a grimy glass that he was half-heartedly wiping with an equally dirty rag. Get out, the men snapped at Sirius. I don't have whoever it is you're looking for. You wouldn't know that, Sirius countered, unfazed. Everyone knows the Hog's Head is the best hiding spot in Hogsmeade. The owner's face turned red with anger, and he launched into a string of insults. Yet, despite his outburst, he made no move to stop Lupin, who continued his search. All the while, the owner kept polishing the glass in his hand. Sirius couldn't help but frown. If anything, the glass seemed to grow filthier the more the man wiped it. The professors at Hogwarts weren't wrong, anyone visiting the Hog's Head was better off bringing their own glass. Pop. The sharp crack of apparition from outside sliced through the tension like a knife. The sound carried clearly into the bar, and Sirius's instincts kicked in immediately. At the same moment, Lupin froze, his head snapping toward the door as he sniffed the air. Without finishing his inspection, Lupin emitted a low whimpering sound at Sirius, then bolted outside, moving with inhuman speed. They weren't the first to arrive. As Sirius charged out of the bar, he spotted Professor Moody standing rigidly in front of the Shrieking Shack, his back to them. Stupefy. A jet of red light hit Lupin square in the chest, flinging him backward into the dirt. Wait, Professor Moody. Sirius shouted urgently. It's Remus Lupin. Hearing Sirius's voice, Moody hesitated. His wand tilted slightly, causing the second curse he'd been ready to fire to veer off course, striking the ground beside Lupin. A thunderous explosion left a 5-foot crater in the clearing. Cold sweat trickled down Sirius's face. His mind reeled at the thought of what would have happened if the blasting curse had hit its target. Werewolf or not, Lupin wouldn't have survived. Remus. Moody turned his head, his blue magical eye swiveling in its socket. Yes, Sirius confirmed quickly. Thanks to Dumbledore's efforts, the villagers agreed to let him live here. He's had Wolfsbane potion, he's in control and here to help find Harry and Kyle. I see, Moody muttered, lowering his wand. A werewolf's sense of smell can be useful for tracking, but we won't be needing it now. His magical eye darted behind him. Sirius followed Moody's gaze and froze. There stood Kyle, steady and unharmed. Beside him lay Harry on the ground, pale and dazed, clearly in pain and clutching an injured leg. Thank Merlin you're back. Sirius exclaimed, forgetting Lupin entirely as he rushed toward them. What happened? Are you all right? What's going on? That's what I'd like to know, Moody said, his voice low. Voldemort. He's been resurrected, Kyle stated plainly. The words hung in the air, suffocating the group with their weight. That's impossible. It's impossible. Sirius stammered, his voice trembling. He struggled to accept what he'd just heard. Memories of that fateful night, when James and Lily had died, flooded his mind. Moody's expression darkened. For once, he remained silent, his usual gruff demeanor replaced by a grim stillness. I don't want to believe it either, Kyle said, shaking his head. But it's true. Professor Dumbledore is fighting him right now, and that's the only reason we were able to get back. You saw him. A voice emerged from the shadows. Snape stepped forward, his face pale and tense, and seized Kyle by the shoulders. Are you sure you saw the Dark Lord with your own eyes? I'm certain, Professor, Kyle replied firmly. Snape's hands trembled faintly as they rested on Kyle's shoulders. His eyes flickered, betraying the storm of emotions beneath his usual stoic mask. He's really back. Snape murmured, almost to himself. It took a long, heavy moment for Sirius and Moody to process the revelation. Though they knew Kyle wouldn't lie about something so grave, the enormity of the claim, Voldemort's return, was almost too much to accept. What was equally unbelievable was that Kyle and Harry had escaped from Voldemort at all. They knew Dumbledore had only just arrived, summoned by Fawkes minutes after Kyle's disappearance. Harry, meanwhile, had been taken even earlier, before the tournament's start. What had happened in that time? Sirius's chest tightened with unease. He walked to Harry, carefully helping him to his feet. Harry looked pale and exhausted, but alive. It was then that Professor McGonagall arrived, hurrying toward them. By Merlin's beard. What on earth happened here? Kyle repeated his explanation. McGonagall stood frozen, her mouth trembling as she listened. Unlike Sirius and Moody, she didn't hesitate to believe him. My. You know who? Her voice wavered as she looked between Kyle and Harry. Her gaze lingered on Harry's injured leg before she spoke again. I'm so relieved you're both alive. I'll take you straight to the hospital wing. I'm fine, Professor McGonagall, Kyle insisted. Please, take Harry first. No way. McGonagall said sharply. She wasn't swayed by Kyle's protests. Both of you are going to the hospital wing, and that's final. Chapter 577, The Champion. Madame Pomfrey had been waiting near the Quidditch pitch when the news of Harry and Kyle's return reached her. She rushed back to the castle immediately, heading straight for the hospital wing. The moment she entered, her attention was drawn to Harry. His appearance was dreadful, his entire body covered in dust, his once fine robes reduced to ragged tatters, and blood seeping steadily from his injured leg. In contrast, Kyle looked remarkably unscathed. His clothes were cleaner than those of many professors, such as Sirius or Moody, who both bore signs of the day's chaos. For a fleeting moment, Madame Pomfrey thought Harry must have been the champion battling his way through the maze while Kyle had merely been a spectator. Still, in her meticulous manner, she insisted on examining Kyle after tending to Harry, just to be certain. Finding nothing wrong with him, she handed him a potion to restore his energy. As Kyle sipped it, his grimace confirmed that the potion's flavor hadn't improved over the years. 10 minutes later, the hospital wing. Harry lay in the bed, his leg healed and freshly bandaged. A new pair of glasses, provided by Professor McGonagall, now rested on his face. Madame Pomfrey had just stepped out when Sirius, too impatient to wait, leaned forward. What really happened? He asked urgently. Harry set his cup of hot cocoa on the bedside table and recounted everything that had transpired after he was taken away. Gasps echoed around the room as he described Voldemort's resurrection ritual. The grotesque details, the hand, the bone, and his own blood, were met with shock and disbelief. Incredible, Moody muttered, his magical eye darting restlessly. I think I've heard of something like it before. Back in the Middle Ages, there was a dark ritual devised to resurrect Herpo the Foul. It was described as grotesquely evil. I wouldn't be surprised if this is derived from that. So, Voldemort is really back? Sirius asked, his voice tight with dread. I don't know, Moody replied. He frowned, the expression deepening the scars on his face. Dumbledore returned shortly after Kyle and Harry did, but... Oh, here he comes now. The door to the hospital wing opened. All heads turned, and the sight of Dumbledore made their hearts sink. The headmaster looked worn and battered. His face was pale, his robes torn and absent, and his left hand was blackened as though scorched. Few in the wizarding world could have inflicted such visible damage on Albus Dumbledore. Fiendfire? Moody asked, his magical eye twitching toward Dumbledore's injured hand. Yes, Dumbledore replied, his voice calm but weary. A momentary lapse of concentration. He raised his blackened hand and tapped it with his wand. The darkened flesh gradually faded, restoring itself to its original state. But no one in the room seemed relieved. So it's true, then. You know who? Sirius's voice was dry, strained. Dumbledore looked at the group, his gaze solemn. It may be difficult to accept, he said slowly, but yes. He is back. A heavy silence settled over the room. The weight of Dumbledore's confirmation was suffocating. Professor, you didn't kill him? Harry asked anxiously, breaking the quiet. I'm sorry, Dumbledore said, shaking his head. Tom did not intend to fight me to the death. He fled, much as he did years ago. And I must admit, Dumbledore added wryly, he has grown even more skilled at running away. The attempt at lightening the mood fell flat. The tense silence returned, the gravity of the situation too overwhelming for humor. Everyone in the room looked troubled, their thoughts dark and heavy. Professor, said Kyle, am I going to the Quidditch pitch? The Triwizard Tournament shouldn't be over yet. Yes, that's what I was going to say, replied Dumbledore. Minerva, Alastair, you'd better hurry back too. No matter what happens afterward, the tournament will continue. Professors McGonagall and Moody nodded and left the hospital wing one after the other. Sirius and Snape remained indifferent, though they were nominally safety officers for the third task. If not for Dumbledore's Patronus alerting them that something was amiss, they never would have left the maze. Now that Kyle and Harry had returned, it was time for them to go back. As soon as they exited the hospital wing, Professor McGonagall transformed into a tabby cat and darted toward the Quidditch pitch, while Professor Moody's form gradually faded into invisibility. Oh, and this. After the two had gone, Dumbledore produced a trophy. You left it at the top of the hill, and without the trophy, your championship doesn't count. Do I have to carry it over there? Kyle asked. Although that would work, I have a better way to make the competition seem more reasonable. Dumbledore tapped the trophy with his wand. Portus. He then continued, I'm going back now too. The timing is 5 minutes. After that, just place your hand on it. Then I'll see you later. With that, Dumbledore also departed. Kyle, Harry, and their reluctant companions, Sirius and Snape, were left alone in the hospital wing. The animosity between Sirius and Snape was undiminished, even in light of Voldemort's return. Snavelis, aren't you going to go and tell your master? Sirius taunted. Tell him Harry's here, at Hogwarts. Snape, uncharacteristically silent, glared at Sirius coldly. His gaze lingered briefly on Kyle before he stood and followed Dumbledore out. I really don't understand why Headmaster Dumbledore would let you stay here at a time like this. Sirius said loudly, ensuring Snape heard him. Snape didn't stop or respond, disappearing down the corridor. Harry turned to Sirius only after Snape was out of sight. Remember, stay away from Snape in the future, and never be alone with him, Sirius advised. Harry nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure why. It was something he had already done instinctively. He turned to Kyle and the Triwizard Cup sitting on the ground. Congratulations on winning the Triwizard Tournament, Harry said. I knew it had to be you. Harry had witnessed Kyle's strength multiple times, particularly 10 minutes ago, when he saw the fiery dragon Kyle conjured. He didn't know the spell, but the overwhelming power still sent chills down his spine. Thanks. I'll see you later, Kyle said. I think Professor Dumbledore still has some questions for us. I know, Harry replied. If he guessed correctly, he'd be repeating everything he had just explained to Professor McGonagall. When the time was almost up, Kyle approached the Triwizard Cup and gripped its handle. The scene before him instantly shifted. Kyle was overwhelmed by a wave of noise, cheering, shouting, and the crackling of fireworks all around him. He had returned to the edge of the maze, surrounded by a jubilant crowd chanting his name. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Triwizard Tournament has been decided. Ludo Bagman's voice rang out from the commentary booth. He spoke softly and distractedly, but no one noticed or cared. The crowd's cheers were deafening. Kyle lifted the Triwizard Cup high, and the applause and shouting grew even louder. He scanned the stands and saw Dumbledore, clad in fresh robes, smiling and clapping. The headmaster stood where Karkaroff would normally have been, while Cornelius Fudge occupied his usual seat. The Minister for Magic. He really does love to make an appearance. Kyle's eyes moved on and quickly found Kanna in the stands. She was cheering, waving her arms, and jumping with excitement. Fred and George were busy launching fireworks, while Cedric, standing beside them, waved a flag emblazoned with the Hufflepuff badger, grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 578, Chapter 578, an exciting job. The award ceremony for the winner of the Triwizard Tournament was an extravagant affair. Cornelius Fudge, representing the Ministry of Magic, presented Kyle with the Triwizard Cup, accompanied by a prize of 1,000 galleons. Madame Maxime and Fleur stood nearby, applauding. Fleur's expression, however, betrayed a hint of regret. The competition had concluded before she'd even had a chance to begin, leaving her without any real experience of the final task. Still, such were the rules of competitions. Her score had been low, and, as Madame Maxime had pointed out, Kyle's extraordinary feat of destroying half the maze with a single charm left little room for debate. The fiery path Kyle had carved was still smoldering, visible to all in the stands. It was an undeniable testament to his overwhelming strength, a feat Fleur knew she could not have replicated. As the evening deepened, the ceremony concluded in a spirited and celebratory atmosphere. The only subdued faces belonged to the students of Durmstrang. Their champion, Victor Crumb, had been found unconscious shortly after entering the maze and had to be carried out. Adding to their dismay was the absence of their headmaster, Karkaroff, who had vanished without a word. Without these two pivotal figures, the Durmstrang students felt adrift, unsure whether to join the celebrations or quietly retreat to their ship. Once the awards were given, Dumbledore approached Kyle and quietly said, "Come with me. I may have something to ask you." "Okay," Kyle replied, his eyes flicking toward Dumbledore's left hand. "Ah, don't worry about it," Dumbledore said, as if reading his thoughts. He raised his left hand, showing that the blackened scorch marks from earlier had faded, leaving only a faint scar. "It was just a burn from fiendfire," he explained. "It will heal quickly." Dumbledore gave a small, reassuring smile. "Of course, nothing comes without a price. But rest assured, Tom isn't in the best shape either. I came out of it rather well." He winked, exchanged a few final words with the surrounding crowd, and began heading back to the castle. Kyle followed. By this time, the other students had yet to return from the Quidditch pitch, leaving the castle eerily quiet. Dumbledore and Kyle ascended the stairs to the 8th floor, where the headmaster's office awaited. Inside, Harry was already waiting, along with Professor McGonagall, Professor Moody, Snape, and Sirius. For the next while, Harry recounted the entire sequence of events, his abduction, what transpired on the hilltop, and every detail he could remember. "That Barty Crouch Jr. was clever," said Professor Moody thoughtfully. "I reckon he waited until we all left the castle before drinking the polyjuice potion." "And Filch?" Moody paused, his magical eye swiveling. "I saw the squib before dinner. He hadn't yet taken any polyjuice potion then." "Can you see through the polyjuice potion, Professor?" Harry asked curiously. "No," Moody admitted, "but it's not hard to tell the difference between a squib and a proper wizard." Harry thought back and realized there had been something odd about Filch when he came to fetch him. He recalled noticing the outline of a wand in the man's pocket, a bizarre detail, given that squibs couldn't use magic. At the time, though, Harry had been too focused on the upcoming third task to give it much thought. The next thing he knew, he had been ambushed and knocked unconscious. "Wait!" Harry suddenly exclaimed, his eyes widening. "If the person who took me was Barty Crouch Jr., then where is the real Filch?" Silence fell over the headmaster's office. Neither Dumbledore nor the other professors appeared to have considered the castle caretaker's whereabouts. "Minerva," Dumbledore said at last, his voice calm but tinged with urgency. "Would you kindly check Filch's office and fetch Madame Pomfrey? I believe Mr. Filch may require some medical attention." "Understood," Professor McGonagall replied briskly, nodding before leaving the room with swift purpose. "Let us continue," Dumbledore said, turning back to Harry. "You mentioned Kyle fought off the Death Eaters." "Yes, Professor," Harry confirmed, his voice tinged with both awe and agitation. "It was a dragon made of flames. It appeared out of nowhere and scared all the Death Eaters away." All eyes instinctively turned to Kyle. Many assumed it was the same charm he had used in the maze, though Professor Moody's expression suggested a deeper suspicion. Unlike standard fire-making charms, which lacked such complex form and intensity, only fiendfire, the dangerous, sentient fire of dark magic, could so easily take the shape of magical creatures. Moody said nothing, opting to keep his thoughts private. As a retired Auror and now merely a professor, he saw no benefit in commenting if even Dumbledore remained silent. Better to act as though I know nothing, he thought. Was that when Dumbledore arrived? Moody asked, steering the conversation forward. Harry hesitated before answering. Sort of. Suddenly, this thick fog rolled in. It was so dense I couldn't see anything. Then I heard the headmaster's voice. Thick fog. Moody repeated, frowning. Was it there before? No, Harry replied. Kyle interjected suddenly, pulling a small object from his pocket and placing it on the desk. The item was a crystal blue bead, slightly smaller than a golden snitch. Inside, a swirling white mist was visible, drifting like a tiny storm trapped within a miniature crystal ball. What's that? Sirius asked curiously, leaning closer to inspect it. A mist gem, Kyle explained. When you crush the bead, the white mist inside pours out endlessly, just like what Harry described. A remarkable device, Moody remarked, his magical eye fixed intently on the mist gem. If I'm not mistaken, this originates from Wagada, the African wizarding school. He paused, his voice taking on a reminiscent tone. I once pursued a foreign dark wizard who used something similar. He threw a stone, and hundreds of stinging caterpillars flew out of it. More or less, Kyle said with a small shrug. I bought it in Hogsmeade. The shopkeeper told me it came from an ancient tribe in the Mountains of the Moon. It's effective, so I carry it with me all the time. You made the right choice, Moody said sincerely. In situations where you're at a disadvantage, using something like this to restrict your opponent's movements and buy time for rescue is the smartest approach. I imagine that's why you purchased it in the first place. Kyle remained silent, his tacit agreement clear enough. Moody hesitated for a moment before adding, have you ever considered becoming an Auror after graduation? The retired Auror rarely placed faith in the Ministry of Magic, but when he encountered exceptional talent, his thoughts immediately turned to the Auror's office. If you're interested, I could arrange to exempt you from all assessments. You could even register as an official Auror during your 6th year. You wouldn't need to go on missions and would still receive a generous monthly salary. How much? Kyle asked, his curiosity piqued. 50 galleons, Moody replied. Kyle frowned slightly. That's a bit low. That's quite good, Moody countered. Don't forget, you wouldn't be required to do anything until graduation. It's free money. Kyle looked tempted, mulling it over. So, if I wanted to do something else after I graduate, could I just quit? Moody froze for a moment, caught off guard by the question, before shaking his head emphatically. Of course not. Good grief, Moody thought, baffled. Quitting after taking 2 years' salary for free. Can such words really come from a Hufflepuff? Chapter 579, Karkaroff's strange behavior. Kyle's comment unexpectedly lightened the tense atmosphere in the headmaster's office. Even the usually composed Dumbledore chuckled softly. Still, the proposal did have its allure. Alastair, Kyle is only in 5th year, Dumbledore said, a hint of amusement in his tone. Let's wait until he graduates before discussing this further. Perhaps you're right, Dumbledore, Moody conceded, though his gaze lingered on Kyle before shifting topics. Should we inform Fudge about all this? He shouldn't have left yet. Of course, Dumbledore replied. Voldemort's return threatens the entire wizarding world. We cannot act alone. He turned toward Snape. Severus, would you be so kind as to go out onto the grounds, find the minister, and escort him here? We need to have a long discussion. Snape nodded silently and exited the room swiftly. Professor, Kyle interjected, his tone thoughtful, I don't think Fudge is going to want to hear this news. Without concrete evidence to confirm Voldemort's return, this conversation is bound to end poorly. You may be right, Dumbledore replied gently. No one wishes to hear that Voldemort has returned, and I am certain of that. But as I said earlier, we cannot face Voldemort alone. Dumbledore, have you captured any Death Eaters? Moody asked. Unfortunately not, Dumbledore said with a shake of his head. They moved quickly, and I couldn't spare the time to apprehend them. The mood in the room grew heavy once more. With no solid evidence to present, Kyle could already envision the tense standoff that would result between Fudge and Dumbledore. Even if Dumbledore used the pensieve to share his memories, Kyle doubted it would help. Fudge would likely dismiss it as falsified magic or some other fabrication. Silence settled over the group. Breaking it, Fawkes fluttered down from his perch and landed on Kyle's lap. The phoenix's golden red feathers shimmered as Kyle stroked them gently. The magical creature truly was magnificent. It was thanks to the tail feather Fawkes had gifted him for Christmas that Kyle had felt confident enough to touch the Triwizard Cup in the maze. Without Dumbledore's intervention, he might have managed to escape from the hilltop on his own, but it would have been far messier. Well, Dumbledore said suddenly, his eyes glinting as he glanced at Kyle and Harry, Fudge will be here shortly. I don't imagine either of you wish to be involved in the conversation that's about to unfold, correct? Goodbye, Professor, Kyle said promptly, standing and heading for the door. Fawkes gave a soft trill, rubbing his head against Kyle's hand before returning to his perch. "Goodbye, Professor," Harry echoed, realizing belatedly that it was time to leave. He quickly followed Kyle out. "Oh, and one more thing," Dumbledore called after them. "Be sure to see Madame Pomfrey before turning in. I'd recommend getting a bottle of dreamless sleep potion, it will do you both good." "Yes," they replied in unison before making their way out of the office. The group left the headmaster's office one by one. As Kyle exited the passage behind the gargoyle with the water spout, he spotted Snape leading Fudge toward them, the minister grinning broadly. "Kyle, my boy," Fudge called out cheerfully, "Dumbledore will be so delighted he won't be able to sleep tonight. I've even brought a bottle of Ogden's old fire whiskey. Come along now, I think you're old enough to have a proper drink of it." "Thank you, Minister," Kyle replied politely, "but I'm too tired right now. I'd rather just get some rest." Yes, of course," Fudge said, nodding in understanding. "You deserve a good night's sleep." "Very well then, I'll have Albus save you a glass, if he hasn't polished it off himself by then." Laughing, Fudge walked past Kyle and the others, his jovial mood contrasting sharply with the tension lingering in the air. Kyle, however, had no interest in fire whiskey at the moment. Instead of heading directly to the Hufflepuff common room, he decided to accompany Harry to the hospital wing. After everything Harry had endured, including witnessing Voldemort's return and the use of his own blood in the ritual, Dumbledore's advice about the dreamless sleep potion seemed particularly prudent. As they approached the first-floor foyer, they encountered Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey. Floating alongside them on a stretcher was the unconscious form of Filch. "Professor," Kyle asked, stepping closer, "what happened to him?" "He was hit by a stunning spell and stuffed into a suitcase in his office," Professor McGonagall explained, her tone clipped but steady. "Fortunately, his life is not in danger." Madame Pomfrey hurried off with the stretcher, and Professor McGonagall followed closely behind. She clearly intended to question Filch once he regained consciousness. Harry followed them, but Kyle lingered. His eyes wandered toward Filch's office, its disarray catching his attention. The furniture had been left in shambles, with a cabinet leaning precariously against the wall and its contents scattered across the floor. A sudden sound interrupted his thoughts. "Ow." Mrs. Norris limped out from beneath the desk, her low, pained howl directed at Kyle. The cat's uneven gait made it clear that she hadn't escaped Barty Crouch Jr.'s attack unscathed. Of course, Kyle thought. To get to Filch, you'd have to get past Mrs. Norris first. Then, a thought struck him. At Christmas, Karkaroff had clashed with Filch for some inexplicable reason and had even resorted to locking Mrs. Norris away to keep her from wandering around the school. Could they have been considering using Polyjuice Potion to impersonate Filch back then? It made sense. Mrs. Norris, with her Kneazle lineage, would have immediately recognized whether the Filch in front of her was genuine, even if a Polyjuice Potion had been used. Given how inseparable Filch and Mrs. Norris were, the cat could have posed a significant obstacle to any impersonation attempt. Was Karkaroff preparing Barty Crouch Jr. for his mission at that time? But Kyle quickly dismissed the idea. No, that doesn't add up. There's too great a difference between a wizard and a squib. Polyjuice Potion wouldn't mask the magic. Moody would have noticed immediately, even if the students didn't. Perhaps it really was just a personal grudge between Karkaroff and Filch. Or maybe they'd intended to go through with the plan but abandoned it upon discovering Filch was a squib. Instead, they had waited until the night of the third task, when all the professors had left the castle, to ambush Harry. Kyle shook his head, pushing the thoughts aside as Mrs. Norris hobbled past him, heading after Filch's stretcher. Walking last, Kyle continued to ruminate. There are so many strange things about Voldemort's resurrection. He was certain that before Harry's capture, everyone at the school, including the referees, had been real. He had verified it multiple times using the Marauder's map. So how had Barty Crouch Jr. known exactly when to use Filch's identity to ambush Harry? And how had the Triwizard Cup been turned into a portkey? Only the referees had access to it, and Karkaroff's involvement in this had already been confirmed. But then, why would Karkaroff help? If anyone feared Voldemort's return, it would be Karkaroff, who had betrayed so many Death Eaters to secure his own freedom. It made no sense for him to assist Barty Crouch Jr. in orchestrating Voldemort's revival. Chapter 580, The Department of Mysteries Targeted Magic. Kyle followed Professor McGonagall and the others through the silent foyer, deep in thought. Soon, they arrived at the hospital wing. Filch was placed on the innermost bed, and Mrs. Norris immediately leaped onto it, curling protectively beside him. In the adjacent bed lay Victor Crumb, unconscious. "Professor, why is Crumb here?" Harry asked curiously. He hadn't seen the match and had no idea what had happened. He encountered the three-headed dog, Professor McGonagall replied in a hushed tone. If he hadn't fired the red signal into the sky in time, it could have been far worse than just a coma. I've said before, acromantulas and manticores are dangerous enough for the maze. There was absolutely no need to include a three-headed dog. Madame Pomfrey, who had just approached, twitched at McGonagall's comment, her lips pressing into a thin line. Every mention of a magical creature seemed to fray her patience further. Though Madame Pomfrey understood the inherent risks of the Triwizard Tournament, she couldn't reconcile herself with its constant endangerment of students. Her grievances against Dumbledore had begun with the first task and had continued without pause. "I truly hope we won't host another of these tournaments," she muttered, her voice tinged with exasperation. "At least not at Hogwarts. Dangerous beasts like that have no place in a school." "You're right," McGonagall agreed with a sharp nod. "But don't worry. The Triwizard Tournament only happens once every 5 years, rotating between the 3 schools. It won't be Hogwarts' turn again for another 15 years. She hesitated before adding, "if the tournament isn't cancelled outright." The Triwizard Cup being turned into a portkey had caused a scandal, and with Voldemort's return now undeniable, there was a real possibility the event might be permanently suspended. Kyle, however, didn't care. He had already won once, and the tournament's fate no longer mattered to him. Harry felt much the same. Being in his 4th year, he wouldn't qualify for the next tournament anyway. "This is for you," Madame Pomfrey said, handing Harry a bottle of deep purple potion. "You'll need to drink it all," she instructed. "It will help you get a peaceful night's sleep." Harry nodded, took a few sips, and felt its effects almost immediately. The potion's warmth and soothing properties made his eyelids heavy, and he shuffled to the nearest bed before collapsing into a deep sleep. "And this is yours," Madame Pomfrey said, turning to Kyle and handing him a similar potion. "Thank you," Kyle replied, slipping the bottle into his pocket. He planned to drink it later in the quiet of his dormitory. Madame Pomfrey gave him a once-over. Seeing that he looked perfectly fine, she said no more and turned back to her other patients. Just then, the door to the hospital wing opened again. Chris and Diana entered, one after the other. "Go on," Professor McGonagall said to Kyle. "I'm sure they have plenty to discuss with you, but this is hardly the place for it." Kyle nodded and stepped outside with his friends. The 3 of them walked into the courtyard, where Chris couldn't wait any longer. "What happened?" he demanded. "Why did you disappear when you touched the Triwizard Cup?" "That wasn't part of the tournament rules." "It was Karkaroff," Kyle explained calmly. "He swapped the cup with a portkey." He then recounted the events atop the hill, his voice steady as he detailed Voldemort's resurrection. Chris visibly shuddered as the enormity of the revelation sank in. "Is this true?" he asked, unable to suppress a tremor in his voice. "Professor Dumbledore witnessed it as well," Kyle said. "He's discussing it with Minister Fudge as we speak." Surprisingly, Chris and Diana processed the news more quickly than expected. "No wonder Karkaroff volunteered to place the cup in the maze," Chris muttered, his voice low. "That's what he was up to all along." "How are you holding up?" Diana asked, stepping closer to Kyle and examining him intently, her hands gripping his shoulders. "I'm fine, Mum," Kyle said, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "I used the Phoenix Feather, and Professor Dumbledore got Harry and me out of the fight as soon as he arrived." He paused, then opened his hand to reveal a small ring resting in his palm. Diana exhaled sharply, relief washing over her features. The sight of the ring seemed to calm her nerves. It was something she had forgotten about entirely in her alarm over Voldemort's name. The enchantment on the ring allowed Kyle to apparate instantly, provided he wasn't in a restricted location like Hogwarts. It was a failsafe she had insisted he carry. "You referees are useless." Diana suddenly snapped, her anger flaring as she rounded on Chris. "You didn't even notice the cup had been switched. And Dumbledore, how could he let a Death Eater abduct someone right under his nose? When did his vigilance drop so low?" Chris remained silent, his head bowed. He knew better than to try to defend himself. He was already painfully aware of his failure. If he had suspected such a scheme, he never would have allowed Karkaroff to handle the trophy. But no one had anticipated such treachery, and now he could only accept Diana's reprimand. Kyle wisely stayed quiet as well, sensing that intervening would likely result in him being drawn into his mother's ire. It was better to let the storm pass on its own. Luckily, after a few tense moments, an owl swooped across the dark night sky and landed gracefully in front of Diana. This owl was unusual, its eyes were a piercing blue, and its talons held no letters or packages. As Diana looked at it, its beak began to move soundlessly. Kyle tilted his head, puzzled, for he couldn't hear a single word. "This is a mission owl from the Department of Mysteries," Chris explained quietly. "Only unspeakables can hear what it's saying." Kyle nodded, watching as the owl's message concluded. The bird closed its beak, then spread its wings and disappeared into the night. Diana's expression grew annoyed as she turned back to them. "I have to go," she said sharply, her gaze flitting between Chris and Kyle. "But don't think for a moment this conversation is over." She fixed Chris with a particularly scathing look before turning to Kyle. "And you, stay in the castle until the holidays are over. I don't care what you've discovered or what you're planning. You are not to leave Hogwarts. Understood. The intensity of her stare made the air around Kyle feel colder. He nodded quickly. Don't worry, Mum. I'll stay put. Good, Diana said, her expression softening slightly. Things are different now. Be careful. She stepped closer and kissed Kyle gently on the forehead. Before Kyle could say anything else, Diana's face suddenly hardened again. Tell me the truth, she demanded sternly. When you were at the top of that hill, did you kill a Death Eater? Kyle's heart sank. He had deliberately avoided mentioning this to anyone, including Harry, who had helped him conceal the truth when recounting the events to Dumbledore and the others. But Diana's tone wasn't one of suspicion, it was of certainty. Somehow, she already knew. Hurry up and answer me, she pressed. Yes. Kyle admitted reluctantly. But it wasn't my fault. He ran into it himself, and I was just defending myself. The aura shouldn't hold that against me, right? If it was a Death Eater, then it's fine, Diana said dismissively, cutting him off with a wave of her hand. Her expression, however, darkened as she seemed to replay the events in her mind. She turned to glare at Chris again, her voice tight with frustration. Look what you've done. Chris opened his mouth as if to reply, but in the end, he only sighed heavily. This wasn't what he had wanted for Kyle. If war came again, he had hoped to shield his son from its horrors, at least until he graduated. But now, Kyle was already entangled in a battle against Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Diana glanced at the time and sighed. We'll discuss this later, she said firmly. But remember, Kyle, you're to stay at Hogwarts no matter what happens. With one last stern look, she vanished in the blink of an eye. Kyle blinked, startled. The school's restrictions on apparition are lifted. No, Chris said, shaking his head. That wasn't apparition. It's a specialized form of directional magic exclusive to unspeakables. They can use it only when summoned by a mission owl. There are a lot of restrictions on it, though. Chapter 581, Cornelius Fudge. Chris was preparing to return to the Ministry of Magic. After the Triwizard Tournament, his responsibilities as a judge were far from over, among them, returning the magical creatures from the maze to their proper locations. The creatures Hagrid provided posed no issue, they simply needed to be released back into the Forbidden Forest. However, Chris still had to manage the magical creatures that Newt had supplied. Yet, after recent events, he changed his plans. Before leaving Hogwarts, he decided to visit Dumbledore. I think it's better if you wait or pick another time, Kyle advised. Minister Fudge is in the Headmaster's office, and I doubt the atmosphere there is pleasant right now. It's fine, I'll wait, Chris replied, casting a somber glance toward the castle. As a ministry official, he knew Fudge's character all too well. Fudge would never accept that Voldemort had returned, making any conversation with Dumbledore contentious. They're in the Headmaster's office. Do you want to head there directly? Kyle asked. Or wait a bit. We could stop by the common room for some food. I'm starving. There's no need, Chris said, his focus shifting toward the corner, where the sound of approaching footsteps caught his attention. Evidence, Dumbledore. You can't expect me to believe some vague memory you claim is accurate. Fudge's agitated voice carried through the corridor. Or are you suggesting we accept the wild tales of two children as the truth? Absurd. Dumbledore's calm yet firm voice followed. As I've told you repeatedly, Cornelius, I was there. You could have an aura examine my memory if you doubt its authenticity. Memories can be tampered with, especially by someone of your skill, Fudge shot back. I assure you, they haven't been, Dumbledore said evenly. Listen to me, Cornelius. It's not too late. We must act immediately and send emissaries to the Giants before Voldemort gains their allegiance once more. Send messengers to the Giants. Fudge shrieked. Have you lost your mind? The public despises the Giants. If word got out that I was negotiating with them, I'd lose my position as minister overnight. Your fixation on retaining power has clouded your judgment, Cornelius. Ridiculous. You've gone mad, all because of some baseless claims from a couple of kids. Their argument grew louder as they approached, and Fudge suddenly noticed Chris standing nearby. Oh, Chris, Fudge said quickly, attempting to shift the subject. Have you seen Kyle? I need to speak with him. Chris blinked, then glanced around. At some point, Kyle had slipped away. It was clear Kyle had no intention of involving himself in the confrontation. From the heated exchange, it was obvious Fudge wouldn't be persuaded tonight, no matter who spoke to him. If he didn't even trust Dumbledore's memory, no argument would sway him. Kyle had decided to avoid any direct conflict. Although he was unfamiliar with the type of directional magic employed by the Department of Mysteries, the late hour and the effectiveness of the disillusionment charm worked in his favor. Fudge hadn't noticed him at all. No, I think he went back to the castle, Chris said casually, guessing Kyle's reasoning. Then let's head to the hospital wing, Dumbledore said. Harry is there, and he can testify the events. Testify? Fudge repeated mockingly. Utter madness. Let's see what nonsense you've concocted this time. Dumbledore briefly glanced toward where Kyle stood hidden, his gaze lingering for a moment. You may join us, Chris, if you're not in a rush to return, Dumbledore offered. Of course, Chris replied, following as the group crossed the courtyard and disappeared around the staircase leading to the hospital wing. Once the coast was clear, Kyle dropped the disillusionment charm and rubbed his forehead wearily. Dumbledore was pushing too hard. The more forceful he became, the more stubbornly Fudge would resist. Perhaps such tactics had worked in the past, but Fudge no longer needed Dumbledore's endorsement to maintain his authority. With the threat of Crouch eliminated, Fudge was beginning to revel in the unchecked power of his position. Challenging him directly now was unwise. Still, the truth had to be told, whether Fudge believed it or not. Only Dumbledore could deliver that message, anyone else would be dismissed outright. Unfortunately, it meant Harry would have to endure more. Kyle couldn't help but feel sympathy for the boy, who would be roused from much-needed sleep for this. With a sigh, Kyle turned and began heading toward the castle. On his way back to the castle, Kyle encountered Mrs. Weasley, along with Bill and Charlie, all looking anxious. Kyle, I'm so glad you're all right, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, rushing toward him. Where's Harry? Have you seen him? Harry's in the hospital wing, Kyle replied, noticing Mrs. Weasley's face grow pale. He quickly added, he's fine, he just took some dreamless sleep potion and is resting now. That's good, Mrs. Weasley said, visibly relieved. Hermione told us Harry disappeared, Charlie said as he approached. We went to Professor Dumbledore, and that's when we ran into Sirius, who explained everything. So it's true? Bill asked, his face grave. You know who, he's really come back. It's absolutely true, Kyle confirmed. I saw it happen. So did Harry and Professor Dumbledore. Bill gasped audibly, and Mrs. Weasley's grip on Kyle's hand trembled. I suggest waiting a bit before going to Harry, Kyle said gently. The headmaster and Fudge are with him right now. How about heading to the Hufflepuff common room for a while? We can grab something to eat, I'm starving. No, I have to be there for him, Mrs. Weasley said, her face pale but resolute. I know what kind of man Fudge is. He won't listen, and Harry will need someone by his side. She turned to Bill. Go and tell your father. Dumbledore will likely need our support soon. Yes, Mum. Mrs. Weasley hurried toward the hospital wing, while Bill and Charlie made their way to the Ollery. Within moments, Kyle was left standing alone. Well, looks like I'm on my own again, he thought, shrugging as he resumed his trek to the Hufflepuff common room. The common room was brightly lit, with tables laden with cakes and snacks. True to Hufflepuff tradition, a celebration had been arranged in honor of Kyle's victory in the Triwizard Tournament. Unfortunately, Kyle had returned too late. Most of the students had already gone to bed, leaving only a few stragglers enjoying the remnants of the party. Still, they congratulated him warmly and suggested holding a proper celebration the next day, to which Kyle agreed. Grabbing a sandwich, he took a big bite, savoring the taste. What took you so long? Kana asked, handing him a glass of lemonade. Something big, something really big, Kyle replied after taking a sip. The tangy lemonade helped shake off some of his lingering fatigue. The Triwizard Tournament is over. What could be so big? Cedric asked, raising an eyebrow. Kyle hesitated, glancing around at the few students still present. It's complicated. Come with me. He led Kana and Cedric to a quieter corner of the room, where they sat at a table away from prying ears. You might not believe me, but I have to say it. Voldemort has resurrected. Bang. Cedric dropped his butterbeer, the mug hitting the ground with a loud crash. Ha. That's not a funny joke, he said with a nervous laugh, pulling out his wand to clean up the mess. You know who is dead. Everyone knows that. I wish it were a joke, Kyle said solemnly, setting down his empty glass. But it's not. Before long, Professor Dumbledore will tell you the same thing. Cedric froze, his wand slipping from his fingers. Kana, mid-bite, dropped her sandwich, nearly crushing it into a heap of mashed bread. I'm not saying I don't believe you, Kyle, Cedric stammered, but how? How is that possible? Harry Potter, the boy who lived, he defeated you-know-who. Kyle met his eyes. I said resurrected. You don't have to believe me right now. Just, be prepared. Chapter 582, targeted Harry. For Dumbledore and most of the professors, last night had been destined to be sleepless. The next morning, Kyle noticed a sharp decrease in the number of people in the castle. Sirius was gone, as were Snape and Professor Moody. Hagrid and Madame Maxime from Beauxbatons had also disappeared, likely called to the headmaster's office. We could have stayed a few more days, Fleur remarked as they stood outside the castle to see off the Beauxbatons students. But Madame Maxime insisted we leave today. She seemed to have something urgent to do, though she wouldn't tell me what it was. In the clearing near Hagrid's hut, which was now shuttered, the tall Abraxans were harnessed to the massive Beauxbatons carriage. The Durmstrang students, too, appeared to be leaving. Early that morning, another Durmstrang professor had arrived via the ship, accompanying Victor Krum, who was still recovering from his injuries. Soon, the Beauxbatons students began boarding their carriage, leaning out the doors and windows to wave farewell to their new friends. Fleur helped Gabrielle and a suitcase into the carriage before turning to give Kana a hug. She was reluctant to leave. Her time at Hogwarts had been the best school year she'd ever experienced. She had especially grown fond of Hufflepuff House, where sincerity and kindness seemed to flourish. Unlike in many other places, the boys, though affected by her Vila heritage, behaved respectfully, and the girls rarely displayed jealousy. In Hufflepuff, the influence of her Vila bloodline was minimal, allowing Fleur to truly enjoy her time. Still, the Triwizard Tournament had ended, and she had to return. At least, she consoled herself, this was her final year, and she could always visit again. Professor Lockneil's voice called from the carriage, urging her to hurry. Fleur gave Kyle a quick hug before climbing aboard. A few minutes later, the enormous Abraxans launched into the air, pulling the carriage behind them. The students on the ground watched as it shrank into the sky until it was no longer visible. Gradually, everyone returned to the castle. Although only a few dozen students were gone, their absence left the Great Hall feeling noticeably emptier. I still can't believe the Triwizard Tournament ended like that. Yeah, Hogwarts was so lively this year. I hope they host it again, it's way more exciting than Quidditch. What are you talking about? The Triwizard Tournament is no match for Quidditch. Such conversations echoed through the castle, but not everyone was caught up in the buzz. Cedric, Cho, and the Weasley twins seemed preoccupied, and Kyle found himself cornered by their questions once again. Kyle, you're not joking, right? You know who has really returned? Fred asked, his tone urgent. For the third time this hour, Fred, yes, it's true. Mrs. Weasley knows as well. You can write home if you want confirmation. Of course we believe you, George said, but it's just so hard to wrap our heads around. Give us a bit of time, will you? Kyle glanced at them and smirked faintly. Seriously, I thought you two would be quicker on the uptake than Cedric. He only asked twice. We had to react normally, Fred replied dramatically. This is you know who we're talking about. Who in the entire wizarding world wouldn't freak out over this? No one, George answered flatly. Does this mean we won't be able to come back to school next year? Cho asked abruptly. If you know who attacks Hogwarts, the school will have to close, won't it? Don't worry, Kyle said with a dismissive wave. Hogwarts didn't close even when the Death Eaters were at their peak 10 years ago. Back then, it was one of the safest places for students. That won't change now unless students choose not to come. Besides, it's unlikely Voldemort will target Hogwarts anytime soon. He has other priorities, gathering followers, rebuilding his forces. And after the surprise Dumbledore gave him yesterday, I doubt he'll dare set foot here for a while. Fred groaned. Must you say his name, Kyle? My legs shake every time you do. Kyle paused, realizing the issue. Fair point. I'll watch my words. You know whose name has a tracking spell on it. Even though I'm not worried for myself, I wouldn't want to endanger anyone else. That's a relief, Fred muttered, while George nodded in agreement. Kyle continued, anyway, you know who has a lot to handle right now. Hogwarts is low on his priority list. And let's not forget, he's not foolish enough to pick a fight with Dumbledore straight out of the gate. What a pity, George said with a wistful sigh. Why didn't Dumbledore just finish him off? Because you know who isn't stupid, Kyle replied. He wouldn't risk facing Dumbledore directly after just being resurrected. I know, George muttered, but still, it would have been nice if he had. Who's to say it wouldn't? Fred added with a sigh. The Ministry of Magic acted with surprising speed, and by the next morning, a new edition of the Daily Prophet had arrived at Hogwarts. However, there was no mention of Voldemort's return. Instead, the headline focused entirely on Harry. Whether at Fudge's instigation or not, the paper painted Harry as mentally unstable, accusing him of fabricating an outrageous story for attention. It claimed he had invented his kidnapping by Death Eaters and was exploiting his scar and Voldemort's name to draw public sympathy. That evening, during dinner, Dumbledore entered the Great Hall. He addressed the accusations directly, firmly denying the slander against Harry. He also requested that no one question or bother Harry about what had happened. In the days that followed, discussions about the recently concluded Triwizard Tournament or the departing schools faded. Instead, students buzzed about the newspaper's claims, debating whether Harry had truly fabricated the story. Dumbledore's appeal not to trouble Harry worked, but almost too well. Most students began avoiding Harry altogether. In the hallways, they steered clear, whispering behind their hands as they passed him. Many accepted the Daily Prophet's narrative, believing Harry was upset over not being crowned champion and had concocted a story for attention. Despite the growing isolation, Harry didn't seem to mind. As long as Hermione and Ron stood by him, that was enough. Like Kyle's candid conversation with Connor and Cedric, Harry was completely honest with his friends, and they believed him without hesitation. Fudge might scoff at the idea of Harry's scar tingling as a sign of Voldemort's return, dismissing it as nonsense, but Ron and Hermione were different. They took Harry's account seriously. In their dormitory, Ron even called Fudge a stupid idiot, which brought a genuine smile to Harry's face. Chapter 583, The Chaos at School. For a time afterward, Harry became the subject of wary attention, as if he were a dangerous person to avoid. Everywhere he went, people cast him complicated glances. Even Hermione and Ron, by association, found themselves under similar scrutiny, becoming part of the group everyone preferred to steer clear of. Gradually, those looks of suspicion morphed into open ridicule. As the holidays approached, some students even seemed to enjoy mocking Harry. Dumbledore's request that no one question Harry didn't extend to other forms of harassment, and people like Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle seized the opportunity. They made a point of passing by Harry and loudly discussing the Daily Prophet's portrayal of him, their voices dripping with derision. At first, Harry tried to argue, offering explanations in defense of himself. But after days of this, he lost his patience and flung a book straight at Malfoy's face. Harry had been bottling up his frustrations, his sudden abduction by a Death Eater, the traumatic resurrection of Voldemort, and the ministry-fueled smear campaign. It all weighed heavily on him. Malfoy's taunting simply provided the perfect outlet for his anger. Almost instinctively, Ron and Hermione jumped into the fray, targeting Crabbe and Goyle. The Malfoy trio, caught off guard, barely had time to react. What began as a brief altercation quickly spiraled. Other students passing by soon got involved, and the narrow corridor devolved into a full-blown brawl between Gryffindor and Slytherin. In this chaotic melee, magic was set aside in favor of fists, as if everyone had silently agreed on a more physical form of confrontation. By the time it was over, the hospital wing was overflowing with students nursing bruises and cuts. Madame Pomfrey's wand was practically smoking as she conjured beds to accommodate everyone and worked through the night brewing several cauldrons of healing potion. The sheer number of patients even forced Filch to vacate his bed early, though he still required more treatment. The fallout was severe. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin were docked 500 points each, marking one of the largest point deductions in Hogwarts history. But no one seemed to care, as both houses had been so deep in negative scores thanks to Snape and Sirius that even 100 points would have been hard to come by. For Kyle, however, the incident was barely a blip. He had avoided the conflict with Fudge and had remained uninvolved in the fight. As such, his name was absent from the Daily Prophet, and few outside his close circle of friends even knew where he had gone after disappearing into the maze. "I'll tell you what I think," Kyle said, tossing a bottle of Essence of Dittany to Fred and George as they sat in the Hufflepuff common room, grinning despite their bruises. "What's that?" Fred asked, uncorking the bottle and applying it to his arm. "Definitely something about fighting you-know-whose forces," George guessed, rubbing some on his face. "Not even close," Kyle replied. "I mean, why on earth are you coming to me for injuries instead of the hospital wing? I've only ever treated magical creatures." Fred shrugged. The hospital wing was packed. No room for us there. "And our injuries are minor," George added nonchalantly. "No need to bother Madame Pomfrey over a few bruises." "You haven't seen her today," Fred said with a shiver. "She looked terrifying." "With that many patients, it's no wonder," Kyle muttered, glancing at the twins' injuries. They were nothing serious, just some bruises from the scuffle. Essence of Dittany wasn't the ideal treatment, but it was all he had on hand. "Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle," George began, rubbing his arm. "Weren't those names on the trial lists from 10 years ago?" "You must have seen them," Fred added, looking to Kyle. "Maybe," Kyle said. "But the Death Eaters were masked." "Hard to say. I came in late and missed most of it," George admitted. "Harry probably knows more." "True," Fred said thoughtfully. "But Dumbledore told us not to ask him. And Dad wrote to say we shouldn't pester Harry about it," George added. "What if we ask him on the train tomorrow?" Fred proposed with sudden excitement. "The term will be over by then, it's fair game, right?" Cedric, who had been listening nearby, stared at them in disbelief. "You're not supposed to ask at school, so you're waiting until vacation." Fred grinned. "Exactly." That evening, on the last night before the holidays, Kyle joined the others in the Great Hall for the end-of-term feast. At the door, he bumped into Harry, who still sported a bandage on his arm. As the instigator of the fight, Harry had only just been released from the hospital wing. Yet, despite everything, he seemed surprisingly cheerful, no doubt because Malfoy, standing not far away, was also covered in bandages. This year's feast, as expected, was decked out in Hufflepuff banners celebrating their house's victory. Kyle, having won the Triwizard Tournament, had not only brought home the glory of the 1,000 galleons prize money but also earned an additional 200 points for Hufflepuff, courtesy of Dumbledore. These extra points secured Hufflepuff the first-place position in the House Cup standings, marking their 5th win, a record now tied with Slytherin. At the staff table, Sirius and Professor Moody, who had been missing for days, were seated with Dumbledore, engaged in a quiet conversation. Nearby, Snape sat beside Professor McGonagall, his face darker than the night sky. Meanwhile, Madame Maxime, who had also returned, whispered with Hagrid. Kyle suspected their discussion concerned the Giants. The Ministry of Magic would undoubtedly refuse to negotiate with them, leaving Dumbledore to take the initiative. Hagrid and Madame Maxime, as half-giants, were the most logical choices for this mission. Kyle figured they would likely set out during the holiday. As these thoughts occupied him, Dumbledore stood up at the staff table, and the Great Hall immediately fell silent. Another year, Dumbledore began, his gaze sweeping over the students. Tonight, I have something very important to share with you all. The Ministry of Magic has urged me repeatedly to keep this information secret, but I believe you have the right to know the truth. A ripple of curiosity spread across the hall, every pair of eyes fixed on him. Have you ever wondered why our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has been in the hospital wing? Dumbledore asked. Whispers filled the room. Because, he continued, his tone grave, he was attacked by a crazed Death Eater. The hall erupted in murmurs. Death Eater? How's that possible? Why would they dare come here? Dumbledore raised his hand, and silence fell once more. And, he said, his voice steady, about what was reported in the Daily Prophet, I can confirm it wasn't what they claimed. This was not Harry's imagination. A Death Eater disguised as Mr. Filch abducted Harry Potter from the school and brought him to his master, Voldemort. This time, the hall's reaction was immediate and explosive. Disbelief, confusion, and fear spread like wildfire. Just moments ago, they had been processing the idea of a Death Eater, now, Voldemort's name had been uttered aloud. Dumbledore used magic to amplify his voice, cutting through the chaos. And I must tell you, Voldemort has returned, he declared firmly. The hall fell into a stunned silence, save for a few audible gasps. I know many of you will find this hard to believe, Dumbledore continued, his expression grave. I understand the shock and fear you may feel. But I saw it with my own eyes. I cannot, in good conscience, hide this truth from you. Ignoring it will not make it go away. You may doubt me. You may mock me. But remember this, always be prepared. The weight of his words settled heavily over the hall. Many students stared at Dumbledore, their expressions shifting between disbelief, fear, and grim acceptance. At the Hufflepuff table, Cedric and Connor remained silent. They had already known the truth, but witnessing the reactions of their peers was sobering. Mikkel, seated nearby, appeared resolute. As a Muggle-born wizard, he had only read about Voldemort and didn't carry the same visceral fear. This made him more willing to trust Dumbledore's words. Ryan, however, was visibly struggling. Unlike Mikkel, he had grown up hearing stories of Voldemort's reign of terror. The news of his resurrection filled him with dread. Yet Ryan trusted Dumbledore and found himself caught between fear and faith, unsure of what to think or how to respond. Chapter 584, Harry's Protective Spell. The day after the end-of-year banquet marked the official start of the holidays at Hogwarts. Kyle and the others made their way to the platform to board the train back home. Perched on Kyle's shoulder was Ratton, the ever-intimidating owl, behaving as if he owned the platform. Ratton stared down every passing owl, causing a cascade of chaos. Wherever Kyle passed, owls screeched and flailed in their cages, their feathers flying. Even Cho's owl wasn't spared. Hey, Kyle, can't you do something about him? Cho said, trying to soothe her distressed owl. Saya's been startled 3 times already. Sorry about that, Kyle said with an apologetic shrug. Ratton doesn't like being in a cage. At that moment, Ratton spread his massive wings and flew off toward the train, sparing the platform from further turmoil. This year, the group chose a regular compartment instead of the more comfortable and spacious prefect's carriage. They had opted to stay together to keep an eye on certain mischievous members of their group. As soon as they sat down, Cedric stretched out with an exaggerated groan. Oh, these seats are so hard. Fred and George's faces darkened immediately. They knew exactly what Cedric meant. My deepest apologies, Fred drawled sarcastically, that we weren't made prefects, forcing you to endure this unspeakable hardship in the regular compartment. If it helps, George said smoothly, removing his robe and folding it neatly, you can sit on this. It's not velvet, but it's better than nothing. Cedric gave him a sly smile. I think you've misunderstood me. I was just commenting on the Hogwarts Express's facilities, nothing more. Of course, he added, gesturing toward the robe, if there's not a biting ball hidden in there, I might take you up on the offer. George's smirk faltered. Cedric had caught him red-handed. Tucked inside the robe was one of Zonko's classic joke items, a harmless-looking cushion that would transform into a sharp-toothed ball when sat on. TSK. George shrugged, retrieving his robe. You've gotten sharp, Cedric. You weren't this quick before. Don't take it personally, Cedric replied, raising an eyebrow. If I weren't a prefect, I'm sure you'd have had something equally charming to say about that, too. We absolutely wouldn't, George said solemnly. Because we would have started teasing you the moment we left the castle, Fred added with a grin. The banter continued until the train gave a long whistle and began to move, chugging its way toward King's Cross Station. Outside the window, the weather was a stark contrast to the rainy, gloomy skies that had greeted them at the start of term. Bright sunshine poured through, filling the compartment with a cozy warmth. It was a pattern that repeated itself year after year, cloudy beginnings, sunny farewells. As the train rolled through the countryside, their conversation inevitably returned to the previous night's dramatic announcement by Dumbledore at the feast. The repercussions of his speech were still echoing through the train. Even in their compartment, they could faintly hear snippets of conversation from passing students, Dumbledore, madman. And similar remarks drifted through the air. It was clear that many students, and perhaps their families, dismissed Dumbledore's warning as the ramblings of a confused old man. Do you think the headmaster ever imagined things would turn out like this? Fred asked, leaning back in his seat. It seems like not many people chose to believe him. I think he expected it, Kyle replied thoughtfully. But getting everyone to believe him isn't the point, that's not realistic. What he wants is for people to be prepared, so when the day comes, they don't panic and lose their heads. Maybe, George said with a shrug, though he didn't seem entirely convinced. The group speculated about what measures Dumbledore might take over the holidays to counter Voldemort's resurgence. As the morning wore on and the train neared midday, the corridors grew increasingly crowded. The Gryffindor-Slytherin feud had not died down, in fact, it continued to flare up even now. From their compartment, Kyle and the others could hear occasional bursts of arguments in the corridors. This time, the clashes drew students from other houses as well, as the topic inevitably shifted to Dumbledore. Many Slytherins loudly ridiculed Dumbledore, mocking him as a madman. Their jeers sparked anger among other students, leading to heated disputes that escalated into full-blown quarrels. Prefects, including Cedric, had to abandon their compartments to try to maintain order in the corridors. Meanwhile, Fred and George kept themselves occupied by pestering Harry with questions about the Death Eaters from the night of Voldemort's return. The rest of the journey was uneventful. The train chugged steadily southward, the landscape outside changing as they traveled. The rolling hills and dense forests gradually gave way to open fields and scattered villages, a sure sign that they were nearing King's Cross Station. By this time, Kyle and the others returned to their compartment, where Fred, George, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were gathered, engrossed in a game of exploding snap. As Kyle entered, one of Harry's cards exploded in his hand, leaving his hair standing on end and a puff of smoke rising from his head. Harry scratched his head sheepishly and stood up. Kyle, I was just looking for you. What's up? Kyle asked, expecting Harry to bring up the events of that fateful night. Instead, Harry surprised him by saying another name. Sirius. Do you know where his family lives? Harry asked. I remember him mentioning it to me, and I think you've been there before. I have, Kyle confirmed, raising an eyebrow. Strange, he didn't tell you. Last term, he mentioned he was going to pick me up, Harry explained, sighing. It was all settled. I was supposed to stay with him during the holidays this year. But just yesterday, when I asked him for his address, he suddenly changed his mind. Changed his mind? That doesn't sound like him. Kyle was taken aback. Sirius had been eager for Harry to stay with him, even going so far as to arrange post-graduation plans. It was unlike him to backtrack. It's true, Harry said in a low voice. He told me this year is too dangerous and insisted I stay with the Dursleys. But he also said before that even if Voldemort came, he could guarantee my safety. Kyle snorted. That's just Sirius bragging. If Voldemort actually showed up, the best Sirius could do would be to buy you time to escape. Harry gave a reluctant nod. So? I was thinking of going to find him myself. Kyle studied him for a moment. I think Sirius probably has something important to do, he said, recalling Sirius's unexplained disappearance just before the holidays. He had a suspicion that Sirius was involved in some mission for Dumbledore, one that required him to be away during the summer. Under those circumstances, Sirius likely thought Harry would be safer at the Dursleys' house. Because Lily Evans's protective spell remained active, its effectiveness depended on Harry living with his only blood relatives, the Dursleys. Chapter 585, The Unscathed Professor. Upon reflecting on the matter, Kyle shook his head and said, "Sorry, Harry. It's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just impossible. Sirius's house is protected by the Fidelius charm. Even if someone other than the secret keeper tells you the address, you won't be able to hear it." Hearing Kyle's explanation, Harry looked deeply disappointed. He had been looking forward to this for a year, the chance to leave the Dursleys and live with Sirius. Yet, a year later, he still had to return to Privet Drive, as though nothing had changed. "Don't look so glum, Harry. Think of something happy," Fred said from the side. "At least Sirius is okay, isn't he? And Professor Moody," George added. "The school year's over, but they're all fine. Not injured, not caught by Dementors or Aurors, completely intact." "Yes," Cedric chimed in. "No wonder I felt like something was missing this year. In previous years, no defense against the dark arts professor ever lasted this long." At this, everyone seemed to perk up. Even Harry temporarily forgot about Sirius. "Do you think it's because there were 2 professors this year?" Ron asked excitedly. "Maybe the curse can only target one person, and if there are too many, it doesn't work." "I don't think so," Hermione said thoughtfully. "I read that Hogwarts has already replaced more than 50 defense against the dark arts professors. If it were that simple, Dumbledore would have figured it out by now." "Is it possible he really doesn't know?" Fred asked. "I mean, he might not even be able to find 2 professors. 1 a year might already be pushing it." "Yeah," George agreed. "I remember Bill saying that one year, they didn't even find a defense professor until a month into term." "I remember that too," Fred said, laughing. "And then, at Christmas, the professor ended up in St. Mungo's after getting drunk and messing up the charms. And they never found a replacement after that," George added, grinning. Everyone burst into laughter. It was true, Dumbledore's biggest challenge every year was finding a new defense against the dark arts professor. During the holidays, he became what Fred and George jokingly called unwelcome Dumbledore. If that was the case, it really might be impossible for him to find 2 professors at once. Harry laughed along with them. If he had a choice, he would rather have Sirius as the defense against the dark arts professor next year than live with him over the holidays. After all, the holidays only lasted 2 months, but as a professor, Sirius would be at Hogwarts the entire school year. When he thought about it, it seemed like a much better deal. Of course, having both would be ideal. "Don't worry, Harry," Ron said, patting him on the shoulder. "Mum will convince Dumbledore to let you stay with us this summer, just like she did for the Quidditch World Cup." "I hope so," Harry said. Even if he couldn't stay with Sirius, the Burrow was still a wonderful place to spend the summer. However, he wasn't sure if the Weasleys would have the time this year. After all, their family would likely be involved in efforts to stop Voldemort's return, a daunting task Harry didn't want to make harder for them. As they talked, the train began to slow down. "We're here," said Kanna, glancing out the window. The Hogwarts Express soon pulled into platform 9 3/4. Chaos erupted in the aisles as students gathered their belongings and began to disembark, filling the air with noise and excitement. "Harry," said Kyle as they queued up to go through the barrier, "you'd better be careful this year and stay on your guard." "I know," Harry replied with a nod. "Because of Voldemort, right? Sirius told me the same thing. He said Voldemort might come looking for me and that I should let Professor Dumbledore know if I notice anything unusual." "That's only part of it," Kyle said, glancing at the line ahead of them. "The other thing you need to watch out for is the Ministry of Magic." "The Ministry?" Harry asked, frowning in confusion. "Why?" "Because they'll probably try to make trouble for you," Kyle explained. "Remember that article in the Daily Prophet? The one that made it seem like you were just seeking attention?" Harry nodded. He hadn't forgotten that article, it still irritated him to think about it. "That was just the beginning," Kyle continued. "If you keep insisting that Voldemort has returned." Kyle lowered his voice. "They don't want to believe he's back, and they certainly don't want anyone else to believe it, either. So if you keep saying it, you'll be at odds with the Ministry. They'll try to discredit you, make you look like a delusional madman in everyone's eyes. That's the only way they can prevent people from taking you seriously. But it's the truth." Harry exclaimed, his face flushing with frustration. "You saw it too." "But Cornelius Fudge didn't," Kyle said evenly. "Unless you can drag Voldemort straight to the Ministry and prove it to everyone, Fudge won't believe you. And you know that as well as I do, especially after what happened in the hospital wing." Harry fell silent. Kyle was right. Fudge's reaction to hearing Voldemort's name had been extreme, so much so that he'd argued with Dumbledore and severed ties with him. "But why me?" Harry asked, still struggling to understand. "It's simple," Kyle said. "They can't go after Professor Dumbledore, he's too powerful, and they're afraid of him. But you're different. You're just a student. A student with a bit of fame, sure, but fame isn't the same as power. They have ways of dealing with you." For example, they could orchestrate an incident, maybe drop a magical creature or something else onto Privet Drive. You'd have to use magic to defend yourself, and once you do, you'd be breaking the rule against underage magic. That would give them grounds to expel you. What? Expel me? Harry's voice rose in alarm. You must be joking. Professor Dumbledore's the headmaster, they can't expel me. Yes, but only if you haven't done anything wrong, Kyle said calmly. The notice sent out before the holidays was clear: if a student is caught using magic outside school, they could face expulsion. Of course, you don't need to panic. The ministry still has an image to maintain. Even if they have this plan, they can't be too blatant about it. Just be extra cautious in your daily life, and you'll be fine. What should I do? Harry asked, his nerves showing. Stay in crowded places or neighborhoods as much as possible, Kyle suggested after a moment of thought. That's the easiest way to stay safe. If there are other people around, they'll think twice before trying anything. Or you could carry a camera with you. If you notice anything strange, take a picture. It might slow you down if you need to make a quick escape, but at least you'll have evidence. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind, Harry said, lowering his head as he mulled over the suggestions. Before they realized it, they had passed through the barrier and emerged into King's Cross Station, where Mrs. Weasley was waiting for them. Goodbye, Harry, Kyle said. Remember what I told you, stay cautious, no matter what. I will, Harry replied. Thanks for the advice. You're welcome. They parted at the station, and Mr. Weasley soon arrived in a brand new car. It was clearly not a ministry car, he must have borrowed it from someone. Once everyone had piled in, the car turned and headed off toward St. Catchpole Village. Chapter 586, Rita Skeeter's Refusal. Yes, Mr. McPhail, I have seen the resurrected Voldemort, and I know exactly what ritual he used. Professor Dumbledore wasn't joking, he really has returned. I'm always available to attend your meetings and answer any questions if needed. Diagon Alley, Leaky Cauldron. Kyle sat in a relatively quiet corner of the pub, carefully writing a reply to Dougald McPhail on a piece of parchment. Over the holidays, he had frequently received similar letters asking if he had truly witnessed Voldemort's resurrection. Most of these correspondences came from magical creatures experts he had met during his time at the Dragon Reserve in Romania. For instance, there was Professor Lockneil from Beauxbatons, Mrs. Rotsino, who studied dragons in North America, and Hagrid's favorite, Mr. Lima, the author of the Monster Book of Monsters. Dumbledore must have told Newt, and Newt must have informed them all, Kyle mused. Others writing to him included individuals who had previously awarded him the Order of Merlin. Dougald McPhail was one of these, and this was the second letter Kyle had received from him that morning. Despite already knowing the truth, McPhail's letter, with its hastily scribbled, joined-up script, revealed his lingering unease. He mentioned that Dumbledore planned to hold a meeting in a personal capacity to elaborate on the situation and draft plans for the future. McPhail wanted to confirm whether Kyle would attend and also included a list of questions he hadn't addressed in the letter itself. Though Kyle hadn't yet heard anything about the meeting directly from Dumbledore, he didn't mind going if his presence would help. Finishing the letter, Kyle handed it to Ratton, his unusually large owl. The bird snatched the parchment and struggled to squeeze through the narrow skylight, leaving a few feathers behind in the process. Tom, 2 butterbeers, Kyle called out. And by the way, have you thought about making that skylight bigger? I don't see the point, replied old Tom from behind the bar. He glanced at the owl feathers scattered on the floor. If you'd used a regular-sized owl, you'd see the windows just the right size. By Merlin's beard, what have you been feeding that owl? Dragon liver. Or did you use the engorgement charm on it? Kyle shrugged without offering a direct answer. The person sitting across from him, however, was thoroughly entertained by old Tom's remarks. She let out a piercing, affected laugh that made several heads turn. The engorgement charm on the owl of the champion of the Tri-Universe tournament, now that would make for an excellent story, she said. Can I write about it? What do you think? Kyle replied flatly, not even looking up from his drink. Rita Skeeter raised an eyebrow but said nothing, her hand still resting on her elaborate automatic quill. Do you know how torturous this is for me, she finally muttered. Just because you can't write about me using the engorgement charm on an owl? Kyle asked dryly. It's not that big of a deal, it was just an old joke Tom made. You know that's not what I'm talking about, Rita said in a hushed tone. The Minister of Magic Dougald McPhail in 1858, the resurrection of you-know-who, a personal meeting with Dumbledore. Any one of these pieces of news would rock the entire wizarding world. But no, I'm not allowed to write a word about it. Isn't that torture? Don't be absurd. I haven't stopped you from announcing Voldemort's resurrection to the wizarding world, have I? At this moment, old Tom appeared with 2 butterbeers and a plate of buttered biscuits, setting them down on the table. How much do I owe you? Kyle asked. Not this time, Tom replied, flashing a grin that revealed a few shaky teeth. It's congratulations for winning the Triwizard Tournament. Been a long time since Hogwarts brought home that honor. If that's the case, Kyle said with a smirk, then I'll take a glass of Ogden's Old Fire whiskey as well. No problem, 10 galleons in advance, please. Didn't you just say you'd treat? For the butterbeer and biscuits, Tom said without missing a beat, his expression calm. No, thanks. What a cheapskate. Tom ignored the jab, turning back toward the bar without another word. Kyle, meanwhile, nudged one of the butterbeers toward Rita Skeeter and continued, actually, if you're serious about reporting on you-know-who, I won't stop you. I'll even pay you handsomely. How about 100 galleons per article? Write 10 in a row, and you'll get all the prize money I won at the Triwizard Tournament. Very tempting, Rita said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. She took a slow sip of the butterbeer instead of answering directly. Seriously, you're better at making up stories than I am, I almost believed you. But if you'll excuse me, I have tomorrow's front-page article to write. She stood, smoothing down her robes. The Daily Prophet has been paging me for hours. Oh, and thanks for the butterbeer. Kyle chuckled. Are you scared? This is the first time I've seen you back down from something. The butterbeer glass landed on the table with a heavy thud. I, Rita Skeeter, will never be scared to publish anything, she declared loudly, her voice carrying across the room. The commotion drew a few curious glances, but the onlookers quickly turned away when they saw who was involved. Nobody wanted to risk being the subject of Rita Skeeter's gossip columns. Unfazed by the reactions around her, Rita drew a deep breath and continued, her tone sharp, but I won't, and I can't, publish something people don't want to hear. It would ruin my reputation. I don't know what game you're playing, but if I told everyone that the mysterious figure who started the magical war over 10 years ago had returned, guess what would happen? They'd think I'm some kind of Xenophilius Lovegood. My career would be finished. I'll never make that kind of idiotic decision. Kyle leaned back in his chair, his voice calm as he asked, even if I use the photo as leverage. This time, Rita Skeeter fell silent. Slowly, she sat back down, her hand gripping the butterbeer mug tightly. After taking another long swig, she finally spoke, her voice low. I can pay for that photo with everything I've saved. I don't need money, Kyle replied evenly. Another heavy silence fell between them. Rita's face shifted through a range of expressions, indignation, frustration, and finally a grim determination. Though she often embellished her articles with plenty of artistic license, there was always a kernel of truth at their core. Writing something entirely fabricated, like the resurrection of you-know-who, was unthinkable for her. She could already picture the fallout. If she published such a story, not only would her readers ridicule her, but the Ministry of Magic would come down hard. Unless Voldemort himself appeared afterward, the consequences for her career, and possibly her freedom, would be catastrophic. But that was impossible. Voldemort had been defeated by Harry Potter, the boy who lived, and everyone knew it. Resurrected. Ridiculous. Even if Dumbledore said it was true, nobody believed it. Why are you doing this? Rita asked at last, her tone almost pleading. If it's just to frighten people, you could make something up, or let me help you spin it. There's no need to drag you-know-whose name into it, it's a taboo. Her voice softened, tinged with exasperation. It's not worth it. You just won the Triwizard Tournament and earned the Order of Merlin. Why throw your lot in with Dumbledore and Potter? Kyle met her gaze steadily, his expression unchanging. Rita's face darkened as her frustration boiled over. Her voice dropped to a venomous whisper. I'd rather go to the Ministry of Magic right now and confess that I'm an unregistered animagus than let you use that photo against me. But don't think you'd come out of this unscathed, either. I swear, you'd regret it. Her tone grew angrier, her words sharp and biting. And when I do, I'll make sure everyone knows that you're just as delusional as Dumbledore, a fame-hungry lunatic, just like Potter. Chapter 587, 2 pieces of news. Don't get so excited. Seeing Rita Skeeter growing increasingly agitated, Kyle waved a hand dismissively and smiled. I was just joking earlier. Why are you taking it so seriously? Although Rita looked like she was trying to intimidate him, Kyle didn't want to push her too far. Truthfully, he hadn't expected her reaction to be so intense. She had even claimed she'd rather expose her animagus secret than cooperate with him. At the same time, it was clear she couldn't, or wouldn't, accept the news of Voldemort's resurrection. More accurately, she refused to believe it without concrete evidence. If only I had taken a photo, Kyle thought to himself. He could still picture Voldemort's triumphant smile during the resurrection. He might have even been nominated for Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile award. Of course, that would have required time he hadn't had. You'd better really be joking, Rita Skeeter said, her expression softening slightly but still tinged with caution. Don't worry, Kyle replied. I actually called you here for something else. Rita, who had been poised to leave, reluctantly sank back into her seat. Though she wanted nothing more than to walk away, she felt compelled to stay. He had leverage over her, and she knew it. Besides, the Kyle sitting before her was unlike most people she had dealt with. On the surface, he seemed harmless, even friendly, but he was far more difficult to navigate than anyone she had encountered before. Take the Triwizard Tournament, for instance. Rita still remembered Kyle's efforts to downplay himself before the competition. He had insisted he was likely to lose and needed to prepare an excuse, only to emerge as the undisputed champion. She had watched every match. Kyle's performance had been so dominant, it was as though the other competitors were there merely to fill out the roster. Now that she thought about it, Rita felt foolish for ever believing his self-deprecating act. She had even drafted a scathing article condemning his supposed cowardice, ready to publish it the moment he lost. But after Kyle uncovered her enigmatic secret, she had torn the article to shreds and thrown it away. "What do you want?" she asked, her tone sharp with impatience. "It's about Fudge," Kyle said, lowering his voice as he glanced around. "I really admire Minister Fudge, so I'd like to know more about him, things that aren't public knowledge." "You've got the wrong person," Rita said, adjusting her unsightly glasses. "Fudge is the Minister of Magic, and if you're asking for something nobody knows, how could I possibly know it? If you really admire him, go read his autobiography. Flourish and Blot sells it, 15 galleons a copy." 15 galleons. Kyle said, feigning incredulity. "I'm just a student. I can't afford something that expensive." "Didn't you just say you don't lack money?" "I don't," Kyle replied casually. "But that doesn't mean I can justify spending 15 galleons on a book." Without another word, Kyle reached into his bag and snapped a photo of Rita in mid-animagus transformation. Snap. In an instant, Rita slammed her handbag over the photo. "Damn it. You just pulled it out like that. What if someone sees it?" "No one will," Kyle said calmly. "I checked, there's no one around. No bugs, either." He leaned back in his chair and added, "Think of the photo as payment. Take your time to consider it." Rita's breathing grew heavier as she processed the situation, her face pale with anger and apprehension. Kyle didn't press her, instead rising to fetch another butterbeer from the bar. Old Tom was footing the bill anyway, he might as well take advantage. Rita Skeeter gulped down half the glass of butterbeer before saying, "I'll need another 100 galleons, and you have to promise not to tell anyone about this." "No problem. I promise on Dumbledore's name." "Why Dumbledore?" "How about I promise on my name? Would you believe me then?" Rita instinctively thought of Kyle's vow during the Triwizard Tournament that he would definitely lose. She narrowed her eyes but said nothing further, her suspicion lingering. After glancing cautiously around the pub, she gestured subtly. Kyle immediately caught on and pulled out his wand, whispering, "Muffliato." "Okay, now no one around us will hear our conversation," he assured her. Rita, still wary, retrieved a small sneakoscope from her bag. She examined it closely, waiting for any reaction. When it remained silent, she leaned forward and whispered, "Do you remember the sensational magical creature smuggling case from a few years ago?" Kyle nodded. He vividly recalled being drawn into the operation to capture Orin in the Forbidden Forest. According to an insider, Fudge was involved, Rita revealed. The reason the hit wizards were so desperate to catch the fugitive was because he had evidence, a notebook enchanted to record everything. Kyle raised an eyebrow. The mention of the notebook jogged his memory. Orin had indeed mentioned it during their encounter in the Forbidden Forest. Now it made sense why the pursuit had involved only hit wizards, with no Aurors present. Unlike hit wizards, Aurors were less beholden to the Minister of Magic. If they had seen the notebook's contents, covering up the truth would have been far more difficult for Fudge. After a brief pause, Kyle placed 10 galleons on the table. "Wait, this isn't what we agreed on," Rita protested. "Why are there only 10 galleons? Do you hear yourself?" Kyle said, his tone skeptical. "A Minister of Magic, involved in smuggling magical creatures. Such an outrageous claim. 10 galleons is more than enough for something so dubious. I'm starting to think you're trying to con me." "I can assure you, I'm not," Rita replied, her expression earnest. "And for the record, he wasn't even minister when he was involved." Rita bristled at the implication, her pride as a professional gossip-monger wounded. She prided herself on accuracy, even when her stories leaned into sensationalism. She had heard the story firsthand years ago, while using her animagus form to infiltrate a ministry gala. She had eavesdropped on Fudge confiding the details to a colleague. "I'll give you 500 galleons if you can produce the notebook," Kyle countered. "But without it, who's to say you're telling the truth?" "If I did have the notebook, it'd be worth a lot more than 500 galleons, Rita muttered, but she refrained from further argument. Instead, she carefully stored the incriminating photo in the false compartment of her handbag, ensuring it was secure before pocketing the galleons from the table. "I'll throw in another piece of information for free," she said, smacking her lips as if relishing the act of disclosure. She seemed to view Kyle as an alternative medium for her talent, one that didn't involve her quill. There's a senior deputy minister at the ministry named Dolores Umbridge. Not only does she pretend to be a pureblood, but she's also taken credit for the work of her colleagues, repeatedly. Kyle blinked, then shrugged nonchalantly. What does it matter to me what she does? Umbridge wasn't significant. If Fudge fell, she would simply be collateral damage. Don't dismiss her so quickly, Rita said with a sly grin. The higher-ups at the ministry know all about it, but not only do they say nothing, they even help cover it up. I know someone who was fired because of her. He's working on a farm in Cornwall now, of all places. Rita's gaze held a triumphant glint as she looked at Kyle, clearly expecting a reaction. Kyle sighed, then pulled out 50 more galleons and set them on the table. Chapter 588, Chapter 588, The United Weasleys. Well, happy collaborating, Kyle said with a grin as Rita Skeeter stood to leave the leaky cauldron. I just came in for a butterbeer because I felt a bit tired of writing. There was no collaboration, Rita corrected as she snapped her handbag shut. And we just happened to sit at the same table and chat about the Triwizard Tournament. I didn't say anything else, and I won't admit to anything, either. Ah, that's right, Kyle said with an amused smile. With that, Rita Skeeter headed toward the bar's exit. As she reached the door, a subtle look of relief crossed her face. Now that she had secured the Animagus photo, she could finally breathe easier. Her only lingering concern was whether Kyle would keep his word and not reveal her secret. But she doubted he'd go back on his promise, especially after she had paid for the information. 50 galleons wouldn't normally buy a name and proof of Umbridge's credit stealing, she thought smugly. Kyle surely understood the value of what she'd handed over. As Rita considered it further, a new sense of excitement bubbled within her. She began to wonder what Kyle, and more importantly, Dumbledore, might be planning. She didn't believe for a second that Kyle was merely curious about Fudge's secrets. His words and demeanor made it clear that he was firmly aligned with Dumbledore's camp. And if that was the case, they were bound to act. A showdown between the Headmaster of Hogwarts, the most powerful wizard, and the Minister of Magic. Just imagining the potential conflict made her pulse quicken. Whatever happened next would surely be extraordinary, and it would be the kind of event Rita lived to cover. But for now, all she could do was wait. With her Animagus secret compromised, sneaking around as a beetle for information was out of the question. As Rita reached for the door, Kyle's voice stopped her. Just a minute. Her hand froze on the handle. Slowly, she turned back. If you want to know anything else, it'll cost you extra, she said briskly. No, I just want to ask one thing, Kyle said, his tone serious. If there's undeniable evidence that the person has really returned, will you report it? Rita hesitated, clearly reluctant to revisit the topic. Finally, she replied in a deliberately flippant tone, well, if it's true, someone's going to be in big trouble, and I'd never miss the chance to report on a historic event that'll end up in the history of magic. Without waiting for a response, she turned back to the door, pushed it open, and left the leaky cauldron. Kyle watched her go, then drained the last sip of his butterbeer. Rising from his seat, he used the pub's Floo network to return to the burrow. Fred, George, will you please be quiet? The moment Kyle stepped out of the fireplace, he heard Percy's voice raised in frustration. I can't concentrate on my report with all this racket. This is serious work, and the ministry takes it seriously. Percy, what we're doing is serious work too, Fred retorted. Yeah, we're testing the stability of our products. Customers paid for these. George added. And as for you? Fred began. Are you sure the minister will even read what you're writing? George finished, smirking. I'd bet it'll end up in the trash. Then dumped in a bin somewhere. Because no one really cares if the herb pots are standard-shaped, as long as the plants grow. The twins continued their relentless teasing, clearly emboldened by their mother's absence that day. Percy, red-faced, shot them a glare that promised retribution, but Fred and George remained unfazed. They'd endured Percy's tattling plenty of times before. As Kyle entered the living room, his attention was drawn to a large bird with vibrant, flowery feathers frantically flapping its wings near the window. Kyle, when did you get back? Fred appeared on the stairs, looking curious. Just now, Kyle replied, his attention drawn to the frantic bird flapping around. What's with this thing? Maybe it's Ron, George said, coming down behind Fred. I bet he nicked the cookies we left on the plate. Before Kyle could ask what they meant, there was a loud bang, and a puff of white smoke engulfed the bird. When the smoke cleared, Ron stood there, red-faced and glaring. What on earth did you put on that plate? He growled through clenched teeth. Improved canary creams, Fred said, grinning. They turn whoever eats them into a canary. And clearly, they worked, George added with a chuckle. You did this on purpose. Ron snapped, his glare intensifying. Don't be ridiculous, Fred said smoothly, his grin unwavering. We just forgot to take them back. Did you try flying while you were at it? George asked, feigning curiosity. I reckon it's possible now. Wait, did that thing actually fly just now? Ron's anger faltered as his eyes widened in surprise. He had been too panicked to notice much of anything at the time. Even Kyle raised an eyebrow in curiosity. He remembered the original canary creams from years ago. They could change someone's appearance, but the wings had been purely decorative. Ron's annoyance seemed to vanish as realization struck him. Do you still have any of those biscuits? I want to try again. Of course, Fred said, winking mischievously. 12 sickles apiece. Counting the one you just ate. George added. Just give us 2 galleons, Fred finished smoothly. Ron blinked in disbelief. You're charging me? And why is it 2 galleons? Oh, sorry, we made a mistake, George said, feigning contrition. It should be 3 galleons. Ron immediately refused, and the trio descended into a loud argument, creating chaos in the living room. Moments later, Percy stormed downstairs, looking thoroughly irritated. Will you all be quiet? I'm trying to work on my report. This is important, and the ministry takes it seriously. The 3 immediately fell silent, their mock bickering set aside as they stood united against Percy's tirade. Kyle, sitting on the couch next to Ginny, watched the scene unfold with amusement. This rare show of solidarity among Fred, George, and Ron was a spectacle in itself. Percy doesn't trust Headmaster Dumbledore, Ginny said quietly, as if reading Kyle's thoughts. He sided with the ministry, thinks Dumbledore's gone mad with everything he said before the holidays. He even had a big row with Mum about it. I see. Kyle nodded, understanding the unusual truce. It wasn't just teasing, this was their way of showing solidarity against Percy's stance. Want some sweets? Kyle offered, pulling out a handful of candies. Don't worry, these aren't from Fred and George's collection of mischief. Thanks, Ginny said, smiling as she took a toffee and popped it into her mouth. At that moment, the enchanted family clock on the wall sprang to life. One of its hands, labeled Arthur Weasley, moved from work to home. A moment later, there was a thud at the front door, and Mr. Weasley stepped inside, looking slightly harried. Fred paused mid-tease, looking at his father and then glancing out the window. Dad. Did the ministry close early today? Oh, no, Mr. Weasley replied, shaking his head. I just came home early. He turned to Kyle. Did you get the letter? Letter? What letter? Kyle asked, confused. Before Mr. Weasley could answer, an owl swooped through the open window, clutching an envelope in its beak. Chapter 589, The Ministry's Warning Letter. Kyle didn't give much thought to the sudden appearance of the owl in front of him, nor to the letter clutched in its talons. Letters had been flooding in lately, and it would have been more surprising if he hadn't received one that day. But for Mr. Weasley to rush back from work, could it be about the meeting Dumbledore had mentioned, as McPhail hinted? Curiosity piqued, Kyle took the envelope and pulled out the letter, quickly scanning its contents. His expression shifted abruptly. The letter wasn't from Dumbledore. It was from the Ministry of Magic, and its contents were nothing short of outrageous. For a moment, Kyle wondered if he had misread it. Or perhaps the ministry had lost its mind. What is it? Fred and George, noticing Kyle's silence, leaned over to read the letter for themselves. We have been informed that you used a charm in the leaky cauldron at 10:36 this morning. This is a violation of the Reasonable Restraint of Underage Wizards Act. Please report to the Ministry of Magic on the morning of the 12th of August to explain the situation, or we will be forced to expel you. Mafalda. No way, did I read that right? Fred exclaimed. Or did I just misread it, and doesn't using a charm in the leaky cauldron only earns a formal warning? Are they completely mad? George frowned, trying to wrap his head around it. Or was there a muggle hiding in the leaky cauldron? They all knew the rules of the Restraint Act. While underage wizards weren't permitted to use magic outside of school, there was a crucial exception: a muggle had to witness the magic for it to be a violation. But the leaky cauldron? Everyone who passed through there was either a wizard or, at the very least, a muggle parent already aware of the wizarding world. How could this possibly be a breach of the Restraint Act? Watch your words, George, Percy interjected, stepping forward and adjusting his collar in a self-important manner. Underage wizards are prohibited from using magic outside school, no matter where they are. That's the law. Percy, why don't you move your room to the garden? George snapped. I'm sure you get along brilliantly with the gnomes. He gave Percy a glare before continuing. Diagon Alley is practically next door to the leaky cauldron, and it's crawling with wizards. How can the ministry pin this on Kyle when it could have been anyone else? That's because, well, the ministry must have its methods, Percy mumbled. Minister Fudge doesn't make mistakes. Kyle broke the rule, and he has to face the consequences. Shut it, you big head. Fred interrupted sharply. Don't act like you've never used magic at home. I didn't. Before Percy could finish, George cut him off with a snort. I seem to recall you using a summoning charm to find the glasses we hid. Or a sticking charm to keep your envelopes sealed, Fred added. And mending charm. Lighting charm. Banishing charm. The twins took turns rattling off spells Percy had used, with Ron and Ginny occasionally chiming in to help when they faltered. Each accusation made Percy's face darken further until, thoroughly defeated, he stormed off to his room without another word. Finally, the irritating git is gone, Fred declared with a satisfied grin. He's been unbearable ever since that promotion. Then he turned to Mr. Weasley. Dad, what's the deal here? Yeah, George echoed, why is Kyle being warned for using magic at the Leaky Cauldron? I'm not entirely sure, Mr. Weasley admitted, shaking his head. Mafalda mentioned it to me earlier. She said someone insisted Kyle used magic and demanded she send a warning letter. Who? She didn't say. Mr. Weasley drummed his fingers on the table, hesitating before speaking again. There's something else. What? Kyle won't be the only one going to the Ministry of Magic. Harry will be there too. Harry? What did he do? Ron and Ginny both asked. He used magic as well, Mr. Weasley explained. But not in Diagon Alley, he cast a spell in Little Whinging. And he did it in front of 3 muggles. Ron and Ginny stood up at the same time. No way, I'm going to go and ask him, said Ron anxiously, before turning and bolting upstairs. What's more troubling, sighed Mr. Weasley, is that this isn't the first time Harry has used magic in front of muggles. So, Kyle will only be questioned, but Harry, he'll be put on trial. A trial? Ginny's face turned pale. Harry, will he be expelled? No, he won't. Mr. Weasley said firmly, shaking his head. They can't expel Harry, and Dumbledore won't allow it. He stood up, a determined look on his face. Sorry, kids, I might have to leave for a bit. Oh, and Kyle. Mr. Weasley's tone softened. Don't worry. As I said earlier, they can't be sure if it was you or someone else in Diagon Alley who used the charm. You'll be fine, it's just a formality. With that, he hurried out of the burrow. Not long after, Ginny returned to her room, leaving Kyle alone in the living room with Fred and George. You really used a charm? Fred asked tentatively. Kyle nodded. He admitted it. To prevent Rita Skeeter from spreading rumors, he had cast a Muffliato charm. But how did the Ministry of Magic know about it? Had someone seen him? Even so, making such a big deal out of it seemed unnecessary. Since when had the Ministry become so vigilant? Kyle's thoughts turned to Rita Skeeter. Had she reported him? No, I don't think so, Kyle quickly dismissed the idea, not because he believed in her integrity, but because she wouldn't dare. Her unregistered Animagus status and her knowledge of Fudge's secrets would be hard to explain if she got involved. For her own safety, she wouldn't risk snitching. Could it be because of Voldemort? Did Fudge know Kyle was aligned with Dumbledore? That seemed plausible. Over the summer, Kyle had written many letters openly supporting Dumbledore's stance. If Fudge knew about them, it wouldn't be surprising for him to create trouble. Still, it felt petty, so petty, in fact, that Kyle tossed the letter aside with irritation. It's okay, Kyle, Fred said reassuringly. There are loads of wizards in Diagon Alley. As long as you don't admit it, they'll never prove it was you who used magic. Yeah, George agreed. And it's not even a violation of the Restriction Act to use magic there. They can't do anything to you. Kyle murmured, nodding. Even so, he couldn't help but feel disgusted by these underhanded tactics. And Harry's situation? That was likely more of the Ministry's meddling too. Mr. Weasley had mentioned Harry had used magic in front of 3 muggles, presumably the Dursleys. The Ministry must have known the Dursleys despised Harry. They wouldn't just refuse to testify on his behalf, they'd probably blame him outright, even if he protected them. Kyle scowled. Really, you can find all sorts of people, he muttered. Chapter 590, The Order of the Phoenix. Kyle didn't understand what the Ministry wanted with the letter. Was it a warning to keep his mouth shut? Or was there another reason entirely? That evening, he brought it up with Chris, but like Mr. Weasley, Chris had no answers. Mafalda Hopkirk from the improper use of magic office was just following orders, Chris said. I went to the minister's office afterward, but someone mentioned that Fudge has been away for the past 2 days and hasn't returned. He gave Kyle a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Don't worry. Mafalda said it was just a routine inquiry. After all, there's no proof you used a spell in the Leaky Cauldron, is there? Besides, this sort of thing won't interfere with your normal start to the school year. But that Harry Potter might be in trouble. Does the Ministry actually want to expel Harry? Kyle asked. No, it's something else, Chris replied, shaking his head. Alastor and Sirius think the Dementor attack on Harry was most likely orchestrated by you-know-who. Dementor? Kyle echoed in surprise. Yes. Otherwise, Harry wouldn't have needed to use the Patronus charm in front of those 3 muggles. Chris poured himself a cup of strong tea before continuing. Dementors showing up in the muggle world and trying to eat the souls of 3 muggles. To be honest, nothing like this has ever happened before. It's certainly unusual, Kyle agreed. As far as Kyle knew, Dementors were strictly confined to the island of Azkaban. The primary role of the hit wizard stationed there wasn't to prevent prisoner escapes but to monitor the Dementors, ensuring they couldn't slip away unnoticed. If the Dementors had appeared in Little Whinging, it couldn't have happened without the Ministry of Magic's approval. Of course, Voldemort couldn't be ruled out, but if he had taken control of Azkaban, he wouldn't waste time releasing just 1 or 2 Dementors to target Harry. No, it was far more likely the Ministry was involved. Still, such a tactic seemed almost laughably crude. Kyle mulled this over as he chatted with Chris a while longer. Eventually, he excused himself and went upstairs to his room. Over the next few days, the Weasley family next door became unexpectedly busy, and Kyle didn't see Mrs. Weasley for 2 or 3 days. Once, when he visited their house, he found them packing as though they were preparing to move. "What are you doing?" he asked curiously. "We're heading to a place you'd never guess," Fred and George said, setting down their suitcases and hurrying over to him. Fred's ears had turned slightly red with excitement. "Fred. George." At that moment, Mrs. Weasley, who hadn't been seen in days, walked briskly into the room. "Hurry up and pack your things. We need to leave soon," she said, her voice firm. Noticing Kyle standing nearby, she softened her tone. "Are you all right, dear?" she asked, stepping closer to give him a warm hug. "I heard about what happened. You've been troubled by the Ministry of Magic as well." "It's fine, Mrs. Weasley," Kyle assured her. "It was just a routine inquiry." "Are you leaving?" "Yes, to a, well, safer place," Mrs. Weasley said, hesitating for a moment before continuing. "All right, Dumbledore said we didn't need to hide anything from you." She led Kyle aside to a quieter corner. "What I'm about to tell you might sound unbelievable, but it's all true. To better fight the resurgence of you-know-who, Dumbledore has reactivated the Order of the Phoenix, a group formed over a decade ago to battle the Death Eaters. We're heading to its temporary headquarters, which also happens to be Sirius's home." 12 Grimmauld Place? Kyle asked. Mrs. Weasley looked surprised. "How did you know?" "Oh, of course. I suppose that's why Dumbledore didn't see the need to keep it from you. You've been there before, haven't you?" "Yes, but it wasn't the Order's headquarters back then." "That's right. It was only designated as such recently." Mrs. Weasley glanced at the clock and added, "Why don't you come with us? It would be safer. I can talk to Chris about it." Kyle thought about her offer but politely declined. "Thanks, Mrs. Weasley, but I can't. My mother insisted I stay home for the holidays, and I promised her I wouldn't go anywhere." Mrs. Weasley nodded understandingly. "If it's Diana's request, then that's that. Stay safe." As she turned back to the packing, Kyle stopped her. "Mrs. Weasley, will all the members of the Order of the Phoenix be going to Grimmauld Place?" "Most of them, yes," she replied. "What about my dad? Is he going?" Mrs. Weasley shook her head. "No, Chris isn't officially a member of the Order of the Phoenix yet." "What?" Kyle said, surprised. He had always assumed his father was part of the Order. "Technically, he's involved," Mrs. Weasley explained. "But he's never been on the formal roster. Back then, Chris was working with Mr. Scamander, handling werewolves, giants, and other dangerous magical creatures. He was fighting on a different front from us. The Order mainly focused on combating Death Eaters and supporting their victims. Chris didn't feel his work aligned with the Order's mission, even though neither Dumbledore nor the rest of us saw it that way. He turned down membership. Before Dumbledore could ask him a third time, the situation changed. You-know-who was defeated by Harry, and the matter was dropped." "I see," Kyle said, understanding his father's reasoning. "But that's only temporary," Mrs. Weasley added with a smile. "I'm sure it won't be long before Chris is formally part of the Order. It's just a matter of time. And maybe I'll be on the list someday too," Kyle said, smiling. Mrs. Weasley's expression turned serious. "No, I don't think so. Alastor suggested it, but I told him it was far too hasty. You're just a child, Kyle. You haven't even graduated yet. It's our responsibility to handle this, not yours." "Mrs. Weasley." Kyle began to protest, but a loud honk from outside interrupted him. A sleek new car pulled into St. Catchpole Village, the same one Sirius had purchased to pick them up at King's Cross Station. Mr. Weasley leaned out of the driver's seat. "Are you ready, boys? We need to leave right away." "Sorry, dear. I have to go." Mrs. Weasley gave Kyle another hug. If you notice anything suspicious around here, promise me you'll write to us immediately. I will, Mrs. Weasley. Be careful. You too, dear. Chapter 591, Dumbledore's Invitation. It had been a week since the Weasley family left St. Catchpole Village. To be honest, Kyle was still adjusting to the sudden silence. After being used to the constant chatter and chaos brought by Fred and George, the quiet felt strange. Percy did return occasionally, but something seemed off about him. Whatever Fudge had told him recently had changed him. Percy now displayed open hostility toward anyone associated with Dumbledore, a stark departure from his usual self. Kyle found little to discuss with Percy these days. If he had any free time, he preferred to focus on preparing for how to handle the ministry. On August 11th, Kyle was in his room, engrossed in reading the decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery Act and the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, when a sudden knock on the door downstairs startled him. Kyle looked up, puzzled. It had been weeks since the Weasleys had left for Grimmauld Place, and unexpected visitors had become rare. Cedric, he thought, standing up and peering out the window. Professor Dumbledore, he called, surprised to see the headmaster standing outside. Oh, I was wondering if you'd gone to Grimmauld Place, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Might I trouble you for a cup of tea? Of course, Professor. Just a moment. A few minutes later, Kyle placed a cup of black tea in front of Dumbledore, along with a jar of sugar and a plate of buttered biscuits from the kitchen. Thank you, Dumbledore said warmly as he spooned sugar into his tea. First, I must apologize, Kyle. When I explained to the others what happened on the mountain that day, I forgot to ask them to keep it confidential. The story has reached Fudge's ears, and now the Ministry seems to have painted you as an enemy. It's all right, Professor, Kyle said, shaking his head. He had known it would be impossible to keep everything secret for long. He hadn't even tried to conceal it, the Ministry would have learned the details sooner or later. The Death Eaters already knew too. With their connections in the Ministry, it would have been easy for them to stir up trouble. There's another matter, Dumbledore continued. I'll be attending Harry's hearing tomorrow, so I won't be able to accompany you to your interview. How about Minerva accompanies you? She's an old friend of Madame Hopkirk's. No need, Kyle replied. It's just a routine interview. There's no need to go to so much trouble. My father will be there with me. Minerva insisted, Dumbledore said with a small smile. As you're still a student, even during the holidays, it's the professor's responsibility to ensure you aren't treated unfairly. She'll meet you in the Ministry lobby tomorrow morning. Keep an eye out for her. All right, Kyle agreed. He appreciated the thought. As Dumbledore had pointed out, the professors wouldn't allow their students to face undue scrutiny. Is that all you came for, Professor? That was the most pressing matter, Dumbledore said, taking a sip of his tea. There's also something else. You may have already heard from Dugald, but I'm planning a meeting in my personal capacity to share the truth with those willing to believe us, so they aren't misled by lies. Kyle nodded. Mr. MacPhail mentioned it in his letter. The meeting will be on August 20th in Hogsmeade, Dumbledore explained. If you're free, I'd like you to attend. Me? Can I come? Kyle asked curiously. Everyone Dumbledore invited was likely a prominent figure in the wizarding world. Could someone like him, a sixth-year student, really join them? There's no one more suitable, Dumbledore said with a knowing smile. I was going to send you an invitation directly but thought it best to ask first, in case you had other plans. I'd be happy to attend, Kyle said. Excellent. I'll come to fetch you then, Dumbledore said, standing. But now, I must be off to Little Whinging to prepare for tomorrow's hearing. Do you need any help? Kyle asked. Thank you, but it's a simple matter of gathering information, just asking around to see if anyone witnessed the incident. I'll manage on my own. Dumbledore set his teacup down and smiled. Thank you for the tea and biscuits. I'll see you tomorrow. With a faint pop, Dumbledore disapparated, leaving Kyle alone in the living room. Kyle had wanted to bring up other matters, such as concerns about the Ministry and Fudge, but Dumbledore had left before he could. During their brief conversation, Kyle had noticed that Dumbledore seemed unusually pressed for time. Though his tone had been calm, he drank his tea quickly, finishing it in just a few gulps, something he rarely did at school. It was clear that Dumbledore hadn't intended to stay long. But with Voldemort's return, Kyle supposed the headmaster had little free time this month. There would be other opportunities to talk, perhaps at the meeting in Hogsmeade. Kyle went back to his room, reflecting on the visit. He'd expected Dumbledore to invite him to join the Order of the Phoenix, but the topic hadn't even come up. It seemed Dumbledore, like Mrs. Weasley, was hesitant to involve underage wizards. That evening, Chris returned home after dark, his steps lighter than usual as he entered the house. Don't worry, Chris said with a grin. I went to the Leaky Cauldron, and old Tom told me someone had already spoken with him. He's agreed to go to the ministry with Mafalda tomorrow to explain everything. Tom admitted he was baffled. He said he'd never heard of anyone being warned by the ministry for using a spell close to the leaky cauldron before this. That's good to hear, Kyle said, relieved. How should I get there tomorrow? Will I go with you, or should I meet you at the agreed time? Come with me, Chris said. We'll leave a little earlier. Your mother needs to see you about something before your interview. We'll go to the Department of Mysteries first, then to the improper use of magic office. The Department of Mysteries? Why? Kyle asked, confused. To be honest, I don't know, Chris admitted. I got a note from your mother before I left work, saying to bring you there as soon as possible. It didn't explain anything else. But doesn't the Department of Mysteries have restricted access? Kyle asked. Can we even get in? Not we, just you, Chris clarified. Your mother will take you there herself. Once that's done, I'll take you to your interview. Chapter 592, Chapter 592, The Department of Mysteries. At 5 a.m., with the sky just beginning to lighten, Kyle was awakened by the sound of owls pecking insistently at his window. Yawning, he sat up and rubbed his face, trying to wake himself up. It took a few minutes before the reality of the day ahead hit him. He was scheduled for questioning at the ministry. On top of that, Diana had something planned for him at the Department of Mysteries before the official start of the workday. Quickly, Kyle jumped out of bed, got dressed, and headed downstairs to the living room to get some breakfast. Chris was already there, setting a plate of fried ham and bread on the table. I was just about to come get you, Chris said. Want something to drink? How about pumpkin juice? Sure, Kyle replied, taking a seat and spreading raspberry jam on a slice of bread. No need to rush, Chris said, placing a tall glass of pumpkin juice in front of him. We'll apparate to London in a bit. It'll save us plenty of time. Kyle nodded absently, still mulling over why Diana had asked him to go to the Department of Mysteries. The question had kept him awake the previous night, and he'd only managed to fall asleep in the early hours of the morning. Half an hour later, as the sun began to rise, the two of them left the house. Ready? Chris asked, extending his arm. Hold on tight, we're heading out. Kyle grabbed his father's shoulder, and a second later, the familiar sensation of being squeezed through a narrow tube overwhelmed him. When he opened his eyes, they were standing in an old record store. The shopkeeper glanced up lazily but showed no surprise at their sudden appearance. Chris, early start today. Hi, Rudd, Chris greeted him casually. Had to. Too many reports piling up. Another batch of people wanting to keep magical creatures. Rudd asked knowingly. Ever since the Triwizard Tournament, everyone's suddenly interested in keeping creatures. I bet you've been swamped. You've no idea, Chris sighed. Just yesterday, I had to stop someone from keeping a Kelpie. I don't know when people will realize that not every magical creature is as harmless as a puffskein. That lesson might take a while, Rudd chuckled before turning to Kyle. Ah, sorry, young man, but this is the ministry's employee entrance. Visitors need to use the front entrance across the street. This is my son, Kyle, Chris clarified quickly. He's coming to the ministry for questioning today, 9 o'clock, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Oh, so this is Kyle. Rudd suddenly looked more awake, his eyes lighting up with recognition. The one who won the Triwizard Tournament. Kyle nodded politely, a bit taken aback by the man's enthusiasm. You were the youngest champion, weren't you? Incredible work. Rudd's expression turned thoughtful as he tapped a notebook lying on the counter. The pages flipped on their own until they landed on the most recent entry. Ah, yes, Rudd said, glancing at the page. You got a warning letter about 7 days ago for using a spell in the leaky cauldron. He froze mid-sentence, his voice rising incredulously. Wait, the leaky cauldron. Rudd stared at the entry in disbelief. By Merlin's beard. That's absurd. If you can't use spells in the leaky cauldron, why don't they just take our wands away? Probably because no one would agree to it, Chris said dryly. Of course no one would agree, Rudd said with a snort, shutting the notebook. He looked back at Kyle, his expression softening. Well, my boy, you've done nothing wrong, so there's no need to be nervous. Amelia Bones, who oversees the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, is a fair-minded witch. I'm sure she won't penalize you over something as ridiculous as this. Thanks, Kyle said, smiling. Rudd's reassuring demeanor was a welcome start to the morning. Can we head in now? Chris asked. Sorry, we're in a bit of a rush. Of course. Go ahead, Rudd said, tapping a raised section of the counter with his wand. The nearby display window slid aside, revealing a hidden passageway. Thanks, Chris said as he led Kyle through. At the end of the passage was a long corridor lined with fireplaces for the Fleur network. It was still early, and all of them were extinguished. In the middle of the corridor stood a figure, waiting for them. Right on time, Diana said to Chris as she approached them. Pick him up at the Department of Mysteries at 8:30. Wait on the same floor. Okay, Chris replied. Now, come with me, Diana said, turning to Kyle. She led him away from the fireplace corridor and into an elevator. The elevator was as empty as the corridor, its only sound the cold, mechanical voice announcing the floors as they passed. Remember, Diana instructed, her tone firm, don't wander off or look around. Just follow me. And whatever you see in there, don't speak of it to anyone, not the Weasley brothers, not Conna, not anyone. Okay, Kyle agreed, nodding. As he replied, the cold voice announced. Department of Mysteries. We're here, Diana said, stepping out of the elevator. Kyle quickly followed. He'd been here once before, but on that occasion, he had taken a left at the stairs after exiting the elevator. This time, Diana led him straight down the corridor to a simple, unmarked door at the end. Don't look around or wander off, Diana repeated as she pushed open the door. Kyle stepped inside and immediately felt disoriented. The room was large and circular, its walls, floor, and ceiling all a deep black, as though the space had been washed in ink. Blue flames flickered coldly from candle branches mounted on the walls, offering no warmth, only an eerie light. The walls were lined with identical black doors, unmarked and indistinguishable from one another. Diana barely glanced at them as she strode toward the door directly ahead. As Kyle followed her, he felt as though he'd stepped into a labyrinth. Everything looked the same dark walls, the same unmarked doors. If he hadn't been following Diana, he was sure he would have become hopelessly lost. They walked for nearly 10 minutes before Kyle finally saw something different, a massive water tank that filled an entire room. Suspended inside were shapes that occasionally resembled brains. He recognized it immediately. Diana had used a smaller version of this tank during the interrogation of Peter Pettigrew to reveal that he was the secret keeper. But that one had been the size of a table, this tank was colossal by comparison. Further ahead, they passed through a room bathed in a golden glow. As Kyle entered, he noticed a rhythmic ticking sound, like the hands of a clock striking or water dripping into an hourglass. Then, something strange began to happen. Kyle felt as though he were growing taller. His clothes, which had fit perfectly just moments ago, now felt tight at the shoulders, and his trousers were too short, leaving his ankles exposed. But within seconds, the sensation reversed, he shrank, and his clothes became baggy, the hems of his trousers dragging on the ground and nearly tripping him. As they reached the door at the far end, Diana opened it, and everything returned to normal the moment Kyle stepped through. This is it, Diana said, stopping in her tracks. Kyle looked around and saw they were standing in a vast, cavernous space. The room was arranged like an amphitheater, with rows of stone benches descending steeply toward the center, much like the Quidditch World Cup Stadium. They were at the very top, and from their vantage point, Kyle could see a tall stone platform in the center of the room. On the platform stood a stone archway, ancient and weathered. Come on, Diana said, taking Kyle's hand. With one step, they were suddenly on the stone platform, next to the archway. Apparition. No, it wasn't apparition. Apparition had a telltale sound and sensation, and this transition had been completely silent. What kind of magic was this? Kyle felt a spark of curiosity but didn't ask, noting Diana's serious expression. Come over here, she said, leading him to the middle of the arch. The space within the stone arch rippled like the surface of a pond disturbed by a pebble. Beyond the rippling plain was a faint white mist, drifting slowly, obscuring whatever lay beyond. Chapter 593, The Wand's Power of Choice. Looking at the stone archway in front of him, Kyle couldn't shake a sense of familiarity. Oh, right, the Founders. He remembered the first time he had encountered the Founders in the Chamber of Secrets. The snake-like statues had formed an arch that resembled this one, down to the ripples in the air that looked like water suspended upright. The resemblance was uncanny, almost identical. Wait, he's not going to meet the Founders again, is he? Could the Department of Mysteries really be capable of that? Before he could delve further into his thoughts, Diana's voice interrupted him. What spell did you use to kill the Death Eater? Fiend Fire Curse, Kyle replied instinctively. Visibly, Diana's mouth twitched in reaction. She took a deep breath, then another, before pulling out her wand and pointing it at the stone door. Now, use the Fiend Fire Curse again, she said. Here. Kyle hesitated. It was fiend fire, after all, a dangerous, uncontrollable form of magic. What if it burned everything down? And this was the Ministry of Magic. Wouldn't using dark magic here be a bad idea? Just do it, Diana urged firmly. Okay, Kyle said reluctantly. Diana had given the order, so there was no room for argument. He drew his wand, gave it a light wave, and conjured a massive dragon of searing flames. A nonverbal fiend fire curse. Diana's expression shifted again as she observed Kyle's skilled and effortless casting. It wasn't just rare for someone Kyle's age to have mastered the Fiendfire curse, it was practically unheard of. And to cast it as a nonverbal spell. That was extraordinary. For a moment, Diana wasn't sure whether to be proud or concerned. It was impressive, certainly, but this was Fiendfire, after all. She shook her head slightly, refocusing, and pointed her wand at the stone door. As if she had broken some hidden spell, the white ripples in the doorway began to drift away. Diana guided the light toward the fiery dragon Kyle had conjured. Kyle's eyes widened in astonishment. The uncontrollable, raging flames of the Fiendfire shifted and morphed, condensing into a pulsing, blue orb of light. This is the original form of magic, Diana explained. Kyle stared in fascination. He'd never seen anything like it before. As he studied the orb, he noticed something peculiar, a faint, darker strand intertwined with the light. It was as thin as a hair, but if you looked closely, it was unmistakable. Curious, Kyle instinctively took a couple of steps forward to get a closer look. Before he could reach it, another stream of white light flowed out from the stone door. This second light gently surrounded the blue orb, washing away the dark strand like a steady current. "That's enough," Diana said, waving her wand. The white light retreated back into the stone door, leaving the blue orb pristine and flawless once more. Kyle barely had a chance to study it further before crimson flames erupted around it again. "Finite incantatum," Diana said, her tone calm as she casually extinguished the Fiendfire. "What was that?" Kyle asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Blood debt," Diana replied indifferently. "When a witch or wizard takes a life, their magic undergoes a certain change. That's how I know you killed a Death Eater." "Is that even possible?" Kyle frowned. "Why haven't I ever heard of this before?" "Because they don't teach it at school, and for good reason," Diana explained. "It's not something you need to know about as a student, just like the unforgivable curses." "Does it have anything to do with the soul?" "No, nothing like that," Diana said, shaking her head. "It's purely a transformation in one's magic. Magic reflects the heart of the witch or wizard wielding it. When you take another's life, malice inevitably arises in your heart, even if only for an instant. A part of your magic responds to that malice, adapting itself into a state better suited to it." Kyle nodded slowly, only half comprehending her explanation. The concept reminded him vaguely of his time at Hogwarts. For instance, he loved fried pork chops, so whenever he visited the kitchen, the house elves always prepared pork chops for him. But one day, out of curiosity, he glanced at some bread on a nearby table. Though it was just a fleeting glance, a few of the more observant house elves took note. The next time he came to the kitchen, those elves brought him bread instead, thinking he wanted it. "Many witches and wizards pursue this," Diana said softly. "It can make magic more manic and has a significant effect on certain spells. For example, the Cruciatus curse and the Killing curse, especially the latter. A blood debt can make the Killing curse incredibly powerful. What they don't realize is that the mind affects magic, and magic, in turn, affects the mind. When one frequently uses overly manic magic, their temperament grows increasingly irritable. This is why most dark witches and wizards develop eccentric personalities and gradually become addicted to dark magic." "In that case," Kyle ran a hand along his chin. "Does that mean as long as I refrain from using dark magic, a blood debt won't have any effect?" It reminded him of the kitchen and the house elves. When there were 98 pork cutlets in front of him, he could easily pass on the 2 buns, they wouldn't affect him if he didn't indulge. "Yes, that is correct," Diana nodded. "But even if it has no effect, it is still not a good thing." "That's true," Kyle agreed. He glanced at the stone door again. It appeared unchanged, looking exactly as it had before. "What's in there?" "An equally unknown path," Diana replied. "But we can't enter, it rejects all conscious beings, including ghosts and portraits." Curious, Kyle took a couple of steps closer to the stone door. Seeing that Diana made no move to stop him, he lowered his guard and reached out to touch it. His hand passed straight through to the other side. "Amazing," Kyle murmured. "Is this what the Department of Mysteries does?" "Just one of its tasks," Diana said. She pointed her wand at the stone door and flicked it slightly. Inside, a ripple spread across the surface, and a vibrant, colorful aura emerged. Kyle could see shades of blue, red, orange, it was mesmerizing. But soon, the stone door settled again, returning to its calm, dark state. "There are 3 stone doors like this in the Department of Mysteries," Diana explained. "They represent life, magic, and time. What you just saw is the original form of magic. Remember what Ollivander said? The wand chooses the wizard. In reality, the wand chooses the magic, because each person's magic is unique." Kyle felt a mix of emotions he couldn't quite put into words. This was his first close encounter with the Department of Mysteries, and it truly lived up to its name. "Okay, it's about time," Diana said suddenly, interrupting his thoughts. "We should head back." Kyle nodded and followed her off the stone platform. They retraced their steps through the foggy room and past the chamber with the massive water tank. "Isn't this place guarded?" Kyle asked as they walked. "It seems like we haven't seen a single person." "It doesn't need to be," Diana replied. "Even if Voldemort himself broke in, he'd only wander around the lobby. He'd never make it here." "What if someone did come here?" Kyle mused. "I mean, by accident." "That would simply mean they were meant to be here," Diana said matter-of-factly. "Naturally, we wouldn't stop them." They continued through the maze of identical doors until they finally exited into the corridor outside the Department of Mysteries. Chris was waiting for them not far from the elevator. Chapter 594, The Sudden Interrogation. By the time Kyle was finished at the Department of Mysteries, the Ministry had opened for business. However, Diana wasn't in a hurry to let Chris take Kyle away just yet. "Give me your wand," she said. Kyle, a little puzzled, pulled his wand from his pocket and handed it over. Diana held the wand in her hand, pressing her index finger against its tip. A few red sparks fizzed out. Kyle had no idea what she'd done, but the frown on her face was hard to miss. Chris, standing nearby, instinctively edged back a little. Finally, Diana seemed unable to hold back her frustration any longer. She raised her hand and tapped Kyle lightly on the head. "Don't use the Fiendfire curse so often," she said sternly. "That spell is incredibly difficult to control, and if you're discovered, the consequences won't be much lighter than for using the unforgivable curses." Although the tap didn't hurt, Kyle winced and covered his head defensively. "They're Death Eaters," he argued. "If I don't use the Fiendfire curse, they will." "That may be true," Diana admitted, "but as long as they haven't been completely exposed, their official identity isn't that of a Death Eater. However, the fact that you used Fiendfire is clear and can be easily discovered." "Prior incantato," Kyle muttered under his breath, realizing that this interrogation might not be as straightforward as he'd initially thought. "Good, I see you understand now," Diana said, returning his wand to him. She handed it back with a meaningful look and added, "Take your suitcase with you, and stay vigilant." Diana returned to the Department of Mysteries, while Chris led Kyle into the elevator, taking him up to the floor of the Department for the Control and Management of Magical Creatures. As they navigated the crowded corridor, Chris said, "We still have some time before our appointment. Let's grab something first." The scene was a stark contrast to the quiet, eerie halls of the Department of Mysteries. Cardboard boxes and miscellaneous items cluttered the corridor, making it almost claustrophobic. "Excuse me," said a man rushing past them with a box in his arms. "Bob." Chris called out. "I thought you were heading to Cornwall with Amos." "Oh, Chris, I was just looking for you," the staff member, Bob, replied, pushing the box forward. "We found this over there." Kyle watched curiously as Bob opened the box slightly, revealing a small creature inside. "Amos and I thought it was just an ordinary farm chicken, but it spits fire." As if on cue, a small jet of fire shot out of the box, singeing a hole in the cardboard. "Aguamenti." Chris quickly conjured a stream of water, extinguishing the flames before they could spread. He then inspected the suitcase, casting a spell to check its contents. "Obvious signs of magical runes," Chris said grimly. "This is a violation of the ban on experimental breeding of animals. Get someone from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Have a hit wizard bring the responsible party in." "Right away," Bob said, hurrying off. He returned moments later, holding the suitcase. "What do we do with this?" Bob asked. "Take it to the forest." "It's not safe to leave it out here," Chris replied. Bob nodded and rushed to the end of the corridor, pushing through a door. "That's the storage room for experimental creatures," Chris explained to Kyle, noticing his curious expression. "There's a real forest in there where we house confiscated magical creatures." "Oh," Kyle said, nodding. "Does this sort of thing happen often?" "Not really," Chris sighed. "But every now and then, a wizard gets a brilliant idea and ends up causing us a lot of trouble." Kyle couldn't help but think of Hagrid, who seemed like the poster child for impulsive magical creature experiments. The blast-ended scripts from last year sprang to mind, though Chris was probably still unaware of them. They soon reached Chris's office, the deputy director's office. Chris, who had once been the director, appeared to have stepped down to his previous role. "Who's the current director?" Kyle asked. "No one knows yet. The decision hasn't been finalized," Chris said with a shrug. "But I've heard rumors that Senior Undersecretary Umbridge might take the position temporarily." Chris spoke calmly, showing no resentment about being demoted. "Take a seat for a while," he said, gesturing to the sofa. "I need to grab some documents I prepared yesterday." Kyle sat down and glanced around the room. The office was a chaotic mix of files stacked everywhere, parchments piled up to the ceiling, and odd wooden sticks with sharp points leaning against the corner. "Ah, here it is," Chris exclaimed, pulling several sheets of parchment from a drawer. Kyle leaned over to take a look. It was the restraint act he had been reviewing earlier. It's always good to be prepared, Chris said with a smile. They left the office and took the elevator down to the ministry lobby. Kyle scanned the area for Professor McGonagall, but despite searching thoroughly, she was nowhere to be found. Maybe she's already at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Chris suggested, glancing at his watch. We should head there, too, only 10 minutes left. Okay, Kyle agreed, following Chris to the second floor, where the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was located. But as they arrived, Kyle immediately sensed something was off. The meeting was supposed to be in Amelia Bones's office. Instead, a staff member directed them to a different room, where nearly 30 people were already waiting in line. Kyle's suspicion grew. If this was merely about the Restraint Act, why were so many people present? Even Rufus Scrimgeour, the Auror office director, was here. Theodore Nott is dead. Scrimgeour's words hit like a thunderclap. He didn't bother with pleasantries. As soon as Kyle stepped into the room, Scrimgeour ordered the door shut and asked curtly, "What's your opinion on this?" "I'm sorry, I don't know who you're talking about," Kyle replied calmly. "I came to the ministry to address the use of magic at the Leaky Cauldron." "Your question doesn't seem related." Chris stepped forward, his face darkening. "What is this, Scrimgeour?" "We were told this was about misuse of magic, not some investigation into Nott." "It was the minister's request, Chris," said a witch standing beside Scrimgeour. "Someone claimed to have seen Theodore Nott die at the hands of this boy, and that he used the Fiendfire curse. We have to investigate." "Who?" Chris demanded sharply. Amelia Bones glanced over her shoulder, and 3 figures rose from the back of the room. Walden McNair. Igor Karkaroff. Lucius Malfoy, Chris muttered, his voice growing colder with each name. "They're the witnesses," Amelia said. "Given Mr. Karkaroff's position, we have to take their claims seriously, Chris. I hope you understand." Chapter 595, Reversal. As the 3 men stood, Chris immediately pieced everything together. McNair wasn't much of a concern, but the other 2 were a different story. Karkaroff, still holding the position of Durmstrang's headmaster, was well known in the wizarding world, lending credibility to any testimony he gave. And Lucius Malfoy, arguably the ministry's most influential figure, had undoubtedly spent an enormous amount of gold securing his standing. With these 2 as witnesses, it was no surprise the ministry was treating the situation so seriously. Still, Chris was baffled. He had assumed Karkaroff fled after the Triwizard Tournament. He never imagined the men would dare to return. Fine, even if that's the case, where was the notification? Chris said coldly, his eyes flashing with irritation. "We were only informed about the Restraint Act. In the face of additional charges, we reserve the right to refuse." He grabbed Kyle's arm and turned to leave. "I'm afraid that won't be possible," came a sickly sweet, high-pitched voice. Another figure rose, Dolores Umbridge, wearing her trademark saccharine smile. "It was deemed necessary to conduct a surprise inspection," Umbridge said in her cloying tone, "to ensure you wouldn't hide the most crucial evidence." Her voice was shrill and grating, like nails on a chalkboard. Kyle silently vowed he'd rather listen to a Fopper sing endlessly than endure another word from her. But Umbridge was undeterred. "The minister has authorized this," she said with a beam. "Unless you wish to challenge the ministry itself, you will comply. Of course, you can leave if you like, but the moment you step outside these doors, Wisengamot rules will render you guilty. The Aurors will arrest you immediately." She turned to Scrimgeour. "Rufus, I believe the Aurors are ready." Scrimgeour's expression betrayed his annoyance. His eyes twitched, and it seemed he was restraining some strong emotion. After a pause, he muttered, "Yes." "Good," Umbridge said, her grin widening. Chris's face relaxed slightly. His hand moved subtly, and Kyle noticed something fall into it, likely his wand. Quickly stepping forward, Kyle shook his head slightly at Chris, signaling him to stay calm. "Are you sure you want to conduct this interrogation in such a completely irregular manner?" Kyle asked, keeping his voice even. "I've already made it clear," snapped Umbridge. "This is sanctioned by the minister." "Well then," Kyle said, his tone shifting into one of calm authority. "I must remind you that in addition to being a Hogwarts student, I hold another title. I am a recipient of the Order of Merlin, 2nd class. And, as you know, every recipient of the Order of Merlin, 2nd class, is an honorary member of the Wisengamot. Surely, you understand what this entails." Umbridge's fake smile vanished instantly, replaced by a dark scowl. "I see you do," Kyle continued smoothly. "Yes, I have the right to appeal directly to the Wisengamot High Council." His words sent a ripple of murmurs through the room. Several people shifted uncomfortably in their seats, their expressions betraying unease. If Kyle had been just another student, they might have pressed forward without a second thought. But as a member of the Order of Merlin, any misstep in handling his case could have severe repercussions. A murmur rose from an older wizard in the room, his tone laced with regret. Damn, how could I forget about that? If I'd remembered, I would have attended the trial against Harry Potter instead. It wasn't surprising that many hadn't considered Kyle's Order of Merlin status. While his achievements were impressive, they lacked the fame and mystique of the boy who lived. Still, Kyle's name was not obscure. He was the Triwizard Tournament champion, the one who collapsed the enchanted maze, the exposer of the Sirius Black case, and the young wizard who had repeatedly drawn attention to the ministry's oversights. But his Order of Merlin recognition had been awarded years ago, and for many, the detail had faded into the background. Umbridge's expression shifted noticeably. Her eyes flicked nervously toward Lucius Malfoy, searching for some unspoken cue or guidance. Of course, we are well aware of all this, Karkaroff said as he strode forward, stroking his goatee with a self-righteous air. But we cannot allow ourselves to remain silent about the truth we witnessed, regardless of the potential repercussions. As the headmaster of Durmstrang, I would never permit myself to entertain such cowardice. So, Headmaster Karkaroff is a noble wizard, Kyle remarked, his tone calm but cutting. Then why won't you admit to being a Death Eater? You didn't seem so noble when you were kneeling and begging for forgiveness. Karkaroff flinched visibly, yanking out a few of his whiskers in the process. He ignored the pain and barked, "You're spouting nonsense. You know who has not been resurrected. You're spreading rumors just like Dumbledore. I suggest the Aurors arrest you immediately." "Calm down, Headmaster Karkaroff," Kyle interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. "I never said you know who was resurrected. You're the one who said it." "Oh, I see. You're trying to shift suspicion onto me to divert attention from yourself. Clever. You. Karkaroff's chest heaved with anger, his hand twitching toward his wand. "Igor," Lucius Malfoy said sharply, frowning as he stepped in to prevent Karkaroff from losing his composure. Ignoring Kyle, Lucius turned his attention to Umbridge and Amelia Bones. "Madams, do not be swayed by his provocations. I swear on the name of Malfoy that we witnessed him kill Mr. Theodore Nott." The serious expressions on Lucius and Karkaroff's faces seemed to reassure Umbridge, who let out a small sigh of relief and plastered her sickly smile back on. "How about legilimency?" Kyle suggested suddenly, his tone light but pointed. "If simply saying it isn't enough, why not let the Aurors verify your memories? It would be quick and definitive, wouldn't it? Of course," he added, "if you agree to it, I'll agree to have my memories examined as well. That way, we can all save time." Lucius said nothing, and Karkaroff fell silent too. The idea of legilimency was out of the question. Allowing their memories to be examined would reveal not only that Kyle had been attacked but also that they had been present alongside Voldemort, engaging in hostilities. Fortunately for them, Amelia Bones intervened. After 1975, the International Confederation of Wizards banned the use of legilimency during interrogations, she said firmly. This method cannot be used. "What a pity," Kyle said, smirking as he glanced at the three men. Karkaroff yanked out a few more whiskers, his irritation growing by the second. "No need for legilimency," Umbridge interjected in her grating voice. "Rufus, check his wand." Scrimgeour rose reluctantly, his expression grim. He approached Kyle but stopped before reaching for the wand. "Accio wand testing table," he said instead. A few moments later, a dusty, oddly shaped table flew through the door. It looked more like a stool than a table, with a groove in its surface. "Scourgify." Scrimgeour cleared the dust with a wave of his wand and said in a formal tone, "According to procedure, we must inspect your wand. Place it on the testing table." "No problem," Kyle said calmly, laying his wand in the groove. Scrimgeour pointed his wand at the table. "Prior incantato." The groove glowed faintly, and wisps of grey smoke began to rise, forming the faint outlines of previous spells. "Lighting charm." Another wisp appeared. "Summoning charm." Then another. "Mending charm." "Lighting charm." The crowd watched intently as the sequence of spells unraveled. Their expressions varied, some looked smug, others nervous, and a few wore carefully neutral masks. But when a particular spell appeared, the atmosphere shifted. A vivid ball of fire emerged, its flames stretching forward to form a wide, blazing path. "I think that's enough," Kyle said, breaking the silence. "Everyone here recognizes this charm from the Triwizard Tournament. It's clear I was at Hogwarts when this was used. Unless, of course, you're suggesting I skipped school to kill, what's his name? Not." Kyle's voice dripped with feigned innocence. Scrimgeour hesitated for a moment before saying, "No," and putting his wand away. "No." Karkaroff shouted, his composure cracking. "He's hiding it. He used such low-level spell to conceal the Fiendfire curse. We must continue the inspection." "Are you suggesting," Kyle said coolly, "that I used a wide-area fire charm outside school and the Ministry detected no trace of it? Is that what you mean?" Several heads turned toward Karkaroff, their gazes skeptical. No need, Scrimgeour interjected coldly. As an experienced Auror, he was well aware of such a spell capabilities. A spell of that magnitude would leave significant traces, and there had been none, neither in St. Catchpole village nor anywhere Kyle had been. Scrimgeour also knew Kyle had stayed home for the holidays, leaving only briefly to visit the Leaky Cauldron via the Fleur network. Karkaroff's accusations were not only implausible but also a thinly veiled insult to the Auror office's competence. You're twisting my words. That's not what I meant. Karkaroff spluttered, his face pale as his panic mounted. Something's wrong. Karkaroff's mind raced in confusion. He knew he had seen Kyle cast the Fiendfire curse. So why wasn't it showing up? Chapter 596, Chapter 596, Challenging the Ministry of Magic. Lucius and Karkaroff were deeply worried. Setting Kyle up and getting him expelled from Hogwarts was the first task Voldemort had assigned them after his resurrection. They had believed it was foolproof and accepted the mission without hesitation. To ensure success, Lucius had invested heavily, pouring gold into Fudge's coffers to concoct an absurd pretext to summon Kyle to the Ministry. They had hoped to catch him off guard and secure an easy victory. But everything was going wrong. How could there be no record of the Fiendfire curse in Kyle's wand? It didn't make sense. Was it a mistake? Or perhaps the Fiendfire curse would appear later in the inspection. They couldn't allow the investigation to end prematurely, so they insisted on continuing. Kyle seemed unbothered by their desperation, making no move to stop them. After the Firestorm charm, a dozen more spells emerged, but they were all common, everyday charms. Karkaroff's face grew increasingly pale, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Continue. Continue, he shouted, his voice strained. At this point, Kyle pressed his wand to his forehead, instantly terminating the effect of prior incantato. Headmaster Karkaroff, you're embarrassing yourself, Kyle said slowly. If you can't find the spell you're looking for, we could sit here all day, or even a month. I wouldn't mind. There's still over half a month until the start of term. I have plenty of time. But the problem is, the rest of you are busy people with important responsibilities. It's a bit much to ask you all to waste your precious time playing these silly games with me. You're guilty. Karkaroff exclaimed. The next spell would have been the Fiendfire curse. You're just afraid to continue because you know you're guilty. Before Kyle could respond, Amelia Bones, seated in the center of the room, spoke coldly. Please be quiet, Mr. Igor Karkaroff. The evidence we've seen so far is sufficient to show that no illegal dark magic has been used. If you cannot produce any further evidence. Veritaserum. McNair, who had been silent until then, suddenly interjected. Just make him drink Veritaserum, and the truth will come out. I see no problem with that, Umbridge said quickly, her eyes narrowing. She turned to Kyle with her usual fake smile. If you didn't kill Mr. Knott, surely you wouldn't refuse to take Veritaserum to prove your innocence. No, I refuse, Kyle replied with a calm smile. In 1975, the International Confederation of Wizards determined that memories could be altered. At that time, they abolished the use of both legilimency and Veritaserum in interrogations. But in special cases, such as a prisoner refusing to confess, it can still be used, Umbridge said sharply. The Ministry of Magic has the authority to administer it. That's not quite accurate, Kyle said, his expression unchanging. Veritaserum can only be used for final confirmation when there is sufficient evidence to warrant its use. And do you have sufficient evidence now? The testimony of a few individuals. That's hardly convincing. In fact, he continued, I have reason to believe they are conspiring together, motivated by resentment after I won the Triwizard Tournament against Durmstrang. I propose that they, too, take Veritaserum to confirm the truth of their statements. Amelia Bones tapped her fingers lightly on the table, her expression thoughtful as she considered Kyle's suggestion. McNair, sensing the shift in atmosphere, instinctively stepped back. It was clear to everyone in the room that he was afraid of drinking the Veritaserum himself. Umbridge ignored McNair's retreat and kept her gaze fixed on Kyle, her voice dripping with feigned civility. May I take it, then, that you are rebelling against the Ministry of Magic? Bang. The door to the room burst open, and Professor McGonagall stormed in, brushing past a few Aurors who tried to block her way. You still do not represent the Ministry, she snapped at Umbridge, her tone sharp and unyielding. She turned to Kyle, her expression softening. I'm sorry, Kyle. 20 minutes ago, someone informed me the location had changed. I waited in an empty room for 10 minutes before I realized something was wrong. Thanks to. She paused briefly before continuing, someone's help, I found out you were here. That's all right, Professor, Kyle said, offering a reassuring smile. Perhaps someone didn't want you to come. I think you're quite right, Professor McGonagall said, her lips pressing into a thin line as her gaze swept over the platform. Her eyes lingered on McNair, Malfoy, and Karkaroff, her expression one of barely restrained fury. I had no idea the ministry could change the content of an interrogation at the last minute, she said, her voice brimming with contempt. This is preposterous. I must remind you, Minerva McGonagall, that this has been approved by the minister, Umbridge said, her smile tightening. And I must remind you, McGonagall countered, her voice icy, that the Minister for Magic does not have the authority to unilaterally alter Wisengamot procedures. But no matter. Dumbledore is in the building, and I'm certain he'll be here shortly to clarify this for us. Kyle felt a wave of relief wash over him at the mention of Dumbledore's name. Mr. Scrimgeour, Kyle said suddenly, his tone calm and almost amused, I think Headmaster Karkaroff made an excellent point earlier. Perhaps the next spell we check will reveal the Fiendfire curse. Why don't we continue the inspection? Karkaroff stiffened, his face turning ashen. The last thing he wanted was for Dumbledore to arrive. Even if Dumbledore couldn't directly harm him, the memory of that night on the mountaintop was enough to make his legs feel weak. McNair was in even worse shape, visibly trembling and barely able to stand. Lucius Malfoy, however, maintained his composure. He saw through McGonagall's tactic, it was a bluff meant to intimidate them. He reasoned that Harry Potter's hearing wouldn't be resolved so quickly, and Dumbledore would likely remain occupied with that. Unless Dumbledore was willing to abandon the boy who lived, he wouldn't arrive anytime soon. Blood debt. Malfoy declared suddenly, his voice sharp. Prior Incantato can be manipulated, but not a blood debt. If we use the Sphinx mirror, we can determine whether he has killed any wizards. Malfoy's move was calculated. Dumbledore might be terrifying, but he wasn't lethal. If they failed to complete their mission, however, Voldemort would punish them mercilessly. Death, or something worse, was certain. Kyle frowned. Sphinx mirror? Blood debt. He was now certain Diana had anticipated this plan all along. Her insistence that he visit the ministry early had been no coincidence. Before Kyle could dwell on this, Chris stood and spoke firmly. Madam Bones, I believe the first order of business should be confirming the integrity of their testimonies. Precisely, McGonagall said without hesitation. It was already a grave breach of procedure to alter the interrogation's content at the last minute. I will not stand by while Hogwarts students are framed without cause. Her fierce determination radiated from her, like an angry lion ready to defend its pride. I don't agree either, Kyle added with a firm nod. Though Diana's assistance had eased his immediate concerns, Kyle had no intention of allowing Malfoy or anyone else to dictate the situation. Being passive was not an option. Chapter 597, Using Rules to Pressure Others, Who Can't Do That? Kyle turned his attention to Amelia Bones. Of all those present, she was the main authority in this interrogation, not Umbridge, who had been the loudest and most disruptive participant. I do not object to Mr. Malfoy's proposal, Kyle said clearly, but only on the condition that I receive an official interrogation letter. Prior Incantato was my compromise, a way for me to answer to the ministry on behalf of the Hogwarts students. Beyond that, I will not accept any further questioning unless a formal letter is issued or new evidence is presented. As of now, I demand an immediate end to this absurd and unfounded interrogation. Amelia Bones nodded slightly before addressing the room. Let's take a vote by show of hands. Those in favor of dismissing the charges, please raise your hands. She was the first to raise her hand, her posture resolute. While she had never supported this interrogation, she had been forced to proceed due to pressure from Fudge and Umbridge. Slowly, more hands went up, including Rufus Scrimgeour's. He, too, felt this entire proceeding was baseless. Kyle's movements had been limited to school and home, there was no logical way he could have killed an adult wizard without drawing any attention. The number of raised hands was overwhelming. Amelia didn't need to count to see that more than half were in favor of dismissing the charges. Now, she said, those who support the charges, raise your hands. Umbridge's hand shot up immediately, followed by 5 or 6 of her colleagues. Kyle scanned their faces, memorizing each one. Unsurprisingly, Malfoy, McNair, and Karkaroff raised their hands as well, though their votes didn't count. Very well, Amelia said, her voice firm. The charges are not substantiated. A wise decision, Professor McGonagall said with a smile, her tone carrying a hint of triumph. Don't celebrate just yet, Umbridge snapped, her face pale as she glared at Kyle. You wanted official letters. You'll have them soon enough. Let's see how confident you are when you return to the ministry in 7 days. I think you've misunderstood something, Madam Umbridge, Kyle said calmly, a polite smile playing on his lips. Everything must proceed in the proper order. Before that happens, you'll need to explain your actions today to the Wisengamot. The Wisengamot Trial Committee will evaluate the reliability of your evidence. Kyle's expression turned serious as he addressed Amelia Bones. Madam Bones, regarding today's interrogation, I formally request a ruling from the Wisengamot as a recipient of the Order of Merlin, 2nd class. This includes assessing the veracity of the testimony presented and the improper conduct of Madam Dolores Jane Umbridge during this proceeding. On behalf of the Wisengamot, I accept your request, Amelia said gravely, nodding. You will need to prepare a written application and submit it formally. That's no problem, Kyle replied. The room grew noticeably tenser, except for Kyle, who remained composed. Many present let out sighs of relief, realizing Kyle had named only Umbridge. She, however, paled visibly, her composure beginning to falter. You cannot agree to this, Amelia. Umbridge exclaimed, her voice rising in desperation. Surely you can see this is nothing but revenge. He has no right to interrogate me, I am the senior undersecretary to the Minister for Magic. Actually, he does, Amelia replied coolly. As a member of the Order of Merlin, second class, and thus an honorary member of the Wisengamot, he has the right to request a ruling in cases of doubt. And I warned you before this interrogation began that your actions were out of order. The consequences, I said, could be dire if you made a mistake. I would have thought the Sirius Black incident would have taught you more caution. Apparently, it did not. With that, Amelia stood and left the room. The other attendees began to disperse, and several Wisengamot members approached Kyle to offer apologies and assistance. However, he declined their offers with a polite smile. As Kyle turned to leave, his gaze fell on Umbridge. She was still seated, her mouth moving as she muttered indignantly about her status and authority as senior undersecretary. Yes, this was revenge, Kyle thought, satisfied. But it's within the rules, isn't it? Just like you use the rules to oppress others. Kyle exited the room with Professor McGonagall and Chris, making their way to the elevator. As they walked, Kyle noticed a twitch at the corner of Professor McGonagall's mouth. She seemed as though she was suppressing a laugh, but she managed to maintain her usual stern demeanor. Professor McGonagall, are you heading back now? Chris asked as they waited. No, I need to inform Dumbledore about what happened, McGonagall replied firmly. This must never happen again. When will Mr. Potter be finished? Probably soon. Why don't you sit at my desk for a while? Chris suggested. No, I'll wait here. I don't want to miss him, McGonagall said. As they spoke, the elevator arrived. The doors opened, and Dumbledore stepped out, followed by Harry and Mr. Weasley. Oh, Minerva, Kyle, Dumbledore greeted them warmly. Wonderful timing. Have you finished with your side of things as well? At the sight of Dumbledore, McGonagall's face turned pale. Come with me, Albus. I need to speak with you. Without waiting for a reply, she led him into a nearby corridor. Harry approached Kyle, looking curious. Kyle, I heard from Professor Dumbledore that you got a warning letter. What happened? Harry seemed to be in a good mood, so Kyle deduced that the accusations against him couldn't have been too serious. Kyle paused before answering. It's nothing much, just like you, I broke the rules by using spells outside of school. He didn't tell Harry the full truth, not because he wanted to keep secrets but because Harry wasn't great at hiding his emotions or thoughts. With the Ministry of Magic still close by, even a single slip from Harry could spell trouble. Before long, Dumbledore and McGonagall returned. Dumbledore's expression was grim, and his usual calm seemed replaced with quiet anger. Leave this to me, Kyle, he said gravely. If they refuse to let this go, I'll deal with them myself. Kyle replied calmly, Thank you, Professor, but I can handle it. It's not as difficult as it seems. Dumbledore froze for a moment, studying Kyle with a thoughtful expression. Then, after a pause, he said meaningfully, You're still a student, Kyle. Some matters are best left to adults. Okay then, Kyle said with a shrug, noncommittal. It was clear that Dumbledore didn't want Kyle too involved in this issue, but Kyle wasn't about to let it slide. If they believed they could act with impunity now, who's to say they wouldn't escalate next time? What if they planted a dark wizard in St. Catchpole Village, just as they had tried with Harry? Kyle didn't want to spend his time and energy fending off these schemes endlessly. While bringing this matter before the Wisengamot was a good first step to buy some peace, it wouldn't be enough in the long run. There was also Voldemort to consider. Kyle was certain that Karkaroff and Malfoy weren't acting on their own initiative. Their personalities didn't align with taking such risks unless ordered. This had to be Voldemort's doing, targeting Kyle in the same relentless way he targeted Harry. The reason was likely Nagini. As one of his Horcruxes, Voldemort would value the snake highly and would stop at nothing to retrieve it. Dumbledore had mentioned that Voldemort had been seriously injured after that night on the mountaintop, similar to his hand, and had spent the past month recovering. With Kyle about to return to Hogwarts, Voldemort would have even fewer opportunities to reclaim the snake unless he was willing to launch a full-scale attack on the school. But with 2 years left until graduation, Kyle knew that if Voldemort continued these schemes, it would be a long, exhausting battle. In the absence of a direct way to eliminate Voldemort, the next best course of action was to address the Ministry's corruption and complicity. Kyle stroked his chin thoughtfully. He also needed to find time to examine Nagini in the suitcase. Since capturing her, he hadn't checked on her, and he wasn't sure if Nicholas Flamel's potions would have any effect on living beings. Kyle recalled hearing that Nagini had once been a witch who had been cursed and transformed into a snake, a curse known as blood malediction. If there was a way to break the curse, Kyle preferred not to kill her outright. Next to him, Dumbledore seemed to sense Kyle's train of thought. He gave him a deep, searching look before speaking again. "Remember, Kyle, you're still a student." "Of course, Professor," Kyle said, snapping out of his thoughts. "I've always known that." Chapter 598, Returning to 12 Grimmauld Place. Dumbledore didn't linger long at the Ministry. After exchanging a few words with Kyle, he left with Professor McGonagall, disappearing into another corridor. In the elevator, Mr. Weasley swatted away a paper airplane zooming overhead and leaned toward Kyle. "Why don't you come over to Grimmauld Place for a bit?" he said in a low voice. "Everyone's there, and Molly's cooked up a feast to celebrate that everything turned out all right." "Okay," Kyle agreed. Diana had previously warned him against going elsewhere, likely because of the Ministry interrogation. Now that it was over, there was no reason to stay cooped up in St. Catchpole Village. Besides, he couldn't remain isolated for 2 months straight. Harry's face lit up at Kyle's agreement. He had been beaming ever since learning he wouldn't be expelled from Hogwarts, and anything else seemed to only add to his joy. When Kyle decided to go to 12 Grimmauld Place, Chris stayed behind as the elevator stopped at the Department for the Control of Magical Creatures. "Have fun," Chris said with a smile. "If you decide to stay overnight, send an owl to let me know." "Okay, Dad," Kyle replied with a nod. As they exited into the main hall, Kyle noticed it was much quieter than it had been in the morning. A single duty wizard sat slouched at his desk, face buried in a copy of the Daily Prophet. It was unclear whether he was reading or napping. As they walked past the golden fountain, Harry suddenly stopped and turned back. "Wait." He reached into his money bag and emptied it into the fountain, the coins clinking loudly as they hit the water. "I decided on the way here," Harry explained, tucking away his now empty purse. "If I manage to make it through this whole thing, I'd donate every canute I had." "In that case, I should donate something too," Kyle said, stepping up to the fountain. He rummaged through his pockets and eventually found a single silver sickle. Most of his money was locked up in the Niffler's safe within his suitcase, making this his only available coin. Kyle tossed the sickle into the fountain. It made a larger splash than Harry's galleons, earning a faint chuckle from Harry. Kyle looked up at the fountain's inscription. "All proceeds from the magical fountain go to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries." "That's all for today," Kyle muttered. "If everything goes well, I'll donate more next time." The three then stepped into the fireplace, flowing to the leaky cauldron. Perhaps it was the rare opportunity, or maybe he wanted to show Kyle something new, but Mr. Weasley decided to forego apparition and opted for Muggle transportation instead. The journey was filled with Mr. Weasley's uncontainable excitement. At every stop, he let out loud exclamations of wonder, drawing curious, and occasionally bemused, stares from nearby Muggles. He was dressed in ill-matching clothes, completing the image of a country bumpkin marveling at the modern world. For Kyle and Harry, however, the experience was less entertaining. Harry, already embarrassed from his morning escapades with Mr. Weasley, kept his head down, avoiding eye contact with anyone. Kyle, meanwhile, quietly distanced himself, pretending to be just another passenger. When they finally arrived at the station, both boys rushed ahead, leaving Mr. Weasley behind as he continued to marvel loudly at the ticket machine. "I've never wanted to learn apparition so badly in my life," Harry muttered under his breath. "Fred and George do it all the time, and they're not even subtle about it." "You'll get your chance soon," Kyle said. "You're learning it this year, right?" Harry asked. "Yeah, you can take the class in 6th year," Kyle replied. In truth, Kyle had already learned apparition on his own, and the upcoming lessons were merely to formalize his skill and obtain the certificate. By the time they arrived at 12 Grimmauld Place, it was already noon. The house was noticeably livelier than the last time Kyle had visited. Though it wasn't as bustling as it might be in the evening, there were far more people than before, and the air buzzed with activity. "Oh, dear, I knew you'd be fine," Mrs. Weasley said warmly as she pulled Harry and Kyle into a tight hug. "Welcome, Kyle," Hermione said as she hurried over, her face alight with both relief and concern. "Harry, how did it turn out?" Her question was abruptly cut off as a small figure darted past her, nearly knocking her over. "Master Kyle," exclaimed Creature, the house elf, as he rushed up to Kyle, bowing deeply. "Welcome, Master Kyle. Would Master like some biscuits? I have freshly made raspberry cookies, or perhaps you prefer some butterbeer first." The sight of Creature behaving so respectfully left everyone wide-eyed. Harry and Ron exchanged a bewildered glance, their expressions a mix of disbelief and amusement. This was not the Creature they had come to know, the sullen, muttering house elf who treated them with disdain and whispered rude comments behind their backs. Creature's usual demeanor was as far from enthusiastic as one could imagine. "Are you sure this is Sirius's house?" Ron muttered to Harry. Feels like Kyle's the master here. I don't know, Harry whispered back, equally confused. He glanced at Creature, who seemed entirely devoted to Kyle, and couldn't help but recall Dobby's eager and affectionate behavior. Even Mrs. Weasley, usually quick to smooth over awkward moments, seemed surprised by Creature's uncharacteristic enthusiasm. Don't be so shocked, Sirius said as he entered the room, a wry smile on his face. Kyle has done the Black family a great service. That's why Creature treats him with more respect than he'll ever give me. Sirius walked over, briefly nodding to the others, before focusing on Harry and Kyle. How did it go? Everything all right. Better than all right, Harry said, grinning ear to ear. I wasn't expelled, the charges were dropped. Yes, Kyle added simply, confirming Harry's words. Ha! I knew it. Ron exclaimed, jumping up excitedly. You were bound to get off. Yes, you didn't do anything wrong, Hermione said, her hands still trembling slightly as relief washed over her. Everyone shared her sentiment, looks of visible relief spread across their faces. Even Mrs. Weasley dabbed at her eyes with her apron, her happiness evident. The moment of celebration was abruptly interrupted by a loud bang. Fred and George had operated into the room, startling everyone. Actually, we knew you'd be fine too, Fred said with a grin, slinging an arm around Kyle's shoulders. Absolutely, George added. Not worried one bit. I think the Ministry owes you compensation, though, Fred said mischievously. You're dreaming, Kyle replied with a chuckle. They won't give me a single canute. Wait a second. Hermione's brow furrowed as something clicked in her mind. She turned to Kyle, her expression incredulous. You mean, Kyle was questioned by the Ministry too? Ah, yes, Kyle said nonchalantly. Like Harry, I was accused of misusing magic outside of school. Hermione stared at him, momentarily speechless. She could understand Harry's predicament, it wasn't his fault, but it was hardly his first time being caught for using magic outside of school. However, Kyle's case didn't make sense. He lives in a village with wizards, right? How could they accuse him of breaking the rules? Chapter 599, Chapter 599, The Order of the Phoenix's Auxiliary Member. Do you know where Kyle used magic? George asked, his tone laced with indignation as he looked at Hermione's stunned expression. The leaky cauldron. It's unbelievable. This is impossible. Hermione exclaimed, shaking her head. The trace is designed to detect magical activity in an area, not pinpoint who performed the magic. In a place like the leaky cauldron, where wizards are constantly casting spells, the Ministry wouldn't be able to tell who did it. But we saw the letter with our own eyes, Fred said firmly. And we checked it over and over to make sure we weren't mistaken, George added. But Hermione began, still trying to process the situation, only to be interrupted by Mrs. Weasley. There, dear, Mrs. Weasley said, gently guiding Hermione and Kyle toward the kitchen. What's done is done. The important thing is that they're safe now. Now, I'm sure you're all hungry. I've made beef pie, roast chicken, and plenty of jammy bread. As the group moved toward the kitchen, Mr. Weasley remained behind. Well, I have to go, he said apologetically. I'll catch up with you later. Can't you at least stay for lunch? Mrs. Weasley asked. No, there's too much work waiting for me, he said with a regretful smile. I can't be gone for long. With that, he disapparated with a soft pop. Fred and George, ever eager to show off, used their own apparition to move directly from the hallway to the kitchen, appearing with 2 simultaneous cracks. Enough, you two. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, startled. Just because you can use magic doesn't mean you should do everything with it. And how many times have I told you not to apparate indoors? Yes, Mum, the twins said in unison, grinning mischievously as they dashed out of the room. Kyle smirked. He knew the twins well enough to know they didn't take the reprimand seriously. Later in the evening, as the group gathered for dinner, Professor Moody and Tonks returned. They all sat down as Mrs. Weasley served generous portions of beef pie and mashed potatoes. So, have you joined the Order of the Phoenix, then? Tonks asked brightly, her hair now a vibrant shade of blonde. Actually, I'm not sure, Kyle replied honestly. Dumbledore hadn't explicitly mentioned it, but since Mr. Weasley had invited him, it seemed likely that he had Dumbledore's approval. Still, Kyle wasn't sure if he was a full member or just a temporary helper. Never mind that, Tonks said with a grin. I think Dumbledore's just holding off because of your age. Same as these 3 here, she added, glancing at Ron, Harry, and Hermione. Wait a second, Ron said, frowning. Aren't we already members of the Order of the Phoenix? Of course not, Tonks said, laughing. Every full member has to sign a magical contract. Have you done that? Ron and Harry exchanged glances, clearly realizing they hadn't. Well. Ron began hesitantly. After all, Lupin interjected with a reassuring tone, you're still students. But anyone allowed inside this house is considered trustworthy. Once you graduate, you'll naturally be invited to join. I promise. That's still 3 years away, Ron groaned, poking at his mashed potatoes in frustration. I thought we were already in. Don't say that, Remus, Tonks teased, her hair shifting to a light pink. Joining the order isn't automatic. What if they don't meet the grade requirements? What? Ron said, his fork pausing midair. It depends on grades too. Of course, Moody growled, his voice rough. The Order of the Phoenix isn't a club for loafers. We're fighting Death Eaters. You think we're going to send someone unprepared to face them? Better to keep you in a safe place than let you get killed. As he spoke, Moody leaned closer to his plate, carefully inspecting his beef pie as if searching for poison. Mrs. Weasley noticed and frowned deeply. Alastair, I made this with my own hands, Mrs. Weasley said pointedly. Moody said nothing. He knew this, of course, but decades of ingrained habits weren't so easily broken. He wouldn't eat anything, no matter who made it, without inspecting it first. In truth, he wouldn't even trust something he made himself without checking. Mrs. Weasley, exasperated, angrily served him the smallest portion of mashed potatoes, barely more than a spoonful. Moody didn't seem to care and continued his cautious routine, inspecting his food before taking small, deliberate bites. The meal, however, was lively. Everyone was in high spirits, celebrating Harry and Kyle's successful encounters with the Ministry. Amid cheerful conversation, the topic turned toward Moody and Sirius. Will you be going to Hogwarts this year, Sirius? Harry asked eagerly. Continuing as Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts? I'll definitely go, Sirius replied without hesitation. I bet the curse has worn off by now, nothing to worry about. Great. Harry said, his excitement evident. But his mood shifted abruptly as he clutched his forehead in pain, wincing as his scar burned. Fortunately for him, everyone else was too focused on Sirius to notice his reaction. What about you, Alastair? Tonks asked brightly, turning her attention to Moody. Moody hesitated, not immediately replying. With Voldemort's return, he was busier than ever. Protecting against Voldemort's attacks and tracking Death Eaters required time and vigilance. Yet, the poor defense against the dark arts training at Hogwarts worried him. With the students soon to face Voldemort and his forces, they couldn't afford to remain unprepared. After a long pause, Moody said gruffly, we'll see. Maybe Dumbledore can find someone better for the job. I don't think that's likely, Kyle muttered under his breath. The curse on the position hadn't ended, as far as he knew. And finding willing candidates was no small task, most took the role reluctantly or because Dumbledore convinced a friend to step in. The cheerful atmosphere persisted, and the meal eventually wound down. After lunch, Tonks and Moody left to return to the Ministry. Kyle, however, sought out Sirius, who was chatting with Lupin in the corner. A library? Sirius repeated, raising an eyebrow at Kyle's request. That's right, Kyle nodded. The Blacks have been around for centuries. There must be a library or some kind of collection. I'd like to see it. Sirius frowned, thinking hard. He vaguely remembered a study on the upper floor, his grandfather's old room, with a wall of books. But that wasn't quite the library Kyle was asking about. Creature. Creature. Sirius called out. Moments later, Creature appeared, bowing deeply. Master Sirius, Master Kyle, he said eagerly, would you like some raspberry cookies? We've already eaten, Sirius said with a dismissive wave. Do you know if there's a library in the house? Not the study, a proper library. Creature's eyes lit up with pride. Creature certainly does. The old master instructed Creature to guard it well, saying it held the most important treasures of the Blacks. The house elf suddenly began to sob, his voice trembling. Master Regulus loved the library most of all. And now Master Sirius has finally asked about it too. Sirius's expression shifted to one of discomfort, tinged with guilt. If Kyle hadn't mentioned the library, Sirius doubted he'd ever have thought to look for it. But seeing Creature so emotional, he didn't have the heart to tell him the truth. Yes, yes, Sirius said quickly, his eyes darting away. Take us there, we'd like to see it. Creature glanced at Kyle, his face showing hesitation and internal conflict. The old master had explicitly instructed that only members of the Black family could access the library. But Kyle had returned Regulus's locket and brought peace to the family's name. Surely the old master would approve. Why? Sirius asked impatiently. Can't we go? Creature immediately shook his head. No, there's no problem, he said, his resolve firming. Though Master Kyle is not a Black, he brought back Master Regulus. If the old master knew, he would certainly agree. Creature will take you there now. Chapter 600, Secrets of the Darkest Art. As one of the oldest families in the magical world, the Blacks indeed possessed an extensive collection of books, accumulated over many generations. It was rumored that during Phineas Black's tenure as headmaster of Hogwarts, several rare books mysteriously vanished from the school library. Many suspected that Phineas had taken them for the Black family's collection. However, Phineas himself never admitted to such accusations, engaging in numerous heated debates with other portraits over the matter. Of course, this had all happened centuries ago, and there was no way to confirm whether the stories were true. Guided by Kreacher, the house elf, the group made their way through the foyer and kitchen, heading toward the basement behind the storage cupboard. Along the way, they passed 3 students discussing their holiday homework and Lupin, who showed an immediate interest in the Black family's library and expressed a desire to join them. Sirius readily agreed, though Kreacher was visibly displeased at the idea of Hermione, a Muggle-born witch, stepping foot in what he considered the most sacred part of the Black household. Nevertheless, with both Sirius and Kyle's approval, the elf had no choice but to lead the way, muttering resentfully under his breath. The group descended into the dark, damp basement. After some fiddling with the fireplace, Kreacher triggered a mechanism, and the moldy cupboard in the corner sprang apart, revealing a wide, hidden passage. As they stepped inside, torches on either side of the corridor flared to life, illuminating their path. "This is incredible. I never imagined there was such a hidden place," Harry said, unable to contain his excitement. "It feels like an adventure." "That's normal," Ron replied. "After all, the Blacks have been around for hundreds of years." The passage wasn't long, and before long, they emerged into a large room. Unlike the basement, the space was impeccably clean, no sign of mold or even a speck of dust. Bright sunlight streamed in through enchanted windows, casting a warm glow over the room. They could now see nearly 100 bookshelves, all packed with books of every kind. Though it wasn't as vast as a school library, for a private home, the collection was undeniably impressive. "Oh my God!" Hermione gasped, her eyes wide. "You actually built a library in your house." "This is fantastic," Lupin said, his excitement palpable. "Sirius, why have you never told me about this library before?" Lupin's question caught Sirius off guard. He flushed slightly, unable to come up with a proper explanation. The truth was, he had Northwest idea this place even existed. He had moved out of the house at 16 and had only recently returned. And before 16? Who spends their holidays reading books? Well, perhaps someone does, but certainly not him. Still, he couldn't admit that in front of Lupin and Harry. Stammering, he finally said, "Well, I forgot, you know. 12 years in Azkaban, a lot of things get forgotten." "No wonder," Lupin replied sympathetically. He didn't question the response, knowing full well that years spent with Dementors could indeed strip away many memories. Hermione couldn't resist stepping forward. The moment Kreacher noticed, he reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, nearly leaping into the air. "Get your feet off the floor, you." "Kreacher, can you do me a favor?" Kyle's voice cut in smoothly before the house elf could finish. Kreacher's demeanor shifted instantly, his face softening. "I'd be happy to help you, Master Kyle," he said with exaggerated respect. "How about helping me find some books?" Kyle asked casually. "I have a feeling you know your way around here pretty well." "Kreacher knows where every book is," the elf declared proudly, patting his chest. "Good to know," Kyle replied with a smile. He glanced around to ensure no one else was paying attention, then leaned down and whispered something into Kreacher's ear. "Do you have these books?" he asked softly. "Yes," Kreacher nodded emphatically and hurried toward the farthest bookshelf. As soon as Kreacher disappeared, Hermione, who had been startled by the earlier commotion, mustered her courage and stepped into the library with Lupin by her side. Her eyes sparkled as she approached a nearby shelf, pulling books off with unrestrained curiosity. Unlike the carefully curated collection at Hogwarts, the books here seemed to have no restrictions. Some volumes that required a professor's signature to borrow, or were sequestered in the restricted section of the school library, were casually displayed on these shelves, available to anyone. For a moment, Hermione's cheeks flushed with exhilaration. She looked like a Niffler who had stumbled into a vault at Gringotts. Before long, Kreacher returned, carrying a stack of books. But when he saw the library invaded by a werewolf and a Muggle-born witch, his fury reignited. He seemed poised to eject them both when Sirius intervened. "Kreacher," Sirius said firmly, "they're here with my permission. Don't even think about disturbing them, that's an order." Though reluctant, Kreacher bowed stiffly. "As master wishes," he muttered. Avoiding further glances at Lupin and Hermione, he turned to Kyle and presented the stack of books. "Thank you, Kreacher," Kyle said as he accepted them. "It is Kreacher's pleasure," the house elf replied, bowing low. "If Master Kyle needs anything else, Kreacher is ready to serve." "Not for now," Kyle replied with a nod. Kreacher had brought 5 books, which Kyle placed on a nearby table. He began leafing through the first one, its cover adorned with a knobby wand, The Secret of the Wand. The second book's title caught his eye, Broken Wands, Bond or Burden. The next 2 volumes also focused on wands, their titles suggesting deep dives into wand lore. Kyle flipped through them briefly, but his attention shifted to the final book at the bottom of the pile. Its brown cover bore a faded purple circle around the edges, and in the center, bold lettering spelled out, Secrets of the Darkest Art. Kyle froze. His chest tightened as he stared at the ominous title. Quickly, he slid another book over it, obscuring it from view, and took a deep breath to steady himself. He had speculated in the past that this book, confiscated by Dumbledore from the Hogwarts library, might still exist elsewhere. Nicholas Flamel might have a copy in his private library in Paris, but Kyle hadn't been able to access certain volumes of dark magic there due to stringent enchantments. Initially, he planned to revisit the matter and appeal to Nicholas at a later date. But when Mr. Weasley invited him to 12 Grimmauld Place, an idea had struck him: a pureblood family with a lineage spanning centuries would undoubtedly possess texts on dark magic. On a whim, he had asked Creature to search for relevant materials, never expecting to actually find this book here. Chapter 601, Changes, and the New Prefects. Kyle stayed for the next few days, drawn not only by the library but also by the food. Mrs. Weasley's cooking was a far cry from the bread and smoked sausages he was used to at home. During this time, he also met many new people. There was Kingsley Shacklebolt, a Ministry of Magic employee, Daedalus Diggle, who seemed reckless and a bit scatterbrained, and Mundungus Fletcher, whose popularity left much to be desired. These individuals were equally curious about Kyle, surprised to find him here. Yet, Kyle offered little explanation, merely mentioning during meals that he was a friend of Harry's. Most of Kyle's time was spent in the underground library, where few ventured, even Hermione. She avoided it because Creature's constant presence made it hard for her to concentrate. Instead, she had Sirius bring books to her room. Ron, unsurprisingly, couldn't understand why anyone would want to read during the holidays. Harry, however, thought reading could be beneficial and initially tried joining them. His enthusiasm, unfortunately, waned after a day, and the book he'd chosen was quickly abandoned on the corner of the table. He struggled to focus, distracted by even the faintest sounds outside. When the Hogwarts letters arrived, his attention wandered further. This time, the owl brought not only the usual book list but also a surprise: Hermione had been made a prefect. Her badge was tucked into the envelope alongside her book list. Harry wasn't shocked. Hermione was an obvious choice for fifth-year prefect. But what caught everyone off guard was Ron being named the other prefect. A house full of prefects. Fred exclaimed loudly, his voice echoing through the room. Isn't that wonderful? If you don't count us, George quipped. And don't forget me. Ginny chimed in, disgruntled. I'm only in 4th year. Maybe they'll send me a badge next year, too. Only a fool would think so, Fred said, his tone a little sour. At any other time, Mrs. Weasley might have scolded him for such a remark, but not today. She was too overjoyed, practically glowing as she admired Ron's prefect badge. Promising him a new broomstick, she was already figuring out how to budget for the expense. While good flying brooms were costly, a basic new one was within reach with some thriftiness. We could get our own brooms, George muttered. And buy them ourselves. Exactly, Fred agreed. After her initial surprise, Hermione offered Ron her congratulations. But as she looked across the table, it seemed she remembered someone else in the room who wasn't a prefect. Harry, she asked hesitantly. How are you? Fantastic, Hermione, Harry replied, his enthusiasm overly cheerful. Congratulations on becoming a prefect. And, of course, Ron. He then busied himself packing his things to avoid letting Hermione see his face. Harry couldn't fully articulate how he felt. He didn't want to admit he was jealous of Ron, but he couldn't deny the pang he felt when he heard the news. He didn't think he was any less deserving than Ron, perhaps, in some ways, he might even be more so. He was an excellent Quidditch player, the youngest member of the school team. But I didn't lead the team to win the Quidditch Cup, Harry thought bitterly. Most of their school adventures had been accomplished together. Still, Harry didn't want to feel envious or begrudge Ron his first moment of outshining him. He tried convincing himself that perhaps Ron truly deserved it. After all, Ron had been at the Order of the Phoenix headquarters earlier in the summer. Maybe Dumbledore had made up his mind then. Yet, the more Harry tried to justify it, the worse he felt. He forced a smile for the rest of the day, hiding his turmoil. Unaware of Harry's struggles, Kyle remained engrossed in the library. One book in particular, Secrets of the Darkest Art, captured his attention. It offered a detailed explanation of Horcruxes, including the methods for creating them. To Kyle's surprise, the magic was not as complex as he had imagined. He felt confident that if he wanted to, he could enlist any Death Eater and use the book before him to create a Horcrux on the spot. But that wasn't Kyle's goal. His study of Horcruxes had begun with a thought he'd had after meeting the Longbottoms. What started as a fleeting idea had grown into a determination to bring change, not just to save a few lives but to reshape certain perceptions within the wizarding world. For instance, Kyle dreamed of reducing the number of unforgivable curses from 3 to 2. The Cruciatus curse was deemed unforgivable because of the irreversible damage it caused to the soul. But if Kyle's theory succeeded and could be refined further, could it not become a counter-curse instead? He wasn't sure, but it was worth exploring. However, there was a problem. The methods described in Secrets of the Darkest Art were sufficient for personal use. But modifying the process to work on someone comatose was far beyond Kyle's current capabilities. The inability to actively draw out a soul was a significant obstacle. To overcome this, Kyle enlisted Creature to search for additional books on souls. For now, his research continued. It wasn't until 6 p.m. that Kyle finally emerged from the library. Stepping into the kitchen, his eyes were drawn to a bright red banner hanging above the dining table. It read, "Congratulations Ron and Hermione on being elected prefects." Oh, right, they're in their 5th year too, Kyle thought. Mrs. Weasley was beaming as she set the table. It was the happiest Kyle had seen her all holiday, and not even the arrival of Mundungus Fletcher could dampen her mood. The kitchen was lively, with several people having returned for the evening, Mr. Weasley, Moody, Kingsley, Tonks, and even Bill, who greeted Kyle with enthusiasm. Bill, dressed in his usual quirky attire, didn't explain why he was there, nor did Kyle feel the need to ask. And then, partway through dinner, Dumbledore arrived. His appearance, though late, brought a subtle shift to the atmosphere. Dumbledore. Mundungus was the first to rise, quickly placing the silver dinner knife he'd pocketed back onto the table. "I see I've arrived just in time," Dumbledore said as he took a seat and helped himself to a baked potato. "How did it go?" Moody asked, tilting his head. "Very well," Dumbledore replied with a nod before his gaze settled on the banner. "Ah, I almost forgot, today is the day the prefects are announced." He raised his glass. "Congratulations." "Thank you, Professor, thank you," Ron and Hermione mumbled, looking slightly awkward under his attention. Harry, on the other hand, sat quietly, his feelings a tangled mess. He desperately wanted to ask Dumbledore why he hadn't been chosen as a prefect but lacked the courage. Later, during a conversation with Sirius, Harry learned that his father hadn't been a prefect either, and the revelation lightened his mood somewhat. Fred and George also found some solace. They discovered that many of the adults around the table, including Tonks, who they thought highly of, hadn't been prefects either. The meal ended in rare laughter, an atmosphere that had been hard to come by recently. After dinner, just as Kyle was heading back to his room, Dumbledore stopped him. "Do you remember what we discussed earlier?" Dumbledore asked. "Of course, Professor," Kyle replied. "Has the meeting already started?" Having been engrossed in the library, Kyle had lost track of the days. "It's tomorrow," Dumbledore said. "I was considering visiting St. Catchpole Village, but seeing you here saves me the trouble. If you're free, could you join me at 6 o'clock tomorrow? It's best to arrive early." "No problem, Professor." "I'd be happy to," Kyle replied. "That's excellent," Dumbledore said with a smile. Neither noticed the group of heads huddled together on the stairs outside the kitchen. "What are they talking about?" Ron whispered, curious. "It sounds like they're going to some kind of meeting," Fred said, holding up an ear-shaped object. "Tomorrow morning, apparently." This piqued everyone's interest. Dumbledore had been absent from most recent meetings, so the prospect of his involvement stirred excitement. But just as they were about to eavesdrop further, the kitchen door opened. The group scrambled to hide behind the stairs, trying to blend into the shadows. Dumbledore stepped out, pausing briefly before continuing on his way, seemingly unaware of their presence. "Phew, he didn't see us," Ron whispered in relief. "I wouldn't be so sure," a voice said. "Definitely not," Ron said confidently. "We hid really quickly." He stopped abruptly, realizing the voice wasn't one of theirs. It was eerily familiar, a voice they'd heard countless times at the start of term feast. It was Dumbledore's. A chill ran down Ron's spine as he broke into a cold sweat. His gaze shifted to the source of the voice, the ear-shaped object in Fred's hand. Before anyone could react, Dumbledore's voice sounded again from the device. "That's quite a clever invention. Very practical. However, I believe it's time for you to return to your rooms. Molly has made it clear she doesn't want you staying up too late, and surely you don't want to see her angry, do you?" "You're absolutely right, Professor," George said quickly, recovering. "We were just testing out the new invention, we'll head up now." "And thank you for your kind words, Professor," Fred added with a grin. "This is one of our latest creations, available for only 2 galleons at the Weasley Joke Shop. Of course, members of the Order of the Phoenix get a nice discount." Unfazed by the situation, Fred and George took the opportunity to advertise their product, showing their characteristic boldness. Ron, however, remained frozen. Chapter 602, Chapter 602, Dumbledore's Memory. Hogsmeade was lively, as always, despite the school term not having started yet. The village bustled with activity, its shops all open for business. As the most famous wizarding village in Britain, Hogsmeade wasn't just a haunt for students but also a destination for alumni and curious visitors drawn by its reputation. Today, however, the village was unusually crowded, with foreign wizards visible everywhere, their accents and attire adding a cosmopolitan feel to the familiar streets. But Kyle and Dumbledore were not heading toward any of the well-known shops. Their destination was far less glamorous, the Hog's Head, an unassuming pub on the edge of the village. Kyle glanced up at the weathered sign before following Dumbledore inside. The place had clearly been cleaned, though whether the effort was half-hearted or the grime simply ingrained into the walls and floor was debatable. Compared to the Three Broomsticks, even the Oak Barrel pub at the Romanian Dragon Reserve looked pristine. The sole point of relief was that the glasses on the bar counter gleamed, clean as if polished by a house elf. While such hygiene was standard elsewhere, it was a rarity here, where patrons often brought their own cutlery as a precaution. By the time Kyle entered, the pub was already filled with a mix of foreign faces and familiar ones. Among them were Dugald MacPhail, who had written to Kyle earlier, Professor Lockneil of Beauxbatons, and most of the Hogwarts faculty, though Snape and Hagrid were conspicuously absent. Shop owners from the Three Broomsticks, Honeydukes, and Zonko's Joke Shop were also present, having closed their businesses to join the gathering. The eclectic mix of attendees gave the small, dingy pub an air of unusual significance. The room fell silent when Dumbledore entered, and everyone stood out of respect. But their gazes soon shifted to Kyle, scrutinizing him curiously. Some instinctively glanced at his forehead, their expressions turning puzzled. Many had expected Harry Potter, the boy who lived, to accompany Dumbledore. Seeing a young man without a lightning-shaped scar clearly surprised them. Those familiar with Kyle, however, weren't fazed. "Hello again, my boy," MacPhail said warmly, shaking Kyle's hand. "I hope my letter didn't cause you too much trouble. When I received your reply, someone reminded me that I shouldn't involve you in such dangerous matters, and I realized they were right." "That's all right, Mr. MacPhail," Kyle replied evenly. "Ever since I encountered you-know-who that night, staying out of it hasn't been an option. I wouldn't call it being involved, it's just the way things are now." MacPhail's expression grew intent. "So you really did meet him? Saw him with your own eyes?" "That's right," Kyle said calmly, unfazed by the growing number of eyes now fixed on him. His tone remained steady as he added, "His appearance is distinctive. It's impossible to mistake him for anyone else." The room seemed poised to erupt with questions, but Professor McGonagall stepped in before anyone could press further. "Let's hold off on that, Dugald," she said, steering Kyle gently away. "There'll be plenty of time to discuss this later." "Of course, whatever you say," MacPhail replied, though he didn't appear wholly convinced. He returned to his seat and glanced toward the bar. "Excuse me, could I have a cherry soda?" The barman, without looking up, tossed a red bottle toward the counter. "2 galleons," he muttered. MacPhail flicked his fingers, and the bottle floated smoothly to his hand. "A bit steep, but that's all right. Albus is paying." "Of course," Dumbledore said lightly. "It's only fair. But I'd ask that we all keep our drinks light, what's coming next will require clear minds." The group murmured their assent, and the room settled. Just before 7 o'clock, the door opened one last time, admitting Professor Marchbanks, who shuffled in with a noticeable tremor. As the door shut behind her, a golden light appeared where the doorknob had been, hanging in the air like a glowing lock. Moments later, a ripple spread across the walls, as though the room had been enveloped in a giant soap bubble. Kyle watched the display and guessed it was a form of protective magic. "Very well, everyone is here," said Dumbledore, his voice commanding immediate attention. The room fell silent as glasses were set down, and all eyes turned toward him. "I believe most of you are already aware of the rumors regarding Voldemort's resurrection," Dumbledore began, his expression grave. "I must confirm that these rumors are true. Just 2 months ago, I faced Voldemort personally. It was not someone impersonating him, it was Voldemort himself. He has truly returned." A murmur rippled through the crowd, a mix of disbelief and unease, despite most having anticipated this news. Kyle stepped forward and recounted what he had witnessed before Dumbledore's arrival that night, along with the details he had learned from Harry about Voldemort's return. Even so, questions began to surface. For many, the concept of resurrection was difficult to grasp. After all, in the wizarding world, dead wizards became ghosts, not living, breathing people again. Dumbledore did not immediately address their queries. Instead, he raised his wand and touched it to his temple, drawing out a shimmering, ribbon-like strand of memory. Hearing of something is rarely as compelling as seeing it for oneself, he said as he placed the memory into a waiting pensieve. With a tap of his wand, the engraved runes on the edge of the bowl glowed, and the next second, a vivid green light filled the center of the pub. The light materialized into a flash of the killing curse, startling many. A few gasped, and some of the more timid attendees stumbled back, sinking to the floor. It quickly became evident, however, that this was not a real curse but a projection from Dumbledore's memory. The group quieted as they realized they were witnessing the battle. All attention turned to the scenes playing out before them. Even Kyle was mesmerized, his gaze fixed on the vivid display. He and Harry had been sent away before the fight began, so this was his first glimpse of what had transpired. Dumbledore's spell work was both awe-inspiring and humbling. Many of the spells Kyle recognized, ones he had learned, but in Dumbledore's hands, they became something extraordinary. The levitation charm that could levitate half a mountain. The transfiguration spell that turned stones and trees into massive giants. The reductor curse that reduced a storm of sharp blades to harmless dust. The sheer versatility and precision of Dumbledore's magic opened Kyle's eyes to an entirely new way of dueling. As for Voldemort's followers, they were scarcely visible, mere shadows flitting in the background of the battle. The memory focused solely on the clash between Dumbledore and Voldemort. The duel reached its conclusion with Voldemort being struck down by a stone whip, collapsing in a heap on the ground, while Dumbledore suffered a bite from a fiery serpent conjured by Voldemort. At that moment, the memory ended. The room was utterly silent. The display of power from both Voldemort and Dumbledore left everyone in stunned reverence. Yet there was also relief, one of them was on their side. "That is how it is," Dumbledore said after a moment, breaking the silence. "I know many of you may think that Voldemort, having just been resurrected, must be weakened. As you have seen, that is not the case. He is as formidable as he was over a decade ago." The weight of his words sank in. The evidence had been undeniable, and no one could argue against what they had just witnessed. "Albus, what are we going to do?" someone asked, their voice tight with urgency. "Declare war. Strike before he gathers his Death Eaters." "That would be ideal," Dumbledore admitted, "but it is not so simple. Voldemort is cunning and will not give us that opportunity." He straightened, his tone resolute. "That is why we must prepare for the war that is coming." His gaze swept the room, momentarily resting on Kyle. Kyle, however, was still lost in thought, replaying the intricate details of the duel he had just seen. McPhail was the first to break the silence. He rose from his chair, his voice firm. "Speak, Albus. I will cooperate with you fully." Others quickly followed suit. "And me. Count me in." One by one, attendees stood, pledging their support. Dumbledore nodded, his voice heavy with both gratitude and seriousness. "Thank you. Now, I ask for your help in uncovering the Death Eaters' movements and rallying more allies to our cause. Voldemort will not stay idle, of that I am sure. Our best chance is to detect his plans early and stop them before they unfold." Chapter 603, Go Be the Minister, Professor. The meeting stretched late into the evening, and it wasn't until nightfall that the last of the attendees left the Hog's Head, their footsteps heavy with weariness. The sky deepened into a rich, dark blue, leaving the bar empty except for Kyle and Dumbledore. Behind the counter, the barkeep, who had spent the entire day silently polishing glasses, finally broke his silence. His voice was rough, carrying a tone of habitual annoyance. "You should leave too, Dumbledore. For the love of a hefty sum of galleons, Aberforth, could you allow me to linger just a while longer?" Dumbledore replied, his voice tinged with fatigue. Aberforth scowled, his expression dripping with disdain, but he didn't force them out. "Isn't this peculiar?" Dumbledore mused aloud, glancing at Kyle. "Yes, you heard me correctly. Aberforth here is my Dumbledore." An icy voice sliced through the air from behind him. "If you finish that sentence, you'll never set foot in my bar again." Dumbledore wisely fell silent, opting instead to shift topics. "Kyle, do you know why I asked you to stay?" Kyle's gaze flickered between Dumbledore and the scowling innkeeper. He already knew about their connection, Albus Dumbledore and Aberforth, the innkeeper with the strongest ties to Hogsmeade. But since neither seemed keen to discuss it, he decided to feign ignorance and go along with the diversion. "To tell them the truth about Voldemort's return," Kyle ventured. "That's part of it," Dumbledore said evenly, his face betraying no emotion. "Those present today, as well as the members of the Order of the Phoenix, are trustworthy individuals who will stand by our side when the war begins. I believe you're already familiar with all of them." Kyle frowned. Something about Dumbledore felt off. To Kyle, this entire meeting seemed unnecessary. Shouldn't Dumbledore himself maintain those connections? And the way he deliberately referred to Aberforth felt almost as though he wanted to expose their relationship. Not far away, Aberforth seemed to notice this as well. He set down the glass he'd been cleaning, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "What's your plan this time?" "No plan," Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. "At least, not yet." "Really?" Aberforth sneered, clearly skeptical. "I thought you had everything under control." The great Dumbledore, master strategist. You don't understand, Dumbledore snapped, his tone rising slightly. I'm far from perfect, something I've only recently come to accept. In fact, this boy often sees more clearly than I do. Aberforth shot a glance at Kyle, his expression unreadable. It was rare to hear Dumbledore speak so highly of anyone. Still, Aberforth said nothing. It wasn't his concern. At most, he provided the space for the meeting, and charged for it. Speaking of which, Aberforth said gruffly, his tone turning practical, let's settle the bill. Your people ordered 12 bottles of cherry soda, 18 bottles of pumpkin fizz, 9 pints of butterbeer, and a variety of other drinks. That comes to 500 galleons. Pay up. Kyle's eye twitched. 500 galleons. How in Merlin's name did he calculate that? At the 3 broomsticks, that list of drinks would cost 50 galleons at most. How had the price ballooned tenfold here? It was outrageous. Even Fred and George, notorious for their markups, only charged Ron double at most. Oh, that's a fair deal, Dumbledore said without hesitation, placing a bulging pouch of galleons on the counter. Aberforth took the money, his expression softening slightly. He reverted to his usual taciturn self, letting Dumbledore chatter away without so much as a glance in his direction. Kyle watched them, his focus lingering on Dumbledore, who seemed unusually verbose tonight. Something about him didn't sit right. Kyle couldn't shake the feeling that the old wizard was hiding something. Then, a thought struck him. The time turner. Had Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone reached completion? Or perhaps it was already finished. The idea made Kyle frown. The time turner was an immensely powerful artifact, tempting even for someone as wise as Dumbledore. But its use was perilous, its consequences unpredictable. Could Dumbledore be considering it in a time like this? Lost in his thoughts, Kyle barely noticed when Dumbledore approached him. All right, we should head back, Dumbledore said lightly. What's on your mind? Oh, nothing, Kyle said quickly, shaking his head. He scrambled for an excuse. I was just thinking about the meeting earlier. It felt like we all overlooked something important. Dumbledore stopped, his interest piqued. What is it? Speak your mind. Though Dumbledore had spent over a month meticulously preparing the meeting, he always gave weight to Kyle's insights. Kyle didn't hesitate. The Ministry of Magic, he said. It feels like no one considered them. The Ministry of Magic? Dumbledore echoed softly. Yes, Kyle affirmed. We've essentially burned our bridges with Fudge. He's completely unhinged, accusing anyone who supports the truth about Voldemort's return, especially you, Professor. Dumbledore nodded slowly, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Ah, yes. I did have a rather heated disagreement with him. That's precisely the problem, Kyle pressed. If we ignore this, the Ministry will become a constant obstacle. We can't fight Voldemort while also dealing with interference from the Ministry. It's a waste of time and resources. Dumbledore fell silent, his expression contemplative. After a moment, he said, I'll handle this. I'll speak with Cornelius myself. With all due respect, Professor, Kyle replied bluntly, that approach isn't likely to work anymore. Fudge only visited Hogwarts back then because he was paranoid someone might threaten his position. But things are different now. After Barty Crouch's demotion to the Department of Magical Transportation, there's no one left who poses a serious political challenge to him. From behind the counter, Aberforth let out a derisive snort. The great Dumbledore, needing a child to point out something so obvious. Dumbledore ignored his brother's jab, his sharp gaze fixed on Kyle. What would you suggest? It's simple, Kyle said with a shrug. Fudge's attitude is the crux of the issue. If he's willing to cooperate, or at least refrain from interfering, that's ideal. But if not, then perhaps we should consider replacing the Minister of Magic. No, Dumbledore said firmly, his response immediate. Removing Fudge would create chaos, the kind Voldemort thrives on. We can't risk that. But isn't that better than having him undermine us from behind? Kyle countered. We're gearing up to face Voldemort and his Death Eaters on the front lines, yet the Ministry, our supposed ally, is actively working against us. That's the real chaos Voldemort wants. Even so, Dumbledore insisted, we cannot stoop to that level. If we oust Fudge simply for our own convenience, we become no different from the Death Eaters. Foolish old fool, Aberforth sneered, louder this time. Your mind's gone soft, Albus. You can't even think straight anymore. Dumbledore continued to ignore him, his penetrating gaze locked on Kyle. Promise me, he said gravely, that you won't entertain such thoughts again. Well, fine, Kyle replied with a hint of exasperation. But if we're not replacing the minister, I do have another idea. It might shift Fudge's stance, but I should warn you, it could slightly tarnish your reputation as a professor. Tell me, Dumbledore said, his tone resolute. If it means you'll abandon the idea of replacing him, I'm willing to consider it. All right, Kyle said, meeting his gaze. Run for Minister of Magic. What? Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, his usual composure faltering. Not to actually win, Kyle clarified quickly. Just as a show, to send a clear signal to the wizarding world. Chapter 604, Harry's Decision. In the quiet of nighttime Hogsmeade, a loud cackle of schadenfreude rang out from the Hog's Head. Moments later, Dumbledore emerged, his face twisted as if he'd just downed a pint of stale butterbeer. Kyle, is this really necessary? He asked, his tone deliberate and strained. In truth, Voldemort requires time to recuperate, and we don't need to rush solving the Ministry of Magic problem. I trust that, in the meantime, you'll be able to devise a more suitable plan. Thank you for the compliment, Professor, Kyle replied calmly. Yes, I've already thought of an alternative plan. Dumbledore's eyes lit up with interest. Let's hear it. Kyle's expression turned serious. What about staging a Dementor uprising? A raid on the Ministry. Maybe one or two of them accidentally find their way into the Minister's office for a little chat. It could both address the Ministry's obstructionism and refocus attention on the Dementors, killing two birds with one stone. Dumbledore turned away, his silence dragging on as they walked. Finally, he spoke, his tone measured yet laced with unease. The Dementors won't rebel, at least not now. I didn't say they would definitely rebel, Kyle said with a shrug. I'm just proposing a possibility. Dumbledore remained quiet, deep in thought. They had walked as far as Zonko's joke shop before he spoke again, his voice hoarse. Creating a false impression. I see. But I've never orchestrated anything like this before. There's no guarantee Fudge would believe it. It's not that difficult, Professor, Kyle reassured him with a small laugh. Just stay in touch with a few key figures, like Madam Bones from Magical Law Enforcement or Barty Crouch. If word gets back to Fudge, it'll certainly catch his attention. Dumbledore opened his mouth as if to protest but shook his head instead. A trace of regret flickered across his face, his thoughts seemingly far away. If he had known then what he knew now, he would have lowered his guard on that hill, no matter the cost, to end Voldemort. The pair continued in silence until, without warning, Kyle felt a firm grip on his arm. The next moment, with a spinning sensation, he found himself standing in the foyer of 12 Grimmauld Place. Mrs. Weasley, startled by their sudden arrival, nearly dropped the tray she was carrying. But her surprise quickly subsided when she recognized the source of the disturbance. Only Dumbledore could apparate into the Fidelius-protected house. She began, but the loud crack of Dumbledore's departure interrupted her. What's wrong with him? She asked, her brow furrowed. He looked pale to me. He's probably hungry, Kyle replied. He hasn't eaten much all day. Oh, by Merlin's beard. You've had such a long day. Mrs. Weasley fussed, ushering Kyle into the kitchen. Dumbledore should have stayed for dinner. He likely had other matters to attend to, Kyle said casually. Well, you should eat anyway, she insisted. Dinner will be ready soon. Kyle nodded, feeling his own hunger catching up to him. Lunch at the Hog's Head had been edible, but barely. The undercooked potatoes still lingered unpleasantly in his memory. The kitchen was relatively empty, but within minutes, more people began trickling in. Kyle! Ron exclaimed as he entered. When did you get back? Where were you today? Hogsmeade, Kyle answered succinctly. What were you doing there? Ron pressed, but before Kyle could respond, Mr. Weasley interrupted. Leave it, Ron, he said, patting his son on the shoulder. If Dumbledore didn't tell you, it's not your business to ask. All right, Ron muttered, retreating reluctantly. 10 minutes later, Mrs. Weasley placed a whole roast chicken and a platter of fried fish on the table. The dinner crowd was small tonight, only Tonks and Moody had joined. Tonks looked utterly drained, her hair a dull straw color. Having pulled double shifts as an Auror, she was struggling to keep her eyes open, knowing she was scheduled for night watch again. Sensing her exhaustion, Lupin spoke up. Tonks, you should go to bed after dinner. I'll take your watch tonight. Really? Tonks's hair brightened to a vivid red in an instant, but she hesitated. But you were on night watch yesterday. Are you sure you'll manage 2 nights in a row? I'll be fine, Lupin assured her. I'll catch up on rest during the day. Well, if you're sure. Tonks yawned widely, unable to hide her relief. Thanks, Lupin. I'm really worn out these days. It's no trouble, Lupin replied. In the days leading up to the start of term, Kyle maintained his usual routine of spending hours in the library, immersed in books and notes. It wasn't until the day before school started that his plans shifted. Are you leaving already? Mrs. Weasley asked over breakfast in the kitchen. Did Dumbledore call for you again? Her question caught the attention of everyone at the table, and they glanced at Kyle curiously. No, Kyle replied, shaking his head. I haven't seen him recently. Can't you stay one more day? She pressed. Sirius can take you to King's Cross with the others tomorrow morning. I can't, Kyle said. I came here from the ministry, and all my holiday homework and books are still at home. School starts tomorrow, I need to get back and fetch them. Mrs. Weasley nodded in understanding. Homework and textbooks were no small matter. All right, then, she said. After breakfast, she escorted Kyle out to a quiet street in front of Grimmauld Place, where Mr. Weasley was already waiting by a car. Hop in, I'll give you a lift back to the village, Mr. Weasley offered. There's no need, Mr. Weasley, Kyle replied. I can manage on my own. Nonsense, Mrs. Weasley interjected firmly. Grimmauld Place isn't exactly near St. Catchpole, and these aren't normal times. We don't know where the Death Eaters might be lurking. What if something happens on the way? Kyle smiled reassuringly. They won't get the chance, he said as he opened the car door and climbed in. By the way, please keep this a secret from me. With a sharp crack, Kyle vanished on the spot, the sound muffled by the car. Inside Grimmauld Place, the others had been watching from a window. For safety reasons, Mrs. Weasley had insisted they stay indoors, but their vantage point provided a perfect view of what had just happened. Apparition. Ron exclaimed, stunned. Kyle's only just starting 6th year, and he can already do that. Hermione rolled her eyes. Only if you underestimate him. Harry nodded in agreement. I'm pretty sure he's known how to do that for a long time. At least a year, Sirius added casually. I saw him use it this time last year, and he was already quite skilled. Last year? Ron's jaw dropped. He was in 5th year then. Yes, Sirius confirmed. At your age, Kyle was already proficient in apparition. Noticing the crestfallen expressions on their faces, Sirius quickly added, of course, among your peers, you're all exceptional as well. No wonder Dumbledore only took him to Hogsmeade, Harry murmured. Then, an idea struck him, and he turned to Sirius with a hopeful look. Sirius, can you teach us apparition? Ron and Hermione perked up instantly, their eyes lighting up. Yeah. Can we learn too? Apparition is dangerous, Sirius cautioned. And according to the rules, you're not supposed to start learning until your 6th year. Please, Harry pleaded, his eyes fixed on Sirius. Sirius hesitated under Harry's earnest gaze, then sighed. All right, fine. But remember, don't tell anyone, especially Remus. We promise, the trio said in unison. When will you teach us? Harry asked eagerly. It's too late to start now, Sirius said, thinking. How about once school begins? Either the weekend or during the Christmas holidays. No problem. Chapter 605, Seeking Help. After receiving Sirius's assurance, Harry and the others were overjoyed, eagerly anticipating the start of the school year. Kyle, however, did not return to St. Catchpole Village. Almost everything he needed, homework and other essentials, was packed neatly in his suitcase, which he carried with him at all times. Even if he forgot a few books, he could simply have them delivered by owl, so there was no need to return home. His early departure from 12 Grimmauld Place, however, had an entirely different purpose. When the apparition ended, Kyle found himself in a lush forest. Perched on a pine tree to his left, a colorful Foper tilted its head and regarded him curiously. Long time no see, buddy, Kyle greeted, and the Foper responded with a cheerful chirp. A moment later, a house elf appeared a short distance ahead, dressed rather peculiarly. He wore a rattan-like armor and a pair of long rubber boots. Initially cautious, the elf's expression shifted to surprise upon recognizing Kyle. Oh, Mr. Kyle, is that really you? It's me, Dobby, Kyle replied warmly. How have you been? Thanks to you, Mr. Kyle, Dobby said excitedly. Dobby loves it here, and it's wonderful to be able to work here. That's good to hear, Kyle said with a smile. Is Newt home? Yes, Dobby nodded enthusiastically. Mr. Scamander is taking care of the newborn demiguises. Oh, Dobby must hurry back to help. With that, Dobby turned and darted into the depths of the forest. Kyle followed, and after a short walk, a wooden house seemed to appear out of nowhere. The door stood open, and a gray-haired witch was waiting there with a warm smile. I heard Dobby shouting your name just now, Tina said. Come in, I've just baked some biscuits. Dobby couldn't help but roll his eyes. Even now, he struggled with Tina's firm rule to keep him away from the kitchen. For a house elf, it felt like torture, but thankfully, there was plenty of other work to do. As soon as Kyle stepped inside, Dobby hurried to the innermost room. Not long after, Newt Scamander emerged to greet him. Hogwarts starts tomorrow, doesn't it? Newt asked. Meanwhile, Tina placed a plate of grapefruit cookies in front of Kyle. I thought you weren't coming this year, she said. A lot happened over the holidays, Kyle replied, launching into an account of his recent experiences. He told her everything, from his encounter with Voldemort to the abrupt interrogation by the Ministry of Magic. Tina's smile faded as she listened, her expression growing serious. As an experienced Auror, she found nothing to criticize in Kyle's actions. When confronted with the unrestrained malice of Death Eaters, he had done what was necessary to protect himself. Whether it was using the Fiendfire curse or even the killing curse, she believed he had acted appropriately. What caught her off guard, however, was the audacity of the Death Eaters to file a complaint with the Ministry, a tactic she had never encountered in her career. Fortunately, there's Diana, she said, visibly relieved. Yes, Kyle agreed. If prior incantato hadn't worked, the situation would have been far harder to navigate. Newt, who had remained silent, let out a sigh of relief. He had known about Kyle's encounter with Voldemort but hadn't been aware of the subsequent interrogation. You don't need to be afraid, Tina said firmly, meeting Kyle's eyes. If you encounter Death Eaters again, do the same thing, use the Fiendfire curse, or whatever else is necessary. Your life comes first. And if the Ministry of Magic tries to punish you afterward, don't worry. If it comes to that, I'll send you to Ilvermorny, the English Ministry can't touch you there. Hey, you should trust Dumbledore, Newt interjected softly. He won't let Kyle be convicted. You'd better hope so, Tina said dryly. She knew Newt's faith in Dumbledore was absolute, but she also recognized that even Dumbledore had his limits. Sometimes, it was necessary to prepare for the worst. Newt, understanding her perspective, chose not to argue further. After finishing the biscuits, Newt prepared to return to his suitcase. The Demiguise cub still needed time to acclimate to its surroundings. Although Dobby was helping, Newt couldn't shake his worry. Kyle followed closely behind. I heard Dumbledore mention that man has been resurrected, Newt said as he pulled a blanket from a shelf inside the suitcase. I offered to help, but Dumbledore refused. He only asked me to write to some friends and invite them to England. That's fine, we can handle it, Kyle replied. He agreed with Dumbledore's decision. Newt's expertise was invaluable, but at nearly 100 years old, there was no need to involve him directly in such perilous matters. Moreover, Newt's unpredictable nature was a factor. While he was exceptional in unfamiliar territories like Paris, in England, on their own ground, it seemed wiser to avoid unnecessary risks unless absolutely necessary. The two made their way through the wooded area and past a lake until they arrived at the Demiguise lair. Dobby was crouched nearby, playing with the newborn Demiguise using a stick tied to a rattan ball. The cub's fur was a soft grayish-brown, and its invisibility ability was inconsistent. It shimmered faintly, resembling a young wizard who had just begun practicing the disillusionment charm but hadn't yet mastered it. True invisibility would come with age, as the cub's fur turned silvery white. For now, the young Demiguise was vulnerable. Hearing footsteps, Dobby turned and greeted them excitedly. Mr. Scamander, I think its invisibility is improving. That's right, Newt said with a smile. Demiguise cubs learn quickly. By their second day, they can almost completely evade their natural predators. But it will take at least a month for their fur to turn silver. Mr. Scamander, Dobby will take excellent care of it. Dobby assured, thumping his chest. I have no doubt about that, Newt replied warmly, but it's better if you don't linger here too often. Constant proximity can make the cub less vigilant and might even disturb the adult Demiguises. Try hiding over there instead. Newt pointed toward a dense bush nearby. Though he didn't fully understand, Dobby nodded obediently and quickly scampered off to hide in the bush, leaving only one larger poking out. With that, Newt led Kyle to another part of the habitat. Since Kyle had traveled such a long way, Newt took the opportunity to introduce him to several magical creatures exhibiting unusual behavior or throwing tantrums. As always, Kyle took on the role of magical creature therapist, helping diagnose their problems. By evening, the pair had just emerged from the mooncalf's enclosure. One particular mooncalf had been ostracized by the herd due to her clumsy dance moves. It was moments like these that highlighted just how magical Newt's suitcase was. Where else would you find a mooncalf with 2 left feet? Newt had spent most of the afternoon coaching the hapless mooncalf, and the lessons weren't over yet. Do you want to head back for dinner? Newt asked, glancing at the time. Or is there somewhere else you'd like to visit? I'm not hungry yet, Kyle replied with a smile. Newt nodded knowingly. All right, tell me where you'd like to go. But I must warn you, Dumbledore won't allow certain magical creatures into the castle. That includes the Nundu. Kyle's jaw tightened for a moment. He had come to Newt for assistance after all. Diana had been right, there were alternatives to relying on destructive spells like the Fiendfire curse. One of those alternatives had been the Nundu, but Newt had preemptively denied the request. It's a special situation, Kyle said quietly. And I'm confident I can control it. Newt hesitated. Kyle had a point. The Death Eaters had already targeted him once, and another attack seemed inevitable. This time, they'd even manipulated the Ministry against him. If that tactic failed again, what would they try next? Still, a Nundu posed its own risks. The Nundu doesn't distinguish between friend or foe, Newt said gravely. If it attacks, everyone nearby is at risk, even its own allies. I'll be careful, Kyle assured him. Newt was silent for a long time before responding. Just the Nundu. There's one more, Kyle said, leaning closer to whisper the second request. Newt's eyes widened in alarm, and he immediately shook his head. No. I can lend you the Nundu, but not this one. It's far too dangerous. And Dumbledore would never allow it in the castle. That was then, Kyle countered. The circumstances are different now. The castle itself is no longer a safe haven. In fact, it's in unprecedented danger. Besides, Kyle added, it's part of Hogwarts itself. It has a duty to help protect the school. Even so, Newt said firmly, I'll write to Dumbledore. If he agrees, then I won't object. There's no need, Kyle murmured. It was mine to begin with. Kyle didn't want Dumbledore involved, he knew the headmaster might refuse outright. It's necessary, Newt insisted. And you're mistaken about one thing, it can only be entrusted to you after you graduate. Kyle sighed and quickly changed the subject. Why don't we go check on the Nundu? It must have grown a lot by now. It hasn't reached adulthood yet, Newt said as they walked, but it's grown significantly. Chapter 606, The Late Weasley Family. The next day, King's Cross Station was as lively as ever, its platforms bustling with travelers. Among them, a peculiar group of passengers stood out, their attire a bit unconventional, and many of them pushing trolleys topped with large bird cages containing owls of various species. The newer security guards watched the scene with curiosity, whispering among themselves, while the more experienced guards simply shrugged it off. It was the same every year, likely some kind of owl festival, and they were well accustomed to the oddity. On platform 9 3/4, the red steam train stood gleaming, surrounded by a hive of activity. Parents bustled about, bidding emotional goodbyes or welcoming children returning from the magical world. Thanks for the lift, Dobby, Kyle said to the cheerful house elf at his side. Since it was the first day of school, Kyle had initially considered taking the night bus, but Dobby had enthusiastically offered to transport him via apparition. The best part was skipping the crowded station altogether, arriving directly on the hidden platform. Dobby is always happy to help Mr. Kyle, the house elf said, his voice bright with pride. Kyle checked the time. Harry isn't here yet. Do you want to wait a few minutes for him? Dobby looked tempted to linger, but after a brief hesitation, he shook his head. No, Dobby has much to do today, the demiguises need looking after, he said earnestly. Will Mr. Kyle please say hello to Harry Potter from Dobby? Of course, Kyle replied. Hearing the answer, Dobby beamed, gave a low bow, and disappeared with a pop. Kyle. Kyle turned to see Kana walking toward him, dragging her suitcase behind her. When did you get here? I didn't see you come in through the station entrance, she said, brushing her hair back. A house elf brought me, Kyle explained. Apparition. How convenient, Kana said with a hint of envy. Not long after, Cedric and Cho joined them on the platform. However, the Weasleys had yet to arrive, so the group decided to board the train early and find a compartment before it filled up. As the train's departure time neared, they walked from the front of the train toward the back, eventually finding an empty compartment. So, how was everyone's holiday? Cho asked as she hoisted her luggage onto the shelf. Her tone was less enthusiastic, and her expression was glum. I spent 2 months stuck at home. My mum promised to take me on a trip to Sydney, but she cancelled at the last minute because of work. I went to Hampshire, to my grandfather's place, Cedric said. My dad thought it was safer there, so he packed me off and only picked me up yesterday afternoon. He turned to Kyle. By the way, I heard you received a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic. What happened? You got a warning letter? Kana asked, her voice tinged with worry. Kyle raised an eyebrow. How do you know about that? It wasn't in the papers. Cedric grinned. My father told me. I got him drunk yesterday and learned a lot about what's going on in the ministry. Kyle stared blankly for a moment. Really, Mr. Diggory's shining example of a good son. It's nothing, Kyle said, giving Cedric a look of disbelief before shaking his head. It's all been sorted out. Just a misunderstanding. I bet it had something to do with you-know-who, Kana said, her voice laced with concern. I've been reading the Daily Prophet, and it keeps saying Dumbledore's gone mad. The ministry clearly doesn't want to admit that you-know-who is back. That must be why you got dragged into this. It was, Kyle admitted, but like I said, it's been handled. A loud whistle cut through their conversation. The train's about to leave, Cedric said, opening the window and sticking his head out for a better look. That's strange. Fred and George aren't here yet. Kyle, weren't you with them? Kyle shook his head. No, I came alone. He found it odd as well. Mrs. Weasley wasn't the type to let them run late, especially on the first day of school. A few minutes later, the whistle sounded again, and the train slowly began to pull out of the station. Looks like they really are late, Cho muttered with a frown. No, they're here. Kyle exclaimed. He glanced out the window just as Fred and George appeared, barely making it in time. The twins apparat directly into the compartment with a loud crack. Phew, we made it, Fred said, leaning against the door and catching his breath. What happened? Kyle handed him a bottle of pumpkin fizz. Where's Harry? Why are you two the only ones here? Moody was attacked, Fred said, taking a long drink. Some Death Eaters broke into his house early this morning. How's Professor Moody? Cedric asked, his brow furrowed. He's injured, but nothing too serious, George replied. Sturgis Podmore happened to be visiting him at the time. Saw a killing curse fly right past his head. That was close, Fred said grimly. Moody could have been killed. Not that easily, Cho interjected. Don't forget, Professor Moody is one of the most famous Aurors alive. The Death Eaters couldn't just take him down like that. Maybe, George said, but everyone thought it was likely the Death Eaters would try something else, like ambushing Harry at King's Cross. So they were extra cautious on the way here. Fred nodded. Nobody paid attention to the time, though. We didn't realize how late we were until we got to the station. George and I were the fastest runners, Fred continued, but Harry and the others had too much luggage to keep up. He stuck his head out of the window for a better look, but the platform had already disappeared from view. Crap. I wonder how Ginny's going to get to school. Too bad we can't apparate people, George said, slumping into a seat. Don't worry, Kyle said reassuringly. There are plenty of adults with them. They'll figure it out. Ginny and Ron won't be left behind. You're right, George agreed, sitting down next to Cedric. Mom would never let that happen. I just hope they get here soon, Fred said, sitting beside him. Wait, George, do you think Sirius's new car can fly? The twins froze for a moment, exchanging wide-eyed looks. If it can. George said slowly, I won't sleep tonight. Me neither, Fred muttered. It's easy enough to find out when we get to school, isn't it? Cedric said, attempting to steer the conversation. But don't you think it's strange that the Death Eaters suddenly targeted Professor Moody? Maybe they were trying to find out where Harry is, George suggested. You know who's always wanted to get rid of him. But why Moody, specifically? Fred asked. He's not exactly an easy target. You guys. Cho hesitated. Do you think it could have something to do with the defense against the dark arts curse? It's odd, isn't it? Last year was the first time the professors actually made it through the entire year unscathed. Her words gave everyone pause. It was true. For decades, defense against the dark arts professors had never lasted more than a year. Last year had been an exception, with both Moody and Sirius completing the term and leaving Hogwarts for the holidays unscathed. Initially, many had assumed the curse was less potent because the role had been shared between two professors. But now, with classes about to resume, Moody had been attacked out of nowhere. If this wasn't connected to the curse, it was an awfully big coincidence. Chapter 607, the start of term feast. During the journey following the feast, apart from routine inspections of the train carriages, the conversations consistently circled back to Moody's attack and the Death Eaters. Everyone speculated whether there would be a change in the defense against the dark arts professor. Would Sirius teach the subject alone this year? And if so, would he become a target for another attack? The train steadily moved northward, with the weather remaining as erratic as ever. Rain began to fall again, the rhythmic tapping on the windows creating a drowsy atmosphere. Suddenly, the carriage lights flickered on. We'd better change, Cho said, glancing out the rain-speckled window. We should be there soon. Fred and George began pulling on their robes, while Cedric opened the compartment door in preparation for their arrival. The train eventually slowed, a cacophony of noise rising as students crowded the aisles, eager to disembark. Since prefects were responsible for maintaining order, Kyle and the others were among the last to leave their compartment. A man holding a lantern called for the first-year students to step forward, but the lantern was much lower than usual. That's not Hagrid, Fred noted, his brows furrowing. Do you know who she is? It was a witch, not Hagrid's familiar, unkempt figure. Instead, she was neatly dressed, her hair impeccably styled as she organized the first-year students with practiced authority. She's Wilhelmina Grubblyplank, Kyle said suddenly. A renowned magizoologist. She's written several articles on unicorns. Magizoology. George echoed. You don't think the school's replacing Hagrid, do you? I doubt it, Kyle replied, shaking his head. Hagrid's probably just handling something important. She's likely here to fill in temporarily. In truth, Kyle suspected Hagrid and Madame Maxime were still with the Giants, attempting to recruit them to the Order of the Phoenix rather than the Death Eaters. It was a delicate and dangerous mission. The Giants were naturally violent, and the Death Eater's ideology was a far easier sell. Success would hinge entirely on Hagrid's persuasiveness. Not dwelling on the matter further, the group followed the crowd toward the carriages. Along the way, Kyle noticed Conna sneaking glances at him. "What's wrong?" he asked, curious. "Nothing," Conna said, shaking her head. "I just feel like you're in a good mood. Something good happen." "Sort of. But was it that obvious?" Kyle asked, touching his face as if checking for signs. "Not obvious, but I can tell," Conna replied with a smile. "And on the train, you didn't slack off either. You used to pass all the prefect duties to Cedric." "She's not wrong," Cedric added quietly. Kyle gave a sheepish laugh. "Don't worry. That won't happen again." "It better not," Cedric said with mock sternness. "I'm in 7th year now, graduating next year. I can't come back just to help you keep order." "That's not a bad idea," Kyle said, grinning. His good mood stemmed entirely from the previous night. After recounting to Newt every detail of his encounter with Voldemort and the Death Eater's subsequent schemes, Newt had finally set aside his idea of writing to Dumbledore. Of course, Kyle had promised never to use the suitcase's contents unless confronted by Death Eaters. It was an easy promise to make, Kyle had already decided as much beforehand. Now armed with 3 powerful trump cards, Kyle felt more secure than ever. Even if he were to face Voldemort directly, he could hold his own long enough to escape unscathed. Buoyed by this confidence, it was hard not to feel happy, though he hadn't realized it was noticeable. Evidently, Conna had a knack for reading him. Still, she didn't press further, and the group climbed into an empty carriage. The Thestrals pulling it began their steady journey toward the castle. About 10 minutes later, the carriage came to a halt at the stone steps leading to the oak front gates. Fred was the first to jump off. He glanced toward the fields. "There's no light in Hagrid's hut," Fred observed, squinting toward the darkened structure. "That's for sure," Jo agreed as she climbed down from the carriage. "If he were here, Mrs. Grubblyplank wouldn't need to step in to welcome the first years. Hurry up and get inside, it's freezing out here." "Oh, okay," Fred said quickly, jogging to catch up with the crowd making their way up the stone steps. They passed through the warm, welcoming foyer and headed toward the doors of the Great Hall on the right, eager to join the start-of-term feast. "Look, I told you they'd make it," Kyle said, pointing to the Gryffindor table as soon as they entered the hall. Sure enough, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny were seated at the front row, waving energetically. They were clearly the first to arrive, having already claimed their spots. Kyle guessed that Mrs. Weasley must have used apparition to transport them directly to Hogsmeade before they returned to the castle, a quick and efficient solution. Fred and George immediately made a beeline for the Gryffindor table, eager to interrogate their siblings about the morning's chaotic events. Cho peeled off toward the Ravenclaw table, while Kyle, Conna, and Cedric found their way to the Hufflepuff table, settling into a row of empty seats along the side. Once seated, Cedric anxiously scanned the teacher's table. "Oh, good," he muttered with relief. Sirius was seated in his usual place, signaling that he remained the defense against the dark arts professor. Given the difficulty of finding reliable instructors for the cursed position, it was reassuring that Sirius was still there. While he might not be as skilled as Professor Moody, he was undeniably competent, certainly better than the likes of Quirrell or Lockhart. The only question was how long Sirius would stay. Cedric hoped he could last through the semester. After that, Cedric would graduate, and the matter of professors would no longer concern him. That problem would fall squarely onto Kyle's shoulders. Lost in thought, Cedric suddenly noticed Kyle staring intently at the teacher's table. "What are you looking at?" he asked curiously. Kyle shook his head, snapping out of his thoughts. He had been surprised not to see Dolores Umbridge among the staff. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Given recent events, Umbridge was likely preoccupied with the Wizengamot. Kyle had filed a formal application via OWL to Amelia Bones at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement just days ago, and by now, the Wizengamot should have taken action. As someone directly implicated, Umbridge would have her hands full and no time to meddle at Hogwarts. Good, Kyle thought, his mood brightening. At least he wouldn't have to deal with that brainless tyrant for the time being. Feeling considerably lighter, he even found himself enjoying the Sorting Hat song this year, though he had to admit it wasn't particularly well written. It seemed to be based on an existing melody, but with a serious, slightly disjointed warning tacked on, a call for unity among the students. While most students discussed the oddity of the song, those more informed understood its true significance. The Sorting Hat was issuing a warning. After the Sorting Hat finished its song, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, a list of new students in her hands. Her stern gaze swept over the students who were still whispering, and the hall quickly fell silent. Scanning the list, she called out the first name loudly. Ewan Abercrombie. A nervous boy stumbled forward and was eventually sorted into Gryffindor, prompting an enthusiastic round of applause from the house table. The sorting continued, with the line of new students gradually dwindling. About half an hour later, the last name was called, and the final student was sorted into Hufflepuff. Kyle joined in the applause, welcoming the new addition to his house. With the sorting complete, the feast officially began. All sorts of delicious dishes appeared on the tables as if by magic. Those who had eaten only lightly on the train quickly turned their attention to the spread before them. Kyle served himself a hearty piece of beef rib and made sure to grab an extra piece for Kana. He remembered this dish as a specialty of the house elves, something he had enjoyed once before during a late-night snack last year. The meal concluded with an assortment of desserts. At Kana's recommendation, Kyle tried a pudding with orange marmalade. The sweet and tangy flavors provided the perfect finishing touch to the feast. As the plates cleared themselves and the food vanished, Dumbledore stood, and the Great Hall once again fell silent. "Well," Dumbledore began, his tone cheerful yet commanding, "while we digest that sumptuous meal, I ask for your attention for the usual start-of-term reminders." His twinkling gaze swept the room as he continued. First years are reminded that the Forbidden Forest is strictly off-limits to all students. This includes older students as well. A ripple of murmured agreement passed through the hall, and Dumbledore proceeded. "There are also 2 changes to our teaching staff this year. First, Professor Moody is unable to continue teaching for certain reasons. However, I am pleased to announce that Professor Black has graciously agreed to take over the Defense Against the Dark Arts course for the next 3 years. A wave of applause erupted across the Great Hall, except at the Slytherin table, where the silence was deafening. It was no secret that Slytherins would prefer Sirius gone from Hogwarts, just as much as Gryffindors dreamed of Snape's departure. And, Dumbledore continued, I am pleased to introduce Professor Grubblyplank, who will be teaching care of magical creatures as the interim until our gamekeeper returns. Professor Grubblyplank rose from her seat, nodding politely. The applause that followed was polite and restrained. Lastly, this year's Quidditch tryouts will take place during the second week of term. Great! Cedric exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement. He had been waiting for this moment. Last year, the Quidditch season had been cancelled due to the Triwizard Tournament, and Cedric had been itching to get back on the pitch. Kyle, Cedric said with a grin, we're definitely going to win the Quidditch Cup this year, right? Of course, Kyle said confidently. Consider it your graduation gift. That would be fantastic, Cedric said, his smile broadening. Kyle clapped him on the shoulder. Since you're in such a good mood, how about you take care of the new students next? Sure, no problem, Cedric replied without thinking. A moment later, the clatter of chairs and the hum of conversation reminded him of what that meant. Dumbledore had just announced the end of the feast, and the students were beginning to file out of the Great Hall, heading to their dormitories. Prefects were responsible for guiding the new students to their respective houses, ensuring they found their way safely. Realizing Kyle had passed the responsibility onto him yet again, Cedric groaned inwardly. He had agreed without hesitation, and now he was stuck with the task. Chapter 608, The Dismissal of Dumbledore. For the first few days of the school year, a peculiar atmosphere hung over the castle. The most obvious sign was the influx of owls at breakfast. Every morning, a flood of letters arrived, far more than usual. Typically, this time of year was filled with chatter and excitement as students shared holiday stories and laughed over their meals. But now, the Great Hall was eerily subdued. Students were absorbed in reading and responding to letters, their attention fixed on parchment rather than conversation. The lively chatter had been replaced with the sound of quills scratching, and if an outsider were to observe, they might assume everyone was cramming for an important exam. This strange shift in mood had persisted since the very first day of school. My mom's asking about school again, Justin Finch-Fletchley muttered at breakfast, tossing a half-read letter aside. That's the 5th letter in just a few days. Dad's written, too. It's like they think there's a madman loose in the castle, ready to snap at any moment. Isn't that exactly the case? Zachariah Smith said from across the table. He finished scribbling a reply and handed it to the owl perched nearby. That old fool Dumbledore is just making a spectacle out of Harry Potter to grab attention, Zacharias continued. A headmaster as famous as him, pandering to frauds. No wonder parents are worried. I don't think Professor Dumbledore would do something like that, Ernie Macmillan said quietly. He agreed with Justin and trusted Dumbledore, but he refrained from arguing with Zacharias directly. My family reads the Daily Prophet, and they've suggested I not come back to Hogwarts. But, of course, I still came. I don't want to give up on magic. Well, Zacharias replied, I have to write home every day to assure my family I'm safe here. It's their condition for letting me stay. That sounds exhausting, Ernie muttered. Mikkel, sitting nearby, couldn't resist cutting in. If you're so worried, why not just stay home? You'd save yourself the trouble of writing a letter every day. I don't mind the parchment, Zacharias said flatly, and why should I give up my education because of 2 liars? They're the ones who should leave. Dumbledore is not a liar, Ryan retorted firmly. He's the greatest headmaster Hogwarts has ever seen. My family believes in him completely. Same here, Mikkel chimed in. Zacharias shrugged indifferently. The Daily Prophet has made it clear. If you lot want to be stubborn, that's your choice. You're the one being stubborn, Mikkel shot back. Believing the Daily Prophet over Professor Dumbledore is ridiculous. That paper's rotten for even questioning him. Zacharias' jaw tightened. If Dumbledore wants my belief, he can provide solid proof that you know who is back. Until then, I'll trust the Daily Prophet over baseless claims. Pushing his plate aside, he added, oh, by the way, the Dumbledore you're defending. He's been expelled from both the Wizengamot and the International Confederation of Wizards for losing his marbles. With that, Zacharias stood and left the Great Hall. The conversation left an awkward silence at the Hufflepuff table as everyone exchanged uncertain glances. It's normal for some people not to believe, right? Justin said, trying to break the tension. Who cares if he believes it or not, Susan Bones said, shrugging. Whoever decided to expel Professor Dumbledore is going to regret it. You're absolutely right, Justin agreed, and the mood at the table began to recover. Soon, the conversation grew lively again. Not far away, Cedric had been listening to the exchange. Frowning, he turned to Kyle. Zacharias must be talking nonsense. The Wizengamot and the International Confederation of Wizards couldn't possibly expel Professor Dumbledore. That's impossible. Actually, it's true, Kyle said, lowering the Daily Prophet he had been reading. The front page bore a glaring headline confirming that Dumbledore had indeed been removed from both positions. The article dripped with mockery, painting him as a senile old man who had finally faced the consequences of his absurd claims. Though many Hogwarts students still trusted Dumbledore unconditionally, it was clear that the larger wizarding world, like Fudge, refused to believe in Voldemort's return. When Kyle attended the meeting at the Hog's Head during the holidays, he noticed that the turnout wasn't particularly high, only about 30 people. Yet those numbers had been enough to sway decisions, tipping the balance in Dumbledore's expulsion. The International Confederation of Wizards had expelled Dumbledore, widely regarded as the most powerful wizard of the age. Kyle couldn't help but marvel at the sheer audacity of what seemed like magical manipulation. However, Dumbledore didn't appear surprised by the outcome. At the end of the start-of-term feast, his closing words carried a poignant message. Kyle reflected on those words. Perhaps it was Voldemort's intention to isolate Dumbledore from the larger wizarding community, to weaken him by undermining his credibility. A divided wizarding world would only serve Voldemort's interests, and as long as he remained in the shadows, such misunderstandings would persist. Yet another possibility occurred to Kyle, one far more calculated. What if Dumbledore's expulsion had been orchestrated deliberately? The newspaper had reported that the Wizengamot vote was 19-21, passing the motion to expel Dumbledore by a razor-thin margin of 2 votes. But Kyle knew there were 50 full members of the Wizengamot with voting rights. Why had only 40 participated? Did the remaining 10 abstain? Or had they been absent altogether? A similar scenario had unfolded with the International Confederation of Wizards. Once again, there were fewer votes cast, and the decision had passed by the same narrow margin. If this had been part of a larger strategy, Kyle could only speculate about Dumbledore's motives. Was he trying to lull Voldemort into a false sense of security? Or did he have an entirely different plan in mind? Kyle shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it further. Instead, he picked up a letter lying next to him, the only piece of good news he had received that day. It was from the Wizengamot, confirming the conclusion of the hearing regarding Lucius Malfoy, Igor Karkaroff, Walden McNair, and Dolores Umbridge. The letter outlined the details. Lucius and the others had voluntarily dropped the charges they had filed against Kyle. Things had moved far more quickly than Kyle had anticipated. The investigation into Barty Crouch Jr. had dragged on for over half a year, yet this case had been resolved in mere days. As for the outcome, the letter stated that Lucius, Karkaroff, and McNair would publish public apologies in the newspaper and pay a hefty fine. Umbridge, however, had faced no repercussions. She had simply claimed she had been misled and was let off with no punishment. Kyle couldn't shake the feeling that this leniency reeked of appeasement. His eyes landed on a familiar name in the letter, Cornelius Fudge. The Minister of Magic's involvement likely explained everything. I really don't know how this will end, Cedric said with a sigh. What if the Hogwarts Board of Governors starts believing the Daily Prophet too? I don't want anyone but Professor Dumbledore as headmaster in my 7th year. Don't worry about that, Kyle reassured him. The one role Dumbledore will never relinquish is Hogwarts headmaster. Chapter 609, he gave far too much. The first defense against the dark arts class of the term was with Sirius Black. For many students, it was a novelty. They had never had the same professor for the subject 2 years in a row. Of course, this was only true for students below 6th year. Last year, Moody had taught them. Technically, Sirius was the 6th defense against the dark arts professor they'd had, but being younger and less seasoned than Moody, he brought his own distinct energy to the role. By the time class began, the room was already packed. Sirius' legendary past had made him an object of fascination, and students were eager to experience his teaching firsthand. "I asked Justin about his class," said McGonagall, already seated with his textbook out and an eager look on his face. "He said Sirius' lessons are interesting, except for the occasional, unpleasant incident." "Unpleasant?" Connor frowned. "Does he assign a lot of homework?" Although Sirius had occasionally helped Moody with lessons last year, those were predetermined by Moody and largely review sessions. Nobody truly knew Sirius' independent teaching style. "No, quite the opposite," McGonagall replied, shaking his head. "From what I've heard, he almost never gives homework. I envied his class for that all last year." "Then what's unpleasant about it?" Connor asked skeptically. "It hurts," Ryan chimed in. Before the conversation could continue, the classroom door swung open, and Sirius strode in. His expression was cheerful, and he didn't seem at all fazed by the challenge of handling lessons for 3 separate year groups. "Good morning, everyone," Sirius greeted, waving his wand to open the curtains and flood the room with sunlight. "I don't think I need an introduction," he said with a smile. "Put your books away, you won't need them for the first lesson." The students eagerly obeyed, and McGonagall, who was quick to shelve his book, muttered to himself, "Any professor who tells you to put away the textbooks is a good one." "I've reviewed your progress with Professor Moody," Sirius continued. "And I must say, he was an excellent teacher. Your OWL results are proof of that. Almost everyone received decent marks, and even Professor Marchbanks, who oversaw the exams, was impressed. She said she'd never seen so many high scores in defense against the dark arts, which usually has some of the lowest marks." The students straightened their backs in pride. Moody had been strict and assigned a mountain of work, but their grades had improved significantly because of it. Some students had even jumped from an acceptable A to an outstanding O, securing certificates they'd thought were out of reach. "But," Sirius said, shifting his tone, "this year, you've got me as your professor. And let me tell you something, I've always believed that the essence of defense against the dark arts isn't in grades or theory, but in practical combat. Dark magic is unpredictable, ever-changing. When you encounter it in the real world, you'll find that textbooks won't save you. Only quick instincts and sharp reflexes will." Sirius' face grew serious, and his tone left no room for doubt. "So before you face the real thing, you need to know where your weaknesses are. And the fastest way to learn that is to experience it yourself." Sirius drew his wand, and the room seemed to hum with anticipation. Lockhart's dueling club was a decent idea, even if poorly executed. Unfortunately, it only lasted 1 session. If it had continued, your skills would be much stronger by now. But it's not too late. He moved to the other side of the classroom, clearing away piles of miscellaneous items and magically levitating them outside. "I believe practical experience is worth far more than lectures. So for the next few lessons, dueling will be our focus. You'd better be ready for it." He paused, his gaze sweeping the room. "I'll do my best to prevent injuries, but there's always a risk. If anyone doesn't want to participate, now's your chance to speak up." Not a single hand was raised. If anything, the students appeared even more enthusiastic, their excitement palpable. "Good," Sirius said, nodding in approval. "I knew you'd make the right choice. Now, let's make some adjustments to the classroom." He instructed everyone to stand up, then waved his wand. Tables, chairs, and even the podium floated out of the windows in a neat line, leaving the room entirely empty. Sirius had chosen the largest classroom available, and now, without the furniture, it looked even more expansive. With another flick of his wand, a small platform appeared beneath his feet. "For today's lesson, we won't be covering new material. Instead, we'll test your practical skills." He gestured to the platform. "Here's the challenge, you have 5 minutes to use any charm you like to get me off this platform. If you succeed, you'll earn 10 points for your house." The room erupted into excitement, students jostling to be first in line. "Professor, let me try." "Pick me, Professor. I'm the future dueling champion of Hogwarts, I'll show you how it's done." The classroom buzzed with anticipation, students eagerly calling out for their turn. Sirius scanned the room with a calm smile before his eyes landed on Kyle. "Kyle, how about you?" "No problem," Kyle replied smoothly, stepping forward. He eyed the platform Sirius stood on. "Just to confirm, as long as I make you fall off, I pass, right?" "That's the goal, but I'm stepping down for now." Sirius hopped off the platform, his expression turning serious. "I want everyone to understand, this isn't a game." Kyle nodded in understanding and pulled out his wand. The chatter around them died down instantly. Without anyone giving instructions, a few students darted to the corners of the room, creating a clear space around Kyle and Sirius. The others followed suit, pressing back to watch the duel unfold. There was no formal preamble. The moment Kyle and Sirius faced each other, the duel began abruptly. Sirius fired a spell without warning, but in the next second, it rebounded toward him even faster than it had been cast. "Oh, nice," Sirius murmured, dodging with a sharp bend of his knees. He didn't even catch when Kyle had cast the shield charm, but the timing was perfect. As Sirius avoided the spell, sharp stone spikes erupted from the floor, aimed directly at him. Sirius reacted quickly, sweeping his wand in a clean arc. The spikes shattered into powder, scattering across the ground. The fragments, however, began to wriggle unnaturally, reshaping into a pack of stone hounds of various sizes. They snarled and charged at Kyle, aiming to snatch his wand. Kyle took a measured step back, pointing his wand at the assortment of small objects, hairpins, jelly beans, and other debris that had fallen during the classroom's clearing. With a flick of his wand, the random items transformed into a swarm of miniature Norwegian sturgeons. The shrunken fish flopped forward, crashing into the stone hounds and engaging them in a chaotic, thrashing battle. Sirius seized the opportunity to straighten up and grinned broadly. Excellent transfiguration. Hufflepuff earns 20 points. As he spoke, Sirius swiftly cast 2 more spells, all the while winking dramatically at Kyle when the students couldn't see. Kyle's mouth twitched in exasperation. He had just finished warming up, and now Sirius was signaling him to wrap it up. Wasn't that a bit much? With a sigh of resignation, Kyle decided to oblige. After all, this was still a lesson, and dragging it out wasn't practical. Dropping his shield charm intentionally, Kyle allowed himself to be hit by Sirius' scouring charm. The impact made him stumble back a few steps, but he kept his footing. Not bad at all, Sirius declared with a grin, stowing his wand and clapping his hands. I have to say, you're the most outstanding young wizard I've ever seen. Hufflepuff earns another 30 points. The room erupted into applause as Kyle returned to the crowd. A scouring charm. In a duel. Kanna whispered curiously as Kyle rejoined her. You caught that? Kyle said, surprised. I don't think Sirius mentioned it aloud. I noticed, Kanna replied, pointing at his robes. At breakfast, an owl spilled some pumpkin juice on you. But now your robes are spotless. Kyle shrugged. Fair enough. A cleaning spell doesn't have much use in a duel, but it's not like we were going to keep going all class. So, you just let him win. Had to, Kyle said with a smirk. He gave me way too much, 50 points for one duel. That's excessive. That's true, Kanna said with a laugh. Still, it's a lot. Chapter 610, Sirius has been taken away. Kyle quickly came to understand why Sirius was so popular among the students at Hogwarts. For the students, the duels Sirius offered, highly interactive and freeform, were far more exciting than sitting in a classroom and taking notes. These lessons also played to Sirius' strengths. While his teaching ability wasn't extraordinary, his skill and combat experience were impressive. Among the 60-year students, only 5, excluding Kyle, managed to successfully knock Sirius off the platform. Most of the others, despite their enthusiasm and loud exclamations, lacked versatility and adaptability. A simple shield charm from Sirius was enough to maintain his dominance. Still, even those who didn't earn points left the class looking satisfied. That was fantastic. I like Professor Black, his classes are much more interesting than Professor Moody's, Mikkel said as they exited the classroom. Now that classes are over, do you want to play a couple of games of wizard chess? I can't, Kyle replied with a shake of his head. I have to attend the advanced transfiguration class. Oh, right, Mikkel said with a nod of understanding. Of course you'd meet the requirements for that. By 6th year, the class schedule had undergone significant changes. Classes were now divided into 2 tiers, standard classes, similar to previous years, and advanced classes, also known as NEWT classes. Advanced classes were held only once a week per subject but required students to meet specific OWL score thresholds, functioning somewhat like exclusive clubs run by the professors. Kyle and Kanna walked into the corridor, heading for Professor McGonagall's classroom. Upon arriving, they found that only 10 students had qualified for her advanced class. In Hufflepuff, only Kyle and Kanna met the requirements. From Ravenclaw, there were 3 students, including Cho. Gryffindor and Slytherin contributed 2 and 3 students, respectively. Isn't this a bit too small? Cho whispered as they entered the large classroom. This is the first time a transfiguration class has felt so empty. There's no helping it, Kyle said with a shrug. Professor McGonagall has the highest standards of any subject. Cedric told me last year's class was just as small. I wonder what she'll teach us, Cho said, her tone tinged with curiosity and excitement. The answer came soon enough. Professor McGonagall stood at the center of the room and announced calmly, "Today, we begin with human body transfiguration. It is not the most difficult branch of transfiguration, but it is the most dangerous." A collective silence fell over the room. This type of transfiguration involves transforming parts of your own body. If the spell fails, or if there is an error, it's not a matter of starting over, it's a matter of being sent directly to the hospital wing. The weight of her words was clear, and everyone nodded gravely. Since all of you are advanced students, McGonagall continued, I have an additional requirement. Do not speak aloud. Instead, recite the incantation silently in your mind. This skill will be critical to earning your NEWT certification. The students exchanged uneasy glances but nodded again. Professor Flitwick had mentioned something similar during the previous day's charms class, though he hadn't expected his students to attempt silent casting until a month into the term. Here, however, Professor McGonagall demanded it from the very first lesson. For many, 6th year was supposed to be easier than the grueling 5th year. But for those striving for multiple NEWTs, the workload only became heavier, with new challenges layered on top of old ones. For this first lesson, McGonagall set a relatively simple task, transforming one's hand into a small cactus. Compared to animal transfiguration, plant-based transformations were slightly easier, and by the end of class, everyone had succeeded. Around the room, students marveled at their transformed hands, which now resembled cacti of varying shapes and sizes. The sight was oddly amusing. One Ravenclaw girl went a step further, adding a golden-banded hydrangea to her cactus. While her effort was impressive, McGonagall gave no additional praise, pointing out that cacti do not naturally produce golden-banded hydrangeas. As the class ended, most students packed up and left, but Conna stayed behind to speak with Professor McGonagall. Kyle waited outside the classroom for a few minutes. Eventually, Conna emerged, walking alongside Professor McGonagall. Then it settled. Every Tuesday and Friday at 6 p.m., Professor McGonagall said firmly, her gaze flicking to Kyle before settling on Conna. And remember, you have to find the classroom yourself. That's our tradition, and it's part of the test. I understand, Conna replied. After McGonagall departed, Kyle turned to Conna, his curiosity evident. What did she say to you? She invited me to join the Transfiguration Club, Conna said, her smile bright and her tone tinged with excitement. Kyle's own smile grew. He knew how exclusive McGonagall's Transfiguration Club was. There were only about a dozen members in the entire school, and he himself had joined in 3rd year, making him one of the earliest members. If you ask me, Professor McGonagall should have invited you 3 years ago, Kyle said, genuinely pleased. Do you want me to give you a hint about finding the entrance to the classroom? It's not easy to locate. Absolutely not. Conna shook her head emphatically. You heard what Professor McGonagall said, it's part of the test. I don't want to pass by cheating. She hesitated before adding, if I really can't find it, then it probably means I'm not ready to join the club yet. That's not going to happen, Kyle said with confidence. You'll find it, no problem. Conna returned his smile, though her nervousness was still apparent. Is the Transfiguration Club like the advanced class we just had? She asked as they made their way to the Great Hall. Do you meet every week to learn harder material or talk about spellcasting tips? That happens sometimes, Kyle replied after a moment of thought. For example, I was introduced to human body transformations back in 4th year because of the club. But more often, we focus on the extended applications of transfiguration, like multiple transformations or partial transformations. Those topics aren't covered in the textbooks. Really? Conna said, nodding thoughtfully. That's completely different from the Potions Club. What's the Potions Club like? Kyle asked. He hadn't joined the Potions Club, nor had Snape ever invited him. The Potions Club is more straightforward, Conna explained. Professor Snape teaches us special ways of handling potion ingredients that aren't in the books, but make things much easier. He also lets us brew advanced potions, about 2 years ahead of the regular curriculum. Interesting, Kyle remarked. You'll see for yourself soon, Conna added. I remember some older students mentioning that the Potions Club is quite similar to the Advanced Potions class on our timetables. Oh. Kyle raised an eyebrow. His schedule did indeed include an Advanced Potions class next Monday, though he had initially thought Snape would refuse him entry since he hadn't completed the OWL. If the class was just about learning new techniques for handling ingredients, Kyle felt confident, he already knew most of those methods. As they chatted, the two reached the Hufflepuff table and sat down for lunch. While eating, Kyle overheard a conversation between a group of 5th-year students seated nearby. Why do you think the Ministry of Magic is after Professor Black? One of them asked. I heard it's because someone got hurt in his class, another replied. But didn't he give us a warning? Why didn't the Ministry come after him last year? I don't know. Chapter 611, The Ignored Umbrage. Sirius was taken away by the Ministry of Magic. When Kyle first overheard the news, he thought it was some sort of joke. But as more 5th years joined the conversation, the truth of it became undeniable. Even the Gryffindor 5th years were buzzing about it, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione hadn't even come to the Great Hall for dinner. Kyle turned to Susan Bones, the nearest 5th-year Hufflepuff, and asked, "Susan, did you say Professor Black was taken away by the Ministry of Magic?" "Yes," Susan replied, her expression grave. "Defense against the dark arts was our last class this morning." Near the end of the lesson, some people from the ministry suddenly walked in. The leader claimed someone had complained that Professor Black wasn't fulfilling his duties as a teacher and that students had been injured in his class. Oh, and Headmaster Dumbledore was there too. Kyle frowned, about to respond, when the doors to the Great Hall swung open with a sharp creak. Dumbledore entered, his expression uncharacteristically serious. Behind him, a witch in a pink cardigan followed, her saccharine smile starkly out of place. Trailing behind them, Ron and Hermione struggled to restrain an irate Harry, pulling him toward the Gryffindor table as he attempted to storm toward the headmaster. Most students barely noticed Harry's outburst, their attention fixed instead on Dumbledore and the woman beside him. The whispers grew louder, filling the hall with speculation. Reaching the staff table, Dumbledore turned to face the room. Raising a hand, he said in his calm, commanding tone, "I must ask for your attention. Before you enjoy your meal, I need to take a moment to announce two important matters." The Great Hall fell silent. Dumbledore continued, "First, regarding Professor Black, he has been asked to cooperate with the Ministry of Magic in an investigation. During this time, he will not be able to teach you." A ripple of murmurs swept the room before Dumbledore raised a finger and gestured to the woman beside him. "However," he said, "during his absence, Professor Umbridge will be taking over defense against the dark arts." There was a moment of stunned silence, followed by hesitant applause, most of it coming from the Slytherin table. "They're talking rubbish," Harry shouted, rising from his seat, his face flushed with anger. Before he could say more, Hermione and Ron pulled him back down, whispering furiously at him to stay quiet. Dumbledore, maintaining his composure, pretended not to notice Harry's outburst. However, Umbridge turned her head toward Harry, her lips curling into a saccharine smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Thank you, Headmaster," she said in her high-pitched, grating voice, stepping forward as Dumbledore graciously ceded the spotlight. Clearing her throat, she addressed the room in her shrill tone. "It is truly wonderful to be back at Hogwarts." "Oh, her voice is unbearable," Cedric muttered, rubbing his arms as though trying to shake off a chill. "And that pink cardigan, why does she have to wear something so fluffy? It's hideous." "Personal preference," Kyle said with a resigned sigh. "She was dressed the same way when I saw her at the ministry." "You've met her before?" Cedric asked. "What's she like? Do you think she'll be a good teacher?" Kyle considered the question for a moment before replying, "Let's just say, even Quirrell and Lockhart were better professors than her." Cedric groaned. "Seriously? I can't imagine anyone being worse than those two. That would be like having a troll with its head stuck in a door." Kyle sighed again, his thoughts clouded with frustration. He had anticipated that Sirius might leave before the end of the school year, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Less than 2 weeks into term, and Sirius was already gone. From her seat at the front of the Great Hall, Professor Umbridge spoke in her monotonous, emotionless tone. "The Ministry of Magic has always believed that the education of young witches and wizards is a critical matter requiring careful cultivation and the application of your precious talents." Gradually, the students' attention began to drift. "Why do I feel like I'm in History of Magic?" Mikkel muttered, covering a yawn with his hand. "And when are we going to eat again? Today's lunch is pork cutlets, what if they get cold?" No one answered him. Ryan's head bobbed precariously, as though he were moments from falling asleep, while Ernie Macmillan stared blankly ahead, his gaze fixed on Umbridge but clearly lost in unrelated thoughts. Umbridge droned on, slow and methodical, completely oblivious to the growing disinterest. Some students had already started whispering to each other, while most professors wore expressions ranging from disapproval to resignation. Professor McGonagall's brow was deeply furrowed, and Professor Flitwick seemed engrossed in the intricacies of his fork. Even Snape, usually detached, looked irritated, his usual scowl slightly deeper than usual. Kana leaned over and whispered to Kyle, "I have a bad feeling the Ministry is going to interfere with Hogwarts." "It's not just a feeling," Kyle replied. "They definitely intend to interfere. Just listen to her, some decisions have become outdated and must be abandoned. In past years, even last year, the Ministry wouldn't have dared to meddle in Hogwarts decisions like this." Kyle paused as he caught a brief movement from Umbridge, her head tilted slightly in his direction. In the briefest of moments, he noticed the unmistakable flash of hatred in her eyes. Well, Kyle thought, it seems I've made it onto her list. Far from being concerned, Kyle found the situation oddly amusing. Smiling to himself, he picked up his fork and casually ate a piece of pork schnitzel, as if no one were watching. Cedric, sitting beside him, gawked in astonishment. Kyle's action bordered on outright defiance, especially since Umbridge was clearly still speaking. Noticing Kyle's calm demeanor, a few students glanced nervously toward the head table, particularly at Dumbledore. Yet the headmaster's attention remained on Umbridge, as if unaware of what was happening. Encouraged, some bolder students, namely Fred and George, followed Kyle's lead. The twins started eating with enthusiasm, laughing and chatting as though Umbridge didn't exist. Their boldness sparked a domino effect. One by one, more students joined in, the clinking of cutlery gradually overpowering Umbridge's voice. Despite her attempts to project authority, Umbridge's shrill tone failed to regain control of the room. By the time she finished her speech and turned to Dumbledore, the noise of students eating and chatting filled the hall. Dumbledore, ever unflappable, stood and addressed her with a polite smile. "Please continue, Professor Umbridge. What you've said so far is quite insightful." His expression was as serious as his tone. "I fully agree that we should pursue progress. A new era does indeed call for a new order." He gestured thoughtfully. "You've given me much to consider, and I realize I've not been doing as well as I could as headmaster." But then Dumbledore's gaze swept across the hall, and his expression shifted to one of mock surprise. "Oh, so you've finished already," he said, feigning innocence. "I was so engrossed, I hadn't even noticed. You should have warned me, Professor Umbridge." Umbridge's face twitched as she forced a strained smile. "Yes, I finished," she said in her high-pitched voice, sitting down stiffly. Her plan to wait for complete silence before continuing had clearly failed, and she seemed to sense she had lost the room. As she sat, her eyes darted once more toward the Hufflepuff table, where Kyle, laughing with the others, met her gaze with a cool, unbothered expression. Dumbledore began clapping, and the other professors joined in with polite but sparse applause. Professor McGonagall's eyes flicked between Umbridge and Kyle, her frown deepening. While she didn't understand why Kyle had acted so brazenly, Dumbledore's lack of objection seemed to condone it, or at least tolerate it. Still, McGonagall couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. She had dealt with Umbridge before and knew her to be petty and vindictive. Her lack of an immediate reaction could only mean she was plotting something worse. Given that Umbridge would now be teaching defense against the dark arts, she would have ample opportunity to target Kyle. I should find a chance to warn him, McGonagall thought, her worry mounting. Chapter 612, The Truth. Kyle paused mid-step on the staircase as Harry's voice echoed angrily. How could they say such a thing about Sirius? Turning toward the sound, Kyle spotted Harry confronting Professor McGonagall. Deliberately injuring a student. Suspected Death Eater. How is that even possible? He's an order of the... Harry fumed, his words spilling out in frustration. Potter. Professor McGonagall snapped, cutting him off. This is a decision made by the Ministry of Magic, and we must cooperate. But... Harry faltered, knowing he was crossing a line but too upset to stop. Sirius being taken away, once again accused of crimes linked to the Death Eaters, was too much for him to process. But, Professor, hasn't he already been acquitted? Professor McGonagall's lips tightened into a thin line. After a pause, she replied carefully, I can only tell you that things are not as simple as you think. In any case, Headmaster Dumbledore will handle this. You, Potter, need to focus on preparing for your OWLS this year. Harry opened his mouth to argue further, but McGonagall turned and walked away briskly, leaving him seething. Frustrated, Harry slammed his fist against the stair railing, while Ron and Hermione exchanged worried looks. Kyle's expression darkened. The incident surrounding Sirius's sudden removal seemed to have layers of mystery. What could possibly have happened to tie Sirius to the Death Eaters again? Driven by curiosity, Kyle decided to take his questions directly to Dumbledore. That afternoon, after his last class, History of Magic, Kyle headed to the 8th floor, stopping in front of the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office. Tooth splintering strong mints. Nothing. Pepper imp. Still nothing. Cherry syrup. At the third attempt, the statue leapt aside, revealing the hidden passage. Kyle smirked, getting the password right was always a matter of knowing Honeyduck's inventory. Popular sweets were a reliable guess. He climbed the spiraling staircase and pushed open the oak door to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore looked up from his desk, where he had been writing a letter. I thought you might come to see me at lunchtime, he said, a hint of amusement in his voice. Kyle stepped forward, rubbing Fawkes's neck as the phoenix preened under the attention. Is this about Sirius? Dumbledore prompted. Sort of, Kyle admitted. What's really going on? There's no way this is just about a student being injured during his dueling class. There is some truth in that, Dumbledore said. Some parents wrote to me last year, complaining that his methods were extreme. Kyle frowned. But there's more to it, isn't there? Dumbledore hesitated for a moment before continuing, I have received word that Peter Pettigrew is dead. At the time of his death, a large black dog was seen near Azkaban. Kyle blinked in disbelief. Peter Pettigrew is dead. Could it be fake news? No, Dumbledore said solemnly. I've confirmed it. It was indeed Peter. When did this happen? Kyle pressed. A week ago, Dumbledore replied. Kyle shook his head vehemently. That definitely wasn't Sirius. School had already started, and he's been here the entire time. Sirius may have the strongest motive to kill Peter Pettigrew, but he'd never risk it with Harry around. I believe the same, Dumbledore agreed. But the Ministry doesn't share our certainty. They insist I've been helping Sirius hide. Dumbledore folded the parchment he'd been writing on and sealed it in an envelope. What about the Death Eaters? Kyle asked. I heard Sirius was taken because of them. I can't be certain, Dumbledore admitted. It's possible Peter Pettigrew said something before his death that led the Ministry to draw the wrong conclusion. As Dumbledore placed the letter on his desk, Fawkes nudged Kyle gently before picking up the envelope in his beak and flying out the window. Kyle watched the phoenix disappear into the sky, curiosity piqued. Few people warranted a message delivered by Fawkes. Could it be for Nicholas Flamel? He wondered silently. Oh, yes, there is one more thing, Dumbledore said, pausing Kyle just as he was about to leave. Although your actions in the Great Hall were gratifying, I must remind you that our new Professor Umbridge is not as forgiving as some of your other professors. Kyle raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Professor McGonagall shares my concerns, Dumbledore continued, and she believes it would be wise for you to tread carefully and avoid being caught off guard. That's fine, Kyle said casually, a faint smirk forming on his lips. I've got my own way of dealing with her. His lack of concern brought a brief flicker of amusement to Dumbledore's expression. But while we're on the topic. Kyle's tone shifted slightly as he looked at the headmaster. Professor, about what we discussed at the Hog's Head. You haven't forgotten, have you? Dumbledore's fingers trembled faintly as he placed them together, his expression softening. No, I haven't forgotten, he replied with a hint of weariness. In fact, I've recently spoken with Amelia, Barty, Arthur, your father Chris, and even Dugald. I had a drink with him at the Leaky Cauldron just 2 days ago. Then there's nothing to worry about, Kyle said confidently, turning to leave. Just as he reached the door, another thought struck him, and he pivoted back. Professor, can you tell me your plan? What plan? Dumbledore asked, feigning confusion. The plan to get yourself expelled from the Wizengamot, Kyle said pointedly, to confuse both Fudge and you-know-who. I noticed the voting numbers were odd. Of course, he added, if it's inconvenient to explain, that's fine too. Dumbledore hesitated, his usual composure giving way to rare uncertainty. There are certain things you may not fully understand, he began carefully. The Wizengamot and the International Confederation of Wizards never have full attendance. For example, master potioners often cannot leave their cauldrons while brewing something delicate. Similarly, certain magical experiments require constant supervision, and their practitioners cannot attend. So, you were actually expelled? Kyle pressed, raising an eyebrow. Ahem, not exactly, Dumbledore replied, fiddling with a piece of silverware on his desk. There are advantages to this. My positions in the Wizengamot and the Confederation consumed a significant amount of my time. Now that I am relieved of those duties, I can focus on more pressing matters. Kyle studied Dumbledore for a moment before nodding. Understood. Thank you, Professor. I'll be going now. Dumbledore smiled faintly. Next week's password is Sherbet Lemon. You won't need to guess if you decide to return. Good luck, Kyle. You too, Professor. Leaving the headmaster's office, Kyle made his way directly to the Great Hall, where dinner preparations were in full swing. The room was buzzing with conversation, and he spotted Conna saving him a seat. Sliding into place beside her, Kyle tuned into Cedric and Michael's animated discussion about Quidditch. Tryouts will be Saturday morning at 9 o'clock, Cedric was saying. Since we need 3 players this year, it'd be great if everyone could come. We need to see if the newcomers mesh well with the rest of the team. I'm fine with that, Mikkel replied. But it'd be great if we could get a senior beater. The second years are too young, and they don't have the strength. Kyle shrugged. I don't care, as long as they don't hold us back. Cedric nodded optimistically. It'll work out. I just hope the Quidditch season starts soon. With Kyle's firebolt, we'll be unbeatable, even with a few new players. Chapter 613, no more pretending, time to reveal everything. Umbridge's reaction was quicker than Kyle had anticipated. By Friday afternoon, it was time for the 6th-year defense against the dark arts class. Before Sirius had been taken away, the original plan had been to learn new spells. But now, the professor had changed. When Kyle and Conna entered the classroom, they found Umbridge already seated behind the podium, dressed in her usual hideous, shaggy pink cardigan. The room was silent. Kyle, without a word, chose a random seat at the back. Despite sitting as far away as possible, he couldn't avoid catching Umbridge's attention. First, there were the rigid rules. Umbridge required every student to append the words, Professor Umbridge, to the end of their responses, for example, yes, Professor Umbridge or, no, Professor Umbridge. Everyone followed the rule, except Kyle, who ignored it entirely, acting as though he hadn't heard. Umbridge, unsurprisingly, took note and called him out directly. "Why don't you do as I ask?" she asked in her high-pitched voice. "Are a few insignificant honors making you so arrogant that you think you can ignore your professor?" "Sorry, Mrs. Umbridge," Kyle replied. "If the second-class Order of Merlin is considered insignificant, I assume you must have plenty of them. How about bringing them out and showing them off?" Umbridge's expression darkened instantly. If she had a Merlin medal, she wouldn't have needed Kyle to say anything, she would have flaunted it already. "No way, you can't not have one," Kyle added in an exaggerated tone. "If you don't even possess such an insignificant honor, how can you be a professor? Or did you bribe the headmaster with a few galleons?" The class collectively held its breath. Kyle's words had turned every eye toward him in shock. For as long as they'd known him, Kyle had always been a textbook Hufflepuff, gentle, polite, and respectful to everyone. But now, he seemed like an entirely different person. Not even the boldest Gryffindor would have dared to say what Kyle just had. Umbridge's entire body trembled with fury. "How dare you?" she shrieked. "How dare you speak to me like that?" "Oh, come now," Kyle said, sounding utterly unbothered. "Maybe you used a sickle instead, it would make the purse look a little fuller." Umbridge's face flushed red, then turned green. It was clear she was fighting for control. Then, as if struck by an idea, her expression changed. "All right, I admit, you do possess a modicum of commendable honor," she said, her voice reverting to its usual sickly sweet affectation. "But that does not give you the right to cast aside basic manners. It's a pity, really, that Dumbledore never taught you proper discipline. Of course, it's not surprising. I think we all know how irrational he's been lately, always spouting the most absurd nonsense." No one responded, but the room felt heavy with tension. They all knew what she meant, her words were a thinly veiled jab at the reports in the Daily Prophet. Specifically, she was alluding to Dumbledore's declaration at the end of the previous school year, the warning that you-know-who had returned. "I think you do too," Umbridge said, her gaze locking onto Kyle with a malicious gleam in her eye. "You think what Dumbledore said was ridiculous, and that he himself is becoming confused." "Dumbledore is not confused," someone blurted out, unable to hold back. "In my class, students must raise their hands if they wish to speak," Umbridge said sharply. "Who are you?" "Justin Finch-Fletchley," the student replied. Umbridge's gaze lingered on Justin momentarily before she turned her attention back to Kyle. "So, what is your opinion?" she asked, her tone deceptively sweet. "I think." Kyle shrugged nonchalantly, "that he's at least a lot smarter than you." "So you agree with him?" "Of course," Kyle said firmly. "I believe Professor Dumbledore, and I believe he saw Voldemort with his own eyes." A collective gasp filled the room, followed by a faint, uncontrollable squeal of shock. 20 points from Hufflepuff. Umbridge declared, her voice brimming with satisfaction. Her smirk deepened as she basked in the result of her provocation. "As punishment for your nonsense and for earning detention, you will report to my office tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. And let me remind you," she added with a smug tone, "if you continue spreading such ridiculous claims, the Ministry of Magic, on behalf of the Order of Merlin, may decide to withdraw your medal." "Ah, I'll remember that," Kyle said calmly. To the astonishment of everyone in the room, Kyle stood, pushed the door open, and walked out without another word. Umbridge, standing at the lectern, seemed more delighted than ever. She pulled a piece of parchment from her handbag, scribbled something onto it, and sealed it with magic. "Kanna?" Mikkel asked dazedly, staring after Kyle. "What's wrong with him? Could it be someone used Polyjuice Potion to impersonate him?" "No," Kanna said, shaking her head. In truth, she was just as bewildered. The rest of the class dragged on painfully slowly, but when it was finally over, Kanna was the first to bolt out the door. She hurried to the Hufflepuff common room, where she found Kyle casually playing with a niffler. She rushed over and sniffed around him. "What are you doing?" Kyle asked, bemused. "Checking for traces of Polyjuice Potion," Kanna replied. "Well, there aren't any." She flopped into a nearby armchair. "What was that all about in class?" she demanded. "Trying to get her to put me in detention," Kyle said simply. "I had several plans prepared, but in the end, it turned out to be surprisingly easy." "You provoked Umbridge on purpose so she'd give you detention?" Kanna asked, still struggling to grasp his reasoning. "Yes," Kyle nodded, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Kanna sighed, slightly relieved that his behavior had been deliberate. "Well, that explains it. I've just never seen you so. She paused, searching for the right word. "You mean cynical, right?" Kyle offered with a grin. "I learned it from Professor Snape. Works wonders." She got mad immediately. "But honestly," he added with a chuckle, "when it comes to being cynical, the whole school, professors and students combined, can't hold a candle to Professor Snape." "What are you talking about?" Kanna glared at him, clearly unimpressed. But it's true, Kyle muttered. Seeing her expression darken, he quickly backpedaled. Don't get me wrong. When I say cynical, I actually mean it as a compliment. Really? Connor studied him for a moment before reluctantly accepting his explanation. But I still don't understand, why would you want to get detention? Because it's more convenient, Kyle said vaguely, evading the question with a casual wave of his hand. The next day, word spread like wildfire through the halls of Hogwarts. Kyle had walked out of Umbridge's class and slammed the door behind him. The news traveled fast, unbelievably so, even by Hogwarts gossip standards. You really just left in the middle of class? Fred asked, sitting across from Kyle at the Hufflepuff table. Without giving Umbridge an ounce of respect. George chimed in from the other side. The twins looked at Kyle with an expression he hadn't seen from them before, genuine admiration. Yes, admiration. When Kyle had received the Hogwarts Award for Special Services or the Second-Class Order of Merlin, the twins had been happy for him. But this time, they were outright excited. You all know already? Kyle asked casually, biting into a piece of toast. Ha! George let out a peculiar laugh. Did you think it wouldn't get out? This isn't like one of those dull answers you give in class, mate. Walking out in the middle of a lecture, slamming the door no less, would have made waves if anyone had done it. But for Kyle, a model student with an outstanding record, it was practically scandalous. Have you had defense against the dark arts yet? Kyle asked in return, his tone light. No, Fred admitted with a shake of his head. Then you'll understand why I did it once you've had your turn, Kyle replied with a faint smile. He glanced at his watch and stood. I've got to head to detention. Before he left, he turned to Cedric. By the way, I'm not sure how long this detention will take, so about the Quidditch tryouts later. It's fine, Cedric said, his concern evident. We'll handle it. Don't worry. It's just detention, no big deal, Kyle said, reassuring him with a wave before leaving the Great Hall. Kyle made his way to Umbridge's office on the 4th floor. He knocked on the door, and a saccharine voice called out from inside. Come in. He pushed the door open and entered. The office was almost unrecognizable after 6 different occupants. Every surface was draped with lace tablecloths, and vases filled with dried flowers perched on small embroidered cushions. The walls were covered with decorative plates, each featuring brightly colored cats wearing different bows. Good morning, Umbridge greeted him, her smile as sweet and fake as her voice. Good morning, Kyle replied warmly, strolling to a nearby sofa and sitting down as if he were a guest. Do you have any black tea? No sugar, please. Breakfast was a bit heavy on the apple pie. Umbridge froze for a moment, staring at him in disbelief. He was in detention, yet he had the audacity to act like a patron at the Three Broomsticks. Her smile faltered, but she quickly forced it back. She thrived on respect and flattery, but Kyle was utterly indifferent to her authority. He had been this way for years, whether at St. Mungo's, the Ministry of Magic, or now. There is no black tea here, she snapped, her voice tightening with malice. And even if there were, I wouldn't give it to you. She pulled a long, thin quill with a sharp, glinting tip from her desk. Because you've spread vile, attention-seeking lies, she continued, your punishment will be to write a few sentences. With this, of course, not your own pen. Kyle eyed the quill for a moment before speaking calmly. If I'm not mistaken, there's dark magic on that quill. Dark magic? No, no, Umbridge said with mock sweetness, her smile returning. This is just your punishment. Kyle's expression didn't change. Whatever excuse you use, Professor Dumbledore would never approve of dark magic items being used at Hogwarts. Dumbledore doesn't control the Ministry of Magic, she spat, her fake sweetness vanishing. And he won't find out. No one will know what happens here until your punishment is finished. Kyle nodded slowly, his expression unreadable. I see. Then, almost casually, he drew his wand and gave it a flick. With a deafening pop, Umbridge was thrown backward as though struck by an invisible giant. She flew across the room and slammed into the desk behind her, landing with a dull thud. A nearby vase teetered, then crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. Kyle smiled faintly, leaning back in his seat. Really, why didn't you say so earlier, he said smoothly. If no one's going to find out, why am I even bothering to talk to you? Chapter 614, Learning more ancient runes is still useful. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Umbridge sat dazed on the floor, as if she couldn't process what had just happened. She only snapped out of it when a tingling sensation spread across her body. Damn it, you, how dare you? She began to sputter. Pop. Another sharp sound rang out. A decorative plate with a kitten on it flew off the wall and smashed squarely onto Umbridge's head. Then came a second plate, then a third. It wasn't until the fourth plate was airborne that Umbridge finally remembered to duck. Scrambling to her feet, she darted about, frantically dodging the plates that had once been her treasured decorations. Meanwhile, Kyle sat comfortably in the armchair, his wand in hand. He moved it slowly and deliberately, like a conductor directing a symphony. Umbridge clenched her teeth in fury. She tried to speak, but every time she opened her mouth, a plate struck her. When she reached for her wand, another plate smacked her wrist, forcing her to retreat. The plates, propelled by magic, hit with surprising force, drawing squeals of pain from Umbridge. For several moments, the room resounded with sharp cracks and crashes, resembling a chaotic fireworks display. It wasn't until the last plate on the wall had been hurled that Umbridge, battered and bruised, slumped against the door, panting heavily. She glared at Kyle, her face contorted with rage. "How dare you assault the senior undersecretary to the Minister for Magic?" she hissed through gritted teeth. "You will pay for this." Kyle smiled nonchalantly. "I just need to make sure you don't tell anyone," he said casually. "It's not a hard task." He raised his wand again. Umbridge flinched violently, nearly falling over. Her first instinct wasn't to fight back but to run. She turned and grabbed the doorknob, frantically trying to wrench it open. There were students and professors outside. If she could just make it out of the office, Kyle wouldn't dare lay another hand on her. But her escape plan fell apart instantly. The doorknob refused to budge, as though welded shut. "Don't waste your strength," Kyle said with a smirk. His gaze flicked to a sneakoscope on the desk. It spun wildly, emitting a faint whirring noise. Kyle recognized it as a device to prevent eavesdropping, one he'd seen during the holidays at 12 Grimmauld Place in Professor Moody's possession. "If you thought of locking the door, did you think I wouldn't?" Kyle continued. "I sealed it when I walked in. Without the unlocking charm, no one's getting in or out." "Unlocking charm?" Umbridge stammered, fumbling for her wand. "Expelliarmus." Umbridge watched in horror as her wand shot out of her hand, spinning through the air before landing neatly in Kyle's grip. "A simple disarming charm," Kyle said lightly as he caught the wand. "Surely, as the defense against the dark arts professor, you're familiar with it." Kyle examined the wand briefly, then tossed it to the ground with an expression of disdain. Most wands were around 10 inches long, but this one was barely 7. Kyle couldn't help but find it laughable. With a wand like this, spells would naturally take longer to reach their targets. You. Umbridge sputtered, her face red with fury. She tried to look intimidating but only managed to seem pitiful. "I am Dolores Umbridge," she shrieked, her voice cracking. "Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic and Hogwarts High Inquisitor. If you attack me, it will be considered a provocation against the Ministry of Magic. You'll be expelled. The Aurors will come for you, and not even Dumbledore will be able to save you. If anything happens to me, the Aurors will figure it out," she added, her tone growing shriller. Kyle yawned theatrically. "Terrifying. Could you stop shouting? It's giving me a headache. If you put down your wand." Umbridge stammered, trying to steady her voice, "I might consider sparing your life." "Oh, of course," Kyle said agreeably, setting his wand down on the table beside him. Umbridge froze, staring in disbelief. Her expression shifted as hope surged within her. "He's scared," she thought. "He's finally realized who he's dealing with." Straightening her disheveled sweater, Umbridge regained her composure and tried to restore her usual air of authority. "Now, I order you to open the door," Umbridge said curtly, trying to regain her authority. "If you don't want to be expelled, you'd better do as I say." "That's no problem at all," Kyle replied calmly. "But Professor, aren't you forgetting something? I'm here for detention. I still need to write my sentences." "Ah, yes, that's right." The reminder reignited Umbridge's anger, which she barely concealed beneath her ever-present fake smile. Inside, she seethed. "Damn you, you lawless little brat. You think I'll let you off? Dream on. I want you to write, 'I cannot be rude to Professor Umbridge,' 100, no, 500 times, until you've learned it by heart," she declared. "Yes, Professor," Kyle said with a nod. But despite his agreement, he remained seated. "Why aren't you writing?" Umbridge snapped. "Hurry up. Use the quill I gave you earlier, or I'll change my mind." "Just a moment," Kyle replied as he retrieved a suitcase and began rummaging through it. "What are you doing?" Umbridge demanded, her tone wary. "Put that down, on the floor." "Okay." Kyle obeyed, placing the suitcase on the ground. Umbridge, sensing something amiss, cautiously approached the suitcase. But the moment she reached for it, a vine covered in sharp, menacing thorns shot out, wrapping around her in an instant. "Damn it. What is this?" Umbridge shrieked, flailing in panic. "I wouldn't move if I were you, Professor," Kyle said with a calm tone. "These are venomous tentacula. If one of those thorns pricks you, well, I think you know the consequences." Umbridge froze, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at the glinting spikes dangerously close to her skin. Of course, she knew the plant, a highly venomous species and a regulated Class C non-tradable material. "What do you want?" she stammered, her voice trembling. "Venomous tentacula is illegal to cultivate without permission." "No, Professor, you're mistaken," Kyle said, wagging a finger at her. "This is a seed your Ministry of Magic gave me." "What?" "As for what I want to do," Kyle continued, ignoring her confusion, "I'm going to complete my detention, of course, writing those 500 sentences you just assigned." Kyle casually picked up the long, sharp-pointed quill from the table, inspecting it closely. It didn't take long for him to determine its function. Finding a piece of parchment, he lightly pressed the quill's tip against it. A sharp sting pricked his hand, confirming his suspicions. This quill was designed to use the writer's blood as ink, the razor-sharp tip cutting into the skin with each stroke. Dark magic, no doubt. After observing the quill for a moment, Kyle drew his wand and added a few runes to it. "Not too complicated," he muttered to himself. "This should work." Without a word, he walked over to Umbridge and pressed the quill into her hand. A piercing scream escaped her lips as blood began to stain the black feathers of the quill. Kyle calmly tapped the parchment with the quill again. This time, he felt no pain, but Umbridge gasped audibly, her face contorting in agony. "It works perfectly," Kyle said with a satisfied nod. He retrieved a blank piece of parchment and began writing. "I must not be rude to Professor Umbridge." Umbridge trembled violently, the sharp pain burning through her hand, but she dared not move. All she could do was spit curses at Kyle. Kyle ignored her completely. By the 10th repetition, her curses had morphed into threats, against Kyle, Chris, and even Dumbledore. None were spared. By the 50th repetition, her tone had shifted yet again. Now she was pleading for mercy, her voice shaky and uneven, the pain making it hard for her to speak. Kyle continued as if he hadn't noticed. "Don't worry, Professor," he said with mock reassurance, starting a fresh sheet of parchment. "Didn't you say you wanted 500 copies? I've only done a tenth of it. I can't just give up halfway." Chapter 615, I'm going to report Dumbledore. The atmosphere in Umbridge's office had grown eerily quiet, the only sound the steady scratching of Kyle's quill as it moved across the parchment. Sunlight streamed through the window, highlighting the thick stack of parchment on the desk, each line bearing the same sentence over and over. Kyle had added ink multiple times, his hand cramping as he pushed through the monotonous task. By noon, he had finally finished the required 500 lines. That was exhausting. He muttered, rubbing his sore wrist. The last time he'd written so much in one sitting was the night before the holiday last year, frantically finishing his potions homework. He stood and walked over to Umbridge. An hour earlier, she had stopped speaking entirely, her voice stolen by pain and exhaustion. All she could do now was glare at him with venom in her eyes. Though the wounds on the back of her hand had healed, the skin remained raw and pink, as if fresh flesh had just begun to grow back. "I'm finished, Professor," Kyle said, holding up the hefty stack of parchment. "As you can see, exactly 500 lines. Umbridge didn't reply, but her glare sharpened. She had pieced things together. This was Hogwarts, a school. Kyle wouldn't dare kill her, nor could he keep her locked up indefinitely. Sooner or later, she would get out, and when she did, she would make him pay. "Professor, I suppose you're thinking that I wouldn't dare kill you," Kyle said, his voice calm and measured. "And you're right. I wouldn't. After all, this is Hogwarts." His smile deepened. "But whether you'll remember this conversation when the time comes, well, that's another matter." Kyle drew his wand, pointing it directly at Umbridge's head. Her bravado faltered, giving way to panic. "What are you doing?" she shrieked. "I'm the senior undersecretary to the Minister for Magic." "I know," Kyle said, raising an eyebrow. "You've mentioned it, more than once. And that's exactly why I can't have you causing me any trouble." He tilted his head, as if considering something. "You know, a professor, one who also taught defense against the dark arts, taught me a very useful little trick for situations like this. Oh, and before I forget," Kyle added, gesturing toward the thorny vines encasing her. "I made an error earlier. Venomous tentacula have round, needle-like spikes. These jagged, triangular ones. They're characteristic of fang geranium." "What?" Umbridge gasped, her eyes darting to the plant around her. "Fang geranium," Kyle repeated with a smile. "It's only mildly poisonous. At worst, it causes brief discomfort. So, if you'd found the courage to rush over and grab the wand on the floor earlier, you probably could have escaped." He shrugged. "I was pretty focused on my writing, I wouldn't have noticed." "You lied to me," Umbridge whispered, her face pale with fury and humiliation. "Obliviate." A silvery flash erupted from Kyle's wand, and Umbridge's furious expression melted into a vacant, confused stare. Taking advantage of her dazed state, Kyle quickly moved to erase all traces of what had transpired. With a few precise waves of his wand, the shattered plates reassembled themselves, flying back onto the walls as if they'd never been disturbed. The overturned table and broken vase righted themselves, their pieces rejoining seamlessly. Kyle turned his attention to the door, undoing the locking spell and dispelling the muffly-auto charm that had blanketed the room in silence. Finally, he crouched down and stuffed the fanged geranium back into his suitcase, snapping it shut. The office now looked untouched, as though nothing unusual had occurred. There was, however, one last detail to address. Kyle pointed his wand at the raw, red scar on the back of Umbridge's hand. The mark vanished instantly. But Kyle hadn't actually healed it. Wounds inflicted by dark magic items like the quill were far more complicated to mend. Instead, he had used a clever bit of transfiguration to mask the scar. With his current skill level, the illusion would hold at least until the end of the semester, unless someone used a counterspell. At that moment, Umbridge seemed to fully regain her senses. Her gaze filled with confusion as she stared at Kyle, trying to piece together what had happened. But confusion quickly gave way to anger. "Get out. Why did you come into my office without knocking?" she snapped. "Sorry, Professor," Kyle said with a pleasant smile. "I did knock, but you seem to have fallen asleep and didn't hear me." "I fell asleep," Umbridge muttered, her expression blank. But she did feel oddly groggy, as if she hadn't quite woken up. Raising her hand to rub her forehead, she was startled by a sudden sharp pain in the back of her hand. She yelped instinctively, looking down, but to her surprise, there was nothing unusual to see. "Professor, is something wrong?" Kyle asked, his tone innocent. "None of your business," she snapped out of habit but quickly corrected herself, adopting her usual high-pitched, saccharine tone. "I mean, of course, I'm fine. But you're late." She pointed to the clock on the wall and added, "Your detention was supposed to start at 8 o'clock, but it's now been more than 3 hours. Therefore, your punishment will be doubled." As she spoke, she rubbed the back of her hand again, wincing faintly. "That's reasonable, Professor," Kyle replied with a nod. "But I think I should explain why I behaved as I did in class." Umbridge arched an eyebrow. "And what reason could you possibly have?" "I needed an opportunity to speak to you in private," Kyle said. Detention was a convenient excuse. "Oh." Umbridge's interest was piqued. She leaned forward slightly and asked with a smile, "What exactly did you want to discuss?" "Dumbledore," Kyle said simply. "I've discovered that he's planning to run for Minister of Magic." The words hit like a thunderclap. Umbridge jerked upright in her chair, but in her haste, she accidentally knocked the back of her hand against the armrest. Another jolt of pain shot through her, but she barely noticed it this time. "Don't be ridiculous," she said sharply, trying to keep her tone dismissive. "Everyone knows Dumbledore has no interest in the ministry. He's dedicated to being headmaster of Hogwarts. Don't think you can make up wild stories to avoid your punishment." "That may have been true in the past," Kyle said smoothly. "But people change, Professor. You probably don't know this, but during the holidays, Dumbledore held a secret meeting at the Hog's Head. The topic of discussion: securing nominations to replace Cornelius Fudge as the next Minister of Magic." Umbridge's smile faltered, her face growing serious. She did know something about this. The ministry had been unable to hide the fact that so many foreign wizards had converged on Britain during the summer. Fudge had been desperate to uncover what was said at that meeting, but despite extensive investigations by Aurors and hit wizards, they had turned up nothing. One of her objectives at Hogwarts was to uncover the details of that meeting. She had initially planned to start with the professors, but now Kyle had handed her a potential breakthrough. "How do you know about this?" she asked sharply. "Because I was there," Kyle said, his tone confident and self-satisfied. "Dumbledore trusts me." "And yet you're telling me this?" Umbridge asked, suspicion etched on her face. "Because I believe Cornelius Fudge is the best Minister of Magic we could have," Kyle said without hesitation. Umbridge stared at him, her eyes narrowing as she tried to gauge his sincerity. Then, unexpectedly, she burst into laughter. "I won't fall for such a clumsy trick," she said. Kyle shrugged nonchalantly. "If you don't believe me, that's your choice." He turned toward the door and began to walk away, adding as he went, "It's a shame, though. If Dumbledore becomes minister, I wonder how many people will lose their positions. The wizarding world can't afford that kind of chaos." 1 step. 2 steps. Just as Kyle opened the office door to leave, Umbridge's voice rang out sharply behind him. "Wait." She hurried over, slamming the door shut before he could step through. "Tell me everything that happened at the meeting, and I'll let you off this time," she said, her tone a mix of eagerness and suspicion. "I've already told you everything I know," Kyle said, shaking his head. "As for the details, I'm sorry, but I can only share those with Minister Fudge." "You know, this could be a big opportunity for me," Umbridge said, her expression softening slightly as she scrutinized him. "I've always wanted to climb higher in the Ministry of Magic." Kyle's casual demeanor didn't waver. Are you worried I'll take credit from you? I'm sure you wouldn't, Kyle replied with a faint smile. But this is my gift to Minister Fudge. And as with any gift, it has to be delivered in person, don't you think? He let the thought linger a moment before continuing. Besides, I'm still in 6th year. I won't graduate for another 2 years. Even if I did get credit, it wouldn't help me much now, maybe just a little advantage when the time comes. Umbridge's eyes gleamed. She had almost forgotten Kyle was still a student. If you're lying to me. She started, her voice threatening. I'm only doing this for the stability of the wizarding world, Professor, Kyle said earnestly. A wise choice, Umbridge murmured approvingly. Her expression softened further. I'll inform the minister. If what you've said is true, I'll personally ensure you have a position in the ministry as soon as you graduate, in the best department of all, the minister's office. Kyle's eyes flickered with a brief flash of excitement, but it was gone so quickly it could have been imagined. Umbridge, however, caught it, her gaze narrowing slightly. And as for my detention today? Kyle ventured. Of course not, Umbridge said with an indulgent smile. Consider it a reward for providing such valuable information. Kyle turned to leave but paused at the doorway, then walked back into the office. Umbridge, now seated behind her desk and busy preparing a letter, looked up, her expression warmer than Kyle had ever seen. Kyle, she said, her tone almost motherly. Is there something else you need? Actually, yes, Professor. Just a small matter. Go on, she said, gesturing for him to speak. Well, Kyle began, looking slightly embarrassed, you deducted 20 points from me yesterday in class. I understand why, of course, but you know I only acted out to avoid arousing Dumbledore's suspicion. So, if it's not too much trouble, could you restore the points? It's still the beginning of the school year, and Hufflepuff is already in second to last place. Umbridge's expression turned thoughtful, tinged with a slight disappointment. You're right, she said after a moment. This is Hogwarts, and one must be cautious. Your request is reasonable, defending the honor of your house is only natural. She gave him a small, almost approving nod. In fact, she added with a faint smile, for your honesty and bravery, I'll award Hufflepuff 50 points. Chapter 616, The Many Clubs of Hogwarts. After leaving Umbridge's office, Kyle walked briskly down the corridor toward the Great Hall. It was already noon, and the Great Hall buzzed with students gathering for lunch. Near the Hufflepuff table, Cedric and the Quidditch team were deep in discussion, chatting about the new recruits from the morning's tryouts. When Cedric spotted Kyle, he immediately scooted over to make space. How was your detention with Professor Umbridge? Cedric asked as Kyle sat down. Did she give you a hard time? What did she make you do? Another teammate chimed in. Kyle paused before answering, it was okay. I had to write a sentence 500 times. That's not too bad, Cedric said with a slight shrug. Yeah, Kyle agreed, though his tone carried a hint of exasperation. It's just that 500 times is a lot. 10 sheets of parchment, it felt more like an extra-long homework assignment. That's manageable, Kana reassured him. She pushed a plate of pies his way. Do you want some pie? Thanks. I've been starving for an hour, Kyle replied, cutting himself a piece and taking a bite. The pie was filled with beef, onions, and peppers, and he found it quite satisfying. By the way, he said between bites, turning to Cedric, what do you think of this year's new recruits? They're okay, Cedric said with a slight grimace. We didn't find anyone with standout talent this year. The only one who showed some promise is a third-year keeper. Flora Padvey, in 5th year, was also pretty decent, Cedric continued, but she's not that serious about Quidditch. She made it clear during tryouts that if practice overlaps with her Charms Club meetings, she'd pick the club over the team. Wait, what club did you say? Kyle asked, looking up. The Charms Club, Cedric repeated. Is there really such a thing at Hogwarts? Kyle asked, his eyebrows furrowing. Not only does it exist, but there are quite a few clubs, Cedric replied. For example, there's the Wizard Chess Club, the Gorgeous Robes Club, and the Afternoon Tea Club, just to name a few. These aren't run by professors, Cedric explained. They're student-organized. People with similar interests set them up, and they meet regularly in specific locations. I joined the Wizard Chess Club in 4th year. Kyle looked bewildered. I've never heard of any of these. Cedric retorted with a laugh, you've probably been too busy to notice. Kyle had no response to that. Now that he thought about it, it was true. His previous years had been packed, attending the professors' clubs, keeping up with team training, studying runes, and handling the mountain of homework assigned every week. Last year, he'd had more free time, but being Hogwarts champion in the Triwizard Tournament meant no one would bother him with things as trivial as clubs. Now that he reflected, he vaguely recalled overhearing students in the common room discussing club activities, but he hadn't paid much attention at the time. I see. Kyle said with a nod. Then, turning to Kanna, he asked curiously, have you joined the Charms Club? No, Kanna said with a slight shake of her head. I've never even heard of it. Same here, Kyle said with a laugh. Doesn't sound as charming as it claims to be, then. Kanna couldn't help but laugh at that. I advise you to be careful, Cedric said. Just because you weren't invited doesn't mean the others aren't good. The Charms Club has a lot of members, and it's quite difficult to join. You have to pass a series of tests. Kyle raised an eyebrow. So, Cho is one of them. Cedric paused for a moment before conceding, okay, maybe it's not that charming. The table erupted in laughter, Cedric joining in after a moment. But I wasn't wrong about one thing, Cedric continued, recovering his composure. It's still quite popular. Besides Flora, there's also Vicky Frobisher of Gryffindor. She's one of the participants in their selection, and she's a very skilled flyer. Though, Cedric added thoughtfully, Captain Angelina didn't recruit her. She picked Ron Weasley instead, who, to be honest, is mediocre in every way. I wonder if it's part of some bigger strategy. After all, the Weasley family has produced some brilliant members. Maybe you're overthinking it, Kyle said with a shrug. A good team dynamic can sometimes make up for individual weaknesses. There's plenty of time before the first match, we just need to focus on training. That's how I see it, too, Cedric agreed. In the afternoon, the group of friends who were free gathered on the lawn outside the castle. Fred and George had a specific goal in mind, finding Hagrid. They needed a special type of poisonous berry for their skiving snack boxes, and the Forbidden Forest was the only place they could find it. However, when they reached Hagrid's hut, it was still shut tight, the silence inside confirming his absence. It looks like Hagrid hasn't come back yet, Fred said with a sigh. I'd love to know what he's up to. Don't worry about that now, George interjected, a gleam of excitement in his eye. Don't you see? This is a perfect opportunity. Hagrid's not here, which means the Forbidden Forest is unguarded. Why not go in and pick the berries ourselves? Cedric raised an eyebrow. Are you seriously saying this in front of us? Fred and George turned to look at their companions, suddenly realizing there were 4 prefects among them. Prefects were technically obligated to enforce school rules, meaning they could punish anyone breaking them, even fellow students. George gave a sheepish grin. Could you pretend you didn't hear that? It's a rare chance, and all we want are some berries. Just berries? Cho asked skeptically, crossing her arms. Of course. Fred said earnestly. We promise. Kyle smirked, leaning in. Promise to only pick berries, sure. But we all know you're not promising how far into the forest you'll go. The group chuckled knowingly. Poisonous berries weren't hard to find, they grew both near the forest's edge and deeper inside. Given Fred and George's penchant for adventure, it was obvious they'd aim for the most forbidden areas. Fred and George didn't seem the least bit embarrassed about having their plan exposed. Before they could defend themselves, a stern voice interrupted them. What are you doing? The group turned to see Professor Grubbly-Plank emerging from the Forbidden Forest, carrying 2 large buckets. She looked at them with suspicion, her expression sharp. Students aren't allowed in the Forbidden Forest, she said firmly. Go back to the castle, or I'll report this to Professor McGonagall. No, we're here to see Professor Hagrid, George said quickly, plastering on a smile. Do you know where he is? Another group looking for Hagrid. Professor Grubbly-Plank muttered, shaking her head. I don't know where he is. But I suggest you get back to the castle. Students are only allowed near the forest during Care of Magical Creatures lessons. Yes, Professor. We'll leave now, Cedric said diplomatically, steering the group away. The group started walking back toward the castle, Fred and George trailing behind, grumbling. She's not very pleasant, Fred muttered. I definitely prefer Hagrid. Agreed, George said. Cho smiled slyly at them. That's not what you used to say. Didn't you complain all the time about Hagrid guarding the Forbidden Forest so closely that you couldn't sneak in? But at least he'd hear us out, Fred protested. And sometimes, George added, he'd even go into the forest and bring us what we needed. Chapter 617, Bonus Points in Potions Class. Weekends always seem to pass in the blink of an eye. By Monday morning, sunlight streamed through the dormitory window, waking Kyle naturally instead of an alarm clock. Mikkel and Ryan were still fast asleep, their breath slow and even. Not wanting to disturb them, Kyle dressed quietly and slipped out of the dormitory. On his way to the Great Hall, he encountered Filch. After last year's events, the castle caretaker seemed like a completely different person. Gone was the tyrannical enforcer eager to drag rule-breakers to the dungeons for punishment. Instead, he now appeared timid and wary. Whenever he crossed paths with someone, his first instinct was not to reprimand them but to retreat, often hiding behind a piece of armor. Only when he recognized Kyle did he step out cautiously, visibly relaxing. It seemed that being knocked unconscious by Barty Crouch Jr. had left a lasting impression on him. Still, this change had its perks. Hogwarts students no longer had to worry about being scolded for something as minor as speaking too loudly. The first class of the morning was Defense Against the Dark Arts. After breakfast, Kyle headed to the classroom with Conna. Initially, Conna felt a bit uneasy, worried that Kyle might pick another argument with Professor Umbridge, as he had during the last lesson. Though she didn't like Umbridge either, the professor's position made such confrontations risky for a student. To her relief, and everyone else's surprise, Kyle remained quiet throughout the entire class. Even Professor Umbridge seemed to have moved past the previous incident, acting as though it had never happened. This turn of events came as a relief to Conna, but it left some students disappointed. Sharing the class with Hufflepuff, they had eagerly anticipated seeing Kyle make a scene, especially after hearing the stories about him storming out last time. For these students, the dull, repetitive lessons full of reading and note-taking offered little excitement, and they had hoped Kyle might liven things up. The lesson, however, proceeded without incident. In fact, what shocked everyone even more was that toward the end of class, Professor Umbridge awarded the Hufflepuffs 5 points when Kyle correctly answered a question. This unexpected turn of events left some students wondering if the infamous door-slamming incident had been nothing more than a rumor spread by Hufflepuff and Gryffindor to make fools of others. To them, the lesson seemed no different from the usual tedium. The only noticeable change was Umbridge's habit of occasionally rubbing the back of her hand. Whether this was due to an injury or some other reason remained a mystery. Defense Against the Dark Arts was followed by the Advanced Potions class. This time, there were more students than in Transfiguration, a total of 16, though half of them were Slytherins. Kyle doubted that all of them had achieved the necessary OWL scores, given what he knew about Slytherin's former big spenders. Many of them were average at best in potions, not exactly terrible, but far from exceptional. Their presence here spoke volumes about Snape's enduring partiality. The dungeon was as cold as ever, and Snape's expression matched the atmosphere. He looked even more pallid and worn than usual, with deep-set eyes that suggested several sleepless nights. As 2 Ravenclaw students prepared to sit together at one of the tables, Snape's voice sliced through the air. "Sit separately," he commanded icily. "You don't think you'll manage to brew a potion together in advanced classes, do you? If you can't complete a potion on your own, you'd best leave now." One of the Ravenclaws hesitated before quickly stepping away to another table. The rest of the class got the message and spread out, each claiming a table for themselves. Although the dungeon was limited in space, the small class size ensured that there were enough cauldrons for everyone. Snape began his lecture in his typical monotone. "Advanced classes," he said, his cold voice carrying easily in the quiet room. "You are all the most outstanding students I have selected." He paused deliberately, his gaze sliding toward Kyle, who was sitting quietly in a corner. "But," Snape continued, tearing his eyes away, "I hope you can prove yourselves worthy of the selection. My standards will be strict, and I expect no foolish mistakes in this class. Otherwise, I will be very angry." His eyes swept the room again, lingering briefly as if to hammer the point home. The Slytherins immediately sat up straighter, their postures rigid with a desire to impress. Yet Snape wasn't even looking at them. "Today," he announced, "we will be preparing the simplest potion in advanced potion making, the Draught of Living Death. Does anyone know what this potion is?" Nearly every hand in the room shot up, but Snape chose Conna without hesitation. "The Draught of Living Death," Conna recited, "also known as the Draught of the Living Dead, is a powerful sleeping potion that can send the drinker into a deep sleep within a minute." "Half a minute, to be precise," Snape corrected, though his tone held a rare note of approval. "An excellent answer. 5 points to Hufflepuff." The class remained unfazed by this favoritism. Snape's bias towards certain students was well known. "Although it is the simplest potion in advanced potion making," Snape continued, "it is more complex than anything you have brewed before." With a sharp tap of his wand, instructions appeared on the chalkboard, listing the ingredients and steps for brewing the potion. Kyle recognized the Draught of Living Death immediately. He had successfully brewed it years ago in a previous potions class. However, the steps written on the board differed slightly from the ones he remembered. In Snape's old textbook, rootgrass and lionfish bone powder were key ingredients. But here, both have been replaced by dried belladonna flowers. The substitution made the process simpler. Belladonna required only light grinding before being added to the cauldron, with no special preparation. Kyle gathered his ingredients and followed the updated instructions. By the halfway point of the lesson, the potion in his cauldron had transformed into the expected well-mixed brownish-red liquid. Conna had also achieved the same result. The rest of the class wasn't so fortunate. The potions brewed by the other students varied in color and consistency, with some too dark and others visibly uneven. None of them matched the standard set by Kyle and Conna. The valerian root is not cut to the same size. Who told you to throw the belladonna flowers in whole? Mix less, half a turn. Snape paced through the classroom, his sharp tone slicing through the air as he called out mistakes without the slightest hesitation or mercy. Yet, he never once approached Kyle's table, as though Kyle didn't even exist. Snape stopped next to a Gryffindor student, frowning deeply at the murky contents of the student's cauldron. He opened his mouth, ready to deliver a scathing remark, when the dungeon door creaked open. Before Kyle could turn to see the newcomer, the unmistakable high-pitched voice answered the question for him. "Professor Snape, I hope I'm not interrupting," came Umbridge's sugary tone, though it was clear she had no qualms about doing exactly that. Snape's eyes twitched, and his lips pressed into a thinner line as he moved to the door. Without a word to the class, he stepped outside to meet her, though his irritation was palpable. After a brief pause, Snape's restrained voice could be heard. "Professor Umbridge, what can I do for you?" "I think it's best we speak in private," Umbridge replied, casting a cursory glance at the students in the classroom. Snape nodded curtly and followed her out. When he returned a few minutes later, his expression had soured even further. His usual disdainful sneer now carried a tinge of something darker, resentment, perhaps. Muttering under his breath, he grumbled, "Why don't you go to the hospital wing? I'm not a healer." His low, bitter complaints continued as he resumed his pacing. For the rest of the lesson, the students worked in silence, treading carefully so as not to provoke their already irritable professor. Every glance, every sound was measured, the tension in the room thick enough to cut with a knife. Another half-hour passed in this uneasy quiet. "Time's up," Snape announced abruptly. "Everyone stop casting your charms and cease stirring." He began his inspections, moving from table to table. As he scrutinized each potion, Snape's criticisms were biting, his mood clearly unsoftened by even minor successes. Kyle glanced around the room. Following Snape's instructions from the chalkboard, most students had managed to produce a potion that turned a pale pink after the final stir. While the shades varied slightly, some darker, some lighter, none of the differences appeared significant enough to impair the potion's functionality. Snape, however, seemed unimpressed. He pointed out flaws in almost every cauldron, his remarks landing like blows. To him, successfully brewing the draft of living death on the first try wasn't an accomplishment, it was the bare minimum he expected. Finally, Snape approached Kyle's table. Kyle's potion was flawless, its consistency and color exactly as it should be. "Not bad," Snape muttered through gritted teeth, as though it physically pained him to acknowledge the success. 1 point to Hufflepuff. Chapter 618, The Professor's Strange Behavior. "Conna, listen to me. If you have the time, you should take Snape to the hospital wing and have Madame Pomfrey check him out. I'm starting to think he might have drunk the wrong potion." In the Hufflepuff common room that evening, Kyle was trying to convince Conna to pay closer attention to Snape's condition. His genuine concern, however, was met with silence. Conna focused on her homework, showing no intention of engaging with him. Occasionally, when she tired of Kyle's persistence, she would glare at him in irritation. "I'm serious," Kyle insisted. Having spent 5 years at Hogwarts, Kyle was well acquainted with Snape's teaching methods. From his very first year up to now, Snape had never failed to deduct points from him during a single class. Not once. To Kyle, it was almost a comforting constant. So, when Snape awarded him 1 point instead of taking any away, it felt surreal. It wasn't until Kyle left the classroom and noticed the daggers being thrown at him by the Slytherins that he fully processed the moment. Snape hadn't deducted points, he'd added them. Snape. The man addicted to deducting points from Hufflepuff. Kyle's first instinct was disbelief. Such behavior was utterly out of character, and in his mind, it could only mean one thing: Snape must have consumed the wrong potion. This was why he was so adamant about convincing Conna to take action. After all, Snape was practically family to her. And while Kyle might not hold any warm feelings for the men, standing by and doing nothing felt wrong. Conna, however, had a different perspective. "What's so strange about getting extra credit for meeting the professor's expectations?" she said with a note of exasperation, finally looking up from her parchment. "Professor Snape is just stricter than usual. These are advanced classes, after all, the difficulty's much higher, so it's only natural for him to acknowledge when someone excels." No. Kyle shook his head emphatically, though he kept his more candid thoughts to himself. This would be fine if it were any other professor, but Snape. He's just strange in every way. And the strangeness didn't stop there. The next day, during Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall gave Kyle 30 points. Kyle was floored. While McGonagall was known for her fairness, she rarely awarded more than 10 points at a time, even for exceptional work. It only happened during particularly challenging lessons, and even then, 30 points was almost unheard of. Adding this to the points Snape had given, plus the points from Umbridge earlier, Kyle realized that Hufflepuff had soared to the top of the house rankings, now more than 20 points ahead of Slytherin. "Incredible," Cedric said, gazing at the gem-filled Hufflepuff hourglass in the Great Hall. "If we can hold on to this lead until the end of the year, Hufflepuff could finally break Slytherin's streak and become 6-time champions. Cedric's voice carried a mix of hope and determination. With his graduation looming, he was eager to leave Hogwarts on a high note. Winning the House Cup would be a fitting send-off. Of course, Cedric wasn't content with just the House Cup. If we can win the Quidditch Cup again this year, he added, it'll be the 5th time in a row. That'd be the perfect way to end my time at Hogwarts. Suddenly fired up by the thought, Cedric stood and called out to his team. Hurry up, it's time for training. We've only got 3 hours on the pitch today, so grab your brooms and meet me at the stadium. With that, he dashed out of the Great Hall, completely ignoring the light drizzle outside. Honestly, Cedric's turning more and more into Oliver Wood, Fred remarked, clapping Kyle on the shoulder and struggling not to laugh. Yeah, George agreed. Leading a team is tough. Wood was absolutely obsessed before he graduated. He wanted us to stay on the pitch every night, but McGonagall wouldn't let him. But you still lost, Kyle said with a grin. Fred and George froze, their faces immediately darkening as they turned to glare at him. Kyle's words might have been cutting, but they were true. And the worst part? It was Hufflepuff that had crushed their hopes of victory. Enough. You won't have that kind of luck again this year. And Harry won't get tricked a second time. We'll see. Though Fred, George, and Kyle were good friends, Quidditch was a battlefield where camaraderie gave way to rivalry. Victory or defeat, there were no friends when it came to the pitch. Are you still playing Quidditch this year? Kyle asked curiously. As far as I know, you've been busy with the Weasley's Wizard Wheezes joke shop. Developing products, stocking up, choosing a shop location, all that must take a lot of time and energy. Ah, yeah, but it's okay. We can manage if we only train 3 times a week, Fred replied, rubbing the back of his head. Opening a joke shop had been a long-time dream for Fred and George, but now that they were making it a reality, they were discovering just how demanding it was. The first major hurdle was inventory. Although they had come up with several brilliant inventions, the number of products was still too small to fill a shop. To compete with Zonko's joke shop, which stocked nearly 200 items, they needed more variety, and they couldn't afford to compromise on quality. Then there was the issue of location, which proved even trickier. Sirius Black had offered to help, but his current preoccupation with matters at the Ministry of Magic left little time for such distractions. As a result, Fred and George decided to handle the matter themselves. They had settled on Diagon Alley for their shop, but the rent in such a prime location was exorbitantly high. While they now had a decent amount of gold, enough to afford renting even 2 shops, they were careful with their spending. After all, galleons didn't grow on trees. They had been scouting for a reasonably priced location in a high-traffic area, but it was proving challenging. Unsurprisingly, any good spots were already taken. Recently, however, they'd stumbled across a shop at 93 Diagon Alley, near Gringotts Bank. The space had been occupied by a store selling all nuts, but with declining sales due to pet stores bundling snacks with their animals, the current owners were planning to relocate. The location was ideal, particularly during the lead-up to the school year when young wizards eagerly spent their freshly withdrawn allowances. However, Fred and George were hesitant to commit just yet. They wanted to increase their startup capital a bit more before finalizing anything. Fortunately, they still had a year until graduation, giving them time to weigh their options carefully. Kyle watched Fred and George exchange worried glances and asked, "Do you need any help?" "Ah, no, we can handle it ourselves," Fred said, shaking his head. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he added warningly, "And don't think you can use this as an excuse to get us to go easy on you in Quidditch. It's not going to work." "Yeah," George chimed in, raising an eyebrow. "No matter what, we're not letting Hufflepuff take the Quidditch Cup again this year." "I should be the one saying that," Kyle replied with a laugh, deciding to drop the subject for now. Outside, the rest of Cedric's team had started heading toward the Quidditch pitch, broomsticks in hand. Mikkel, walking at the back of the group, called out to Kyle from just outside the Great Hall. Without hesitation, Kyle grabbed his broom and hurried to join them. Chapter 619, Fudge's Letter. By Friday, the weather remained as gloomy and rain-soaked as it had been all week. Yet, the Hufflepuff Quidditch team hadn't missed a single training session. As Fred had pointed out earlier, Cedric was becoming increasingly reminiscent of Oliver Wood, driven by an intense focus on the game. A bit of rain wasn't going to stop him. At 8:30 p.m., the team returned, thoroughly drenched and exhausted, to the welcoming warmth of the Hufflepuff common room. Kyle removed the waterproof badge from his uniform and settled into a chair, sipping the hot cocoa Kana had thoughtfully prepared earlier. Across the room, Cedric sat with a steaming cup of tea, which he'd fetched himself from the kitchen. "Tomorrow is Hogsmeade visiting day," remarked Midon Ancona, the new third-year keeper, as she carefully removed her waterproof badge and stored it safely. "What's it like there?" "I've never been. Only students in their 3rd year and above were allowed to visit Hogsmeade on designated weekends." Younger students had to remain in the castle, leaving the village as something of a mystery for those like Midon. It's really fun, Cedric assured her. I recommend starting with Honeydukes, it's always packed because it's the most popular shop in Hogsmeade. Dervish and Banges is another good spot, added Kanna. They sell all kinds of interesting magical items, like self-writing quills and reusable parchment. And if you're into something more unconventional, don't miss Zonko's joke shop, Kyle suggested with a grin. Then head to the Three Broomsticks for butterbeer, someone chimed in. Or try pumpkin fizz or cherry honey soda, it's way better than the pumpkin juice we get at school. Midon's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her excitement palpable. She clearly couldn't wait to experience Hogsmeade for the first time. The conversation quickly shifted away from training to recommendations for Midon and the other new third years. Older students like Kyle and Cedric, who had visited the village countless times, had seen most of the shops so many times that the novelty had long since worn off. Now, their role was to guide the newcomers on where to go and what to avoid. While Honeydukes and the Three Broomsticks were popular choices, Kyle had another suggestion, the Shrieking Shack. Sirius had purchased the property not long ago with plans to open a shop there with Lupin. Unfortunately, Voldemort's return had derailed those plans. With Lupin occupied and Sirius under investigation by the Ministry of Magic, the refurbished Shrieking Shack sat unused, its future uncertain. By 10 o'clock, the tired Quidditch team had dispersed to their dormitories, ready to rest before the weekend. The next morning, the Great Hall buzzed with excitement. Students chattered animatedly about their plans for the Hogsmeade trip, many already debating what to buy first. Cedric, however, seemed uninterested. As a seventh year, he'd been to Hogsmeade enough times to consider it routine. Instead of joining the trip, he planned to use the quiet castle as an opportunity for extra Quidditch practice. Though confident in his team's ability to beat most other houses, Cedric was cautious about Gryffindor. Harry's firebolt posed a unique challenge. Unlike Kyle, who used the same broom but played as a chaser and needed to score gradually, Harry's role as seeker meant he could end the game in an instant by catching the snitch. Last year, Hufflepuff had managed to neutralize Harry's firebolt through a clever and unexpected strategy. But Cedric knew such a tactic wouldn't work twice. Harry was too sharp to fall for the same trick again, and Cedric realized they'd need a new plan. Kyle wasn't particularly excited about Hogsmeade either. He'd already decided to skip the trip, preferring to spend his Saturday in the common room playing wizard chess. At least, that was his plan until a brown barn owl swooped into the Great Hall, delivering a short, cryptic note to him. See you at the Three Broomsticks. The note contained no signature, leaving Kyle puzzled. As he pondered its sender, he caught sight of Umbridge seated nearby, her gaze fixed intently on him. Kyle suddenly understood. He'd been wondering why a week had passed without any new interference from the Ministry. He had assumed Fudge was exercising restraint. The arrival of the note suggested otherwise. After breakfast, Kyle joined the other students heading to Hogsmeade. I thought you said you weren't going to Hogsmeade today. Kanna asked, her tone curious as they walked across the damp grounds. What changed your mind? I'm going to see someone, Kyle replied vaguely. Who? Professor Black. No, Kyle said, shaking his head. You'll see when we get there. Kanna raised an eyebrow at his cryptic answer but decided not to press further. Once in Hogsmeade, Kyle made a beeline for the Three Broomsticks. Since they had arrived early, the pub was nearly empty, and there was no sign of Fudge. The Three Broomsticks was typically a spot where people came to rest after exploring the village. Most only stopped in for a drink after they'd tired themselves out. Kyle ordered a pumpkin fizz and took a seat at an empty table, sipping his drink as he waited. About half an hour later, the door to the pub opened, and Madame Rosmerta's cheery voice echoed across the room. Oh, Mr. Minister, what brings you to Hogsmeade? The longing for your red currant rum, of course, replied Fudge with a jovial tone. To be honest, I think about it every time I go off duty. Thank you for the kind words, Mr. Minister, Madame Rosmerta said, beaming warmly. Her gaze shifted to Umbridge, who had entered behind him. And what about you, Professor Umbridge? Mead and cherry syrup, Umbridge replied in her high-pitched voice. From his seat, Kyle had a clear view of Madame Rosmerta's reaction. Her polite expression faltered for just a moment as she discreetly held one of the glasses behind the bar. She quickly composed herself. One moment, she said before turning away to prepare their drinks. With so few patrons in the pub, Fudge naturally noticed Kyle sitting nearby. He strode over to the table with a wide smile. Long time no see, Kyle, Fudge greeted warmly, as though their meeting were a happy coincidence. You did an outstanding job at the Triwizard Tournament last year, beating Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Truly remarkable. It's been ages since we've had any international glory like that. It was nothing, Minister, Kyle replied, his tone carefully neutral. Standing nearby, Kanna glanced between Kyle and Fudge. The situation suddenly clicked in her mind. She gave Kyle a small nod. I'll go buy some sweets, she said lightly, excusing herself and leaving the pub. What a clever girl, Fudge remarked, setting his striped bowler hat aside as he took the seat Kana had just vacated. Umbridge, silent until now, seated herself across from Fudge. Kana has always been clever, Kyle said with a polite smile. Chapter 620, The Minister Who Won't Step Down. Fudge seemed momentarily distracted by Kyle's words, responding with a distracted, "Yes, I can see that." His gaze shifted, scanning the surroundings. Kyle had deliberately chosen a secluded corner seat, one far from the windows and tucked behind a large decorative plant. From outside, it was impossible to see this part of the pub, and even for someone entering, the plant obstructed much of the view. Fudge, noticing the privacy, nodded in satisfaction. For a while, the conversation stayed light, filled with idle chatter about trivial topics. It wasn't until Madame Rosmerta brought their orders, Fudge's red currant rum and Umbridge's mead and cherry syrup, that the minister's demeanor began to shift. His smile faded, replaced by a more serious expression. Once Madame Rosmerta returned to her post at the bar, Fudge leaned forward slightly and said, "I heard from Dolores that you wanted to see me." Finally, they were getting to the point. Kyle set down his pumpkin fizz and met Fudge's gaze. "Yes, Minister," Kyle said. "I thought there was something you should know." "Oh. And what might that be?" Fudge's expression remained carefully neutral, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of curiosity. He acted as if this meeting were a mere coincidence, a casual encounter over drinks. "It's about Professor Dumbledore," Kyle said, pausing for effect. "A meeting he once hosted in his personal capacity." Fudge's posture stiffened almost imperceptibly, but his face stayed calm. "I've heard of it," he said evenly. "Albus is well known in the wizarding world, and as the headmaster of Hogwarts, it's only natural that he'd host gatherings with old friends now and then." "That's true," Kyle acknowledged. "But the subject of their discussion wasn't exactly what you'd expect at a friendly gathering." "Oh. And what was it, then?" Fudge asked, his tone feigning casual interest. "Go on, after all, a drink at the Three Broomsticks isn't complete without some good conversation. And don't worry," he added with a small smile, "I won't breathe a word of this to Albus." Kyle gave Fudge a knowing look. He didn't doubt the minister's promise for a second. They were talking about the resurrection of you-know-who. In an instant, the warmth drained from Fudge's face, replaced by a deep, angry flush. His expression contorted, his red complexion making him resemble an irate hippo. Next to him, Umbridge stood abruptly, her shrill voice trembling with indignation. She looked as if she might cast the Cruciatus curse on Kyle right then and there. "Ridiculous. Insane nonsense." Fudge roared. "The ministry has made it abundantly clear, he cannot and will not return. I've had quite enough of this nonsense. I thought you might have something worthwhile to say." He turned his glare on Umbridge. "Dolores, is this the surprise you mentioned?" Umbridge flinched under his icy gaze but said nothing. Fudge stood abruptly, as if to leave. "I don't think I'll be staying for a drink after all. Just to be clear, that man is not coming back." "But some people think he might," Kyle said calmly, ignoring the murderous glare Umbridge cast his way. "That rumor could serve them well." Fudge froze mid-movement, his eyes narrowing as he turned back to Kyle, scrutinizing him carefully. "Because," Kyle continued, his tone deliberate, "everyone knows the only person who can stand against you-know-who is Dumbledore. Rumors like this would bolster his prestige significantly, and quickly." Fudge's expression darkened, but he hesitated, finally sinking back into his seat. "It seems we're right to counter his lies," Fudge muttered, his tone sharp. "Exposing them in the Daily Prophet ensures fewer people are fooled by his rhetoric." "Indeed," Umbridge piped up, her voice shriller than ever. "And thanks to the minister's foresight, the wizarding community is already rejecting such preposterous claims." Her sycophantic tone made Kyle uncomfortable, but Fudge seemed to revel in it. "So, Kyle," Fudge said, his voice suddenly friendly again, as though his earlier outburst hadn't happened. "Would you be willing to testify to this publicly?" "I'd be happy to, Minister," Kyle replied with a measured smile. Fudge's grin widened at the response. The minister had long been uneasy about Dumbledore's influence, particularly through his association with Harry Potter. While Fudge would never openly admit it, he understood the power of Harry's reputation as the boy who lived. It was an asset Dumbledore wielded effectively. But Kyle's allegiance to the ministry changed the game. As the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin and the Triwizard Tournament champion, Kyle's rising fame rivaled Harry's, and with the ministry's backing, it could easily surpass it. Fudge's mind raced. He already knew who could help shape this narrative: Rita Skeeter. The scandal-loving journalist would be perfect for crafting stories to diminish Dumbledore's standing while elevating Kyle's. Gulping down half his glass of red currant rum, Fudge allowed himself to imagine a future where Dumbledore's credibility crumbled under public scrutiny, leaving him as little more than a scapegoat for Wizarding Society's frustrations. For Fudge, it was an enticing vision, a triumph both personal and political. The Ministry of Magic will remember your contributions. Despite his excitement, Fudge made sure to paint Kyle a promising picture of his future. And I've always been very optimistic about you. Chris can testify to that. I've mentioned to him several times that you should consider working for the ministry. I'm confident you could break his record and become the youngest head of department ever. Kyle immediately picked up on the significance of Fudge's comment about the head of department. Isn't Chris the deputy head now? Kyle thought. It seemed unlikely that Fudge had simply misspoken. Perhaps this wasn't mere flattery. Fudge might be hinting at plans already in motion. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Minister, Kyle said, his tone tinged with genuine excitement. I believe in my own judgment, Fudge said with a confident smile. I'm never wrong. The minister leaned forward slightly, his curiosity sharpening. But I am curious about the details of that meeting you mentioned. Did they have any other plans? Kyle took a moment to consider before answering. Of course they did. The main topic of discussion was how to gain more supporters. Fudge's expression faltered for a moment. He couldn't help but recall what he'd heard recently, that Dumbledore had met with Amelia Bones and Barty Crouch, the latter now positioned in the Department of Magical Transportation. Fudge had suspected that Dumbledore might be eyeing the minister's seat. Now, this seemed more plausible than ever. Securing the role of minister required a majority of the department heads' votes, and Dumbledore was influential enough to sway key individuals. Fudge's chest tightened with panic as the implications sunk in. He had no way of knowing how many allies Dumbledore had already won over or how many were contemplating a switch. Outwardly, though, Fudge maintained a facade of calm. Every department head has a sharp mind and a strong grasp of the facts. They won't fall for the lies about you-know-who's resurrection. Dumbledore's scheme is bound to fail. That's excellent to hear, Kyle said with a faint smile. If that's the case, then any follow-up plans they have will be ruined as well. Follow-up plans? Fudge asked warily, his suspicion clearly piqued. What do you mean? Oh, nothing too serious, Kyle shrugged. Just Dumbledore's wishful thinking. He said that once he became minister, he would do everything in his power to spread the news about you-know-who's resurrection. Why? Fudge blurted, confused. Wasn't Dumbledore leveraging the fear of you-know-who to gain power? Why would he continue to push such a narrative after securing the ministry? Wouldn't that only lead to backlash and scorn? Because, Kyle replied casually, it would give him an excuse to declare a state of war in the wizarding world. And during wartime, there are no elections for minister. As long as he avoids making any catastrophic mistakes, he could hold on to power indefinitely. That's preposterous, Fudge began, but his words were cut off by a loud bang. His hand had shaken so violently that his half-full glass of red currant rum toppled to the ground, shattering upon impact. Madame Rosmerta glanced over from the bar, startled. Is everything all right, Minister Fudge? It's fine, I can handle it, Fudge replied quickly, his voice strained as he tried to project calm. He retrieved his wand, though the tremor in his hand betrayed his composure. With a clumsy wave, the broken glass reassembled, and the spilled rum vanished. Taking several deep breaths to steady himself, Fudge turned to Kyle. Kyle, I'm glad you've shared all this, he said, his voice a touch unsteady. You've done a great service to the stability of the wizarding world. It's my duty, Kyle said modestly. Very good, Fudge said, though his eyes looked distant, his mind clearly racing. At that moment, the door to the Three Broomsticks swung open, and a group of students entered, their laughter cutting through the tension. Oh, is it that late already? Fudge said abruptly, rising from his seat. I wanted to chat with you a bit longer. Talking to young people always invigorates me, but alas, I have pressing matters to attend to. I'll see you out, Minister, Umbridge interjected, already standing and ready to follow. Fudge nodded, barely acknowledging Kyle as he strode quickly toward the door. Chapter 621, then I'll have to use the memory charm again. Fudge had barely exited when Kanna entered the Three Broomsticks, carrying 2 bags of sweets. So the person you were meeting this time was the Minister of Magic, she asked, her tone incredulous. Yes, Kyle replied with a grin. Fudge came to talk me out of school. Apparently, he wants me to become the next Minister of Magic right now. At first, Kanna's heart sank in alarm, but as Kyle continued, she realized he was teasing. Her worry turned to irritation as she threw a bag of mixed beans at him. Then just go ahead, Mr. Youngest Minister, she said sarcastically. Kyle caught the bag with a laugh. No, I actually turned him down. Being the Minister of Magic sounds incredibly dull. It's more work than being a 5th-year student, and not even a little fun. As if you'd ever actually become minister, Kanna retorted, rolling her eyes. All right, fine, I couldn't, Kyle conceded with a shrug. But Professor Dumbledore could. What? Kanna blinked, startled. Professor Dumbledore is running for Minister of Magic. Not really, Kyle clarified. But we needed to make Fudge feel a bit threatened, didn't we? Just enough to keep him from constantly trying to undermine us. Kyle began explaining the plan he and Dumbledore had devised. You're trying to make Fudge think that Professor Dumbledore is plotting against him? Kana asked, frowning as she absorbed the explanation. But if that's the case, he'll probably become even more aggressive. Professor Snape once told me that Fudge is obsessed with power, he values his position as minister above everything else. There's no way he'd let Dumbledore take it away from him. Don't worry, Kyle said, waving off her concern. No one is actually going to take it from him. Like I said, it's just an illusion, something to make him feel like he has to act. Our real goal is to get the Ministry of Magic to help deal with you-know-who's return. The Ministry is a powerful force, and we can't afford for them to keep pretending nothing's happening just because Fudge is scared or doesn't want to deal with the responsibility. That's true, Kana admitted with a nod. She'd seen the Ministry's stubbornness firsthand. Over the summer, the Daily Prophet had repeatedly claimed that you-know-who had not returned, dismissing Dumbledore's warnings as paranoia. By the second month, she'd stopped reading the paper altogether. So you lied to Fudge and told him ministers could serve consecutive terms during wartime, she asked. No, that part's true, Kyle corrected. Take Hector Fawley, for example. He was supposed to finish his term, but when the war with Grindelwald started, he stayed in office for 15 years. The only reason he was forced out was that he never took Grindelwald's threat seriously. That incompetence cost him his position. Grindelwald. Kana murmured, trying to recall the name. It sounded familiar, though she couldn't quite place it. He was the Dark Lord before you-know-who, Kyle explained. He caused chaos across Europe and even reached North America. But in the end, Professor Dumbledore defeated him. Oh, Kana said, nodding thoughtfully. But wasn't the Ministry of Magic also replaced twice during the time you-know-who and the Death Eaters were active? Yes, Kyle replied. But that was because those ministers were completely incompetent. If they'd been even halfway capable of managing the situation, they could have stayed in power indefinitely. Got it, Kana said, though she seemed deep in thought. She hadn't paid much attention to the details of past ministry changes before. By now, the Three Broomsticks was bustling with activity. The tables were filling up quickly, and groups of students stood around looking for available seats. It wasn't long before a group of 60-year Hufflepuffs noticed Kyle and Kana sitting at their large corner table. With only two of them there, the table had plenty of room for more. The newcomers approached hesitantly, gesturing toward the empty seats. Let's go back, Kana suggested. The pub was too crowded now, and continuing their discussion risked someone overhearing them, a situation that could become problematic if sensitive information got out. Okay, Kyle agreed. They stood, nodded goodbye to their classmates who had joined the table, and exited the Three Broomsticks. The road back to the castle was quiet, the crisp air filled only with the faint sounds of the village in the distance. It wasn't even noon yet, so the path was nearly deserted, leaving just the two of them to continue their conversation. What do you think the minister will do? Kana asked. Do you think he'll believe what you told him? I'm not sure, Kyle admitted, shaking his head. But I doubt he'll believe it outright. More likely, he'll focus on targeting Professor Dumbledore first. Aren't you worried he might twist your words, put them in the newspaper, and tell everyone that the supposed resurrection of you-know-who is just a conspiracy by Dumbledore to seize power? Kyle smiled and shook his head. Not at all. Fudge has been paranoid about Dumbledore trying to take his position since the day he became minister. Deep down, he knows that in terms of popularity and ability, he's no match for Dumbledore. So no matter what, he can't let this rumor spread. Conspiracy or no conspiracy, if Dumbledore actually wanted to be minister, there'd be countless people ready to support him without a second thought. Fudge isn't going to stir up trouble for himself like that. And here's the most critical part, if Fudge has any plans for re-election, he'll want to keep this under wraps. Instead, he'll work behind the scenes to undermine Dumbledore directly. Kana nodded thoughtfully as they neared the gates of Hogwarts. Then, an idea struck her. What if Fudge doesn't want to run for re-election, she asked. What if he really lets you go public, using the newspaper to prove that you-know-who hasn't returned and that Professor Dumbledore is lying? Kyle chuckled and shrugged. Then I'd be in a pretty awkward position. But honestly, the chances of that happening are so slim that if Fudge actually did it, I'd be impressed. But if it did happen, wouldn't you be standing against Professor Dumbledore? Kana pressed, her concern evident. If you side with them, no one will believe that you-know-who has returned. And wouldn't Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Sprout, wouldn't they misunderstand your intentions? That won't happen, Kyle replied confidently, his gaze lifting to the winged warthogs perched on the gates of Hogwarts. If it came to that, I'd just use the memory charm again. Use the memory charm again? Kana asked, confused. Did you just use it recently? Not just now, Kyle clarified. But I used it once when I was in detention with Umbridge. It worked pretty well. Kana frowned, curiosity bubbling, but before she could ask further, they passed through the school gates and followed the familiar path leading up to the castle. Chapter 622, A Flustered Dumbledore. Fudge acted more swiftly than anyone could have predicted. The first sign was in the Daily Prophet. Previously, the paper had regularly run articles attacking Dumbledore, each concluding with a firm denial of you-know-who's return. But since Fudge's visit to the Three Broomsticks, the tone of the publication had shifted entirely. For a whole week, not a single mention of you-know-who appeared in its pages. The furious voices that had dominated its column seemed to have vanished overnight, leaving behind a strangely harmonious narrative, though it hardly felt that way to everyone. Kyle, can you explain what's going on? On the 8th floor, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat behind his desk, looking uncharacteristically troubled. An open copy of the Daily Prophet lay in front of him. The headline was not on the front page but still occupied an entire page inside the paper. Is Dumbledore's intention to run for Minister of Magic long-planned or a spur-of-the-moment decision? A special correspondent, Rita Skeeter, had penned a lengthy article filled with revelations supposedly sourced from well-placed informants. It chronicled Dumbledore's alleged frequent contact with senior ministry officials and speculated that he intended to challenge Fudge for the position of minister. According to the article, Dumbledore was supposedly outraged by the slander directed at him by Fudge and sought to restore his tarnished reputation. In the center of the page, a large photograph accompanied the piece. The image depicted Dumbledore shaking hands with none other than Dolores Umbridge. The caption beneath it read, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic, Dolores Umbridge, recently took over the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor at Hogwarts. While some have speculated that her appointment was a move to spy on Dumbledore for Fudge, this may not be the case. An informed source suggests that the two are often seen laughing and chatting in Hogwarts corridors, indicating a close relationship. We have reason to believe that Dolores Umbridge may, in fact, be a double agent, appearing loyal to Fudge while secretly aligning herself with Dumbledore. Kyle couldn't help but laugh as he read the article. This is rich. I bet Umbridge will be livid when she sees this. I have no doubt, Dumbledore replied, though he sighed heavily. Kyle glanced at the paper again. By the way, Professor, since when did Umbridge become one of us? Didn't you orchestrate this? Dumbledore asked, his piercing blue eyes fixed on Kyle. Of course not, Kyle said matter-of-factly. If I had that kind of power, I'd have brought Umbridge to our side ages ago. That's not what I mean, Dumbledore said, his tone more serious. Professor Umbridge has always been a loyal follower of Cornelius Fudge. I've never doubted that for a moment. He tapped the photo in the article. In fact, this photograph was taken just after Sirius was taken into custody. At the time, Umbridge was lobbying for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, which I allowed. Moreover, the location of this meeting wasn't Hogwarts but the Ministry of Magic. I see. Kyle murmured, realization dawning. I should have guessed. Rita Skeeter loves to embellish, or outright fabricate, her stories. So, you had nothing to do with this article? Dumbledore asked again, his gaze searching Kyle's face. Not a thing, Kyle said firmly. Like you just pointed out, that photo was taken at the ministry, and I've been here at Hogwarts since Sirius was taken away. I couldn't have been involved. Dumbledore studied Kyle for a long moment but found no trace of dishonesty in his expression. Then, do you have any ideas on how to end this farce? Dumbledore asked, leaning back with a sigh. Rita Skeeter has written many articles about me over the years, but none have caused as much trouble as this one. You probably don't realize it yet, but in just a few hours, I've received more letters than I've had in the last 6 months combined. He gestured behind him, revealing a towering stack of letters, piled nearly to the ceiling. And this is only a portion. Before Dumbledore could finish his thought, another owl flew through the open window, depositing yet another letter onto the already overflowing desk. You see, Dumbledore said, gesturing to the growing pile. People seem to have taken this article at face value, believing that I truly intend to run for Minister of Magic. They're even offering advice, enthusiastically, I might add, which is, quite frankly, terrifying. To be honest, I'm beginning to dread the sight of owls. Dumbledore, afraid of owls. Kyle stifled a laugh at the thought. If this tidbit ever got out, it would no doubt end up as another Daily Prophet front-page story. Professor, this might not be such a bad thing, Kyle whispered. The more people believe it, the less likely Fudge will suspect the truth. Dumbledore's expression hardened. This isn't what we agreed on. Kyle winced. The headmaster's tone carried unmistakable disapproval. Dumbledore vividly recalled Kyle's earlier proposal, create a subtle illusion, just enough to make Fudge suspicious. And that's exactly what Dumbledore had done, speaking more warmly than usual to Amelia Bones, exchanging a few polite words with Barty Crouch. Small gestures, nothing overtly suggestive. But now, the situation had spiraled out of control. Since morning, letters had poured in, many from supporters eager to back his supposed campaign. Among them were several members of the Wisengamot, and one letter in particular stood out, an official correspondence from the French Ministry of Magic. It came from the director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, a person Dumbledore had never interacted with directly. In fact, he hadn't even known their name before today. Though the letter appeared to be a generic greeting, the timing made its purpose clear. Even foreign ministries are getting involved. Dumbledore sighed as he glanced at the letter. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he was genuinely thrust into the role of minister, a position he had no desire to hold. All he wanted was to remain an unremarkable headmaster, far from the political machinations of the ministry. Well, there's nothing I can do about that, Kyle said with a shrug. We'll just have to see how Fudge reacts. If he wants to keep his position, he'll have to take action to stop you. At that point, we simply do nothing and let him come out on top. Really? Dumbledore gave Kyle a sharp, probing look. His intuition told him Kyle had a hand in the Daily Prophet article, but there wasn't a shred of evidence to prove it. Even when he'd subtly attempted to uncover more, Kyle's mind revealed nothing. Dumbledore was well aware of Kyle's proficiency in occlumency, a skill rare for someone so young. Even Snape had failed to break into Kyle's mind, what little he saw was clearly constructed to deceive him. The ability to not only shield one's thoughts but also project an entirely convincing false narrative required a level of mastery uncommon even among seasoned wizards. With another sigh, Dumbledore rubbed his temples. If he had foreseen this level of chaos, he never would have agreed to Kyle's plan to create an illusion in the first place. Now, his only hope was that Fudge would take decisive, and self-serving, action to restore balance. Chapter 623, Fudge's Schemes. Apart from Dumbledore, there was someone else who was equally furious about the article. Umbridge was nearly seething with rage at Rita Skeeter. After reading that morning's Daily Prophet, she stormed back to the Ministry of Magic without even pausing for breakfast. With the professors absent, there was naturally no defense against the dark arts class that day. However, given Umbridge's teaching methods, it made little difference whether she was present or not. After all, her lessons consisted of little more than reading and copying, and without her hovering over them, the students actually enjoyed a bit more freedom. When the afternoon class began, the room was in chaos. Without a professor, it felt as though Christmas vacation had arrived early. The students' excitement peaked when it became clear that no substitute would be stepping in, meaning they had free reign within the classroom, aside from leaving it entirely. Mikkel and Ryan were immersed in a lively game of wizard chess, while a group of Gryffindors had transformed their textbooks into makeshift quaffles, tossing them at one another. Judging by their energy, it seemed they might have organized a real Quidditch match if only the classroom had been large enough to accommodate broomsticks. Amid the clamor, Kyle sat at his desk, steadfastly focused on catching up on his ancient runes homework. The class met just once a week, but the workload never let up. The 15-inch essays were manageable, but the real headache came from the translation assignments. These consisted of tedious, lengthy records of seemingly irrelevant events, and Kyle was determined to finish them. Kyle, do you think Umbridge will actually be removed from her position? Kana asked, her voice tinged with hope. Unlikely, Kyle replied, setting his quill down and slipping the translated papers into his textbook. Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic operate on completely different dynamics. Fudge must be aware of what's happening here, and he wouldn't be happy about this article. But for Fudge, it doesn't matter whether the claims are true or not. What a pity, Kana muttered, her dislike for Umbridge evident. Umbridge had only been the defense against the dark arts professor for less than a month, but in that short time, her class had already surpassed History of Magic as the most disliked subject at Hogwarts. At least in History of Magic, students could take a nap or work on assignments for other subjects as long as they stayed quiet. But in defense against the dark arts, they were forced to read the same dull passages repeatedly and copy long excerpts of meaningless drivel. There was no escape. Do you think Umbridge will go after Rita Skeeter? Kana pressed. She might, Kyle said thoughtfully, but only if she can find her. Rita's written so many scandalous articles that if she weren't exceptionally clever, she'd have been caught, or worse, long ago. She knows how to stay out of reach. Well, that's a relief, Kana said with a small smile. For the first time, she found herself appreciating one of Rita Skeeter's sensational articles. No wonder so many people read them, even knowing they were mostly fabricated. Soon enough, the class ended. The students felt as if the hour had flown by, and many left the room reluctantly, wishing every lesson could be so carefree. I hope Professor Umbridge doesn't come back on Wednesday, Mikkel said wistfully. Their next defense against the dark arts lesson was scheduled for Wednesday morning, and the students were already hoping for another reprieve. Unfortunately for them, Umbridge returned the very next day. That morning's Daily Prophet brought even more surprises, containing two pieces of unexpected news. Sirius Black's identity in question, Ministry of Magic decides to continue the investigation. Ministry of Magic announces educational reforms, Dolores Umbridge appointed as the first High Inquisitor. Both headlines sparked a flurry of discussion in the Great Hall, with students and staff alike buzzing over the implications. High Inquisitor? Mikkel asked, staring at the newspaper in confusion. What does that even mean? It's simple, Cedric said, leaning forward to explain. The Ministry of Magic is trying to interfere with Hogwarts. It's spelled out right here, the High Inquisitor has the authority to evaluate the professors to decide if they're qualified for their positions. If not, she can fire them and replace them with someone chosen by the Ministry. The professors are definitely up to the job. Hannah said indignantly. Have you noticed, though? They don't even mention any criteria for determining whether someone's qualified. Obviously, that's up to Umbridge, Cedric replied grimly. The headmaster won't stand for this. Justin Finch-Fletchley exclaimed, clearly outraged. It won't matter, Cedric said, pointing to the last line of the article. Look at this, every single governor signed off on Educational Decree number 22. Even the headmaster can't override it. Kyle was surprised by the turn of events. After the backlash from the previous article, he thought Fudge would grow cautious, perhaps even start doubting Umbridge. Instead, not only was she still in power, she had been promoted. He couldn't imagine what Umbridge had said to Fudge, but whatever it was, her authority at Hogwarts had only grown stronger. The power to dismiss professors at will wasn't trivial. It was on par with the authority of a school governor. Kyle's eyes flicked to another section of the paper, where a small article had gone almost unnoticed. Sturgis Podmore arrested for illegally entering the Ministry of Magic late at night. If he remembered correctly, Sturgis was a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Kyle had met him at 12 Grimmauld Place over the summer. Now, with Sirius already trapped under Ministry watch, Sturgis was the second Order member to fall into Fudge's hands. Did Fudge know Sturgis's connection to Dumbledore? It didn't seem likely. The Order was careful not to reveal such ties. Moreover, Sturgis had been caught red-handed by the Ministry's night guards. But what could have compelled him to infiltrate the Ministry of Magic at such an hour? Regardless of Sturgis's intent, Fudge now had leverage over 2 Order members. Sirius was still entangled with the Ministry, and now this. As for Umbridge's promotion to High Inquisitor, it was clearly another maneuver by Fudge to undermine Dumbledore. The professors at Hogwarts were staunchly loyal to Dumbledore, everyone knew that. By targeting them, Fudge was indirectly attacking his rival. Yet Fudge's logic baffled Kyle. Surely, he didn't believe that highly respected witches and wizards like Minerva McGonagall, Phileas Flitwick, or Pomona Sprout owed their reputations solely to their roles at Hogwarts. It was ludicrous to imagine that Umbridge could even think of replacing them. The thought made Kyle snort in amusement, the sudden sound drawing curious glances from those seated nearby. Sorry, Kyle said, waving it off. I was just imagining, what if Umbridge brought in another history of magic professor to replace it? Puffed. Ryan burst out laughing. If that's the plan, maybe it wouldn't be so bad after all. History of Magic was infamous as the most boring class at Hogwarts, taught by a ghost whose monotonous voice could put the entire class to sleep. The Ministry wouldn't dare, Cedric said with a grin. It's not like they can find another professor willing to work for free. Unless, of course, Umbridge volunteers herself for the job. Let's hope not, Justin quipped. If it came down to that, at least we'd have something to watch during class, unless she can pass through walls too. Laughter erupted across the Hufflepuff table at the remark. Chapter 624, How good are you at the memory charm? It seemed that after being granted the title of High Inquisitor, Umbridge wasted no time in proving her loyalty to Fudge. Naturally, she didn't go after formidable opponents like Professor McGonagall or Professor Flitwick right away. Instead, she chose a softer target, Professor Sybil Trelawney and her divination class. To carry out her plan, Umbridge observed a 5th-year divination lesson that afternoon. By the time Kyle arrived at the Great Hall, Ron was already at the Gryffindor table, enthusiastically recounting the scene to a growing crowd. Umbridge was sitting at the back of the classroom, quill in hand, scribbling away on her clipboard, Ron said, gesturing animatedly. She looked like she was grading Professor Trelawney or something. Students from all 4 houses had gathered around, eager to learn what the so-called High Inquisitor was actually up to. Kyle, curious himself, had tried to attend the class but had been delayed by herbology and couldn't make it in time. Just then, Hermione walked into the hall, carrying an armful of books, with Harry trailing behind her, visibly angry. I think Professor McGonagall is right, Hermione was saying as they approached. You need to control your temper a bit. Constantly arguing with Umbridge isn't helping you, Harry. It's only going to make things worse. I can't help it, Harry retorted, his frustration evident. She insults Sirius, and I'm just supposed to sit there. Voldemort was stuck to the back of Quirrell's head. For Merlin's sake, I'm just telling the truth. But your truth isn't what she wants to hear, Hermione replied. And she can punish you however she likes. You're only hurting yourself. I don't care. Harry snapped. I'm not going to let her win. Let her punish me, she can do whatever she wants. I'm not the only one who stood up to her. Kyle argued with her too. Actually, I'd rather you didn't follow my example, came Kyle's voice from beside them. Both Hermione and Harry jumped, turning to find Kyle standing there. Kyle, when did you get here? Hermione asked, startled. I was here when you came into the hall, Kyle said calmly. You just didn't seem to notice. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention, Harry muttered. I didn't mean to drag you into this, I'm just so angry. Angry? Kyle echoed. What happened? It was in defense against the dark arts this morning, Harry said bitterly. She claimed that every defense against the dark arts professor, except Quirrell, was incompetent, even serious. Kyle raised an eyebrow. But we all know Quirrell was the worst. Harry went on, his voice rising. He literally let Voldemort attach himself to the back of his head. So you couldn't help but argue with her? Kyle asked knowingly. Yes. Harry's voice grew even louder. But everyone's acting like I was wrong to contradict her. Professor McGonagall and the others keep telling me to ignore her and let her rant. Even Hermione says it. What's wrong with that advice? Kyle said evenly. They're just trying to stop you from getting into more trouble. Honestly, I think you should listen to them. Harry froze, staring at Kyle as though he couldn't believe his ears. But, you argued with her. I thought you'd understand. Someone needs to speak up and let people know the truth. Understanding doesn't mean agreeing, Kyle said firmly. And the truth isn't going to change anyone's mind just because you say it. Neither you nor I have that kind of influence. Harry was at a loss for words, clearly taken aback. Besides, Kyle continued, as I said before, I don't want you following my lead. All that will do is get you into more trouble, and for what? Nothing will change unless... He trailed off abruptly, lost in thought. Unless what? Harry pressed, leaning forward. Kyle hesitated, then asked, let me ask you this, how's your memory charm? Harry blinked, thrown off by the sudden question. My memory charm? Yes, Kyle said, watching him closely. Harry hesitated, clearly unsure why Kyle was asking. It's okay, he stammered. Kyle didn't miss Harry's averted gaze, which told him everything he needed to know. Okay likely meant Harry's skills were barely passable, if not outright disastrous. The memory charm. What does that have to do with being put in detention by Umbridge? Harry asked, frowning in confusion. It's nothing. Just curious, Kyle said with a small shake of his head, brushing it off. Then, smoothly shifting the conversation, he asked, by the way, you were in 5th year divination earlier, right? When Umbridge, the High Inquisitor, was sitting in. I guess so, Harry replied. She seemed to be evaluating Professor Trelawney. She kept asking her all these questions during class, about how long she's been teaching, her qualifications, and her background. Kyle nodded thoughtfully. These were standard ministry interrogation tactics, nothing surprising. Harry appeared to think for a moment, then added, oh, yeah. Umbridge even had Professor Trelawney give her a prophecy before the lesson was over. A prophecy? Kyle's interest was piqued. What did she say? The usual nonsense, Harry said, lowering his voice. You know how Trelawney is, always making up stuff to scare people. She told Umbridge that she was walking into a trap and would face terrible danger. Kyle raised an eyebrow. A trap? Yeah, Harry said dismissively. But it's probably just another one of her lies. I hear her predict something like that at least 3 times every lesson. That's not necessarily. Kyle muttered under his breath, but his voice was so low that Harry didn't catch it. What was that? Harry asked, leaning closer. Nothing, Kyle said quickly, patting Harry on the shoulder. Thanks for filling me in. In return, I'll give you a heads up about what to expect during Umbridge detention. Harry's curiosity flared. What is it? Kyle's tone was calm but pointed. Carving letters into your hand with a knife. Harry stared at him, momentarily stunned, but before he could respond, Hermione gasped in outrage. She can't do that. Hermione exclaimed, her voice rising. Even in the last century, Hogwarts never allowed such barbaric punishments. No, I'm going straight to Professor McGonagall. Don't rush off just yet, Kyle said, holding up a hand to stop her. I'm only saying it's a possibility. She might use another method, it's hard to predict. Either way, Umbridge won't do anything obvious or traceable. Even if Professor McGonagall gets involved, it may not make a difference. Hermione hesitated, looking torn. There's really only one way to deal with this, Kyle continued, turning back to Harry. If you end up in detention, don't fight it. Admit fault, stay quiet, and you might get off lightly. Kyle's right, Hermione agreed reluctantly. Umbridge is a professor. You can't defy her outright. No way. Harry snapped, his defiance flaring up. I'm not going to admit fault when I haven't done anything wrong. Don't be ridiculous, Hermione said sharply. What good will that do you? But I'm not wrong. Harry insisted, his voice rising. The argument between Harry and Hermione reignited, escalating just as it had earlier when they entered the hall. Kyle, meanwhile, quietly made his way back to the Hufflepuff table. If even Hermione couldn't talk sense into Harry, there was little point in Kyle trying to press the issue further. Chapter 625, Umbridge messes with the wrong person. By the time Kyle reached the seat Kana had saved for him, a generous serving of lunch was already waiting on his plate. So, what happened? Kana asked as he sat down. Just as we suspected, Kyle replied, picking up his fork. Umbridge, or rather, the Ministry of Magic, is targeting the professors. But there's something I didn't expect. What's that? Professor Trelawney, Kyle said, placing a piece of toast on his plate. I think she might actually have a talent for prophecy. Professor Trelawney? Cedric interjected, his tone filled with skepticism. He shook his head. I doubt it. From what I've seen, no one sticks with divination past 6th year unless they're trying to tick off all their certificate boxes. The class is practically useless, you don't really learn anything. You're not wrong, Kyle admitted with a small smile. Maybe she just got lucky this time. By the afternoon, Kyle found himself re-evaluating Umbridge's audacity. The first class after lunch was Transfiguration. As Kyle entered the room, he immediately noticed Umbridge seated in a corner, her clipboard balanced on her lap. When Professor McGonagall walked in moments later, she appeared not to notice Umbridge at all, sweeping past her without so much as a glance. Looks like Umbridge has bitten off more than she can chew, Cho whispered from the next row, her voice tinged with amusement. Professor McGonagall isn't someone to mess with. Agreed, Kyle said, struggling to suppress a laugh. McGonagall strode to the podium with her usual commanding presence. As she turned to face the class, silence fell. All right, let's begin, she said briskly. After a month of study, most of you have mastered the basics of human transfiguration. Today, we'll be raising the difficulty level once again. Ahem, came an exaggerated cough from the back of the room. Umbridge had stood up, her posture stiff, as if preparing to speak. McGonagall didn't even look in her direction, continuing as though nothing had happened. Advanced body transfiguration involves not only altering appearance but also incorporating corresponding abilities. For example, in last year's Triwizard Tournament, the Durmstrang champion partially transfigured his upper body into a shark for the second task in the Black Lake. That is an example of successful body transformation. Ahem. Umbridge interrupted again with another loud cough. This time, Professor McGonagall turned to face her, her patience visibly wearing thin. What is it? McGonagall asked, her tone sharp. If you've got something to say, say it now. I was merely wondering, Umbridge began, feigning concern, if it's not a bit premature to be teaching such advanced body transfiguration. As I understand it, this type of magic is considered quite dangerous. I beg to differ, McGonagall said coolly. These are all 6th-year students, and they are more than capable. In fact, it would be a disservice to have them practicing elementary transformations at this stage. Surely you're aware this has always been the standard in my advanced classes. Umbridge's face flushed red, then white. The implication was clear to anyone listening. When she had attended Hogwarts, Umbridge hadn't been good enough to take Professor McGonagall's advanced transfiguration classes. The subtle dig hit its mark, and low murmurs of laughter rippled through the room. Umbridge's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Ahem, she tried again, clearing her throat. Before she could speak, McGonagall cut her off. That's quite enough, she said firmly. If you'd like to understand what I'm teaching, I'd suggest you refrain from interrupting. And let me be clear, no one else will speak in my class without permission. Her words were blunt, and the atmosphere crackled with tension. Umbridge sat back down, trembling with fury as she scrawled something on her clipboard. Her pen scratched so furiously across the surface that even from a distance, it was obvious she was crossing something out with vigor. Kyle couldn't see what she was writing, but it was clear that her notes wouldn't be favorable. McGonagall, however, remained entirely unbothered, continuing the lesson as though Umbridge didn't exist. The rest of the period passed without further interruption, though Umbridge sat stiffly, her face growing darker with each passing minute. When McGonagall finally announced the end of class, the students filed out eagerly, the undercurrent of amusement still lingering in their expressions. As Umbridge stood and made her way to the podium, Kyle accidentally dropped his quill and book. Oops, he muttered, bending down to retrieve them. Kanna, noticing from ahead, turned back to help him. How long have you been at Hogwarts? Umbridge asked, her tone sharp and probing. Professor McGonagall snapped her book shut, her posture rigid as she replied, 39 years. By December, it will have been 40. Oh, almost 40 years. Kanna whispered in astonishment. Has Professor McGonagall really been here that long? Of course, Kyle said, leaning slightly toward her. Don't forget, plenty of professors have been her students. Professor Snape, for instance, and even. He gestured subtly toward Umbridge. At that moment, Umbridge finished scribbling something on her clipboard and looked up. Her expression, as usual, was a mixture of condescension and false politeness. By the way, she began, I've heard that many students have been injured in your class. Have you considered that there might be an issue with your teaching methods? Professor McGonagall's eyebrows drew together in a tight line. Her voice, icy and controlled, was sharper than ever. I don't believe I need anyone to tell me how to teach transfiguration. And if you're referring to Mr. Longbottom or Mr. Finnegan, I must inform you that it's not entirely safe for them to even attempt a simple wand-lighting charm. Oh. Umbridge said, feigning surprise. Have you considered that the problem might be solved by not allowing students to use their wands at all? For their safety, of course. McGonagall's response came instantly, her tone laced with dry wit. I seem to recall you taking a tumble down the stairs yesterday when you rushed off campus. Should we suggest you remain in your office for your safety? The color drained from Umbridge's face, though she said nothing, her quill furiously scratching against her clipboard. Very well, she said after a pause, forcing composure into her voice. You will receive the results of my investigation in 10 days. I can hardly wait, McGonagall replied coldly. Her eyes flicked briefly to Umbridge, and for a moment, her expression softened as she noticed the woman rubbing the back of her hand. And how's your hand? McGonagall asked in a tone that could almost be mistaken for concern. Umbridge blinked, momentarily startled. Misinterpreting the question as a veiled insult, she answered stiffly, it's nothing, just a trivial matter. Perhaps I encountered something enchanted while tidying the office. She added with a sneer, I'm not surprised. That office has never been occupied by a normal person. Not even Moody, who was mentally unstable, or the werewolf. She said the last word with undisguised disgust. I threw everything out, just as the school's irrational systems should be discarded. Really, McGonagall said evenly, giving Umbridge a look so pointed it made the air in the room feel heavier. She didn't say another word, merely turned and strode toward the door. As she passed, she waved her wand, and a piece of parchment fluttered up from the floor into Kyle's hands. Ah, thank you, Professor McGonagall, Kyle said with an easy smile. I couldn't find this anywhere. Kanna lowered her head, her face tinged with embarrassment. The parchment had been lying in plain sight right by the door. How could Kyle say he couldn't find it so naturally? Don't dawdle, McGonagall said as she exited the room. You'll be late for your next class. For a fleeting moment, Kanna thought she saw the faintest hint of a smile on McGonagall's face as she left. Chapter 626, Why don't you teach us instead? In addition to divination and transfiguration classes, Umbridge also attended Professor Flitwick's charms class. According to Cedric, it was the most lifeless charms lesson he had ever experienced. Professor Flitwick wore a somber expression the entire time, responding to Umbridge's questions with a distinct lack of enthusiasm, a stark contrast to his usual spirited demeanor. We have to do something, Cedric said worriedly during dinner, pushing his food around without taking a bite. If this continues, she'll ruin not just defense against the dark arts but all the other subjects too. I don't think it'll come to that, Kyle replied. The professor inspections shouldn't take too long. After all, she has to rotate between classrooms every day. Umbridge must have other responsibilities and can't possibly spend all her time monitoring classes. I hope you're right, Cedric sighed. Even if she only ruins defense against the dark arts, that's already bad enough. You know who is back, and his Death Eaters must be plotting against us. At such a critical time, we're not learning anything in defense against the dark arts. Mikkel and Ryan nodded in agreement. Cedric was right. They weren't expected to confront you-know-who directly, that was Headmaster Dumbledore's responsibility. But in a war, the Death Eaters wouldn't spare Hogwarts simply because they were untrained. They needed to know how to protect themselves. A heavy silence hung over the table as everyone reflected on the gravity of the situation. Kyle remained quiet, lost in thought about the last time he had encountered Fudge at the Three Broomsticks. Judging by Fudge's behavior, he seemed tempted to take action. If Fudge publicly acknowledged you-know-who's return on behalf of the Ministry, it would surely change the state of defense against the dark arts. They might even see the arrival of one, or several, reliable professors. What surprised Kyle was how long Fudge had managed to stay silent. Perhaps Fudge was prioritizing his efforts to neutralize Dumbledore. Or maybe he was still wavering. Announcing Voldemort's return carried both benefits and risks. While wartime would solidify his leadership, it could also ignite widespread panic. Mishandling the situation might cost Fudge his position entirely. If Fudge could see all these potential outcomes, perhaps he wasn't under enough pressure to act decisively yet. Kyle shook his head. It didn't help that Rita Skeeter, due to recent scrutiny from the Ministry, was unable to publish anything useful. With Dumbledore unwilling to step in, finding a way to push Fudge seemed nearly impossible. Sorry. Kyle was pulled from his thoughts by a familiar voice. He looked up to see Hermione standing nearby, having crossed over from the Gryffindor table. Harry and Ron were close behind, looking a little uneasy. What's up? Kyle asked. Well. Hermione glanced around the busy dining hall and lowered her voice. There are too many people here. Can we go somewhere quieter? No need for that, Kyle said, drawing his wand and tapping it lightly. Muffliato. With a flick of his wand, Kyle cast the charm, which created a subtle, undetectable buzz to block anyone nearby from overhearing their conversation. Hermione looked both surprised and impressed. That's clever, she said, trusting Kyle's assurance even though she had never encountered the spell before. Anyway, I think you already know how terrible Umbridge is as a teacher. We're not learning anything about defending ourselves. Of course, Kyle agreed. In fact, we were just talking about that. What's on your mind? And if you're thinking of rallying us all to oust Umbridge, forget it. She's got Fudge backing her. Even Professor Dumbledore can't do anything about it. No, I know we can't get rid of her, Hermione admitted, hesitating briefly. But I was thinking, maybe we could take matters into our own hands. Cedric perked up. You mean we should learn defense against the dark arts on our own? Yes, exactly. Hermione's voice grew more animated as she continued. We need to prepare ourselves for what's coming. We need to learn how to defend ourselves, not waste time in class daydreaming over theory and parchment exercises. What we need is a proper teacher, someone who can show us how to cast spells and correct our mistakes. Someone like Sirius or Professor Moody. Hermione's enthusiasm grew as she spoke, and she couldn't help but glance at Kyle. And we have someone like that right here with us, and I dare say he's more than suitable for the job. I think I know who you mean, Cedric grinned. And you're right, he is very suitable. Kyle noticed Hermione's glowing eyes and Cedric's mischievous expression and instantly understood what they were hinting at. Before Hermione could say anything, he instinctively cut her off. Yes, I completely agree with you. This is a good idea. So you agree? Hermione asked, her excitement rising. Yes, Kyle nodded. I know you want Cedric to teach you defense against the dark arts, and of course, there's no problem with that. I'm the first to support it. Great. Cedric said, clapping Kyle on the shoulder. But just as he was about to add something, he froze, realizing something was off. Wait. Hermione said. I know, Kyle interrupted smoothly. You're too modest to agree, so I did it for you. No need to thank me. Both Cedric and Hermione were momentarily speechless. Hermione hadn't come here to propose Cedric as a teacher. She had intended to ask Kyle himself to take up the role. The idea wasn't hers alone, she had discussed it at length with Harry and Ron the night before, and they all agreed Kyle was the ideal candidate. The reasoning was clear. Kyle's achievements were unparalleled and well documented. His accolades in the trophy room spoke for themselves: 2 unprecedented special awards for services to the school, the Transfiguration Today Most Promising Newcomer Award, the youngest ever Triwizard Tournament champion, and the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin. In short, Kyle's extraordinary accomplishments made him the perfect alternative to Umbridge. Harry and Ron had wholeheartedly agreed with Hermione's plan. In fact, we want you to teach, Ron muttered, shifting uncomfortably. If it were anyone else, we'd rather have Harry. Hey, don't say that, Harry interjected quickly, shooting Cedric an apologetic look. Sorry, Diggory, that's not what we meant. It's okay, Cedric said with a dismissive wave. Honestly, I was thinking the same thing. No, I'm not suitable, Kyle said firmly, shaking his head. Wanting to share what you know and actually being able to teach are two very different things. I don't see the difference, Ron argued, crossing his arms. To Ron, powerful wizards made good teachers. Professors like Deputy Headmistress McGonagall were clearly exceptional, and Headmaster Dumbledore was unparalleled. What was the issue? There's definitely a difference, Kyle replied, casting Ron a pointed look. Take Transfiguration, for instance. I mastered the 6th year spell under Professor McGonagall before I even started 6th year. Because I learned it so quickly, I can't break it down for you, I don't know the process or what pitfalls you need to watch out for. The room fell silent as Kyle's words sank in. Harry and Ron looked stunned, their expressions as though salamanders had just landed on their faces. 6th year Transfiguration wasn't something they dared think about yet, even the 5th year syllabus was a major challenge. Despite Hermione's constant help, they had barely managed to scrape by. Now Kyle was claiming he had mastered an advanced spell effortlessly. The gap in their abilities was glaring, and it was hard for them to process. Even Hermione, normally unshakable, was rendered speechless. It felt like Kyle had just shown off, whether intentional or not, and the evidence of his skill left no room for debate. Chapter 627, Chapter 627, The Gap Between Wizards. As much as I hate to admit it, it's true, Cedric said with a grin, looking at the wide-eyed disbelief on Harry, Ron, and Hermione's faces. Kyle learned the 6th-year Transfiguration curriculum back in our 3rd year during the Transfiguration Club. At the time, everyone, including Professor McGonagall, thought it was incredible. That's why she decided to recommend Kyle to Transfiguration today, Kana added. She gave a knowing nod, recalling how Kyle had brewed the draft of Living Death during their advanced potion-making class that same year. The feat had left a lasting impression on her, and resulted in her spending her Christmas holidays cramming with Snape to catch up. Harry and Ron exchanged incredulous looks, their expressions now even more bewildered. It was clear they were both thinking the same thing. We need to leave, right now. Although they had always known the gap between themselves and Kyle was vast, seeing that disparity laid out so blatantly was demoralizing. How could the difference between wizards be so enormous? They both regretted coming with Hermione. That's why I've said I'm not suited to teaching others, Kyle continued, unfazed by their reactions. Cedric, on the other hand, has always been at the top of his year. He's got straight O's in all his subjects and earned a perfect score in the OWL use of charms. He's exceptionally well-rounded in both practical and theoretical magic. And he's already experienced in teaching. Cedric often helps younger students in the common room. If you're looking for a student to teach, there's no one better than him. Cedric sighed, clearly unamused by the glowing endorsement. I feel like you're just praising yourself in disguise, he muttered. If you can master something after hearing it once, I have to go through it step by step. Don't worry about the details, Kyle replied with a playful smile. What, you don't want to teach them? That's not it, Cedric said, shaking his head. If someone's willing to listen, I'm happy to help. See. That's settled then, Kyle said before turning to Hermione. Of course, if you have someone else in mind, that's perfectly fine. The more student professors there are, the better, as long as everyone trusts them. Hermione remained quiet, her expression a mixture of emotions as she nodded. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were still signaling to her behind her back, eager to leave. Hermione looked as though she wanted to say more, but under her friend's insistent urging, she reluctantly put her thoughts aside and returned to the Gryffindor table with them. Once they were out of earshot, Kyle ended the Muffly auto charm with a flick of his wand. Cedric turned to him, frowning slightly. They seemed really disappointed. Are you sure you're not going to teach them? I have other priorities, Kyle replied simply. Besides, you really are a much better fit as a professor than I am. Don't say that, Cedric said, shaking his head again. I'm not qualified to be a professor, I'm just going to help them with some defense against the dark arts. Is that so? Kyle asked with a teasing smirk. Maybe Cho will join the group too. Don't you want her to call you Professor? Puffed. Cedric had just taken a sip of pumpkin juice, but Kyle's remark made him choke, spilling it everywhere. Luckily, Kyle was ready. With a quick flick of his wand, the droplets of pumpkin juice floating mid-air coalesced before vanishing with a quiet evanesco. Justin Finch-Fletchley, who was sitting opposite Cedric, glanced over and gave Kyle an appreciative nod for preventing the mess from reaching him. Sorry, Justin, Cedric apologized hastily. But then, as if realizing something, his face flushed red, and he turned to Kyle with an irritated glare. What are you even talking about? I'm really not fit to be a professor. I didn't say anything else, Kyle replied with an innocent shrug. So why are you getting so worked up? You. Cedric stammered, his face growing even redder, with the tips of his ears turning crimson as well. Okay, fine, not a professor then, Kyle said, skillfully defusing the moment. So, what are you planning to teach them? The stunning spell, the disarming charm, or the shield charm? All of those are good options, Cedric said, taking a few breaths to calm himself. But I think the shield charm is the most essential. It's the foundation of defense. And, what do you think about using Professor Moody's teaching style as a template? We could organize it a bit more systematically. Oh, and don't forget Professor Lupin's lessons. The smokescreen spell and slowing charm he taught were incredibly practical. Starting with defensive and evasive techniques. That's a really smart idea, Kyle nodded in approval. See. You really are better suited to teach them than me. But. Cedric cast a glance toward the Gryffindor table. I feel like they'd still prefer you to teach the class instead of me. Forget it, Kyle said softly. Everyone has a role to play, just like in a Quidditch match. Beyond the players on the teams, the referee's role is equally important. Cedric frowned slightly, unsure what Kyle meant by that, but Kyle didn't elaborate. Instead, he shifted the conversation. If this is going to be a proper class, you'll need a suitable location. Have you thought about where it'll be? I haven't had the chance, Cedric admitted. This idea was dropped on me out of nowhere, how could I have figured out a location already? Maybe the 6th floor? Cedric suggested after a moment of thought. There are a lot of unused classrooms there, and it's usually pretty quiet. No, Kyle said immediately. Just because there are fewer people doesn't mean no one will notice. Over time, someone's bound to find out. Let's use the room of requirement on the 8th floor instead. The room of requirement. Cedric's eyes lit up as he remembered the magical space on the 8th floor. That's perfect. No one will discover us there. Exactly, Kyle said with a small smile. After dinner, the two returned to the Hufflepuff common room to work out additional details. I'll let Hermione know about the room of requirement tomorrow, Cedric said. But I wonder how many people will want to join. I mean, it's technically an extra class, and it'll eat into their free time. Don't worry about that, Kyle said with a grin. Anyone with common sense will want to join. In fact, I'll be the first to sign up, Professor Diggory. I'll go tell Cho, Conna chimed in with a playful smile. I doubt she'd say no to an extra class. As if struck by the thought, Cedric's face flushed again. He glared at Kyle, grumbling, I told you not to call me that. I'm not a professor. Besides, this is just a remedial class for defense against the dark arts, so why are all of you suddenly getting involved? We need the remedial class too, Kyle said matter-of-factly. And you should get used to the idea. Don't forget, Fred and George don't know about this yet. Cedric's face fell instantly. Ugh. Is it too late to take back what I said? He muttered. I think Harry got top marks in defense against the dark arts last year, maybe he'd make a better student teacher. It's too late for that, Kyle said, patting him on the shoulder with mock sympathy. Hermione's probably told them by now. And besides, you're the head boy, you can't back out. Cedric sighed in defeat, slumping into his chair. I can already hear what Fred and George will say when they see me tomorrow. Chapter 628, They're Really Rich. Oh, the esteemed Professor Diggory. A few days later, on the way to Hogsmeade Village, Fred winked at Cedric and said, Please allow me to greet you and offer you my humble respects. George, suppressing a grin, looked at him seriously. If it's possible, Professor, could you please exempt us from our homework? Cedric rubbed his forehead in mild distress. Though he'd long since come to expect sarcasm from the twins, he still felt a headache brewing after seeing their grinning faces in the entrance hall that morning. They had managed to keep their mockery in check while inside the castle, likely out of fear someone might overhear them and report them to Umbridge. But today was Hogsmeade week, and the moment they were outside the school, the twins naturally loosened up. Like actors in a play, they heckled Cedric the entire way. Shut up, you two. Cho snapped. You didn't have to come at all. No, of course we want to come. George replied. Yeah, Fred nodded. We'll learn defense against the dark arts on our own, but I'd say you've got a pretty good idea of how it's done. I'm so sick of that hag, Umbridge. No, it was Hermione's idea, Cedric corrected, and I'm not even sure anyone will join. Don't you worry about that, Fred assured him. We asked around last night, 17 Gryffindors alone want to join. That many? Cedric stopped in his tracks. Too many? Not at all, Fred said, shaking his head. Everyone's been fed up with Umbridge for ages, and now they're not going to miss the chance to learn some real skills. And that's just the first batch, George added. We figured if too many people showed up at the first meeting, it might be a bit conspicuous. But trust me, there'll be more joining later. Oh, Cedric groaned softly, rubbing his forehead again. He had thought that recruiting 10 people from Hufflepuff would be plenty, but now it seemed Gryffindor's turnout would be far greater. And if Ravenclaw joined in similar numbers? He turned to Cho. Ravenclaw's not bringing that many people, are they? Didn't I just say that? Cho blinked. Okay, I forgot. But we're not as enthusiastic as Gryffindor. Only a few people are interested in teaching themselves defense against the dark arts. Hearing this, Cedric let out a quiet sigh of relief. Judging by her words, the total number of attendees shouldn't exceed 30, still manageable. Any more than that, and he wasn't sure he could handle it. The group continued along the path to the entrance of Hogsmeade Village, their pace quickening as they went. Hermione was already waiting for them. How about we go now, she asked, trotting over. To the Hog's Head, as we discussed. Hey, there's no need to rush, Fred said. The meeting isn't until 10. We've still got an hour. I know, Hermione replied. But I think we should get ready early, see who's there, and change the location if there are any professors. Professors don't go to places like that, George said in a low voice. They'd rather go to the Three Broomsticks, it's cleaner and more lively. Hermione's right, Cedric said, stepping forward. Better to be safe than sorry. I'll go with you. Me too, Cho added. I've never been to the Hog's Head before, so I'd like to check it out. There's really nothing to see there, Fred said dismissively. We ended up there by mistake once when we went the wrong way. The place is shabby, no comparison to the 3 broomsticks. But it does have the advantage of being less crowded. Maybe it's because the environment's so poor that most people don't want to go there. Hermione doubted what Fred and George called unintentionally, but she chose not to comment. It's okay, I don't have anything to do right now, Cedric said. Do you want to go to Zonko's first? We need some inspiration lately, George replied. There's so much to prepare for a joke shop, especially making sure the products are attractive enough. Okay, Cedric nodded. We'll see you later. With that, he left the main road with Cho and Hermione, heading down a quieter, more remote path. See you later, Fred called after them, waving as he and George darted off towards Zonko's joke shop in search of inspiration. Meanwhile, Kyle had no plans to go to the Hog's Head either. Instead, he walked with Conna to Gladrag's wizard wear. He'd noticed recently that his long robe was getting a bit too small for him, and with winter approaching, it was time to buy a new one. Gladrag's wizard wear was tucked away behind the main street, near the Shrieking Shack. As they stepped inside, they found other students already there, 2 Slytherin girls, Daphne Greengrass and her younger sister Astoria. Astoria was examining some oddly shaped brooches, while Daphne stood before a beautiful dress robe on display, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This is a new arrival, said the shopkeeper, a witch in her 30s, who was currently describing the dress robe. See these golden threads? They're real gold. The silver is unicorn tail hair, and the gems are from fire crabs, all incredibly rare. How much? Daphne couldn't help but ask. Only 300 galleons, my dear, the shopkeeper replied with a smile. It's my finest work yet. Kyle glanced at the gown and almost laughed, though he managed to hold it back. Daphne frowned slightly. 300 galleons was steep, even for her, but the gown was stunning, and she clearly wanted it. You still have quite a bit of pocket money, don't you? Daphne asked her sister. Huh. Astoria blinked, distracted, before pulling out a delicate coin purse. Not much, just 100 galleons. That's enough. Lend it to me for now, Daphne said, taking the money bag. I need to try on this gown. Of course, the shopkeeper said with a pleased nod. Right this way, please. Daphne followed the shopkeeper to the back of the store. Carrying around 100 galleons is not much. Conna whispered. They're really rich. Kyle suddenly chuckled, as if something amusing had come to mind. What are you laughing at? Conna asked. Nothing. I was just remembering the start of the school year, when we first met on the train, Kyle replied. You were just like them back then. What? Conna looked confused. Don't you remember? Kyle said with a grin. On the train, you poured out a whole pile of galleons onto the table. Cedric and I were both stunned. At the time, we couldn't help thinking the same thing you're thinking now, that witches from pureblood families must be loaded. That was a long time ago, Conna retorted, glaring at him for dredging up her dark past. Yeah, it's been a while, Kyle said, shifting the conversation. What do you think of that gown? It's too flashy, Conna said with a hint of distaste. It's nice, but there are so many embellishments, it looks overdone. It must be uncomfortable to wear. But some people like that style, she added. Last year at the Christmas ball, lots of people wore gowns like that. Really? Kyle asked, trying to recall but coming up blank. Of course, Conna replied. There were quite a few. After the ball, Letty wouldn't stop talking about it, she went on all night. For days afterward, all anyone could talk about were the dresses. Okay. Their low conversation caught Astoria's attention, as there were only 3 people in the shop, making it hard not to overhear. However, since she couldn't make out exactly what they were saying, she quickly moved farther away, seemingly to avoid the appearance of eavesdropping. Her deliberate retreat didn't go unnoticed by Kyle and Conna. She really doesn't seem like a Slytherin, Conna observed. No, Kyle agreed. Or maybe it's just that she doesn't seem like what a Slytherin is supposed to be these days. Chapter 629, Discounts among colleagues. After about 20 minutes, the shopkeeper and Daphne finally emerged from the back of the shop. Just make the changes I mentioned and deliver it to Hogwarts tomorrow. Is that okay? Daphne, walking ahead, said with a confident tone. No problem, the shopkeeper replied with a pleasant smile. I'll ensure the dress is delivered to Hogwarts on time. Good, Daphne nodded, then turned towards the door with the shopkeeper escorting her. We're heading back, Astoria. As they passed Kyle and Conna, Astoria gave them a polite nod and greeted them softly. Daphne, however, simply snorted and walked past without a word. Kyle shook his head helplessly. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Since the beginning of the school year, several Slytherins had drastically changed their attitude toward him. Take Malfoy, for instance. Before, their relationship had been neutral. Despite Malfoy's arrogance, the two had found some common ground, particularly when it came to their shared interests. But this year was different. Not a single word had passed between them since term started, and they'd barely crossed paths. It felt deliberate, as though Malfoy were actively avoiding him, and Kyle suspected it had something to do with Lucius Malfoy. He could easily imagine Lucius giving his son explicit instructions before the school year began. The shift wasn't limited to Malfoy. Pansy, Crabbe, Goyle, and even Millicent, once steady customers who had happily spent galleons on Kyle's products, had all distanced themselves. Under their influence, the rest of the Slytherins had grown increasingly indifferent as well, and Daphne was no exception. As a close friend of Pansy and Millicent, her attitude was expected. Kyle had initially thought about saying something to her, but her frosty demeanor dissuaded him. Instead, he silently watched the two sisters leave the store. After they exited, the shopkeeper approached Kyle. "Can I help you find something?" "I need a new winter uniform," Kyle said. Like Madame Malkin's shop in Diagon Alley, Gladrag's Wizardwear also offered made-to-measure Hogwarts uniforms, and the prices were comparable. "Just the uniform?" the shopkeeper asked. "How about a cloak as well? A dragon hide cloak will keep you warm in winter." "No, thank you," Kyle said, sparing a glance at the shop's most expensive cloak, priced at 300 galleons. The price wasn't unreasonable for a dragon hide cloak, especially a full one. But this particular cloak wasn't made from a single hide, it was pieced together with magic. The upper section had a faint blue hue, likely from a Swedish short snout, while the lower part was the distinct grayish-white of a Ukrainian iron belly. To the average eye, the unique pattern masked the patchwork design well, but Kyle could easily tell the difference. "What about a cloak in the Durmstrang style?" the shopkeeper offered, still trying to make a sale. "Only 20 galleons." Kyle shook his head. "Just the school uniform." Hearing this, the shopkeeper's smile faded noticeably. Hogwarts uniforms were fixed-price items, and unless ordered in bulk, they yielded almost no profit. "Very well," the shopkeeper said curtly. A measuring tape flew over, darting around Kyle as it recorded his measurements. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper returned to the counter, tidying up with far less enthusiasm than before. Kyle, however, paid no attention to the shopkeeper's change in demeanor. A few minutes later, the measuring tape finished its work, snapping shut with precision. Kyle approached the counter and reached into his pocket to pay. As he dug around, something unexpected happened. Perhaps his pocket was too crowded, but along with his money, he accidentally pulled out a few small objects, a handful of short, silver-white hairs and an irregularly shaped ruby. "There's too much," Kyle said hastily, shoving the items back into his pocket before asking, "How much is it?" The shopkeeper's eyes flickered with interest. After a moment, he replied, 1 galleon. "That's so cheap." Kanna blurted out, clearly surprised. She had purchased robes before and knew that 1 galleon was an unexpectedly low price for a school uniform, especially a thick winter one. Even Madame Malkin's second-hand robes or the second-hand shops in Diagon Alley couldn't match that price. "Yes, 1 galleon," the shopkeeper confirmed. "This is part of a promotion for our first 1,000 school uniform robes, we're offering a special discount." Kyle smiled, placed a galleon on the counter, and asked, "How long will it take?" "Very quickly, half an hour will be enough." Once outside, Kanna said cheerfully, "What luck. It just happens to be the 1,000th robe." "It might not just happen to be," Kyle said with a knowing tone. "Why do you say that? Do you remember the gown we were discussing earlier? The 300 galleon one?" "Yes," Kyle said. "If I'm not mistaken, the unicorn tail hair on that gown is the wrong color, likely pieced together with magic to make it look genuine. The fire crab gems were also recut stones. Based on the materials, I'd guess the entire gown is worth a maximum of 20 galleons, not remotely close to what the shopkeeper claimed." "How can you tell about the mane and the gems?" Kanna asked, intrigued. "I've seen plenty of them. It's easy to recognize after a while." Kyle shrugged and pulled the unicorn hair and gem out of his pocket. "This isn't what you just pulled out earlier, is it?" "Exactly," Kyle nodded. "The materials for the gown and robe are the same, unicorn hair and fire crab gems." The shopkeeper recognized them, no doubt about it. Kyle couldn't help but feel a kinship with the shopkeeper. They were, after all, in similar trades. He had used similar materials for one of his most expensive custom maps, which he had adorned with unicorn hair and fire crab gems. That said, the shopkeeper's pricing was far steeper than his own. "At least I didn't try to sell my map for 200 galleons, Kyle thought wryly. By the time Kyle left the shop, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Instead of heading straight to the Hog's Head, he found a window seat in the Three Broomsticks and ordered a pumpkin fizz. As he sipped his drink, he looked out the window. The number of students outside was steadily increasing, all moving in the same direction toward the Hog's Head. The once empty path was now bustling with people. "There must be more than 30 people here," Kyle muttered. Kanna glanced out the window as well. "Should we go over there?" If you're curious, you can go and take a look, Kyle said. You're not going. Well, Kyle nodded thoughtfully, with this many people, someone is bound to spill the beans. Umbridge will find out sooner or later. And since I'm not supposed to be on Professor Dumbledore's side, it's better if I stay out of it. Couldn't they just sign a confidentiality agreement? Kanna suggested. Something simple, like agreeing not to tell Umbridge about it. That wouldn't be very effective, Kyle said. Even if they don't mean to, people talk. Friends chat casually, and someone could slip up without realizing it. It's impossible to guarantee absolute secrecy. Then how about a stricter agreement? Kanna proposed. For instance, one that prevents them from discussing it at all. Yes, but not now, Kyle said, taking another sip of his pumpkin fizz. Most people are instinctively wary of signing strict contracts, especially when they don't fully understand what they're agreeing to. To make something like that work, you'd have to wait until everyone is already committed to the idea. That makes sense, Kanna said, turning her gaze back to the window. In that case, I won't go either. Chapter 630, The Snitch. The gathering at the Hog's Head lasted longer than Kyle had expected, nearly 2 hours before anyone began to leave. The first to emerge were Fred, George, and their friendly Jordan, who hurried out of the pub and headed straight for Zonko's joke shop. Following them, Colin from Gryffindor, Angelina, Ryan, and Mikkel from Hufflepuff, Justin, and 3 Ravenclaw boys whose names Kyle couldn't even pronounce filtered out. Their departure drew the attention of bystanders, who seemed stunned by the sheer number of students leaving the least popular pub in Hogsmeade. Finally, Cedric and the others, who had been among the last to arrive, exited together. From his vantage point at the window of the 3 broomsticks, Kyle could see Cedric standing on the main road, his expression tense as he scanned the crowd with a frustrated look, as though searching for someone. He's not looking for you, is he? Kanna asked in a low voice. Did you tell him you weren't going to the Hog's Head today? Well, I forgot, Kyle admitted. In truth, it wasn't until he'd encountered the Greengrass sisters earlier at Gladrag's Wizardwear that he'd realized he ought to avoid activities opposing the Ministry of Magic, given his current alignment with Fudge. Are you going to wait for him here? Kanna asked. Kyle thought for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it. He's probably really angry right now. I'll talk to him back at the castle. Before Cedric could spot them, Kyle and Kanna slipped out of the 3 broomsticks, weaving their way around tables and slipping quietly through the door. The 2 returned to Gladrag's Wizardwear, where Kyle picked up his finished, thick winter robes. Once done, they left Hogsmeade and headed back to the castle. Cedric didn't return to Hogwarts until late in the evening. His hair was disheveled, and he seemed more anxious than usual. Kyle took the opportunity to explain why he hadn't gone to the Hog's Head, giving a plausible account. Cedric believed him but still looked visibly upset. Do you know how many people were there today? Cedric said, his voice tight with frustration, as they sat in the common room. 53. The regulars at the Hog's Head thought Dumbledore was up to something, and they all ran off. Isn't that a good thing? Kyle replied. Now you don't have to worry about anyone eavesdropping. But the problem is, I can't teach that many people, Cedric exclaimed. 53 is like a full class. And I'm not a real professor, what if I mess it up? His voice rose slightly as he looked at Kyle with a mix of exasperation and disappointment. I was going to ask you to help share the load, but you didn't even show up that day. You could ask someone else, Kyle suggested calmly. Cedric frowned but then seemed to consider the idea. That's true, he admitted after a moment. What do you think of Hermione? She's always top of the year and a prefect. Hermione's a solid choice if your goal is to improve exam scores, Kyle said thoughtfully. But if your purpose is to improve practical defense skills, she might not be the best fit. To be honest, her defense against the dark arts grades are high because she excels on paper, but her practical use of charms isn't particularly strong. Then who do you suggest? Cedric asked, a little surprised. Harry Potter, Kyle said without hesitation. Cedric blinked, clearly caught off guard. He didn't know Harry well beyond his reputation as a talented Quidditch player. Really? Yes, Kyle explained. Sirius and Moody both said he has a knack for defense against the dark arts. He's particularly skilled with the disarming charm and the shield charm. Cedric considered this, his expression growing more thoughtful. If that's true, it makes sense, he said. The shield charm and disarming charm were both highly versatile spells, indispensable in a real duel. If the group wanted to learn effective defensive techniques, mastering those 2 spells was essential. Then I'll talk to him tomorrow, Cedric decided, though he still sounded a little apprehensive. 53 people. I just hope I don't mess it up. For the rest of the weekend, anticipation buzzed through the castle. It was just like the arrival of Sirius at Hogwarts that had sparked a new kind of excitement. Everyone was eager to see what Harry and Cedric's efforts might bring to their defense against the dark arts skills. The next morning, Cedric left the Hufflepuff common room early, heading straight for the Great Hall to meet Harry. Kyle, curious to see how things would unfold, also made his way there. However, before he could reach the Great Hall, someone suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Dennis Creevy from Gryffindor, panting heavily as though he had run all the way. "Kyle," he gasped, "Umbridge wants to see you in her office." "When?" "Now." "Okay," Kyle said with a nod. After Dennis hurried off, Kyle glanced at the Great Hall, just within reach, and sighed. "If I'd known, I would have come earlier, then at least I could have had breakfast." "Why is Umbridge looking for you at this time?" Kana asked, her tone laced with concern. "Do you want me to go tell Professor Sprout?" "No," Kyle replied. "She's probably caught wind of what happened in Hogsmeade yesterday." "Umbridge found out that quickly?" Kana asked, suspicion dawning on her face. "Someone must have snitched. Last night, I heard Letty say that Zacharias Smith kept questioning Harry's story about you-know-who being back. He even called Cedric stupid for believing him." "Zacharias?" Kyle repeated, immediately recognizing the name. Zacharias Smith, a sixth year from Hufflepuff like himself, had always been difficult. Back in their second year, he had competed against Kyle for the position of chaser. But Kyle's performance during the trials had been flawless, leaving no room for anyone else to shine. Zacharias and the other hopefuls had all been eliminated. Kyle knew Zacharias's personality well, arrogant, condescending, and perpetually eager to draw attention by opposing others. Many believed he didn't belong in Hufflepuff at all, Ravenclaw or Slytherin would have suited him better. Kyle wasn't surprised to hear that Zacharias had been critical. The boy had often said that Harry and Dumbledore needed to provide concrete evidence of Voldemort's return. "And Terry Boot from Ravenclaw," Kana added. Letty mentioned he was smirking the whole time, like he thought the meeting was some kind of ridiculous stage play. "It's very likely one of them snitched on us." "That wouldn't be surprising," Kyle said evenly. "With that many people involved, there was bound to be a mistake, or someone with ulterior motives watching closely. And let's be honest, more than 50 students all showing up at a bar like the Hog's Head, where no one normally goes, is guaranteed to draw attention. She's not going to make things difficult for you, is she?" Kana asked, her worry evident. "Don't worry, I can handle it," Kyle reassured her. "Don't involve any other professors, though, they'll just cause unnecessary trouble if they step in." With that, he told Kana to go ahead to the Great Hall, then turned toward the stairs. Chapter 631, Dumbledore's Secret Army. When Kyle arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, the corridor was eerily empty. He knocked on the door. "Come in," Umbridge's familiar, high-pitched voice called from within. Kyle pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room hadn't changed much since his last visit, frilly decor, overly ornate trinkets, and an overwhelming number of cat plates adorning the walls. In fact, there seemed to be even more of them this time. "I'm disappointed." The door clicked shut behind him, and Umbridge, who had greeted him with her usual saccharine smile, let it fade into a peculiar expression, somewhere between disappointment and smugness. "I waited in this office all day yesterday," she said, her tone laced with accusation. "I was expecting you to tell me something interesting. But you never came. This leads me to believe that you're not as loyal to the Ministry as you claimed, and that perhaps you're still aligned with Dumbledore." "I don't understand what you mean, Professor," Kyle replied, feigning surprise. "Should I know what you're talking about?" "Oh." Umbridge let out a light laugh. "Perhaps I should give you a hint. As far as I know, dozens of students gathered at the Hog's Head in Hogsmeade yesterday. Can you tell me what they were doing there?" "Is that so?" Kyle said, widening his eyes in mock surprise. "I hadn't heard anything about that." "Liar." Umbridge's voice dropped its sugary sweetness and turned icy cold. "As far as I know, many of those students are your friends. How could you not know? Or maybe you were there yourself." "That's impossible," Kyle said calmly, shaking his head. "I've never been to the Hog's Head, and I don't know anything about any gatherings there." "I see," Umbridge said, her smile returning in its most artificial form. "You're not going to tell me the truth. Perhaps a week of detention for lying to a professor will help you reconsider." "I am telling the truth," Kyle said, his expression unchanging. "When I arrived in Hogsmeade yesterday, I went straight to Gladrag's wizard wear. Miss Daphne Greengrass of Slytherin can confirm that, I saw her there." "And after that?" Umbridge pressed, narrowing her eyes. "The gathering didn't start early. You could have gone to the Hog's Head afterward." "I stayed at the Three Broomsticks," Kyle replied evenly. "I didn't go anywhere else." "Can anyone confirm that?" "Anyone who was at the Three Broomsticks," Kyle said. "I was sitting right across from the entrance, so plenty of people must have seen me. And if that's not enough, Madame Rosmerta can confirm I didn't leave before noon. Or, you could simply ask the people who were at the Hog's Head whether I was there." Umbridge froze for a moment, seemingly caught off guard by Kyle's confident response. "You're not lying?" she asked suspiciously. "Of course not," Kyle replied, his tone unwavering. "Feel free to verify it." There was a pause before Umbridge's expression twisted into an even more forced smile, one so fake it was almost unsettling. "No need. I believe you," she said, her tone tinged with mockery. "However, it seems your so-called friends don't." Kyle resisted the urge to glare at her. Instead, he maintained a calm demeanor and said, yes. I never imagined they'd keep so much from me. It's disappointing." "Indeed," Umbridge said, her grin widening. "Which is why I need your help with this investigation. Dumbledore chose the Hog's Head for a reason, and those students chose to gather there. Surely there's a connection. Isn't it possible that it's just a coincidence?" Kyle asked, though he already knew how she would respond. "Absolutely not," Umbridge snapped. "I don't believe in coincidences. Those students are clearly part of Dumbledore's secret army." Kyle said nothing, suppressing his disbelief. It was rare for him to tell the truth and not be believed. Dumbledore had chosen the Hog's Head because he trusted its owner, and Cedric and the others had picked it because it was quiet and unlikely to attract attention. It really was a coincidence. As for the idea of Dumbledore forming a secret army among students, Kyle couldn't help but think that Umbridge and Rita Skeeter would get along splendidly with their wild imaginations. But with Umbridge looking so thoroughly convinced, Kyle decided it wasn't worth arguing. Instead, he nodded and said, "Leave it to me, Professor. I'll make sure to find out what's going on." "I'm counting on you," Umbridge said, her smile returning to its sickly sweet form. "Don't let me down." "I'll get to the bottom of this," Kyle replied. "For the Ministry." Umbridge's expression grew serious. "For the Ministry. So, you're going to report us?" Fred asked as he leaned casually against a locker in the Hufflepuff changing rooms after the afternoon's Quidditch training match. In theory, Gryffindor players shouldn't have been there, but with only the 4 of them present, it didn't seem to matter. "In theory, I really should," Kyle replied, polishing the broom in his hands. "Turning you over to Umbridge could earn Hufflepuff some house points." "How many points would we be worth?" Fred asked with a wry grin. "I don't know, but probably not less than 50. "That's all," George said, looking affronted. "We're Dumbledore's secret army, and we're only worth 50 points. I thought it'd be at least 100. "No wonder you didn't show up at the Hog's Head that day," Fred added, eyeing Kyle. "Did you know this was going to happen?" "Not really," Kyle replied, shaking his head. "It didn't click until I got to Hogsmeade." George burst into laughter. "She made you investigate our secret army? That's hilarious. She'll never know the truth." "But I still don't get it," Cedric interjected, leaning forward with a frown. "Why did Umbridge come after you? And why does it sound like you have to help her? And what did you mean yesterday when you said you had to oppose Professor Dumbledore?" "It's part of the plan," Kyle explained, pausing his broom polishing. "It's complicated, but just think of it this way, for now, Umbridge needs to believe we're on opposite sides." George tilted his head, a mischievous glint in his eye. "So, does that mean we can rough you up here? You know, like we do when we face Slytherin." Fred snickered. "Exactly. 3 of us, 1 of you, you don't stand a chance." Chapter 632, this deal is worth it. By Monday, a rumor had spread like wildfire through Hogwarts Castle. Word was that during the previous day's Quidditch training match, Kyle and the Weasley twins had clashed in the changing rooms over some dispute. At first, most dismissed the idea outright. Everyone knew Fred, George, and Kyle were inseparable, the kind of friends who wouldn't let a disagreement escalate into something serious. But skepticism began to fade when someone noticed the twins sporting obvious injuries. Each of them had a black eye, as though they'd been struck hard by something. The castle buzzed with speculation. The rumors seemed to be true, and the mystery of why the 2 inseparable friends had fought captivated nearly everyone. Yet neither the Weasley twins nor Kyle offered an explanation. They remained tight-lipped, fueling even more curiosity. At that moment, Kyle was sitting in Professor Umbridge's office. "Professor," he began, watching her fuss with a bottle of dried flowers. "I know why they went to the Hog's Head." "What?" Umbridge immediately stopped what she was doing, her eyes narrowing as she leaned forward eagerly. "To canvass," Kyle said flatly. "They were trying to rally their family to support Dumbledore as Minister of Magic." "Damn it," Umbridge hissed, slamming the bottle onto her desk. She didn't hesitate to believe Kyle's claim for a second. After all, she was already aware of the rumors that Kyle had dueled the Weasley twins. She also knew they had been seen at the Hog's Head. And now, with Kyle, someone who had turned against lifelong friends, reporting this, she had no reason to doubt his loyalty to the Ministry or the accuracy of his information. Mobilizing families to back Dumbledore. The mere thought of it made her blood boil. If Minister Fudge caught wind of this, his reaction would be explosive. Pacing her office like a wind-up toy set loose, Umbridge muttered furiously, "No, no, this must be stopped. There cannot be a second incident like this." "What are you planning to do?" Kyle asked, watching her intently. "Dissolve all student organizations, associations, teams, and clubs. Prevent them from gathering again," she announced with a sharp edge in her voice. "But Professor, that will cause an uproar," Kyle pointed out. "Almost every Hogwarts student is part of a club or team. Isn't that a bit extreme?" "It doesn't matter," Umbridge said dismissively, her tone final. "The existing student groups will be disbanded, but they can always reorganize, provided they receive my approval." With that, she pulled out a sheet of parchment, her quill poised to issue yet another educational decree. This one would be stricter than any before. As the High Inquisitor appointed by the Ministry of Magic, she had the authority to enforce it. "Professor, I still feel something is amiss," Kyle continued. "There are too many organizations, associations, and clubs at the school. Investigating and reorganizing all of them will take at least a week, and by the time we're done, students at the back of the line will still complain." "This is an order from the Ministry of Magic," Umbridge said haughtily. "They must accept it." "Of course," Kyle replied smoothly, "but I have a better idea." Umbridge paused mid-scribble and looked up at him, intrigued. Kyle cleared his throat. "In fact, even if some of them want to support Dumbledore, it doesn't matter. As long as the majority choose to support Minister Fudge, the others won't make a difference." "What do you mean?" Umbridge asked, leaning forward. "I've done some digging, and there were only about 50 people at the last gathering," Kyle explained. "Compared to the entire student body, that number is small, insignificant, even. We can absolutely win over the rest of the school and have them back Minister Fudge." Kyle's voice grew more confident as he continued, "Think about it, Professor. If the rest of Hogwarts, hundreds of students, align with the Ministry, these 50 or so won't matter at all." Umbridge's eyes lit up briefly, and she leaned back, contemplating his words. If Fudge learned that students were openly supporting Dumbledore, he'd be livid. But if she could counter that by winning over the majority, it would change everything. Kyle had a point, 50 students were nothing compared to the entire school. Even if only half of the remaining students supported the Ministry, it would still be a significant win, and a feather in her cap. "What's your suggestion?" she asked finally. "Should we throw a party? Set it up in the Great Hall and invite everyone?" Kyle shook his head. "No need for that, Professor. That might come across as desperate, as if we're trying too hard." "So what then? How do we show them the Ministry's goodwill?" Umbridge asked, her curiosity piqued. Kyle hesitated, his expression uncertain. "What?" Umbridge raised an eyebrow. "Don't worry. If your plan works, I'll personally inform Minister Fudge that it was your idea." "You misunderstand, Professor," Kyle stammered. "It's just that, you know, our house, Hufflepuff, was beaten by Slytherin today." "Kyle, let me be clear," Umbridge interrupted with a stern look. "Even as a professor, I cannot award extra points to students unfairly. That would be disgraceful cheating." "Yes, Professor, I understand," Kyle said in a low voice. "But if we win the House Cup again this year, it'll be 6 years in a row. Regardless, that kind of cheating is unacceptable," Umbridge said firmly. Then, after a brief pause, she added, "However, since you've brought some critical information to light, I can make an exception just this once. I'll award Hufflepuff 20 extra points." "Thank you, Professor," Kyle said, smiling broadly. "Now, let's hear your plan." "Of course," Kyle said. "As I was saying, if we want to show the students the Ministry's goodwill, we should start with Quidditch." "Quidditch?" Umbridge frowned, clearly puzzled. "Yes," Kyle said. "It's the most popular sport at Hogwarts, with the largest following. Dumbledore, however, has shown little interest in it, or, rather, he's too stingy to invest in it. The school's broomsticks are outdated comets and swifts. They're slow and clunky, and the players have complained about them repeatedly." He leaned forward slightly. "If the Ministry of Magic funded new broomsticks for the school, I think the excitement among students would be through the roof." "New brooms?" Umbridge repeated, her brow furrowing. "That would cost a fortune." "They wouldn't have to be top of the line," Kyle said quickly. "Just something new, like clean sweeps. They're reliable, and the Ministry could likely negotiate a discount. You could even present it as your initiative." Umbridge's eyes gleamed as an idea seemed to form in her mind. She didn't respond immediately, but the lack of outright refusal was telling. Kyle pressed on, sensing an opportunity. "Quidditch has so many fans, Professor. Each team member is influential within their house and beyond. For a relatively small investment, you could gain widespread support while also highlighting Dumbledore's stinginess. It's an excellent, cost-effective strategy." Chapter 633, Cedric the Traitor. After leaving the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Kyle didn't head straight back to the Hufflepuff common room. Instead, while walking along the second floor, he made a detour into an empty classroom. The room was dimly lit, and the faint murmur of voices greeted him as soon as he stepped inside. "What's up?" Kyle said, shutting the door behind him. Connor approached him first, followed by Cedric, Cho, and the Weasley twins, Fred and George. "It's done," Kyle announced, gesturing broadly. "You can safely teach yourselves defense against the dark arts now. Just be careful not to get caught." "Great," Cedric said, his excitement evident. "We've already worked out a plan. To avoid anyone snitching, everyone will have to sign a magical contract before they're told the location of the room of requirement." "Well done, Kyle," Fred said, grinning from ear to ear. "You fooled Umbridge so easily. Honestly, you deserve to be the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin." Kyle rolled his eyes, feeling the praise was a bit much. He didn't see how tricking Umbridge was related to earning such a prestigious award. "But," George cut in, rubbing his bruised eye, "you might have gone a bit overboard. If we don't get to the hospital wing soon, we'll have to walk around like this for at least a week." "Seriously, it's humiliating," Fred sighed dramatically. "We're avoiding crowded places now. And even in class, we have to hide our faces," George added. "You're the ones who said a little injury would make it more convincing," Kyle said with a smirk. "Turns out you were right. Umbridge believed me because of how you both look." "We were talking about you," George muttered irritably. "Think about it, the news you risked your life for suddenly becomes a lot more believable when it comes at such a cost." "Never mind," Kyle said, shrugging. "The outcome's good, and that's all that matters. Besides, can you really blame me for how badly the three of you got beaten? 1 against 3, and you still lost." "It was 2 against 1. George corrected indignantly. "That traitor Cedric just stood there watching. Didn't lift a finger to help." "Traitor?" Cedric echoed, looking confused. "How does this have anything to do with me? I'm a Hufflepuff, remember? Even if we're just acting, I can't exactly help people from other houses beat up my own." Besides, Cedric thought, even if he had jumped in, it wouldn't have changed much. He'd just have ended up with a black eye himself. It was better this way, 2 injured were better than 3. Still, knowing Fred and George were in a foul mood, Cedric wisely kept his thoughts to himself. Kyle ignored their bickering and turned to Cedric. "Have you decided on a time? When are you starting?" "Wednesday night," Cedric replied. "I thought about holding it on the weekend, but everyone seems to have other priorities, Quidditch practice, favorite clubs, that sort of thing. Wednesday is the only time we can all slip away. Just remember to split up," Kyle warned. "Gryffindor and Ravenclaw won't draw much attention, but a bunch of Hufflepuff students suddenly heading up to the 8th floor would look suspicious." "Any ideas?" Cedric asked. "You could try the kitchens," Kyle suggested. "Ask one of the house elves for help." "House elves?" Cedric repeated, intrigued. "Exactly," Kyle explained. "House elves can use apparition even inside Hogwarts. They could take you directly from the kitchens to the 8th floor and back again." Cedric's face brightened. "That's brilliant. I can't believe I forgot about that. The only question is whether they'd agree to it. After all, almost no one's ever seen them use magic here." "It's worth a shot," Kyle said. "It's only once a week, not an everyday thing. I doubt they'd mind." "You're right," Cedric agreed with a nod. After hashing out the rest of the details, the group dispersed. Kyle and Connor headed back toward the Hufflepuff common room, while Cedric accompanied Fred and George upstairs. Cedric had a few loose ends to tie up. He planned to find Hermione and Harry next to iron out additional specifics, things like the timing, the terms of the magical contract, and the content of their defense against the dark arts lessons. Being a professor for the first time, even if it was only nominal, made Cedric extremely nervous. As Wednesday approached, his anxiety became more apparent. Even during Quidditch practice the next day, he seemed distracted. Several times, Kyle spotted the golden snitch zipping past, but Cedric remained motionless, staring blankly into the distance, lost in thought. Kyle, handling a firebolt with practiced ease, spun through the air and snatched the golden snitchet effortlessly. Normally, as a chaser, it wasn't his role to catch the snitch, but the other players didn't seem to mind. In fact, they looked relieved. They had been flying for 2 hours. Practice, typically lively and varied with new tactics, had become a tedious slog. With Cedric failing to catch the snitchet or call for any strategy changes, the players were left aimlessly throwing the quaffle through the goalposts. The monotony felt more like completing an endless essay for history of magic than playing Quidditch. This kind of training was pointless. "Oh, sorry, Kyle," Cedric said sheepishly, scratching the back of his head as they landed. "I was daydreaming again. I just can't stop thinking about tomorrow night." "What's bothering you?" Kyle asked, walking alongside him as they returned to the castle with the rest of the team. I don't know if I've prepared enough, Cedric admitted. What if I can't answer everyone's questions? Just thinking about it makes it hard to focus. Relax, Kyle said, slinging the firebolt over his shoulder. It's just an after-school tutorial. It's not as scary as you're making it out to be. I know that, Cedric sighed, but I can't help it. Every time I have a quiet moment, I start worrying. What if I mess up? What if no one comes back for the next session? You should take a page out of Harry's book, Kyle said with a grin. He doesn't seem nervous at all. And as for people coming back, you don't need to stress, unless, of course, you're a worse teacher than Umbridge. And honestly, that would take some effort. You're right, Cedric said, managing a small smile. I've never met a worse professor than Umbridge. By the time they reached the castle, it was nearly curfew. As they entered the foyer, they spotted Filch descending the stairs. The caretaker's face immediately twisted into a sour expression when he saw their muddy practice gear. You. Filch began, glancing suspiciously at the floor to check for footprints. Finding none, he quickly adjusted his tone. Wandering about so late, are you planning a little night tour? Mr. Filch, we just got back from training, Cedric said calmly. You'd better be, Filch sneered. Because if I catch you up to anything else, I'm sure Professor Umbridge wouldn't mind me dragging you down to the dungeons. His lips curled into a smug grin. After all these years, the school finally has a professor who knows what she's doing. Cedric frowned as Filch shuffled past. Leaning closer to Kyle, he muttered, Filch is getting annoying again. Yeah, Kyle said dryly. Because someone's backing him up now. Umbridge's arrival had emboldened Filch. With her seemingly aligned views, at least on the surface, Filch had found an unexpected ally. His loyalty to Snape, once the source of many of his threats, had quickly shifted. Where he used to terrify students by threatening to report them to Snape, he now leaned on Umbridge's authority. Umbridge, much to Filch's delight, shared his harsh views on punishment, implementing rules more severe than those enforced by any other professor. She wielded enough power to change the school's policies at will, which only made Filch more self-assured. He patrolled the castle with a renewed zeal, eager to catch students breaking the rules. In his mind, if he caught enough offenders, it might justify reopening the long-unused dungeons. What a nuisance. Someone muttered under their breath once Filch was out of earshot. And that horrible Umbridge. Another voice added in a hushed tone. Shoo. Keep it down, someone else warned. You don't want to be overheard. The group quickly fell silent, but their sentiments were clear. While Filch had always been unpleasant, his behavior earlier in the year, before Umbridge arrived, had been tolerable in comparison. Now, with Umbridge backing him, he was becoming insufferable. Chapter 634, Ron's Attitude. The next morning, as people passed through the foyer, they noticed a large notice pinned to the bulletin board by the entrance to the Great Hall. Hogwarts High Inquisitor Order. In order to regulate school activities, all student organizations, associations, teams, or clubs must be registered with the High Inquisitor, Professor Umbridge. Students on their way to breakfast in the Great Hall gathered around the notice board, discussing the new rule. Confusion spread among them as they wondered why the school had suddenly implemented such a policy, and concern grew over how it might affect their clubs and activities. Standing outside the crowd, Kyle caught sight of the notice as well. It seems Umbridge has her own ideas and hasn't fully adopted my suggestions, he thought. Still, there had been some adjustments. Initially, she had planned to disband all clubs entirely and then reorganize them from scratch. Now, instead of disbanding, she required them to register. While the difference was largely superficial, this approach would save a significant amount of time. Beside the notice board, a table had been set up where Filch sat, a stack of parchments in front of him. Anyone needing to register should come here. I'll take care of it. Filch announced loudly, a hint of pride in his voice. The leader must write down everyone's names, along with the time and location of their activities. Northwest activity can take place until it's registered. In front of Filch, a long line stretched from the bulletin board to the entrance doors. Cedric stood at the front, finishing his registration just as Kyle glanced over. Spotting him, Cedric hurried over. They've included Quidditch, Cedric said, emphasizing the words as though they carried extra weight. But it's all right, everyone knows about the Quidditch team. There's nothing to hide, we just write the names down. A short while later, Hermione and Harry arrived in a rush. Hey, did you see the announcement in the entrance hall? Harry cut in. Do you think she might know something? Harry asked in a low voice. Probably, Kyle replied calmly. But don't worry, she doesn't know any specifics. It'll be fine. Then why did she put up that announcement? Harry pressed. Because it gives her a way to accuse us officially if she catches us again, Hermione interjected, her tone sharp. She's making it clear that anyone gathering without registration will be breaking the rules. But she still has to catch us first. Harry exhaled in relief and seemed about to say more when someone suddenly tugged on his arm. It was Ron. "Let's go, Harry," Ron said seriously, his tone urgent. "Don't say too much, someone might have already reported us." As he spoke, his gaze flicked toward Kyle, whether intentionally or not. "Well." Harry hesitated but allowed Ron to pull him away. "Sorry, Kyle," Hermione said, her expression tight with frustration. "Ron's just like this because of his brother. I'm sure there's been some sort of misunderstanding." "I know," Kyle replied evenly. Ever since rumors of his fight with the Weasley twins had spread, Kyle had expected this kind of reaction. Only he and the twins knew the truth of the matter, and they had kept it that way for a reason. It was safer if others, including Hermione, remained unaware. After all, Kyle had overheard Harry and Ron conspiring noisily in the corridors on more than one occasion. If they knew the truth, the risk of something slipping out would only increase. Hermione studied Kyle, who appeared indifferent, and suddenly asked, "You must have some kind of plan, right?" "Why do you say that?" Kyle replied, his tone casual. "Because Fred and George haven't been to the hospital wing yet," Hermione pointed out. "That's something Madame Pomfrey could fix in no time, but they'd rather walk around with their faces covered every day than go for treatment. It's like, they're deliberately reminding everyone that they fought with you, and that's not normal." "Who knows?" Kyle said nonchalantly. "Maybe they think it makes them look more attractive." "Hurry up, Hermione, we have to go to class later," Ron's voice called from not far away. Hermione frowned. Seeing that Kyle wasn't going to explain further, she sighed and prepared to leave. "Oh, by the way," Cedric said suddenly, as if something had just occurred to him. "You should let Angelina know the announcement applies to the Quidditch team too. She'll need to register practice sessions, or you might not be able to book the pitch." "Okay," Hermione said, nodding before heading back to the Gryffindor table, where she sat down beside Harry. "That girl is sharp," Cedric said with a small smile. "She's already figured out most of it. Why not just tell her the truth? She was the one who suggested learning defense against the dark arts on her own. I don't see why she shouldn't know." "If it were just her, it wouldn't be a problem," Kyle said. "But if she knows, she'll definitely tell Harry and Ron. The fewer people who know, the better." "Fair enough," Cedric agreed, nodding. "But doesn't Ron's attitude bother you?" "It's not worth worrying about," Kyle replied with a slight smile. "If anything, the worse his attitude is, the better. It makes it more convincing and helps Umbridge believe we've genuinely fallen out." "If he knew the truth, he wouldn't be able to act like he hates you," Cedric remarked. "You're right," Kyle said as a large flock of owls swept into the Great Hall, bringing their conversation to an end. Kyle glanced at the Daily Prophet as usual. The front page featured a picture of the Weird Sisters alongside an announcement of their upcoming performance in Cornwall. Another article detailed how a wizard had enchanted an entire Muggle street so the grass grew 10 feet tall overnight. Finally, there was the daily crossword puzzle. The news was trivial, no familiar names or significant events. It suggested that the wizarding world was calm for now. Kyle set the paper aside, glancing up just in time to see Filch handing a thick stack of parchments to Umbridge at the staff table. "When did she come in?" he asked. "Just now, a minute ago," Cedric replied, watching Filch take the parchments back after a brief exchange. "That's strange," Cedric added. "Umbridge seems to have left Filch in charge of everything." "There's nothing strange about it," Kyle said. "I mean, isn't Umbridge always trying to show off?" Cedric pressed. "She loves flaunting her authority in front of students and other professors. This rule, where everyone has to line up and sign, seems like something she'd enjoy. Why leave it to Filch?" "Maybe she thinks it's a tedious task," Kyle suggested. "Her goal has already been achieved. All that's left is to record names, times, and locations. It doesn't matter who does it. Besides, there are quite a few clubs and organizations at the school, 50 or 60? Keeping track of all of them would be a real chore." Chapter 635, Snape's Secret. Umbridge had left most tasks to Filch, except perhaps the more cumbersome duty of keeping track of everything, as she simply didn't have the time for it. This became clear when Kyle and Connor descended the stone steps of the dungeon to the potions classroom, only to notice Umbridge sitting in a shadowy corner at the back of the room, the ever-familiar clipboard in hand. The rest of the class had seen her too, and whispers quickly spread through the room. "Why is she here again? Do you think she's investigating the professor a second time?" "I doubt it. She only observed the other classes once. Maybe Professor Snape's different. He's not exactly popular." "Nonsense. Professor Snape is the best," came an indignant retort, clearly from a Slytherin. Still, the atmosphere in the classroom was thick with curiosity. After all, Umbridge had already observed Professor Snape's potions class just 2 days ago. Why had she returned? Even Umbridge herself seemed perplexed. As she listened to the murmured speculations and reviewed the notes on her clipboard, a faint frown crossed her face. Why was everyone insisting she had been here before? Her clipboard contained no record of Snape at all. Quiet. The sudden bark made the classroom fall silent as the door swung open. Snape swept into the room, his eyes scanning the students before landing on Umbridge in the corner. His expression darkened immediately, a scowl tugging at his sharp features. Kyle couldn't help himself and let out a laugh. Snape turned his icy glare on him in an instant. Kyle froze and clamped his mouth shut, though his shoulders shook as he stifled his amusement. What's so funny? Connor whispered, glancing at him curiously. Kyle leaned closer and whispered back, it's hilarious, looks like Professor Snape's plan backfired. He knew exactly what was happening. Umbridge's second visit to the potions classroom could only mean one thing, she had no memory of being here before. Snape must have cast a memory charm on her, erasing not only her findings but also her recollection of the entire class. However, Kyle suspected the spell hadn't gone quite as Snape intended. The charm had worked a little too well, making Umbridge forget so much that she'd unwittingly return to repeat her investigation. If it were him, Kyle thought, he would have modified her memory just enough to forget the key details, like her post-class questions, rather than wiping her memory entirely. That would have been a much cleaner solution. Still, Kyle couldn't help but wonder what Umbridge had said or done to provoke Snape into using the charm in the first place. It must have been something truly irritating. He was just about to share his thoughts with Conna when he glanced up and locked eyes with Snape. The professor's gaze was frigid, his expression hard and unyielding, like he was contemplating murder. Kyle snapped his mouth shut, opting for silence. Snape's piercing glare lingered for a moment longer before his face softened, though only slightly. Today, we will learn about the elixir to induce euphoria, Snape began, taking a deep breath as though nothing unusual had occurred. It is a potion that demands exceptional patience to brew successfully, as you must continuously monitor the potion's color in the cauldron. Only then can you proceed with the next steps at precisely the right time. With a flick of his wand, words appeared on the blackboard. The method, he announced curtly. Begin. The students immediately focused on their work, forgetting about Umbridge for the moment. Shrivelfig. Porcupine quill. Peppermint. Kyle murmured to himself as he checked his ingredients. Satisfied they were correct, he began grinding with practiced precision. For the first half hour, Umbridge remained seated and silent, but Kyle knew it wouldn't last. That wasn't her style, she had followed the same pattern during her previous visit. Sure enough, as though an invisible alarm had gone off, she stood up exactly 30 minutes later and began pacing between the rows of desks. She cast quick glances at the students' cauldrons as she made her way toward Snape. The students in this class seemed to be quite talented, she said in her simpering tone. The elixir to induce euphoria is such a delightful potion. After all, who doesn't need a little more happiness in their lives? But that happiness is artificial, Snape replied coolly. And excessive use results in undesirable side effects. I don't see why that should be a concern, Umbridge retorted lightly. Just use it in moderation. If the elixir to induce euphoria were truly that dangerous, the Ministry of Magic wouldn't have approved its inclusion in the curriculum, don't you think? Snape responded with a derisive snort. So, you're at Hogwarts? Umbridge began, only for Snape to cut her off. I have been teaching here for 14 years, he said curtly. Umbridge faltered for a moment, then resumed scribbling on her clipboard as though nothing had happened. From his desk, Kyle observed the exchange out of the corner of his eye while crushing petals with the back of his knife. When Umbridge set her clipboard down, he muttered quietly, almost to himself, did you apply to teach defense against the dark arts first? A moment later, as if on cue, Umbridge asked Snape the exact same question, word for word. Kyle smirked. This confirmed his theory, Snape had indeed used a memory charm on her. However, the brewing process was reaching a critical stage, and most of the students were too focused on their cauldrons to notice the peculiar repetition. Only Kyle seemed aware of what was happening. Snape, clearly irritated by the redundant question, bristled but managed to keep his composure. To avoid drawing attention, he reluctantly indulged Umbridge's questions, no matter how trivial they seemed. The rest of the class proceeded predictably. After finishing with Snape, Umbridge wandered around the room, pretending to inspect the students' potions. The performance was painfully obvious. Umbridge's limited understanding of potion making became glaringly apparent when she praised a student whose potion was bright pink. In truth, the elixir to induce euphoria should have been blue at this stage, before the addition of another ingredient. The pink hue was the result of mixing the ingredients incorrectly, specifically, adding dried shrivelfig petals instead of its sap. A ripple of laughter spread through the room. The embarrassed student turned scarlet, staring at their desk, while even Snape allowed himself a faint smirk, clearly amused by Umbridge's ignorance. Only Umbridge remained oblivious, her expression blank as she tried to understand what everyone was laughing about. As the lesson concluded, the students bottled their potions. Most of them had achieved the desired light gold color, but the student Umbridge had praised earlier handed in a potion that stood out starkly from the others. Finally realizing her mistake, Umbridge's face tightened momentarily, but she quickly masked it and acted as if nothing had happened. She marched toward Snape once more, clipboard clutched firmly in hand. Kyle's eyes lit up with anticipation. The last time this had happened, Snape had used the memory charm during their private conversation. Kyle was certain she would repeat her actions, and her words, this time, too. Eager to observe, Kyle deliberately lingered behind, dropping a few parchment sheets onto the floor to create an excuse to stay in the classroom. He had used the same trick during Transfiguration class before. But this time, before he could retrieve the fallen sheets, Snape swept his wand sharply through the air. A gust of wind gathered the parchment, including Kyle's, and whisked them all out of the room. Snap. The classroom door slammed shut behind him.